In the opening scene, the fourth Kazekage stands amidst the ruins of battle, contemplating the azure expanse above as if wishing to imprint every inch of the infinite sky into his memory. His hand trembles slightly, a testament to the prolonged grip on his weapon, now drenched in crimson, a steady drip of blood cascading from a blade. Initially, despair and fatigue cloud his gaze, obscuring any glimmer of hope. Yet, as the acrid smoke of warfare begins to dissipate, a flicker of hope, as fragile as a candle flame, ignites within his once dull eyes. In the desolate expanse of the desert, countless shurikens and kunai lie strewn haphazardly across the battlefield, an unsettling testament to the chaos of conflict. A grim panorama unfolds. Bodies lay sprawled in disarray, severed limbs scattered like tragic remnants of a fierce struggle, forming macabre hills that silently narrate the brutality of this clash. Rasa stands firm in this hellscape, his gaze seemingly riveted by an unseen force, unable to divert from the harrowing scene before him. The hills of corpses resonate within him, stirring emotions he thought long buried. For Rasa's essence is that of a soul from a modern world, one who has never beheld such relentless carnage. Indeed, the Rasa of today is a transformed being, his body now occupied by Wang Tong, a young man on the cusp of university graduation, filled with aspirations for the future. Yet, fate played a cruel jest upon him. While searching for employment, an unforeseen vase plummeted from above, extinguishing his life in an instant. Yet, as if favored by the heavens, Wang Tong did not vanish into oblivion. In a whirlwind of chaos, he found himself transported to this perilous realm of ninjas. To his astonishment, he had arrived with a system purportedly capable of enhancing his strength, known as development equals strength. However, since binding with the system, it lay dormant, offering no guidance or response. Upon his arrival in this world, Rasa discovered that he had inherited not only the memories and prowess of his predecessor, but also found himself in the universe of his beloved anime, Naruto. This realization filled Rasa with an indescribable joy. He was intimately familiar with the vibrant and tumultuous world before him. Armed with knowledge of the story's trajectory, he believed that while he may not ascend to unparalleled greatness, he could at least preserve his own safety. Especially with the looming threat of Orochimaru's cunning schemes, Rasa allowed a confident smile to grace his lips. Should that fiend dare to strike again, I shall turn his own machinations against him and bring him back to Sunagakure as a laborer. Yet, despite being a time traveler with foresight, Rasa understood that the narrative he grasped through text and animation could never convey the visceral impact of actual events. Surrounded by heaps of corpses and rivers of blood, the overwhelming stench of death invaded his senses, causing a twinge of discomfort within him, despite his experience in slaying countless foes. Deeply rooted within him remained a vestige of modern humanity, a kindness and compassion that could not be easily extinguished. "Lord Fourth, we have achieved victory at last," exclaimed Maki, his voice brimming with excitement. His once resolute features were partially obscured by a white cloth, beneath which lay ghastly wounds, soaked in crimson. His body bore numerous scars, each a testament to the fierce battle just endured. Despite his injuries, Maki's eyes shone with profound respect for Rasa's leadership and the hard-won triumph. Hearing Maki's words, Rasa turned slowly, fatigue and concern etched upon his face. Observing the devastated battlefield, littered with comrades and foes alike, he nodded gravely, his voice low and hoarse. "Indeed, we have secured victory. However, this is but a temporary reprieve." Rasa's words resonated like the winds of the desert, heavy with the weight of truth. He recognized the fragility of their triumph. The mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage had plunged the village into chaos, forcing Sunagakure to dispatch numerous operatives in search of their lost leader. Unbeknownst to them, this information had reached the ambitious Kumogakure, who seized the opportunity to launch an invasion. In the face of this sudden peril, Rasa had risen as the fourth Kazekage, leading his fellow ninjas through the bloodshed to narrowly claim victory. Yet, this victory brought him no solace, for he understood that the true threat had not yet been vanquished. Taking a deep breath to quell his tumultuous thoughts, he turned to Maki with unwavering authority. "First, guide the troops to meticulously scour the battlefield. Ensure that no comrades, even those concealed beneath the carnage, are overlooked. Furthermore, compile a detailed list of the fallen, including names, units, and circumstances of their sacrifice. Once this task is complete, return to me promptly. Understood. Maki responded with a resolute tone, his voice ringing with determination. In an instant, he vanished into the haze of the battlefield, moving deftly among the remnants of war. As time elapsed, approximately an hour later, Lord Kazekage, all has been attended to, Maki stated, fatigue evident in his demeanor as he approached Rasa, bowing slightly in respect. His voice carried a mixture of exhaustion and pride in having fulfilled his duty. Any updates from Chiyo? Rasa inquired, his brow furrowed with concern as he gazed into the distance, worry etched upon his features. Originally, Chunin village launched a fierce assault on 2 locations. Simultaneously, faced with this sudden situation, Rasa decisively dispatched Chiyo and Izo to confront the enemy at the other battlefield, which had relatively fewer personnel. At this moment, his primary concern was the situation on that front. Upon hearing Rasa's inquiry, Maki promptly replied, "Yes, Lord Kazekage. We have just received news that Chiyo's side has achieved a resounding victory as well, and they are currently hastening back to the village." At this news, Rasa's tense expression eased slightly. He nodded gently and said solemnly, "Immediately select some lightly injured ninjas from among our ranks to remain here and guard the border defense. The rest shall return to the village with me to recuperate." With that, he turned his gaze toward the distance, his eyes reflecting ambition and expectation, determined to see how he could reverse the tide of fate. Chapter 2. System Activation. You have finally returned. After nearly 2 hours, the group finally arrived at the village. Throughout the journey, their hearts were heavy with anticipation of returning home, yet burdened by the potential unforeseen changes that awaited them. However, upon stepping into the village, they were greeted by the enthusiastic villagers who had come to welcome them. Yet, amid this lively and warm atmosphere, a surreal ambience lingered. The surviving ninjas, gazing at their familiar homeland and beloved faces, felt a myriad of emotions. They genuinely realized that they were still alive, truly returned to this warm haven. Yet, at the same time, some ninjas who had lost family or comrades could no longer contain their sorrow and began to weep softly, their tears seeming to be a cathartic release of their endless longing for departed loved ones and comrades. Every brutal war signifies the eternal loss of countless lives and the shattering of many families. This is an unavoidable reality and a heavy burden on the hearts of every ninja. At this moment, Rasa, as the Kazekage of Sunagakure, did not linger his gaze on the weeping ninjas. It was not due to a lack of compassion, but rather an understanding that, as a leader, he must maintain calmness and strength in this critical time. He could not allow emotions to sway him, nor let sorrow cloud his judgment. Only in this manner could he lead Sunagakure towards strength and minimize the chances of similar tragedies occurring in the future. As soon as Rasa entered the precincts of Sunagakure, he unhesitatingly performed the body flicker technique, swiftly arriving at the Kazekage office. Within the spacious and bright office, 2 solemn figures, Chiyo and Elder Izo, stood waiting. "Kazekage, you have arrived," Chiyo exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. "The losses we have endured are truly catastrophic. Our ninjas have suffered heavy casualties. Our numbers have dwindled by as much as 40%. Moreover, the economic losses are incalculable. I cannot fathom how long it will take to recover. Sunagakure may be unable to withstand any wars with other ninja villages for the next decade." Her agitation intensified, causing her to tremble with rage. The other distinguished elder beside, Chiyo, nodded gravely, affirming her words. Together, they turned to Rasa, who silently observed these 2 veterans who had devoted their lives to Sunagakure. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "Indeed, Sunagakure is currently too weak to confront such predicaments. We have no choice but to forge an alliance with our neighbor, Sunagakure. This will not only mitigate external threats, but also enable us to collectively face other formidable ninja villages. Through this cooperation, we may secure a precious period of peace for Sunagakure, allowing the village to recuperate and regain its strength." Upon hearing Rasa's response, Chiyo and Izo exchanged glances, then silently nodded in agreement with his perspective. Under the current circumstances, Sunagakure indeed had little room for choice and could only temporarily play the subordinate role to Sunagakure. "There is no need to waste time convening a cabinet meeting to discuss this matter any further," Rasa stated, gently rubbing his forehead, seemingly fatigued. He continued, You too shall convey this decision to the other members. I truly do not wish to engage in endless debates with those obstinate individuals. It is a waste of energy and time. As senior figures in the cabinet, your words carry considerable weight. After delivering this message, Rasa leaned back in his chair, slightly closing his eyes in an attempt to momentarily escape the pressures of these troubling matters. Chiyo and Izo, recognizing Rasa's state, took their leave with a body flicker technique. Once they departed, Rasa continued to ponder how to develop Sunagakure, considering the geographical conditions and potential pathways for growth. He shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling somewhat powerless. Ding! The system detected the host's distress over how to develop his influence, and the development equals strength system was successfully activated. In an instant, a semi-transparent panel materialized before Rasa's eyes. Current host name, Rasa. Identity, 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure. Strength, average Kage level. Influence, Sunagakure Ninja Village. Population, 947,000. Territory, entire Wind Country. Influence cohesion, 90. Ninja count, 171 Jonin. Others below, Jonin not counted, special Jonin excluded. For any confusion, please refer to the end of Chapter 45 where I discuss and explain. Total wealth, 500 million. Operational funds, 80 million. Finally, it has arrived. As Rasa gazed at the panel before him, a wave of delight washed over him, relieved that the system had finally activated. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to resort to using magnet release to pan for gold in the desert. That was a laborious task, one Rasa wished to avoid unless absolutely necessary. System, please tell me what functionalities you possess. Rasa eagerly inquired. Ding. This system exists to assist the host in becoming the world's most formidable power, the system responded. The functionalities are quite simple and practical. As long as the host completes the system's tasks, he may participate in a lottery, acquiring items that can aid him. Listening to the system's explanation, Rasa felt no disappointment over its simplicity. Rather, it suggested ease of use, requiring minimal time to familiarize himself with its operations. System, do you have a free beginner's lottery opportunity? Rasa recalled that in many novels from his previous life, systems often provided a starter gift package. Yes, brother, yes. There are a total of 3 such lottery opportunities. Upon hearing this, Rasa was elated and immediately sought to participate in the lottery. Upon opening the lottery interface, a massive spinning wheel suddenly appeared at the center of the screen, shrouded in colorful mist, obscuring its contents. Undeterred by the obscurity, Rasa pressed the button labeled lottery without hesitation. The pointer on the lottery wheel began to spin, and as its speed increased, so did Rasa's excitement. In a short while, the pointer gradually came to a stop, accompanied by the system's notification sound. Congratulations, host. You have won a pair of Chiyo's underwear. Oh my, what are you doing? Luo Sha fell back, half embedded in the ground, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. It was truly astonishing that this was his first lottery draw, and he ended up with such an item. What on earth is the system playing at? Ding dong. The host can now draw from the myriad wonders of the Naruto world, entirely dependent on the host's luck, with no connection to the system. At that moment, Chiyo, having just returned home and finished her bath, discovered that her underwear, left on the windowsill, had vanished. Immediately, she began to search, only to find nothing. Realizing something was amiss, she shouted, "Who dares to steal my underwear? I will make you the ugliest puppet if I find you." Meanwhile, in the office of the Wind Shadow, Luo Sha stifled a yawn, wiped his nose, rubbed his hands together, and pressed the button for the lottery draw. Let's exchange a mere 1% of your charm for this golden opportunity. As the roulette spun, the pointer finally settled on a square shimmering with golden light. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the blueprint for underground irrigation in the desert along with desert wheat seeds. With this blueprint, you can create an underground irrigation system. And once completed, you can plant the accompanying wheat seeds, yielding 10 tons of grain per hectare in 2 to 3 harvests annually. Oh my, you are truly stunning. A golden legend. I've hit the jackpot. I knew they would provide me with something good to help me develop at the start. Otherwise, how could I possibly get going? Unable to tear his eyes away from the precious item before him, Luo Sha realized that with this blueprint, he wouldn't need to worry about the survival of Sunagakure for the time being. Tomorrow, he would seek out someone to test it. Afterward, Luo Sha glanced at his last chance for a draw, pondered for a moment, and decided against it. Although he had drawn a pair of underwear on his first attempt, he felt that his luck could not possibly extend further today. He would save it for next time. In a flash, Luo Sha vanished, akin to performing the body flicker technique, and soon arrived at his doorstep. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, his gaze immediately landing on the familiar table. On it lay several plates of pre-prepared dishes. Though simple in style, the meticulous arrangement and enticing aroma revealed the care taken by the cook. At that moment, soft sounds emanated from the kitchen. Following the noise, Luo Sha saw Karura bustling over the stove. She wore an apron, wielded a spatula, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. A few strands of hair fell beside her cheek, yet it did not distract her from her focused cooking. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Karura whipped her head around. Upon seeing Luo Sha before her, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. She immediately set down her utensils and hurried towards him. Reaching Luo Sha, she unhesitatingly opened her arms and embraced him tightly, burying her head in his chest, softly whispering, "You've finally returned." Chapter 3. The World of Family They have returned. Gazing at the tightly embraced Karuro, Rasha's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the moment he first traversed into this world. At that time, although he had fully assimilated the memories of the original owner, he felt little emotional stirrings when faced with the original owner's wife. Yet, as time passed, Karuro's innate kindness and breathtaking beauty stirred within him a twinge of compassion, even for one well-versed in the narrative. In this new life, Rasha silently vowed never to allow Karuro to tread the sorrowful path of her former existence once more. Just as Rasha was lost in reflection, a melodious voice suddenly pierced the air. "Daddy, is that you?" In an instant, two small figures came rushing down from the second floor, akin to two jubilant birds, and dashed straight towards Rasha. Upon closer inspection, he realized these were none other than Shumaru and Kankuru from the original tale. At this moment, the siblings radiated innocent joy, bouncing up to Rasha and tightly clinging to his legs, unwilling to let go. It must be said that the youthful Shumaru and Kankuru were utterly adorable. As for the sudden responsibility of fatherhood, Rasha had been striving to adjust and accept it. After all, these two little ones undeniably shared an unbreakable bond of blood with him. "Your father has just returned and hasn't eaten or rested yet. Quickly, wash your hands and join us for dinner." Karuro exhibited the traits of a devoted wife and mother, directing the three as she made her way to the kitchen to retrieve the utensils, neatly arranging them on the table. The family gathered around the dining table, beginning to enjoy their evening meal. The atmosphere was imbued with warmth and tranquility, as if the entire world had been shut out, leaving no disturbances. At the table, Rasha wore a smile as he animatedly recounted amusing tales from his journey, omitting any unpleasant details. The children listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder, occasionally erupting into joyful laughter. Whenever he reached an exciting part of the story, their laughter would swell, their faces glowing with happiness and satisfaction. Beside them, Karuro gazed tenderly at her husband and children, occasionally reaching out with her chopsticks to serve delicious dishes to the three. Although she said little, her attentive demeanor and the occasional knowing smile in response to Rasha's storytelling conveyed the profound love she held for this family. As time passed, Rasha's stories flowed one after another, and the children's laughter echoed in delightful waves. Karuro remained quietly by their side, enveloping the small home with her warmth. In that moment, familial bonds, joy, and tenderness intertwined, creating an exquisitely beautiful tableau. Amidst the cheerful laughter and pleasant conversations, the sumptuous dinner finally drew to a close. With a smile, Rasha looked at the adorable children before him, his heart brimming with paternal affection and warmth. He stood up, gently clapped his hands to signal for everyone to quiet down. "Children, let us engage in an entertaining game of ninjutsu," Rasha announced with a grin. Upon hearing this, the children immediately perked up, eagerly gathering around him. Rasha patiently explained the rules of the game, using various ninjutsu techniques to make it even more engaging. The children widened their eyes in concentration, occasionally gasping and cheering in delight. They earnestly mimicked Rasha's ninjutsu poses, their comical attempts eliciting laughter from Karuro, filling the courtyard with lively energy. In the midst of their merriment, they lost track of time. As bedtime approached, Karuro gently approached, her gaze soft as she observed the children still engrossed in play. However, the hour was late, and to ensure the children received ample rest, Karuro softly urged, "Shumaru, Karu, it's time for bed." There are many exciting things awaiting you tomorrow." Hearing their mother's words, the children, though reluctant, nodded obediently, bidding farewell to Rasa before following Kururo to the bedroom. Rasa, too, was in dire need of rest. For the battlefield demanded unwavering focus, and a moment's lapse could lead to dire consequences. His mental energy had been drained, akin to a well run dry. Thus he returned to his bedroom with a sense of relief. As he contemplated which plot of land to cultivate and considered alliances with Konoha, he was soon interrupted by a gentle creak. The door slowly swung open, revealing Kururo's graceful silhouette at the threshold. She entered the room quietly, her gaze settling upon Rasa, who had not yet succumbed to slumber. Noticing this, Kururo's lips curled into a charming smile. Without hesitation, like a delicate butterfly, she glided to the bedside, gently lifting a corner of the blanket before slipping beneath it. Once ensconced in the warmth of the covers, Kururo wrapped her arms around Rasa, akin to a nimble octopus, nestling her head against his broad chest, absorbing the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, filling her with warmth and tranquility. As Rasa felt the sudden presence of a soft form within his embrace, he initially blinked in surprise, then looked down to see Kururo nestled against him. Beholding her enchanting visage and the depth of emotion in her eyes, a wave of guilt swept over Rasa. He was acutely aware of the debt he owed Kururo during his absence, leaving her to bear the solitude and longing alone. With this thought, Rasa enveloped Kururo tightly in his arms, as if wishing to merge her essence with his own. Chapter 4. The state of the village and the workers' excitement the following day. The morning sunlight filtered gently through the wispy clouds, casting a warm glow upon the ground. Supporting himself against the wall, Rasa stepped out of his bedroom. Breakfast had already been laid out on the table, and upon noticing the note left behind, he realized that Kururo had rushed off to tend to the injured ninja from the previous day. As the wife of the Hokage, Kururo was not merely an ordinary ninja, but one of the few medical ninjas in Sunagakure. Seated at the dining table, Rasa savored the delicious breakfast, relishing each bite. Once the last crumb of bread had vanished, he rose slowly, adjusted his attire, and stepped outside. His pace was steady as he headed toward the Kazekage tower. He chose to walk rather than employ ninjutsu, wishing to immerse himself in the village's atmosphere and gain a deeper understanding of the villagers' true living conditions. After all, as the newly appointed leader, he recognized the weight of his responsibilities and the necessity of remaining attuned to the community. Along the way, Rasa wore a warm smile, greeting the villagers he passed. Upon seeing the esteemed Kazekage, the villagers paused their tasks, responding enthusiastically to his greetings. It seemed that there was no barrier between Rasa and the villagers. Some even took the initiative to update him on their recent experiences. From their earnest words, he could genuinely sense the trust and admiration they held for him. This bond with the villagers was forged through Rasa's consistent assistance in their work and his formidable strength, which perhaps, alongside his unwavering resolve, endeared him to the people. Amidst the fluttering leaves, as Rasa advanced along the path leading to the Kazekage building, he found the road to be notably desolate. Scattered along the streets were a meager number of vendor stalls, with only a handful of small shops managing to remain open. Although pedestrians greeted him with considerable warmth, Rasa could not help but notice their somewhat frail physiques. Witnessing this scene, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Upon returning to the Kazekage building, Rasa promptly summoned a member of the Umbu and issued a directive to call upon Maki. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as they approached, and the heavy door creaked open to reveal a tall, resolute man stepping inside. "My lord, I have arrived," Maki announced, bowing slightly with a tone of respect. Rasa regarded Maki with a serious expression, retrieving a weathered parchment scroll from his robes and solemnly presenting it to Maki. "Recently, I fortuitously acquired a highly significant secret blueprint. You must immediately set out to gather all trustworthy craftsmen from our Sunagakure. It is imperative that they dedicate their efforts to a thorough study of this blueprint. This matter is of utmost importance and must not be allowed to falter." At this, Rasa emphasized his words, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. Maki accepted the scroll with both hands, though some confusion lingered in his mind. He understood, however, that as a confidant of the Kazekage, his duty was to execute orders without question. "Understood, Kazekage-sama. I shall dedicate myself fully to this task. You need not worry." After a moment's hesitation, Maki added, "Regarding how to discern those unworthy of trust and what precautions to observe while gathering the craftsmen, I would appreciate your guidance, my lord." Rasa contemplated briefly before responding. When selecting craftsmen, prioritize those who have long served the village and possess commendable character. Additionally, be vigilant for any recent unusual contacts with the outside world. As for the specific operational details, you may adapt them as circumstances dictate. However, above all, ensure the security and confidentiality of the blueprint. It must not fall into the hands or eyes of any unreliable individuals. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Maki reiterated with a bow, signaling his full comprehension of Rasa's intent. He then turned and exited the room. Rasa continued to watch Maki depart and absent-mindedly called out a name, Yashimaru. A figure adorned with a bandaged hat and concealed by a mask appeared before Rasa, kneeling on one knee. It was Yashimaru, a member of Rasa's Zambu and also the brother of Karura, who in the original narrative is Gaara's uncle. What is your command, Kazekage-sama? Yashimaru inquired. Now, relinquish your Umbu identity. I require you to lead a team of elite ninjas to Konoha for alliance negotiations. Remember, no matter what terms Konoha proposes, as long as they do not undermine the fundamental interests of Sunagakure, agree to them. Rasa instructed Yashimaru, enunciating each word carefully. Yashimaru gazed at Rasa in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the rationale behind this directive. Rasa shook his head, gazing out of the window at the sky. Sunagakure is currently in a weakened state. This is the only path to maintaining a temporary peace. Only through peace can we foster development and reverse our current predicament. Looking into Rasa's eyes, Yashimaru clenched his fists briefly before letting them fall helplessly, sighing, I will do my utmost to fulfill this mission. Return swiftly. Shikaku and Kankuro are awaiting your company for some fun, Rasa added. Upon hearing these names, Yashimaru's face softened into a fond smile, and he nodded, disappearing in a flash with a body flicker technique. Meanwhile, dozens of skilled craftsmen, renowned for their abilities and unwavering loyalty to Sunagakure, gathered from various corners of the village. They whispered among themselves, their faces marked with curiosity and confusion, wondering what could have prompted their summons. Low murmurs of speculation echoed through the crowd. Yet no one could ascertain the true reason. At this moment, Maki rose to his feet, surveying the assembly. Noticing that most had arrived, he slowly extracted an aged blueprint from his robes. The parchment appeared worn, its edges slightly curled, bearing the marks of time. Esteemed colleagues, this blueprint was fortuitously acquired by the Kazekage. He places great importance on it, and has specifically entrusted me to deliver it to you for study. Here he paused, casting a serious gaze over each individual present, before emphasizing, this blueprint is of critical significance, impacting the future development of our Sunagakure. Therefore, all who are fortunate enough to witness this document must uphold the utmost secrecy. Not a single word must escape to the outside world. Any breach will incur the strictest of penalties. Upon hearing this, a collective wave of curiosity surged among the crowd. What manner of blueprint could command such gravity? Why was it necessary for so many to gather and maintain absolute confidentiality regarding its existence? Under the eager and expectant gazes of the assembly, Maki delicately retrieved the mysterious blueprint and passed it to the foremost craftsman. As this craftsman received the document, he became utterly engrossed in its examination. Time slipped by, and 20 minutes elapsed, yet he showed no inclination to pass it along to the next individual. Impatience began to brew among the craftsmen waiting their turn, prompting them to urge, hurry up, we want to see it too. However, the first craftsman seemed oblivious to their calls, fixated on the blueprint before him. Noticing the unusual situation, Maki stood and swiftly approached the craftsman, intending to reclaim the blueprint. Yet, to his astonishment, no matter how forcefully he tugged, the craftsman clung to the document with unwavering resolve. What was even more unexpected was the sight of tears shimmering in the craftsman's eyes. Where did this blueprint come from? He exclaimed, wide-eyed with disbelief, his voice trembling with excitement. This is nothing short of a miracle. I have dedicated my life to crafting various tools, yet I have never encountered such an expansive and intricately detailed design. It possesses the potential to allow crops to take root and flourish amidst the vast, sandy deserts. Faced with the fervent gazes of the crowd, Maki found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond, for even he was ignorant of the blueprint's origins. At that moment, the other craftsmen, who had been diligently working, paused upon hearing Maki's exclamation, and they surged forward like a tidal wave, eager to behold the legendary blueprint with their own eyes. Under Maki's careful guidance, The blueprint was gradually passed from one craftsman to another, each recipient revealing an unmistakable spark of excitement in their eyes. Some individuals even trembled slightly, as if cradling a rare treasure. Others knelt down, weeping profusely, exclaiming, "The future of Sunagakure finally holds hope." In an instant, an atmosphere of excitement and emotion enveloped the entire workshop. Maki, uncertain of how to proceed, decided to wait until their tears subsided. At that moment, the artisan who had meticulously examined the blueprints hurried to Maki's side, his expression grave and anxious as he expressed his fervent desire. "This blueprint is of paramount importance. Therefore, I earnestly request that you arrange for us to meet Lord Kazekage." Maki stood firm, his gaze penetrating as he fixed his eyes on the artisan's sincere and earnest ones, slowly responding, "I cannot ascertain whether Lord Kazekage has the time or willingness to meet you, but rest assured, I will convey your words to him verbatim." Upon hearing Maki's words, the artisan's previously taut nerves relaxed a bit, and they expressed their gratitude in unison, saying, "That is more than sufficient. Thank you for your willingness to relay our message." Chapter 5. The Assistance of the Sage of Six Paths. I will always stand by you in the office of the Kazekage. Rasa sat at his desk, attentively listening to the information conveyed by Maki. When he heard about the artisan's desire to meet him, Rasa nodded in understanding. After all, it was only natural for them to be excited about such an extraordinary development. After a moment of contemplation, Rasa nodded slowly, indicating his agreement to meet the artisans. He then stood up, adjusted his attire, and followed Maki out of the office. Throughout the journey, the two exchanged few words, merely walking in silence. Before long, they arrived at a relatively hidden workshop, tucked away in a corner of the village, difficult to discover without guidance. Upon entering the workshop, Rasa felt the weight of countless gazes instantly fixated upon him. He looked up to see a group of artisans staring intently, their eyes brimming with excitement, as if they wished to consume him whole with their fervent stares. At that moment, a relatively young artisan, unable to contain his curiosity and eagerness, appeared ready to rush towards Rasa to inquire about the origin of the mysterious blueprint. However, a slightly older, more experienced artisan swiftly grabbed his arm, preventing him from advancing. The young artisan turned to the elder, puzzled as to why he was being held back. The elder gently shook his head, signaling for him to remain calm. Rasa observed all of this with a slight smile, then cleared his throat, raising his voice to address all the artisans present. "I am sure that curiosity fills your hearts at this moment, and you are eager to learn the origins of this blueprint. During our recent battle, as I engaged fiercely with the enemy, an inexplicable force drew my soul into a mysterious realm. There, I encountered a figure clad in pristine white robes, unlike any ninja I had ever seen, with hair as white as snow and adorned with a forehead protector embellished with exquisite red patterns, radiating a soft glow. His unique purple eyes bore intricate markings. Upon seeing me, this enigmatic elder spoke. This is a crucial artifact that will provide immense assistance to Sunagakure. With that, he entrusted me with the blueprint." The crowd listened intently to Rasa's account, their faces betraying a hint of skepticism. Such an extraordinary experience was indeed hard to believe, plunging the atmosphere into silence. Just then, a deep and resonant voice pierced through the stillness. Could he possibly be the Sage of Six Paths? At this utterance, a wave of commotion erupted among the crowd. The Sage of Six Paths is a legendary figure, said to be the creator of the entire ninja world, the originator of all ninjutsu. If this were true, the value of the blueprint would be beyond measure. Observing the crowd's reaction, Rasa thought to himself that he could use the Sage of Six Paths as a shield. Indeed, it proved quite effective. The way the crowd gazed at Rasa shifted. To be chosen by the sage and bestowed such a divine artifact signified that he was truly capable of leading Sunagakure towards greatness. Among the crowd, one artisan stood out. Elderly yet still erect, his gaze fixed intently on Rasa, eagerly inquiring, "Did the Sage of Six Paths say anything else?" His tone brimmed with anticipation and desire, as if hoping to hear more exhilarating news from Rasa. Rasa recognized this artisan. His name was Shati, the most distinguished craftsman in Sunagakure, renowned for his exceptional skills and invaluable contributions to the village, as well as being the leader of this group of artisans. Seizing the opportunity, Rasa smoothly took over the conversation, replying unhurriedly. The sage mentioned that he will always keep an eye on Sunagakure and promised that should we ever require assistance in the future, he would lend us his support once more. As soon as the words left his mouth, the already fervent crowd erupted into a frenzy, the atmosphere charged with excitement. They whispered among themselves, their faces alight with barely contained enthusiasm. Observing the uproar, Rasha's expression grew serious. He understood that if these words were to leak out, they could bring unforeseen troubles, so he raised his voice, warning sternly, "What I have said today must not be disclosed to anyone without my permission. Those who defy this will be treated as traitors." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes toward Rasa, who wore a solemn expression exuding an undeniable authority. A shiver ran through them, and they quickly suppressed their earlier excitement, bowing deeply towards Rasa in unison, affirming, "Yes. Now then, time is of the essence, and the task is formidable. I require you to commence your work immediately, delving into this vital blueprint with utmost speed. Maki has already secured the most suitable worksite and enlisted skilled artisans. It is now your turn to showcase your talents. Your mission is to transform the concepts within this blueprint into tangible reality, bringing prosperity and advancement to our beloved Sunagakure as soon as possible. I believe that if you all unite and give your utmost effort, this grand undertaking will surely succeed. When that time comes, each of your names will be eternally etched upon the walls of Sunagakure, symbols of unparalleled glory, revered by future generations." Upon hearing these words, the crowd's emotions surged even higher, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they responded in unison, "Yes." Their voices resonated harmoniously, echoing throughout the room, as if striving to pierce the very roof and reach the skies. At this moment, standing quietly aside and observing everything, Rasa noted the lively atmosphere and the orderly arrangement of tasks, realizing there was nothing left that required his personal judgment. With a swift motion, he vanished like a specter, leaving only a faint trace to attest to his recent presence. Upon stepping outside, Rasa chose not to return to the Wind Shadow building, but proceeded directly towards his home. As noon approached, sunlight bathed the streets, casting long shadows. For Rasa, despite the busyness of work, sharing lunch with his family held equal significance. He was unwilling to sacrifice those precious moments with his loved ones for the sake of his duties, as this was a small selfish desire nestled deep within his heart. As he gently pushed open the door, a wave of savory aromas enveloped him. Entering the house, he found Kururo focused on cooking in the kitchen. However, Rasa perceptibly noticed a hint of melancholy on her beautiful face, a subtle expression of dejection. He quickly approached her from behind, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and resting his chin on her shoulder, softly inquiring, "My dear, why do you appear so glum? Has someone upset our beloved lady?" Kururo turned her head, gazing at her husband, who often donned a frivolous demeanor, and with a resigned sigh, she slowly replied, "Today, I treated some injured ninjas. But several of them were in such critical condition that even with all my medical ninjutsu, I was powerless to help. I had to watch them slowly succumb to their pain and despair." At this point, tears welled in her eyes. Their families were there, pleading with me to save them. And the sorrowful, hopeful faces were utterly heartbreaking. Yet, I truly felt helpless. These ninjas may have been the sole pillars of their families, and now, in their quest to protect the village, they have left this world forever. Upon hearing this, Rasa's previously jovial countenance grew solemn. He inhaled deeply, then, with a serious expression, spoke in a low yet resolute voice, "Indeed, war is merciless and brutal. Each battle is accompanied by bloodshed and death, and every charge may signify the end of a life. However, as a leader, I am acutely aware of the monumental responsibility I bear." He paused, his gaze drifting to the distance, as if he could envision the villagers who had valiantly fought on the battlefield only to meet an untimely fate. He continued, "What I can do is provide sufficient compensation for those fallen heroes to comfort their families. At the same time, I must offer warm solace to the surviving warriors, assuring them that their sacrifices are not in vain." After uttering these words, Rasa gently turned to face Kururo, extending his broad palm to clasp her somewhat delicate hand. His eyes brimmed with tenderness and concern as he softly declared, "My dear, this journey is fraught with challenges, but trust in me. For I shall strive with all my might to lead us towards the path of peace, ensuring that our descendants will never again endure the suffering brought about by conflict." Kururo gazed at the steadfast and affectionate man before her, her heart swelling with emotion and trust. A gentle smile graced her lips, her eyes shimmering with light as she affectionately responded, "I have no doubt that you will succeed. No matter the obstacles we face, I will always be by your side, supporting and encouraging you. For I know that as long as you are here, anything is possible. Chapter 6. The Cabinet's Decision and Peace Talks with Konoha. At the dining table, Rasa continued to engage harmoniously with his children, laughter and joy resonating around them. As a father, he dutifully fulfilled his responsibilities, his face perpetually adorned with a warm and loving smile. During the meal, Rasa attentively listened to his children recount amusing tales from school, offering appropriate responses and encouragement. Occasionally, he seized opportunities to impart valuable life lessons, guiding them to cultivate sound values and perspectives. Once his wife and children had finished their meal contentedly, Rasa did not opt for a moment's respite. Instead, he swiftly rose and hurried towards the Wind Shadow building. After all, the war had only just concluded, and numerous intricate political matters awaited his personal scrutiny and resolution. Within the innermost chamber of the Wind Shadow building, a large round table enveloped the room, where a dozen elderly men clad in white robes sat with grave expressions, fervently discussing critical issues. Among them were Elder Chiyo and Elder Kazu. Elder Chiyo, I truly cannot comprehend why we must ally with Konoha, one elder passionately questioned, visibly agitated. You must be well aware that they have slain many of our comrades. Now, we are to humbly request their alliance? This is an utter disgrace. Given the characters of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, they will undoubtedly impose excessively harsh conditions on us, mercilessly extorting us. I fail to understand how the Wind Shadow has arrived at such a decision. A frail, wrinkled elder trembled with rage, pounding the worn table as he vociferously protested. This matter cannot be undertaken so lightly. As he spoke, a cacophony of dissent arose around him, with many echoing his sentiments. Elder Chiyo and Elder Kazu exchanged silent glances, each recognizing the deep-seated frustration reflected in the other's cloudy eyes. Since its inception, the Sand Village had established a cabinet system to disperse the power held by the Wind Shadow, ensuring a more favorable and stable development for the village. As part of this power structure, both Elder Chiyo and Elder Kazu were vested interests, thus unable to openly defy the will of others, despite their discontent. These antiquated, obstinate old men resembled a band of short-sighted frogs at the bottom of a well, fixated on minor gains without consideration for long-term planning. Yet, it was troublesome that this very group, once instrumental in the village's establishment, had made indelible contributions. Consequently, as the current Wind Shadow, Rasa was reluctant to engage in prolonged disputes with these stubborn elders or to exhaust himself explaining grand theories. After considerable contemplation, he ultimately decided to send Elder Chiyo and Elder Kazu to mediate the discord. Upon hearing these words, a hint of resignation crossed Elder Chiyo's wrinkled face. But she steeled herself, her gaze sweeping over each individual in the room before she solemnly addressed them. Gentlemen, please listen. The Wind Shadow's decision is undoubtedly born of careful consideration and profound intent. Think about it. Our Sand Village has just endured a brutal conflict, suffering heavy casualties and facing an overwhelming economic burden. Furthermore, the number of ninja missions from the Land of Wind has been steadily declining, and our village's current strength is insufficient to withstand even a single attack from another ninja village. Chiyo paused for a moment, inhaled deeply, and continued, thus, the only course of action available to us at present is to forge an alliance with Konoha, which would stabilize our current situation and prevent the Sunagakure from being caught in a dire predicament of being attacked from all sides. I hope everyone can appreciate the sincere intentions of Lord Kazekage. At that juncture, the usually silent Hai Laotsong stepped forward to lend his support, stating, indeed, Chiyo speaks the truth. In the past, the fourth Kazekage accepted the mantle during a crisis, swiftly restoring order in Sunagakure after the mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage, and successfully repelling the formidable enemy. His leadership and wisdom are evident. We ought to have unwavering faith in him. However, despite Chiyo and Hai Laotsong articulating their points, the assembly of grim-faced cabinet members remained utterly reluctant. They clenched their jaws in silence, feeling powerless. The circumstances left them no choice but to accept the proposal of an alliance with Konoha. Ultimately, despite several elders displaying their dissatisfaction, they resigned themselves to this course of action. In the Kazekage's office, a tranquil silence enveloped the room. Rasa sat at his desk, his gaze composed as he focused on Hai Laotsong and Chiyo, who elaborated on the details of the meeting. Rasa listened attentively, occasionally nodding in understanding. Once the two had finished, he remained silent, though his furrowed brow betrayed his inner turmoil. He was acutely aware that the long-standing issue of power fragmentation within Sunagakure had become a significant impediment to the village's growth and strength. Many decisions beneficial to the village often faltered due to the entangled interests of various factions. Even commendable policy proposals rarely garnered widespread acceptance. This realization prompted a quiet sigh from Rasa. Yet, given the urgency of the moment, following a devastating conflict, it was ill-advised to incite discord and infighting within the village. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to seize control of all power for himself. Very well, he thought with a smirk of cold amusement. Let those with ulterior motives enjoy their freedom for a while longer. When the time is ripe, after calming his thoughts, Rasa shifted his focus to Chiyo and inquired, "By the way, Chiyo, have there been any updates regarding your grandson, Sasori? I have been quite concerned." In truth, Rasa was well aware of Sasori's whereabouts. Chiyo, her face etched with sorrow, slowly shook her head, her mind drifting back to that heart-wrenching past. Ever since the death of his parents, Sasori had seemingly transformed. The once vivacious child had become withdrawn, spending all his time crafting puppets in isolation, severing ties with the outside world. Particularly after the third Kazekage's mysterious disappearance, Chiyo had not laid eyes on Sasori again. Frantic, she searched the entire village. But her efforts yielded only despair. It was as if he had vanished without a trace. Clenching her fists, her nails digging painfully into her palms, she was consumed by guilt and regret. It is all my fault. Had I only paid more attention to him, had I kept a closer watch, perhaps none of this would have transpired. If he were to suffer some misfortune, how could I ever face his deceased parents in the afterlife? Tears welled up in her eyes at the thought. At that moment, Hai Laotsang gently patted Chiyo's shoulder, attempting to offer her some solace. He spoke softly. "Do not worry too much, Chiyo. Sasori is the most formidable puppeteer in our village. Perhaps he has merely ventured out for some adventure. With his skills, he will surely be safe." Upon hearing this, Rasa, who had just risen, quickly echoed, "Indeed, Chiyo. Sasori is incredibly talented. He must be doing well. Perhaps he will surprise us by appearing before us one day." However, only Rasa understood the grim reality, that Sasori had indeed reunited with Chiyo, but met his end at her hands. Yet, for now, he could not utter this truth. Chiyo lifted her gaze to the blazing sun suspended in the sky, murmuring, "I hope you are right, and that he is safe and sound in this world." Despite her words, her eyes betrayed an undeniable concern and longing. The scene shifted to Yashimaru and his companions arriving at the gates of Konoha. It was clear that Minato had already been apprised of the relevant information. He stood at the village entrance with a warm smile, surrounded by a cadre of ANBU ninjas adorned with various animal masks. Each ANBU member stood tall, their expressions grave, emanating an aura that could instill fear. As Yashimaru caught sight of Minato from a distance, he quickly donned a smile and jogged forward, stopping a few steps away to bow respectfully. "It is a tremendous honor to meet you, fourth Hokage," Yashimaru exclaimed with a beaming smile, filled with deference. Minato, recognizing the moment, approached with alacrity, grasping Yashimaru's hands enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed guest from Sunagakure. The sun is blazing outside. Let us proceed to my Hokage office for a more thorough discussion." With that, he firmly held Yashimaru's hand and turned toward the Hokage building. Following Minato, Yashimaru's gaze flickered over the bustling streets of Konoha. The thoroughfare was alive with the hustle and bustle of traffic and pedestrians, each face radiating happiness and joy. This scene filled Yashimaru with envy. Indeed, the land of fire's development surpassed that of the land of wind. However, as he cast his eyes back to Minato's retreating figure, a smirk crept upon his face. "I fear that once we enter the Hokage office, the fourth Hokage may not be so genial." Before long, they arrived at the Grand Hokage office located at the heart of the village. The building exuded solemnity and authority, symbolizing the core power and status of Konoha. As they entered the office, a diminutive yet vigorous elder came into view. Minato approached him with a broad smile and warmly introduced, "This is the third Hokage." Yashimaru followed Minato's gesture, and upon seeing the elder known as Sarutobi Hiruzen, he forced a stiff smile and bowed. "It is a pleasure to meet you, third Hokage." Although he appeared respectful, the smile did not quite reach his eyes, leaving his true intentions elusive. Sarutobi, seemingly accustomed to such encounters, wore a smile as he nodded at Yashimaru and waved his hand, signaling everyone to take a seat. However, before Minato could utter a word, Sarutobi preemptively asked, "Might I inquire the purpose of your delegation's visit from Sunagakure?" Though he was fully aware of the intent behind their arrival, he feigned ignorance to seize the initiative in the conversation. Upon hearing these words, Yakimaru discreetly cast a glance at Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi, and then began to ponder internally. After a brief moment, he slowly responded, "To speak candidly, I have come to visit your esteemed village on behalf of Sunagakure, primarily to discuss the matter of forming an alliance with Konoha. In these tumultuous times, the competition among the great ninja villages has intensified. We in Sunagakure believe that if we can forge a close alliance with Konoha, supporting each other back-to-back and collaborating in battle, we can effectively ward off threats from the other 3 major ninja villages." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled lightly, saying, "You have quite the sense of humor. How could Konoha possibly face such numerous threats? We have established ceasefire agreements with several other ninja villages, and it is unlikely that any unforeseen circumstances will arise in the near future. On the contrary, your village has recently endured a fierce battle, and I can only imagine the heavy toll it has taken on you." Yakimaru maintained his smile, fully aware that achieving a smooth alliance with Konoha without any costs would be a formidable challenge. He spoke, "Although Konoha may appear to be free from immediate threats, I am sure everyone present understands the nature of Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Those factions are relentless in their pursuits, and, despite their recent failures, they will undoubtedly return with renewed vigor. Even with Konoha's profound roots, it cannot withstand such continuous attrition forever. Should we establish an alliance, Sunagakure could assist Konoha in safeguarding its territories, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on your village." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his weathered face displaying disdain and skepticism. "That may be so, but shouldn't your village reflect on its actions? How many times have you unilaterally torn up ceasefire agreements and launched attacks on Konoha? Now that your strength has waned, you come seeking an alliance with us. How can we easily trust in your sincerity?" Hiruzen's penetrating gaze fixed firmly on Yakimaru, his voice betraying an unmistakable ire. Yakimaru stood there, momentarily at a loss for words in response to Hiruzen's inquiries. He understood that Sunagakure had indeed been at fault. However, the Wind Country, despite its vastness, suffers from resource scarcity, and to sustain the village's survival and development, it has been compelled to engage in warfare to procure the necessary resources, a truly lamentable necessity. Although Yakimaru harbored little fondness for Konoha, and even lost a dear friend to Konoha's shinobi, he swallowed his dissatisfaction, mustering a smile to apologize to Hiruzen and Minato. "The past is indeed our fault, and I sincerely apologize to you both. After signing the alliance, Sunagakure will strictly enforce regulations to prevent any similar incidents from recurring. So please rest assured." Yakimaru spoke earnestly, his tone humble, hoping to quell their anger and successfully achieve the alliance. Hiruzen slowly lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he turned to Minato. Minato nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. With that affirmation, Hiruzen shifted his attention back to Yakimaru, stating in an undeniable tone, "The alliance is feasible, but your village must compensate for the losses incurred during our last conflict. Otherwise, this matter need not be discussed further." In truth, Yakimaru had anticipated this demand, hence he did not protest on the spot. Yet, confronted with such conditions, he couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness. At that moment, he could only silently observe Minato and Hiruzen, his eyes revealing an indescribable sense of helplessness and pain. Hiruzen continued mercilessly, specifically, "Your village must provide Konoha with 1 S-rank ninjutsu, 3 A-rank ninjutsu, and 50 million ryo as compensation. This is the absolute minimum acceptable to us." When Yakimaru heard these words, his anger ignited instantaneously. 50 million ryo was an astronomical sum for the financially strained Sunagakure, undoubtedly worsening their already dire situation. More importantly, those ninjutsu were the very foundation upon which Sunagakure relied for survival and growth. Despite Yakimaru's efforts to suppress his fury, attempting not to let it manifest on his face, his slightly trembling form betrayed his true emotions. At this moment, Yakimaru was acutely aware of the weight of his responsibilities. He could not afford to display excessive discontent. Yet, such exorbitant demands were incredibly hard for him to accept. However, gazing at the 2 Hokage before him, a profound sense of powerlessness surged within him. Konoha was brimming with talent, boasting formidable figures like Minato, the yellow flash, and the exceptional Uchiha Shursui. In the face of such a powerful lineup, Sunagakure found it increasingly daunting to contend, let alone negotiate. Yakamaru clenched his teeth, filled with reluctance and resignation. After a fierce internal struggle, he ultimately chose to acquiesce. He sighed heavily, then responded, his voice slightly trembling. "Very well, I accept your conditions." As soon as Yakamaru's words left his lips, Hiruzen's previously stern expression transformed into a warm smile. He swiftly moved beside Yakamaru, extending his hand to gently clasp Yakamaru's, resembling old friends reunited after many years. Leaning closer to Yakamaru's ear, Hiruzen said in a gentle tone, "In that case, splendid. The fourth Hokage will assist you with the alliance paperwork shortly, so rest assured." Afterward, he patted Yakamaru's hand in a gesture of reassurance. Observing this, Minato instantly understood. He gestured towards the shadows behind him, and several members of the Umbu, clad in black attire, promptly emerged. They carried the prepared alliance documents and procedures, swiftly approaching Yakamaru to respectfully present them on the table. Following this, Minato smiled and gestured for Yakamaru to begin signing the documents. At this moment, Yakamaru's hands trembled with a mix of sorrow and indignation. He understood the significance of this alliance with Konoha for Sunagakure. It was undoubtedly a tremendous concession and a source of humiliation. Yet, there was no turning back. Despite the turmoil within him, Yakamaru did not hesitate, resolutely picking up the pen and inscribing his name on the document symbolizing the alliance. As the final stroke was made, Yakamaru slowly set down the pen, as if all his strength had been drained away. "Yakamaru-kun, please do visit Konoha again next time. We will ensure to host you in a more thoughtful and warm manner," Minato said with a gentle, non-threatening smile. Amicably waving goodbye to Yakamaru and his entourage as they prepared to depart from Konoha. At this moment, Yakamaru's heart was engulfed in an unbearable agony, akin to being scorched by fierce flames. In the face of Minato Namikaze's warm hospitality, he merely nodded absent-mindedly in a perfunctory manner before swiftly employing the body flicker technique, vanishing instantaneously from the sight of Minato and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Watching Yakamaru's hasty departure, Minato felt a twinge of awkwardness and could only offer a bittersweet smile to Hiruzen beside him. "Lord Third, do you think our actions this time might be a tad excessive? Given the current strength of Sunagakure, if we continue to suppress them like this, they may find it exceedingly difficult to rise again in the future." However, Hiruzen, after hearing these words, slowly shook his head in disagreement. "Minato, one must not underestimate Sunagakure. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, their foundation is far more profound than it appears. Their desire to seek our assistance to alleviate the current tense situation is merely a temporary measure. We, on the other hand, should seize the opportunity to extract sufficient benefits from this situation. This is the nature of diplomacy among the villages, a game of mutual negotiation, Minato," Hiruzen explained earnestly. After hearing this, Minato nodded gravely. He realized he had much to learn from this elder regarding village management. Meanwhile, as Yakamaru and his group crossed the border of the Land of Fire, an overwhelming fury surged within them, burning intensely, accompanied by a profound sense of humiliation that clung to them like a festering wound. Each face was contorted with rage, and a fierce killing intent radiated from their eyes, as if they were on the verge of tearing apart everything in their sight. Yet, despite their tumultuous emotions, they found themselves powerless, venting their frustrations upon the surrounding trees with brutal punches and kicks. They resembled frenzied beasts, mercilessly striking the innocent trees. The trees swayed violently under the assault, leaves cascading down while the branches creaked, as if groaning in agony. Nevertheless, the anger of Yakamaru and his companions had not diminished, but rather intensified. At that moment, Yakamaru, who had been quietly standing at the front of the group, finally turned around. His expression was as cold as ice as he silently observed the frenzied outburst of his comrades, refraining from intervening. He understood that the pent-up frustration within them needed an outlet. Suppressing it forcibly would only yield adverse effects. Thus, Yakamaru waited in silence until, after a considerable time, the group gradually ceased their actions, although their faces remained flushed and their breaths quickened. At this juncture, Yakamaru took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "All right, everyone. We cannot afford to waste any more time here. Our utmost priority is to return to Sunagakure as swiftly as possible to report the outcome of this negotiation to Lord Kazekage. All decisions shall be left to Lord Kazekage and the council. Regardless of the final result, I firmly believe that as long as we unite as one in Sunagakure, we shall eventually reclaim all that belongs to us. With that, Yakimaru gestured grandly and led the group towards Sunagakure. In the Kazekage's office, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as if water could drip from it. Yakimaru stood with his head bowed and body slightly inclined, adopting a nearly humble posture in front of the desk. I am sorry, Lord Kazekage. It is all my fault. My incompetence has resulted in the village suffering such a significant loss of precious resources. Yakimaru's voice was low, imbued with deep remorse and guilt. He hunched over, trembling hands carefully presenting the detailed account of the negotiations with Sunagakure to Rasa. Rasa sat behind the imposing desk, his expression grave, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of unnoticeable reassurance. He gently accepted the documents Yakimaru offered, slowly flipping through the pages, meticulously reading the dense text. It is all right, Yakimaru. Rasa's voice was calm and soothing, akin to a gentle spring breeze alleviating Yakimaru's anxious heart. When I sent you to participate in this negotiation, I had already prepared for the worst. Sunagakure has always been greedy, and their demands were to be expected. I apologize for the humiliation you had to endure in their presence. Rasa raised his gaze, his eyes softening as they met Yakimaru's, offering him an encouraging smile. For Rasa, the financial loss was indeed painful, but it was not irreparable. The jutsu requested by Sunagakure, while precious, was merely a temporary concession in his eyes. As long as Sunagakure could navigate through this challenging period smoothly, every sacrifice would be worthwhile. Moreover, Rasa harbored a more profound vision. He firmly believed that with the various supports and opportunities provided by the system, Sunagakure would gradually rise and flourish. One day, Sunagakure would surpass all other villages. At that moment, Maki stood quietly beside them, listening attentively to Rasa's directives. Rasa, with a serious demeanor, instructed, Maki, prepare the items mentioned and send them to Sunagakure. Remember to deliver the funds in 3 separate batches. If anyone from their side inquires, inform them truthfully that our village's economy is on the brink of collapse, making it impossible to produce such a large sum all at once. Understood, Maki replied without hesitation, fully aware of the gravity of the matter. He promptly turned and exited the room to arrange the necessary preparations. Now, only Rasa and Yakimaru remained in the office. Rasa smiled warmly at Yakimaru and kindly said, Well, Yakimaru, you have worked hard during this period. Go and rest well. If you have some free time, consider spending it playing with your 2 lovely nephews. They have always enjoyed being around their uncle. Yakimaru, initially disheartened by the events, instantly brightened at the mention of his adorable nephews, a tender smile spreading across his face. He chuckled in response, Haha, thank you for your concern, my lord. I will certainly make time to play with them. After bowing deeply to Rasa, Yakimaru slowly exited the office. Watching Yakimaru's figure fade from view, Rasa took a deep breath, gradually closing his eyes to concentrate and summon the system. Moments later, a mysterious and faint glow flashed across him, followed by a virtual interface that only he could see and perceive appearing before his eyes. Rasa extended his finger, filled with anticipation and trepidation, gently tapping the shimmering lottery button. As soon as his fingertip made contact with the button, the entire interface erupted in dazzling radiance, shining brilliantly like the stars in the night sky. Simultaneously, the massive pointer at the center of the interface began to spin wildly at high speed, as if infused with boundless energy. Rasa widened his eyes, fixated on the rapidly rotating pointer, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, palms slick with perspiration. At this moment, his heart raced with an intensity that felt as if it might leap from his throat. It must be something extraordinary, he silently chanted within, placing all his hopes upon this lottery, even remembering to beseech the Sage of 6 Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki. As time ticked away slowly, the once lightning-fast hands of the clock gradually decelerated. Yet, with each small movement, Rasa's heart tightened with anticipation. Finally, after an agonizing wait, the needle wobbled and came to rest in a zone exuding a mysterious purple aura. In an instant, a line of striking golden characters appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the advanced version of the puppet technique scroll. Chapter 9. Rasa's excitement. Yeko's returnum? The advanced version of the puppet technique? Upon seeing this title, Rasa felt a surge of curiosity. What unique attributes could it possibly possess? With this question in mind, he eagerly opened the detailed introduction. However, As his gaze swept across the lines of text, his expression turned grave, and he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. It turned out that this so-called advanced puppet technique was a remarkably unique and astonishing ability that allowed the puppeteer to transform themselves into a puppet. This was simply unbelievable. It was reminiscent of Scorpion's ultimate technique. According to the description, as long as the head was not completely shattered, even if other parts of the body sustained severe damage, the puppeteer could swiftly restore their abilities by replacing parts. One could not deny that this ability was indeed astonishingly powerful, but it also sent chills down one's spine. For Rasa himself, he could never envision employing such a bizarre puppet technique. Setting aside the potential risks and unforeseen consequences from a moral and ethical standpoint, he could not accept such extreme alterations to his own body. Moreover, it was likely that most reasonable puppeteers would be too wary to attempt such a perilous technique. However, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If those who had tragically lost their limbs in the brutal wars were to learn this puppet technique, might they not regain a semblance of normalcy in their lives? Furthermore, perhaps these modified humanoid puppets could exhibit even greater strength and advantages in battle than ordinary individuals. With this realization, Rasa's joy became increasingly difficult to contain, and he was filled with anticipation and satisfaction regarding the reward he was about to obtain. If this puppet technique could be imparted to those who had suffered physical disabilities for various reasons, it would undoubtedly herald a transformation. They would not only regain mobility, but could also become formidable warriors through this art. At that time, as the disseminator of this technique, his status and contributions would surpass those of any previous Kazekage. Furthermore, if this puppet technique were to someday spread beyond Sunagakure and permeate the entire ninja world, his name would surely be etched in history, remembered by future generations. Lost in this beautiful reverie, Rasa couldn't help but chuckle with delight. Ha! Immersed in his splendid fantasies, it felt as if he could already see a brilliant future beckoning him. However, just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps abruptly shattered the tranquility of the room. The footsteps approached swiftly, soon reaching the door, followed by a series of urgent knocks. Bang! 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 The knocking sounded frantic. Not good, Lord Kazekage. Yeko and Maki are quarreling, and it seems a fight may break out. Yeko. Rasa involuntarily found himself lost in memories of his previous life, vividly recalling a scene from the original narrative. At that time, Rasa was determined to forge a friendly agreement with the Hidden Mist village to end the war, even resorting to treacherous means by handing over a companion who had slain many Hidden Mist ninjas to the enemy. However, in the years since he traversed into this world, there had been numerous intersections between Rasa and Yeko. Quite the opposite, they often fought side by side, executing highly challenging missions together. Through these life and death adventures, Rasa gradually recognized Yeko's many shining qualities. She possessed an unwavering will, coupled with a deep-seated loyalty to her village. Such an exceptional kunoichi should have been a source of pride and reliance for Sunagakure. Yet, it was utterly inconceivable how the leaders of Sunagakure could have been so ignorant as to make such a ludicrous decision, using the formidable Yeko, adept at countering mist ninjas, as a pawn in political dealings, effectively delivering their trump card into the enemy's trap. Such actions were nothing short of foolishness. But isn't Yeko stationed at the border? Why has she returned unexpectedly and confronted Maki? Rasa felt something was amiss. Did the Hidden Mist still harbor intentions to attack the Wind Country after forming an alliance with Sunagakure? Take me there. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, Yeko confronted Maki. Are you trying to betray Sunagakure? You intend to send all these vital supplies to Konoha? Do you not grasp the dire situation our village is in? Yeko's eyes widened with fury, her graceful figure emanating a powerful aura as she firmly blocked Maki and his entourage, refusing to let them pass. Maki, observing the obstinate woman before him, could not help but furrow his brow in frustration. Why must I encounter this infuriating person at such a time? He retorted curtly, Yeko, you are truly a foolish woman. It is precisely because of our village's current predicament that we urgently need to seek reliable allies to face the crisis. Step aside and do not hinder our efforts. Yet, Yeko remained unmoved, resolutely standing her ground, her gaze piercing as she fixed her eyes on Maki. No. Unless I hear a reasonable explanation from Lord Forth, I will not allow you to leave the village today. If you insist on departing, do not blame me for being ungracious. I will do whatever it takes to keep you here. No sooner had she spoken than her slender, fair hands began to swiftly form seals, clearly preparing for battle. The atmosphere between the two parties grew palpably tense, as if a single spark could ignite a fierce conflict. At that critical juncture, a figure approached, Rasa, who had just arrived on the scene. He quickly surveyed the standoff with a resigned smile, instinctively raising his arm to wipe away the non-existent sweat from his brow. Yeko, why are you not stationed at the border? What has prompted your sudden return? Is there some situation at the border? Rasa asked solemnly, his greatest concern being the outbreak of war, given Sunagakure's current strength and status. He was reluctant to engage in direct conflict with other ninja villages once more. On the other hand, upon seeing Rasa, Yeko's previously tense expression eased considerably, and she gradually lowered her hands from forming seals. Lord Forth, rest assured, all is well at the border. There is nothing unusual. I hurried back to the village solely because I was concerned about my disciple's scroll. Yeko replied truthfully. Upon hearing this, the weight that had burdened Luosha's heart finally lifted, and he secretly exhaled in relief. He then proceeded to elaborate in detail to Yetsong the purpose of Maki and his companion's visit, along with the relevant arrangements for their actions. Although Yetsong felt a twinge of sorrow upon hearing Luosha's explanation, he nonetheless acknowledged Luosha's perspective. Observing Yetsong's understanding, Luosha shifted his tone, furrowing his brow, and sternly addressed him. Yetsong, although the border is currently secure, your return to the village without prior notification is quite against protocol. If everyone acted as you did, who would guard the border? Luosha could not afford to be lenient regarding Yetsong's situation. In any organization, rules are paramount. Without such constraints, ninjas would act as they pleased, and such a faction would struggle to consolidate its fighting strength. I was too hasty. Having just been through a conflict with the Cloud Ninja, I rushed back in fear of complications. I will accept my punishment, Yetsong admitted, fully aware of the gravity of his error. Seeing Yetsong's earnest demeanor, Luosha felt somewhat satisfied. Given your contributions to guarding the border, I shall overlook this instance. However, should there be a next time, I will not be so forgiving. You have half a day to see your disciple, then return immediately to the border. Under no circumstances are you to return without orders. Hearing that Luosha had not punished him and even allowed him to see Wan, albeit for just half a day, filled Yetsong with immense satisfaction. He promptly bowed in gratitude to Luosha before vanishing in a swift body technique. Very well, everyone else should resume their duties, Luosha said as he nodded towards Maki, then utilized the body technique to depart. Chapter 10. Reunion with Wan. Yetsong's guidance, Yetsong hurriedly left the village entrance, heading towards a direction that was all too familiar. It was the training ground where she and Wan often practiced together, a place imbued with their sweat and memories. Before reaching her destination, Yetsong could already hear the crisp and powerful sounds of training from afar. Undoubtedly, it was the distinctive sound of shuriken being thrown. Listening to the continuous noise, a sense of comfort surged within Yetsong. It seemed Wan had truly grown significantly, even in her absence. She had diligently continued her training without any sign of slackening. As Yetsong approached the training ground, a petite figure caught her eye. It was a small girl, appearing no older than 8 or 9, completely focused as she repeatedly threw shuriken at a distant target. Despite her best efforts, the results revealed a considerable distance from the bullseye. After launching the last shuriken, it was regrettable that none had struck the target accurately. Observing this scene, the girl's previously tense expression crumbled, her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. She stood there alone, her small frame appearing vulnerable and helpless, as if she were the only person left in the world, evoking deep sympathy. Why would anyone save a useless waste like me? She cried, her heart-wrenching sobs signaling her complete emotional breakdown. Tears gushed forth uncontrollably, accompanied by runny nose. Witnessing Wan's sudden despair tightened Yetsong's heart, as if struck by something profound. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her body technique, appearing in front of Wan in an instant. Observing Wan, who was sobbing uncontrollably, Yetsong stifled her concern and adopted a teasing tone. Oh dear, when did my little disciple Wan become so fragile, turning into a weeping child at the slightest provocation? Her playful words lingered in the air. Lost in her sadness and guilt, Wan instinctively wanted to retort, but, upon hearing the term disciple, she was jolted back to reality and quickly looked up in the direction of the voice. There stood Yetsong, tall and graceful. In an instant, Wan's tears cascaded down like a flood, and without a second thought, she dove into Yetsong's warm embrace. her cries growing louder as if to expel all her pain through her tears. Yetsong, Lord Yetsong, Shahokun sacrificed himself to save me. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been paralyzed with fear at that moment and had reacted in time, Shokun wouldn't have perished shielding me from those lethal shuriken. I caused his death, Wan sobbed, her body trembling as each word seemed to tear her heart anew. Yetsong listened quietly to her disciple's lament, her heart a tumult of emotions. The realization that her beloved pupil had nearly lost her life filled her with guilt. Yet, she felt a deep admiration and gratitude for Shaha's courageous act. Had he not sacrificed himself, she might never have seen Wan again. Gently patting Wan's back, Yetsong comforted her softly. Do not cry, my child. This is not your fault. No one could have foreseen such an accident. However, we must not linger in this endless sorrow. We must rise resolutely, striving to enhance our strength. One day, we shall avenge Shahu's sacrifice. But how can I, unable to even wield a kunai properly, ever become a powerful ninja like you, Lord Yetsong, and take revenge for Shahu? Wan continued to weep, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at Yetsong. Yetsong gazed into Wan's eyes, filled with confusion and self-doubt. She tenderly reached out, stroking Wan's head, then turned to face the vast, boundless sky, as if the lofty heavens concealed countless untold legends. Wan, you are still young, and your experiences of the world are limited. Yet, as long as you harbor a resolute belief and persist in your efforts, you will surely discover the path to becoming strong. This world is not devoid of those who, initially devoid of talent, have ultimately triumphed through extraordinary perseverance and toil, growing into formidable ninjas. Their dedication and effort far exceed that of ordinary individuals. Therefore, Wan, you must not lose heart. I firmly believe that in due time, you will become a powerful ninja. As Wan gazed at Yetsong's retreating figure, her eyes remained fixed, imprinting that slender yet resilient silhouette deep within her heart. In that moment, a fierce fire ignited within her, intensifying her longing and aspirations for the future. Slowly, Wan lifted her hand, gently wiping away the remnants of her tears. She took a deep breath, as if inhaling all her sorrow and pain, then exhaled forcefully, gradually calming her tumultuous heart. Then, gritting his teeth, he struggled to rise from the ground, brushing off the dust from his sleeves, his gaze revealing an unprecedented determination. Lord Yakura, you are absolutely right. I will double my efforts, Wan shouted, his voice echoing across the vast expanse of the field. One day, I will personally avenge Lord Sunagakure. Until then, I shall not allow myself even the slightest lapse. However, at that moment, Yakura, with her back turned to Wan, did not embody the bold confidence her words conveyed. Instead, her expression appeared somewhat unnatural, tinged with a hint of guilt. In this harsh world of ninjas, the power of lineage is paramount. Those with formidable bloodline inheritances can effortlessly surpass the ordinary, while those of common lineage must exert unimaginable effort and possess rare talent to transcend their inherent limitations. Yakura was acutely aware of this, yet she could not bear to see Wan descend into despair. Thus, she uttered those encouraging words, hoping to instill a flicker of hope within him to help him regain his spirit. Yet, the thought that if Wan were unable to break through his constraints, her words would merely become a well-meaning lie weighed heavily on her heart. If that were to happen, Wan might feel profound disappointment towards her, his teacher. Contemplating this, Yakura silently prayed for Wan to encounter rare opportunities on his path ahead, enabling him to achieve his goals and aspirations. Otherwise, she truly did not know how to face this fervent student in the future. Teacher, weren't you stationed at the border? Why have you returned at this time? Wan blinked his large eyes, gazing curiously at Yakura, who remained silent and did not turn around. Lord Kazekage summoned me for an urgent matter. So here I am. But I can only stay for a short while. I must return to the borders soon, Yakura said, scratching her head, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. She could not let Wan know that she had returned to see her without permission. That would be too shameful. Only half a day before you leave? Sigh. Wan felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing that Yakura would soon depart. Yakura seemed to perceive his thoughts, gently patting his small head, cheerfully saying, all right, Wan, there are still several hours before I leave. Let us use this time for me to teach you a few more ninjutsu techniques. Perhaps when I return next time, you will surpass me. Upon hearing that Yakura would teach him ninjutsu, Wan was as joyful as a little rabbit, bouncing around and entirely missing the latter part of Yakura's statement. The entire afternoon was spent in the training ground, where they tirelessly practiced ninjutsu, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Chapter 11. Whimsical Thoughts. Contemplating systematic issues, the afternoon seemed to have been enchanted, and in the blink of an eye, it was time to bid farewell. Yakura slowly raised her hand, gently rubbing her eyes, which had reddened from the emotions of parting. She forced a smile and said to the sorrowful Wan, all right, don't look so glum. I am only leaving for a short while, not forever. So, there is no need to be so sad." However, despite her words, she felt a tumult of emotions within. Facing such a poignant scene of separation was indeed bittersweet. After all, what she feared most was this heart-wrenching farewell. Just then, to avoid an uncontrollable burst of tears and an exceedingly awkward scene, Yakura swiftly reached out and gently patted Wan's head. Without uttering even a word of farewell, she vanished in a flash, like lightning, leaving Wan standing there, bewildered, as the wind tousled his hair. "Lord Kazekage, Lady Yakura has departed," reported a ninja clad in black umbu attire, his face obscured in shadow, standing respectfully beside Rasa, his tone grave and serious. Rasa furrowed his brow slightly. As the leader of Sunagakure, he understood the importance of comprehending the relationships and bonds among the village's powerful ninjas. Only by grasping these connections could he effectively harness their strengths or accurately direct them in various missions. "Yes, I understand." Rasa nodded and continued, "All right, you may leave now. Remember to closely monitor the situation with the craftsmen. Report to me immediately if anything unusual occurs." At that moment, Sunagakure was facing numerous severe challenges, the most pressing of which was the issue of food shortages. Rasa knew well that if he could properly resolve this critical supply chain, many other troublesome matters would naturally be alleviated. After all, as the saying goes, food is the foundation of the people, and a stable food reserve is the cornerstone for a village's growth and prosperity. For a force to truly rise and flourish, it must be grounded and strategic in its endeavors. As the ancients advised, build high walls, accumulate grain. Sunagakure should follow suit, fortifying defenses, actively stockpiling resources, and gradually enhancing its strength. However, time for Rasa to contemplate was exceedingly limited. Just then, he caught sight of several ninjas from the office laboriously carrying a large stack of documents toward him. The papers seemingly multiplied like magic, piling up on his desk until they formed a small mountain, nearly burying him beneath them. "What the? How can there be so many? I just finished a huge stack," Rasa exclaimed, his jaw dropping in astonishment, his face a portrait of helplessness and exhaustion. Faced with this mountain of paperwork, he felt overwhelmed. The ninjas tasked with moving the documents were taken aback by Rasa's complaint. Exchanging bewildered glances, they ultimately could only scratch their heads and awkwardly smile at him. Rasa's brow furrowed deeper, a frown etched on his face as he lamented internally. The village was vast, with various matters flooding in, all demanding his personal attention and resolution. Wasn't he this enough to wear him down? As he pondered this, he couldn't help but feel envious of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. From Sunagakure, it was said that his desk was devoid of even a single piece of paper, and he lived a life of ease. "I cannot afford to fall short like Liu Bei of Shuhan, who perished before achieving his grand ambitions. I must devise a comprehensive strategy to delegate these trivial matters to others." Rasa murmured to himself, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk, lost in thought. After a moment, Rasa's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration, as though a brilliant idea had struck him. A smile crept across his lips, and he muttered to himself, "If I can reasonably distribute these less critical tasks, not only will I find myself considerably more at ease, freeing up ample leisure time, but I can also encourage more villagers to participate in the development of our community, enhancing their sense of responsibility and belonging, thereby boosting everyone's motivation. Why not?" The more he contemplated, the clearer his thoughts became, as if he were dispelling the clouds to reveal the sun. At that moment, a bold idea surged into his mind. Why not draw inspiration from certain advanced systems of ancient feudal dynasties to refine the current management system of Sunagakure? Perhaps it could yield unexpectedly positive results. Without hesitation, Rasa decisively addressed the few ninjas standing by, who appeared to be in a daze, commanding them loudly, "Hey, you lot. Stop dawdling. Quickly inform all members of the cabinet that they are to attend a meeting tonight. No one is allowed to be absent." Startled by Rasa's sudden outburst, the ninjas quickly regained their composure and responded, "Yes, my lord. We shall relay your instructions at once." They hurriedly turned and departed to fulfill their task. Watching their retreating figures, Rasa took a deep breath and slowly rose to his feet. He understood that tonight's meeting would mark a significant turning point in the developmental trajectory of Sunagakure. If the plan were to be successfully implemented, the village was sure to encounter a refreshing new dawn. However, he lamented, I have yet to devise specific reform measures. Rasa found himself engulfed in frustration. No matter. I must first notify the cabinet members to alleviate any potential hindrances to the reform. Time is of the essence. As evening approached, the exclusive meeting room for cabinet members was filled, each person seated with varied expressions. Both Chiyo and Hyozo bore solemn looks, while the others mostly exhibited confusion. They could not comprehend Rasa's urgency in calling this meeting, given that no major events had transpired. A middle-aged ninja stood up and addressed Chiyo. Lady Chiyo, do you know why Lord Kazekage summoned us with such haste? Is there a significant matter at hand? Chiyo shook her head slowly, replying in a measured tone, Yama, please remain calm. Once Lord Kazekage arrives, he will inform us. Having served alongside generations of Kazekage, Chiyo understood what was appropriate to convey and what was best left unspoken. Besides, she herself was unaware. Yama, hearing Chiyo's non-answer, wore an increasingly displeased expression. Nevertheless, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and curiosity, letting out a resigned sigh as he retook his seat. At that moment, faint yet distinct footsteps drew near. All eyes turned toward the sound, and they beheld Rasa, adorned with the Kazekage hat that symbolized his rank, entering the meeting room with steady, deliberate strides. His presence commanded attention, radiating an invisible aura of authority. Rasa walked directly to the head of the table and gracefully took his seat. He gently removed the Kazekage hat and carefully placed it upon the table before raising his head to survey the assembled members. Then began to speak. I sincerely apologize for inconveniencing you all during such a busy time to attend this meeting. However, I have summoned you for a matter of great importance, one that pertains to the future direction of Sunagakure, and I hope for your understanding. As Rasa's words echoed, the attendees nodded in unison, signifying their comprehension. They sat in silence, their gazes fixed upon Rasa, eager for him to continue. Sensing their attention, Rasa's eyes swept across the room, making contact with each individual. At that moment, a wave of reflection washed over him. Although Sunagakure may not rank among the most formidable of the 5 great ninja villages, and despite the obstinacy of some cabinet members, the village remained united at its core. Clearing his throat, Rasa scanned the room once more, noting the blend of anticipation and confusion on the faces before him. He decided to dispense with any pretense and spoke candidly. You are all undoubtedly aware that Sunagakure lies within an expansive desert, where natural resources are exceedingly scarce and food shortages are a persistent reality. The feudal lord of the Wind Country provides us with minimal support, reluctant to offer even the slightest assistance. Consequently, the livelihoods of our villagers have become increasingly dire, leading to a declining birth rate. And our numbers of ninjas rank at the bottom among the great villages. Rasa's expression turned grave as he outlined the dire circumstances facing Sunagakure. Upon hearing this, the attendees nodded solemnly, sharing the village leader's sentiments. These issues had long plagued Sunagakure, and there seemed to be no effective solutions on the horizon. However, Rasa did not cease there. He inhaled deeply, swallowed hard, and continued, It is precisely for this reason that I believe. If we wish to achieve true long-term development for Sunagakure, we must first reform our existing systems. The mention of reform caused a murmur among the attendees, many exchanging bewildered glances. It was astonishing, as the systems in place had largely been borrowed from Sunagakure and had not encountered significant errors over the years. Why the sudden call for change? Faces turned toward one another in uncertainty, unsure of how to respond to Rasa's proposal. This skepticism was understandable, as most present were limited by their own experiences and had failed to perceive the fundamental issues lurking beneath the surface, which could dictate the future of their village. Yet Rasa, as a traveler from another world, possessed the insight and perspective that others lacked. His audacity to propose such ideas stemmed from thoughtful consideration and ample justification. Thus, he did not react to their disbelief, but instead continued, The system serves as the cornerstone of a village's existence and development. A comprehensive and rational system ensures the orderly operation of internal affairs, facilitating smoother governance. Moreover, it possesses the capability to address a myriad of complex and challenging problems. In contrast, Our current system in Sunagakure is riddled with flaws and inefficiencies, rendering it incapable of reform without significant upheaval. Hence, a sweeping transformation of our systems is not merely advisable but imperative. With those words, Rasa's piercing gaze swept across the assembly, akin to arrows piercing the heart. He then spoke with unyielding authority, articulating each word with clarity and strength. Reform is essential. My purpose in gathering you today is not to solicit your opinions or counsel, but to issue a clear directive. During this period, I sincerely hope that each of you will remain prudent and diligent in your assigned roles, refraining from causing disruptions or stirring unrest. Should I discover any attempts to obstruct the development of Sunagakure, do not blame me for being harsh in my response. I will not spare anyone who stands in the way of our village's progress. As Rasa's presence radiated with an overwhelming force, the very walls of the Kazekage building seemed to resonate, and the surrounding sand swirled uncontrollably in the air, threatening to engulf everyone present. A chill ran down their spines, the palpable tension pressing down upon them, rendering them uneasy, even hesitant to breathe. They exchanged anxious glances, bewildered by the sudden and profound transformation in Rasa's demeanor. In their eyes, Rasa always exuded an air of sophistication and grace, treating others with utmost courtesy, akin to a refreshing spring breeze, while his strength barely grazed the threshold of the shadowy realm. Yet, the figure before them now resembled an enraged beast, radiating an aura that sent chills down their spines. The ferocity gleaming in his eyes was reminiscent of a raging flood, poised to devour them whole. Even Chio and Izo, known for their composure, felt their hearts race and beads of cold sweat trickle down their backs. However, amidst this fear, a flicker of solace surged within them. They understood that Sunagakure desperately needed such a formidable and resolute leader to navigate out of turmoil and restore its former glory. The majesty and vigor exhibited by Rasa undoubtedly affirmed that their initial choice had not been in vain. With such a shadowy figure at the helm, Sunagakure was destined to rise anew. Moments later, the crowd, initially awed into silence by Rasa's overwhelming presence, gradually regained their senses. Each face reflected a different sentiment. Some appeared indifferent, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events, while others regarded Rasa with reverent gazes, as if they could perceive hope and strength emanating from him. Yet, a greater number harbored expressions of tension and unease, acutely aware that the reforms Rasa spoke of might encroach upon their own interests and status. After all, in this world, who does not covet power? How many would willingly relinquish the authority they tightly grasped? Observing the varied expressions before him, Rasa silently absorbed it all, choosing not to utter another word. With a swift motion, he seized the Kazekage hat resting on the table, turning on his heel without hesitation, striding purposefully toward the conference room door. As he distanced himself, he left behind an imposing silhouette that commanded respect. Within the conference room, an oppressive silence enveloped the attendees, all wide-eyed and exchanging incredulous glances. They could not fathom that Rasa had so nonchalantly brushed off their expectations and exited without a backward glance. Initially, they had anticipated he would share more words, even if only trivial reassurances. After all, as the saying goes, one must offer a sweet date after a slap. Yet now, where had that sweet date vanished? In a moment of disarray, they found themselves at a loss, uncertain of how to navigate the awkwardness left in Rasa's wake. Reluctantly, they turned their pleading gazes toward the two individuals of highest rank and esteemed status present, Izo and Chio. Both Izo and Chio, acutely aware of the scrutiny upon them, felt equally trapped in a bind, unable to conjure suitable words to soothe the crowd's anxiety. At that moment, Chio's mind was solely preoccupied with returning home to check on her meticulously crafted trap for that insufferable thief. She had no desire to linger here, engaging in endless chatter with these individuals. Without hesitation, she pushed Izo with a swift shove, seizing the opportunity before he could register his surprise, and vanished like a flash of lightning from the scene, leaving the unfortunate Izo alone before the expectant crowd, suddenly feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 13. A-tailed beast jinchūriki. Bunpuku, unaware of the commotion unfolding in the conference room, Rasa hurriedly departed, making his way to his office. Upon pushing open the familiar door, he was taken aback to find a figure standing within. Yet, he displayed no sign of astonishment, instead gazing at the individual with heartfelt gratitude. The person before him was none other than the unique jinchūriki of Sunagakure's tailed beast Shikaku, Bunpuku. Years ago, during the reign of the second Kazekage, Bunpuku had been unfortunate enough to be chosen as a jinchūriki. From that moment on, he was compelled to endure the cruel fate of having a tailed beast sealed within him, losing his freedom and remaining in a state of confinement. Over time, even his original name faded from the collective memory of the villagers. Rasa vividly recalled their first encounter. Bunpuku's frail form bore the scars of years spent in captivity. Deprived of sunlight and essential movement, his skin had taken on a sickly pallor, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. From that initial meeting, Rasa frequently brought food to visit the elderly man who had dedicated his life to the village, engaging in light-hearted conversation. As time passed, their exchanges became increasingly frequent, deepening their bond. Despite warnings from many regarding Rasa's close association with Bunpuku, he remained undeterred, even going so far as to advocate for Bunpuku's limited freedom. As long as Bunpuku pledged not to step beyond the village boundaries nor pose any threat, he was granted a significant degree of liberty to pursue his desires. However, to ensure safety, members of the Umbu were required to closely shadow Bunpuku, vigilantly monitoring his every move. It was precisely for this reason that Bunpuku could appear in the Kazekage's office. But what prompted Bunpuku's sudden presence at Rasa's side? In truth, prior to attending the meeting, Rasa had specifically sought out Bunpuku, who was leisurely observing children frolicking in the village. The rationale was simple. Bunpuku was an exemplary jinchūriki, possessing the ability to harness and wield Shikaku's power. It was this formidable strength that enabled Rasa to showcase astonishing prowess within that modest office. Undoubtedly, for Rasa, crafting an image of an indomitable force was essential to silence certain dissenting voices. In a world where the strong devour the weak and strength dictates heroism, possessing power and influence is paramount. Observing the elderly man before him, Rasa hastily invited him to take a seat, pouring a cup of fragrant tea and offering it to him. "I am truly grateful to you, Bunpuku. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I would have struggled immensely to subdue them so effortlessly." Rasa's expression was one of heartfelt appreciation, his words brimming with praise for Bunpuku. Bunpuku smiled warmly, cheerfully accepting the steaming cup of tea. He cautiously inhaled the aromatic steam before taking a gentle sip, savoring the flavor before he spoke. "Rasa, you needn't feel so indebted. This is merely my duty. If it weren't for your support back then, I might still be confined in that dark cell, unable to bask in the glorious sunlight outside. However, next time you seek me out, could you please be mindful of the timing? Just moments ago, I was thoroughly engrossed in watching those adorable little children playfully tussling with one another, a scene of sheer delight and amusement. It is indeed a pity that you interrupted such a captivating moment." Upon finishing his words, Funfu deliberately adopted a pose of exaggerated regret, eliciting another round of hearty laughter from Luosha. Hearing Funfu's playful remarks, Luosha's smile blossomed even brighter, reflecting on the reticent and humorless old man she once knew, and comparing him to the lively and gregarious elder before her, who now savors the joys of life. Luosha couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Freedom can indeed transform many facets of life, including a person's character and state of mind. Funfu, with a beaming countenance, then spoke up. All right, matters have been resolved. So you may continue with your work." He chuckled. "I must hurry back to see how things are over there. Such splendid and entertaining scenes are not easily encountered. I am quite fond of these lively spectacles." Sitting beside him, Luosha couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically, muttering in a low voice, "Well, apparently, it is more important to be amidst a raucous group of children than to share a cup of tea and converse with me, a person of stature. Do you even grasp the essence of social graces? Beware, the day you seek my assistance, I may very well throw some obstacles your way to let you taste hardship." Just as Funfu raised his teacup to take a sip, he was taken aback by Luosha's words, nearly choking on his tea. His previously jovial face turned crimson as he coughed violently, hastily placing the cup down before looking up to exclaim angrily at Luosha. "What? Social graces? Goodness, at my age, I hardly have the luxury to concern myself with such trivialities. Moreover, no one has ever taught me these things." Seeing Funfu's flushed and agitated demeanor, Luosha feared he might faint from anger, so she quickly approached him, playfully patting his back and quipping, All right, off you go. It seems this temple cannot accommodate such a revered figure as yourself. Upon hearing Luosha's words, a mischievous glint flickered in Finfu's eyes, and he vanished in a puff of white smoke. Observing the dissipating smoke, Luosha was left bewildered, thinking, wait, did you just leave as a mere shadow clone? That evening, as usual, Luosha played with the children after dinner, and when the time came, they were ushered to bed by Jelaw. After an hour of deep conversation with Jelaw, she nestled into the crook of Luosha's arm and fell into a deep slumber. In the midst of his half-awake state, Luosha suddenly received a system notification, and a voice echoed in his mind. Detection complete. The host lottery chances have been exhausted. To expedite the host's strength enhancement, system tasks are now issued. Task 1. Establish and implement a new system within 1 week. Reward, 1 lottery chance. Task 2. Within 1 month. Select a suitable site and successfully plant 1 hectare of desert wheat. Reward, 1 lottery chance and a mysterious ninjutsu. With the system's latest announcement, the weight on Luosha's mind finally lifted. He had previously wondered why the system had not issued tasks, fearing it might have forgotten. But now, he understood the system's approach was aligned with his own thoughts. This realization eased Luosha's burden, and after a long day, he soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. However, during this night, others remained awake. In an inconspicuous loft, 5 or 6 craftsmen were examining their work, their excitement palpable as they laughed heartily. I have made it. Tomorrow, I shall seek out Lord Kazekage. If we succeed in this endeavor, we shall surely make a name for ourselves in the ninja world. As dawn broke, the first rays of light had yet to fully penetrate the morning mist of Sunagakure when Luosha hurried back to the Kazekage's office. A new day dawned, filled with potential, and he understood that devising a new system suitable for Sunagakure was of utmost urgency. This task, though seemingly straightforward, required immense dedication and intellect to achieve perfection. Throughout the morning, Luosha immersed himself in profound contemplation, occasionally furrowing his brow or jotting down notes fervently, yet the pages remained frustratingly sparse. He internally chastised himself, wishing he had devoted more effort to his studies earlier, never anticipating that the once dry theories would prove invaluable in this drastically different world. Just as he was deep in thought, grappling with the nuances of the new system, a cacophony of noise erupted outside his office. Curiosity piqued. He set down his pen and approached the window to peer outside. A large crowd had gathered below, animatedly engaged in a heated debate with the guards. Their animated gestures and fervent expressions suggested they were intent on entering the building but had been barred by the sentinels. Upon closer inspection, Luosha recognized Sati at the forefront of the crowd, and a flicker of anticipation surged within him. Could it be that there had been a breakthrough in the research of the blueprints? Excited by the thought, he quickly summoned the Umbu ninja stationed at the door and directed, "Go down and escort the leading individuals upstairs promptly." In under 3 minutes, Sati and his group arrived at the Kazekage's office door. As the door swung open, Sati rushed in, making a beeline for Luosha, grasping his hand tightly. Tears of joy brimming in his eyes as he exclaimed with barely contained excitement, "Kazekage-sama, we have succeeded. After numerous experiments, we have finally deciphered the contents of the blueprints. Now, we can immediately commence construction of the underground system designated for cultivation, as soon as we select an appropriate site. All of this is thanks to the blueprints you provided. You are the savior of Sunagakure, our beacon of hope." Luosha, witnessing the normally stoic and composed man before him filled with reverence and gratitude, felt a swell of emotion. This acknowledgement and trust from his subordinate deepened his sense of responsibility. He instructed the ninjas outside to prepare tea, and shortly after, steaming cups were brought to the table. With a smile, Luosha addressed Sati and the other craftsmen, who were still gripping his hand. "Now, let us not rush. You must be weary from your journey. Let us sit and discuss at our leisure." Realizing his earlier indiscretion, Sati swiftly released Luosha's hand, a hint of embarrassment tinting his cheeks. He composed himself, restoring his usual serious demeanor, and joined the other craftsmen at the table, sipping tea. Luosha felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The successful research of the underground irrigation blueprints was undoubtedly a timely boon for Sunagakure, poised to alleviate the impending food crisis. Gazing at the diligent craftsman before him, his eyes brimmed with appreciation and admiration. Yet, as the leader of the village, he understood the importance of maintaining composure and steadiness, carefully concealing the depths of his emotions. He slightly adjusted his expression, allowing a serious demeanor to take hold. His gaze swept over Shatai and the others in succession, and he spoke slowly. Now that you have successfully developed the cultivation method for desert wheat, I will promptly arrange for personnel to seek suitable construction sites and allocate special funds for your use. However, I must emphasize one point. This endeavor concerns the future of Shine Village and allows for neither negligence nor complacency. Should any issues arise, you must report to me immediately. Should anyone dare to conceal information, I will not show leniency. They will face severe punishment for treason, and their families will be enslaved. Is that understood? Except for Shatai. The other craftsmen were pale with fear at Luo Sha's stern words, their bodies trembling slightly. They knew well that Lord Fengying's words were to be taken seriously, and they dared not harbor any thoughts of luck or laxity, nodding repeatedly as they resolved in their hearts to proceed with utmost caution and diligence. Observing their reactions, Luo Sha's tone softened somewhat as he continued. The reason I say this is not to purposely make things difficult for you, but rather for the development of our village and the well-being of all villagers. If you commit yourselves fully to the cultivation of desert wheat, you will be the great benefactors of Shine Village. At that time, the entire village will remember your contributions, and wherever you go, you will receive the respect and affection of the villagers. I believe this is what you aspire to, am I right? Upon hearing these words, the craftsmen, who had been trembling, gradually ignited a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Even the usually composed Shatai felt a slight flush on his face, a faint smile involuntarily appearing at the corners of his mouth. Despite his efforts to conceal it, this subtle change did not escape Luo Sha's keen observation. Soon after, Shatai and the others raised their teacups and drank deeply. They stood up, bowing deeply before Luo Sha in unison, saying, Lord 4 generations, please rest assured. We will not betray your trust and instructions. We apologize for the disturbance today and will return to prepare for the subsequent work. Once you have arranged the site, we will commence work immediately, contributing all our strength to the prosperity of Shine Village. Seeing the solemn expressions of Shatai and the others, as if they were about to march into battle with heroic resolve, a complex emotion stirred within Luo Sha. He understood the weight of their seriousness and the earnest expectations they held for the village's future. After a moment's reflection, he deemed it unnecessary to further delay their time, knowing there were many preparations still to be undertaken. Thus, he gently turned away from them, his upright back for a moment appearing slightly bent, as if bearing the weight of the entire Shine Village. Go, I believe in you. Luo Sha spoke, his voice low and soothing, as though emerging from the deepest recesses of his heart. In this utterance lay a hint of subtle melancholy regarding the unknown path ahead, intertwined with the remnants of a weary resilience. Behind what seemed like simple words was his profound hope for the future of Shine Village and the heavy trust he placed in these craftsmen. Shatai and the others fixated on Luo Sha as retreating figure, their respect for him deepening in that instant. To them, Luo Sha was not merely the Fengying. He was a guiding light navigating the darkness for the village's path forward. In that moment, they even perceived a slight tremor in Luo Sha's broad shoulders, and their eyes misted with tears, glistening with unshed emotion. Lord Fengying is truly magnificent. One of them silently lamented in their heart. They contemplated the burden he bore at such a young age, tirelessly laboring over the village's affairs, surely exhausted from the weight of his responsibilities. A wave of deep self-reproach surged through them, and they collectively felt that it was their generation's lack of excellence that failed to alleviate Lord Fengying's burdens, leaving him to shoulder such worries alone. With heavy sighs filled with respect and guilt, they turned and silently followed the dark-clad ninja out, retreating slowly. As the door clicked shut softly, the room fell into an immediate silence, leaving Luo Sha standing alone. Yet, the moment the door closed, his previously stern expression vanished, replaced by an uncontrollable grin that nearly reached his eyes. At that moment, his mind was devoid of the earlier somber demeanor. Consumed instead by a singular thought, was the image of his back turned towards them earlier striking enough to convey the weight of his responsibilities? All right, let us get back to contemplating the system. Chapter 15. Returning to the village, several hours had passed since the craftsman left. Luo Sha remained seated in his chair, pondering matters as his pen seemed to come alive in his hand. He gently pinched the middle of the pen with his thumb and index finger, while his middle finger exerted a subtle force from below, causing the pen to gracefully twirl between his fingertips. As it completed half a rotation, his index finger deftly hooked it, and the pen was caught securely by his thumb, repeating this elegant cycle as if dancing upon his fingertips. The office was quiet, save for the sound of Luo Sha's pen spinning. Suddenly, the doorknob turned, and the door creaked open. A beam of light poured in, illuminating the figure at the entrance. As the door swung fully open, in walked Maki, who had just returned from delivering supplies to Konoha. Luo Sha, having already been informed by the Umbu of Maki's return, was not surprised by the visitor. "Welcome back. Was everything smooth?" Luo Sha inquired, still twirling his pen. His tone steady. "Report to you, Lord Fengying. Everything went smoothly in Konoha. They did not make things difficult for us," but Maki replied. Noticing Maki's hesitance, Luo Sha's serious gaze fixed upon him. "Speak freely. Do not hesitate." At Luo Sha's prompting, Maki knelt on one knee, maintaining an upright posture, and respectfully responded. "Report to you, Lord Fengying. My journey to Konoha was smooth, and they did not intentionally create obstacles for us." However, he paused slightly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. Luo Sha, keenly perceptive of Maki's change in demeanor, ceased twirling his pen, his gaze sharp and serious as he urged. "What is it? Speak without hesitation." His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. With the Lord Fengying's permission, Maki took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and said, "Report to you, Lord Fengying. It is not a significant matter. However, during my time in Konoha, I sensed a subtle complexity in the relationship between Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi. On the surface, the upper echelons of Konoha appear harmonious. Yet the actual power seems firmly held by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although Minato, as the fourth Hokage, possesses remarkable strength, he gives off an impression of being sidelined." "Oh, interesting," Luo Sha remarked, a slight smile curving his lips as he contemplated the implications. A flicker of understanding crossed his eyes, and internally he mused. It appears to mirror the original narrative. Minato is merely a puppet propped up by the third Hokage. Possessing extraordinary strength, yet lacking the ambition and resolve to reclaim true power, is indeed a pity. He shook his head, feeling a sense of regret, and then picked up the paper on the table that he had filled with his writing, handing it to Maki. Maki looked momentarily puzzled, trying to discern something from Luo Sha's expression. Luo Sha slightly nodded, signaling Maki to read it before speaking. Once Maki understood his intention, he earnestly focused on the contents of the paper: strengthening education and talent cultivation, establish a diversified curriculum for ninja schools, in addition to traditional ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Introduce courses on strategy, tactical analysis, and medical knowledge to cultivate well-rounded ninjas. Establish a talent selection and incentive mechanism. Regularly hold ninja skill competitions, rewarding outstanding performers with resources and promotion opportunities to stimulate their competitive spirit and potential. Optimizing military strength. Form special forces. Create multiple special operations teams based on ninja specialties, such as puppet techniques and wind techniques, to undertake high-difficulty missions. Strengthening the defense system. Utilize the geographical advantages of Sunagakure to set up multi-layered defense barriers and early warning systems around the village while enhancing patrol efforts in the vicinity. Promoting economic development. Develop specialized industries. Leverage Sunagakure sand resources to create sand-related ninja tools and crafts for the ninja world market. Strengthening trade cooperation. Sign trade agreements with other ninja villages and nations to establish stable trade routes, introducing urgently needed materials and technologies. Assisting citizens in employment. Extend the biological chain in various commercial production sectors to help the unemployed populace find jobs. Improving diplomatic relations. Establish a diplomatic mission. Select ninjas skilled in diplomacy to form a delegation. Maintaining close communication with other ninja villages and actively participating in various meetings and activities in the ninja world. Signing mutual assistance agreements. Establish mutual assistance agreements with stronger ninja villages to support one another in times of attack or crisis. Perfecting the management system. Power balance mechanism. Set up multiple power departments, such as administration, finance, and intelligence, to supervise and check each other, preventing excessive concentration of power. Regular public opinion surveys. Establish channels for villagers to provide feedback, regularly collecting suggestions and opinions on village development to ensure policies align with the populace's needs. Maki's gaze was firmly fixed on the paper in his hand, and inadvertently, his hand began to tremble slightly. The text was concise and clear, devoid of any ambiguity, and he quickly grasped its essence. These measures were akin to a timely rain, precisely addressing the urgent needs of Sunagakure. and their significance for the village's future development was self-evident. Maki slowly raised his head, his eyes directed at Luo Sha, filled with confusion and disbelief. He simply could not comprehend why Luo Sha would entrust such crucial content to him. At that moment, Luo Sha's calm and resolute voice resonated. This matter is now your responsibility. Tomorrow, ensure that everyone in Sunagakure is informed of these policies as swiftly as possible. Luo Sha paused slightly, emphasizing his words. Remember, everyone, whether they are ordinary villagers or ninjas, must be informed. Not a single person should be left out. Maki understood that this was a vital task concerning the future direction of Sunagakure, and there could be no room for error. Without hesitation, he straightened his posture and responded with a loud and resolute voice. Yes. Luo Sha observed Maki's demeanor, nodding inwardly, filled with satisfaction. Ninjas like Maki were precisely what Sunagakure needed, seldom speaking, yet always stepping up at critical moments, executing entrusted tasks with remarkable reliability. Go now, and make sure to rest well tonight, and spend time with your family. After assigning the task, Luo Sha did not detain Maki further, acknowledging that everyone's energy was limited, especially with family to attend to. Upon hearing he could leave, Maki expressed his gratitude to Luo Sha and exited the room. Luo Sha then resumed his work, addressing the unfinished documents from the day. The office was left with only him. Chapter 16. The plans of Yura Mirai. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window like fine golden threads, gently enveloping Yura's bed. Yura gradually awoke, still lingering in the remnants of a dream, a faint smile gracing his lips as he stretched leisurely, his arm casually draping over the edge of the bed. When his fingertips brushed against something, he suddenly became alert, opening his eyes to find a masked figure standing beside his bed. In an instant, fear tightened around his heart. Yura's eyes widened in shock, instinctively shrinking back against the bed, his hands clenching into fists, knuckles turning white from the pressure. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly broke the silence. Yura, Lord Kazekage has summoned you. You must hurry to the office. He has matters of importance to discuss with you. Startled by the unexpected voice, Yura's heart raced, and his muscles tensed, akin to a bowstring drawn tight. He quickly turned toward the source of the voice, only to see a shadow materializing before him like a specter. Once he recognized the figure, his racing heart gradually settled, and his taut nerves began to relax. It was a member of the Umbu. Yura exhaled a long breath, as if attempting to release all the tension that had accumulated within him. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he remarked with mild reproach, I must say, brother, could you at least give me a heads up before you appear next time? You really frightened me just now. I nearly thought you were here to take me away. However, the Umbu member seemed entirely unfazed by Yura's complaints, not even sparing him a glance. In a flash, he leapt like a nimble leopard through the open window, vanishing in an instant. Watching the Umbu depart, Yura could only shake his head in resignation, muttering to himself, that guy is truly aloof. He doesn't even acknowledge me. But why is Lord Kazekage summoning me so urgently? And why send an Umbu member to deliver the message? Though filled with skepticism, Yura could not discern the reason. Yet given that it was a personal summons from Lord Kazekage, it was undoubtedly of great significance. Thus, he wasted no time. Quickly tidying his slightly disheveled attire and hair before hastening out of his room, racing toward Lord Kazekage's office. Lord Kazekage, Yura has arrived. A guard ninja knocked on the door and reported to Luo Sha. Luo Sha squinted slightly, pursed his lips, and replied, Yes, let him in. Before long, the door opened slowly, and Yura stepped in briskly. Upon entering, his gaze locked onto Luo Sha, seated at the head of the table, and without hesitation, he performed a deep, respectful bow. In such an uncertain situation, maintaining a proper demeanor was always wise, and this was Yura's internal thought. Seeing Yura's respectful attitude, Luo Sha felt a sense of satisfaction, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He exchanged a few casual pleasantries with Yura before diving straight into the matter at hand. The reason I summoned you in such haste is to entrust you with an important task. As you may know, the feudal lord of the Land of Wind has not provided the necessary subsidies to Sunagakure for several months. Your mission is to find an opportunity to discreetly infiltrate the feudal lord's side. When necessary, one may reveal their prowess. Yet one must not disclose their affiliation with the Sunagakure. Rasa spoke to Yura with an expression of calmness as he outlined the task. As Yura listened to Rasa's words, his mind raced through various possibilities. After a moment, It seemed he had grasped Rasa's true intentions, and he cautiously inquired, "Does Lord Kazekage imply that I should openly demonstrate my strength before the daimyo, thereby drawing his attention and being recruited as a vassal? Subsequently, should I covertly monitor the daimyo's every move under the guise of a bodyguard? Or should I directly make the daimyo vanish from existence?" Upon hearing Yura's words, Rasa's face revealed a satisfied expression, and he nodded slightly in agreement, reflecting inwardly, indeed, Yura is a clever individual. However, when he heard Yura's suggestion of eliminating the daimyo, he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. The mindset of a ninja is often so simplistic and brutal. He understood the necessity of clarifying Yura's misunderstanding. Thus he adjusted his demeanor and spoke earnestly. "No, that is unnecessary. What use would you have without him? Killing him would not resolve the issue. A new daimyo would swiftly take his place. Therefore, your primary task is not to take his life, but to find a way to infiltrate his side and gradually earn his trust. Simultaneously, strive to establish good relations with those around him. As for the subsequent actions, I will contact you with further details when the time is right. Do you understand?" After listening, Yura displayed a slightly awkward smile, realizing he had misinterpreted Rasa's true meaning. He quickly adjusted his expression, facing Rasa with utmost seriousness, and replied, "I understand, Lord Kazekage. Rest assured, I shall depart at once." Rasa nodded slightly and added, "Go. For over there, I have arranged for members of the Umbu to assist you. They will fully support your endeavors. Should you encounter any problems or difficulties, feel free to consult with them." Upon hearing this, Yura bowed deeply to Rasa, expressing his respect for the mission and gratitude. He then turned and exited the office with steady steps. Watching Yura's departing figure, Rasa contemplated deeply. His decision to send Yura close to the daimyo was not without profound consideration. Firstly, allowing Yura proximity to the daimyo would facilitate meticulous surveillance of the daimyo's daily conduct, thereby enabling better control of the situation. This way, should there arise a need to either manipulate or replace the daimyo, it could be executed with precision. Secondly, it stemmed from concerns for his own safety and the stability of the village. After all, Yura was not entirely trustworthy. Remaining by Rasa's side would pose a potential risk. Rasa recalled previous information. If his memory served him correctly, Yura could be manipulated at any time by Sasori's puppet techniques. In the original narrative, it was precisely because Yura was covertly controlled by Sasori that he acted as a guide, resulting in Sunagakure's failure to detect the impending capture of Gaara by Sasori and Deidara. Consequently, Gaara, caught off guard, had to divert his attention to protect innocent villagers from harm while simultaneously confronting Deidara's assault. Ultimately, in such a dire situation, Gaara was regrettably captured by the enemy. Reflecting on this, Rasa's brow furrowed in concern. The existence of the Akatsuki was perilously threatening, and Sunagakure currently lacked the capability to defend against them. He must expedite the completion of his task and seize opportunities to enhance both himself and Sunagakure's strength. At this moment, Rasa found himself deep in thought. It was indeed time to earnestly consider the optimal placement of the underground irrigation system, as the craftsman had been eagerly awaiting it. His thoughts became increasingly clear. He understood that with Shikaku's unparalleled power, establishing a vast, flat expanse in the boundless desert was not an insurmountable challenge. Once successful, he could transport a batch of lush trees from the vicinity of Sunagakure to initiate a planting plan, simultaneously constructing an impenetrable windbreak. Having made up his mind, Rasa decisively pushed aside the towering stack of documents, then strode out of the office with purpose. He made his way along the bustling main thoroughfare of Sunagakure. Soon noticing a familiar figure in the distance, he saw Bunpuku comfortably seated on a folding chair, cheerfully engaging in conversation with the neighboring villagers. Despite the distance between them, Rasa could distinctly perceive the radiant smile on Bunpuku's face, complemented by his occasional hearty laughter. Witnessing this scene, Rasa felt an indescribable sense of comfort swell within him. It was evident that the villagers bore no ill will or aversion towards Bunpuku due to his identity as a jinchūriki. This was undoubtedly a testament to Bunpuku's inherent kindness. Initially, when Bunpuku was released, the villagers maintained their distance from this potentially volatile jinchūriki. Although their apprehension was not as severe as the disdain shown by the citizens of Konoha towards Naruto, they were still filled with caution and wariness. However, as time passed, the villagers gradually adapted to and accepted this monk. especially when Bunpuku occasionally utilized Shikaku's formidable power to assist the villagers with arduous labor, alleviating their burdens considerably. He became viewed as a kind-hearted and amiable elder. At this moment, Rasa walked leisurely towards Bunpuku. Along the way, many recognized the Kazekage and warmly greeted him. Rasa maintained a smile throughout, courteously responding to each salutation. The chorus of greetings created a lively atmosphere. This commotion soon caught Bunpuku's attention. Turning to see Rasa approaching, he sighed in resignation. Judging by this demeanor, I suspect you have yet another matter to discuss with me. He then turned to bid farewell to his old friends basking in the sunlight. With a somewhat unsteady gait, Bunpuku approached Rasa. Upon their meeting, before Rasa could speak, Bunpuku impatiently interjected, "What brings you to me this time? I have finally found a few elderly companions of similar age, and we were all enjoying the sun together." Ignoring Bunpuku's strong objections, Rasa candidly stated, "The village has discovered an exceptional method for cultivating crops on a large scale in the desert. However, we currently face a challenge that requires extensive flat land to implement this plan, a task that falls perfectly within your domain due to your immense tailed beast chakra. Thus, I require your assistance." Bunpuku's initial expression of impatience vanished without a trace, replaced by a solemn and grave demeanor. Upon hearing that such a crucial matter was at hand, he could not help but feel a tremor of urgency within. If the sand-hidden village can indeed successfully implement large-scale grain cultivation, it will undoubtedly transform the lives of its residents entirely. From that moment on, they will no longer need to spend exorbitant sums purchasing expensive food from other villages, and the savings can be redirected towards endeavors that promote the village's development and enhance the well-being of its inhabitants. Recognizing the profound significance and far-reaching implications of this matter, Bunpuku was unwilling to delay for even a second, and with an urgency that burned within him, he exclaimed, "Given the importance of this undertaking, what are we waiting for? Let us set off at once." Seeing Bunpuku's earnest and serious demeanor, Luosha understood that his companion had fully grasped the monumental importance of this venture for the village's future. Without hesitation, he grasped Bunpuku's hand firmly, and in an instant, they darted away from the village like two streaks of lightning, vanishing from the street in the blink of an eye. "This is the place." Luosha raised his arm and pointed towards a stretch of sandy terrain ahead. He turned to Bunpuku, his gaze resolutely fixed on the land, as if he could already visualize the scene he envisioned within his heart. Bunpuku followed Luosha's gesture and surveyed the area, yet apart from the vast expanse of yellow sand, he discerned nothing particularly noteworthy. However, it seemed to be in close proximity to their village. Before Bunpuku could inquire further, Luosha, seemingly reading his thoughts, elaborated, "Our entire wind country is enveloped by endless deserts. Thus, the location we choose bears little difference. The only factors I prioritized in selecting this site were its concealment and safety." Upon hearing this, Bunpuku nodded slightly in understanding. Indeed, amidst this vast sea of sand, finding a truly secure and undiscovered spot is no simple feat. Luosha continued to articulate his thoughts. Yet, such an expansive area of flat land, no matter how discreetly we hide it, will eventually be discovered by the scouts from other ninja villages. Therefore, positioning it closer to the village is far more prudent. This way, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can detect them promptly and take appropriate measures. Moreover, from a long-term perspective, expanding this place further will be considerably easier. Listening intently to Luosha's detailed analysis, Bunpuku could not help but admire his foresight. The doubts he previously harbored dissipated, and he ceased to speak further, swiftly forming hand seals. With a low voice, he declared, "Sand waterfall pit." As his words fell, the sand within a 1-hectare radius around him began to tremble violently, as if imbued with life. Towering sand dunes slowly collapsed, while the surrounding sand surged like a tide towards the depressions created by the sinking dunes, gradually filling them. In an instant, dust swirled through the air, obscuring the sky and creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Luosha's gaze remained fixed on Bunpuku, who appeared to handle the situation with ease, a relaxed and contented smile gracing his face. Witnessing this scene, Luosha felt a surge of intense envy. Anyone claiming to be unaffected by it would surely be lying. However, upon reflecting on the fact that his system had yet to unlock its auxiliary mode, he could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Yet, when he recalled that successfully completing this task would grant him a precious opportunity for a lottery draw and a mysterious ninjutsu reward, The balance within him was restored. While Luo Sha was immersed in anticipation of the rewards, Funfu had already completed the task. At that moment, Funfu turned his gaze towards Luo Sha, who still appeared dazed, and assumed that his companion was in awe of his displayed strength, which brought him a sense of covert delight and an unmistakable air of pride. Soon after, Funfu approached Luo Sha with a lively stride, clapped him firmly on the shoulder, and let out a disconcerting cackle. Rest assured, Wind Shadow Kid. One day you too shall possess immense strength like mine. Awakened by this sudden pat, Luo Sha stared blankly at the grinning figure before him, perplexed by the old man's unseemly demeanor. What is up with this old fellow? Why is he presenting himself in such an off-putting manner? Fortunately, the work on the land had indeed been executed exceptionally well, appearing remarkably flat. Luo Sha examined the terrain closely, highly commending Funfu's efficiency. The thought of returning to summon Sand Iron and the others to commence formal work finally eased the weight that had been pressing on his heart. He let out a quiet sigh of relief, and his spirits lifted in lightness and joy. With a broad smile, Luo Sha placed his arm around Funfu's somewhat gaunt shoulder and said, "Old Funfu, there is nothing left for us to worry about here. Shortly, I will arrange for others to take over the remaining tasks. While I still have some free time, how about I treat you to a few drinks?" Upon hearing this, Funfu initially huffed, the corners of his mouth curling upwards in a teasing response. Heh, well, it seems this little brat has a bit of conscience after all. Understanding how to honor your elder. Very well, let us go. But don't blame me for being ruthless at the table. I intend to make you enter standing and leave horizontal. With that, Funfu rolled up his sleeves, brimming with eagerness to engage Luo Sha in a contest of drinks. Chapter 18. Funfu's Drinking Capacity. Task assignment in a tavern within the sand-hidden village, under the dim yellow light. Two masked figures clad in black robes sat facing one another. It was Luo Sha and Funfu. Due to his identity, Luo Sha could not reveal his true self, thus obscuring his face. The table was littered with empty bottles. Funfu's eyes were bloodshot, yet they held a fierce determination as he downed another large gulp of liquor, slamming the cup back onto the table while bellowing, "Another round." Luo Sha, refusing to be outdone, flashed a rebellious smile, grasped the liquor jug, and tilted it back, allowing the liquid to flow down his chin and soak his garments. Yet he paid it no mind as he provocatively challenged, "Is that all you can handle? Don't pass out on me now." Back and forth they went, neither yielding, each sip of liquor proclaiming their tenacity. Before long, one of them buckled under the pressure, succumbing to defeat. Luo Sha glanced up to find Funfu sprawled on the table, soundly asleep, a sight that was both comical and exasperating. Luo Sha inwardly muttered, "This guy was so boastful earlier, yet he crumbles so easily. What a mere facade." In truth, Funfu's drinking capacity was not insignificant. However, time has not been kind, and though he possessed the chakra of a tailed beast, he could not escape the toll on his body. In contrast, Luo Sha was remarkably resilient. After all, the spirits he had encountered in his previous life boasted a much higher alcohol content than the beverages found in this world of ninjas. After settling the bill with the tavern owner, Luo Sha bent down to hoist Funfu onto his back and walked steadily towards Funfu's home. As they journeyed onward, Funfu murmured incoherently in his sleep, his voice wavering and indistinct, making it difficult for anyone to discern the exact words. However, Luo Sha managed to catch a faint utterance of thank you. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Funfu's residence, where Luo Sha gingerly laid him upon his bed. He then turned to the members of the Umbu, who were tasked with covertly monitoring Funfu, and instructed them, "You must treat him with utmost care. Do not falter." Once he received their affirmative replies, Luo Sha felt a sense of relief and turned to depart. On his way back to the Phonying building, Luo Sha noticed a gathering of townsfolk clustered around the bulletin board, whispering and gesturing, their numbers steadily increasing. Recognizing the signs, he understood that Maki had begun to take action. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace. Upon returning to his office, Luo Sha barely had time to settle into his chair before he hastily summoned the nearby ninja, instructing him to call Maki, Yakimaru, and Sand Iron to his office. In a short while, the three gathered. Luo Sha cast a glance at them, contemplating that everything was in place and it was time to address the matter at hand. He first turned to Sand Iron, his tone imbued with an unmistakable authority. "I have selected the site for the project. Shortly, the Umbu ninja will escort you there. I have high hopes for you, so do not let me down." Before Sand Iron could respond, Luo Sha shifted his gaze to Yakimaru, saying, You must immediately organize the idle townsfolk and assign them to assist Sand Iron in completing the task. Remember to clearly communicate to them that if they diligently contribute, they will be rewarded commensurate to their efforts. With a grave expression, Luo Sha fixed his gaze on Sand Iron and Yakumo, emphasizing, "You two must set out now. All preparations must be completed before nightfall, and work must commence on schedule tomorrow." "Yes, Lord Fengying." Sand Iron and Yakimaru replied in unison. They promptly turned and exited the office, eager to tackle the tasks assigned to them. Luo Sha then focused on the silent Maki, preparing to discuss their next steps. He sighed softly, his gaze lingering on Maki, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions: guilt, helplessness, and anticipation. "Maki, I am acutely aware of your relentless toil. You have returned from the front lines only to be thrust into a myriad of responsibilities." He paused, his brow furrowing, his tone tinged with bitterness. "The injuries you sustained on the battlefield must still be causing you discomfort, yet I find myself powerless to grant you respite. Our village, Sunagakure, is sorely lacking in talent. The majority of our elite ninjas have been dispatched to the borders to guard against foreign incursions. At this critical juncture, you simply cannot afford to rest. I understand that. Faced with such overwhelming obligations, you may harbor grievances towards me." Upon hearing this, Maki instinctively shook his head vigorously. His eyes filled with sincerity as he sought to express his loyalty. However, Luo Sha raised a hand, motioning for him to refrain from speaking, and continued, "No, Maki, you will undoubtedly have grievances. Were I in your position, I would feel the same. This is entirely natural. After all, you are undeniably fatigued, and I have not afforded you a moment's peace. Thus, I grant you permission to voice your complaints, for you have already sacrificed so much for the village." Luo Sha regarded Maki with eyes full of trust and expectation. "Even so, I have one request of you. I wish to know if you are still able to undertake it." Having patiently listened, Maki finally seized the opportunity to respond. He straightened his posture, his demeanor grave, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Sha, his eyes ablaze with fervent loyalty. "Lord Fengying, Sunagakure is my everything. It is the very essence of my life. I do not fear sacrificing everything for the village. My only concern is my own inadequacy, my inability to be of service. Therefore, whatever you require, no matter how arduous the task, I, Maki, shall never shy away." Luo Sha observed Maki, who emanated a spirit of unwavering resolve, and felt a swell of emotion. Yet, time was of the essence, and he refrained from further pleasantries, issuing a direct command: "To cultivate crops in the desert, our immediate priority is to construct windbreaks. However, the only abundant trees near Sunagakure lie close to the borders of Konoha. I need you to set off immediately to procure a batch of timber from there. We have already supplied them with a significant amount of resources. I trust they will not object to us taking a few trees in return. If they notice, engage in dialogue first. If that fails, do not initiate conflict. It is unnecessary." Maki nodded in understanding, then respectfully bowed to Luo Sha before exiting the office. He understood that keeping this endeavor unnoticed by Konoha would be nearly impossible, and it was all left to fate. Chapter 19. The War in the Conference Room, Lord Fengying. Yakimaru greeted respectfully as he entered the office where Luo Sha sat at his desk. Luo Sha raised his head slightly, diverting his attention from the documents in hand to regard Yakimaru, his voice low and serious. "Speak. What is the situation?" Yakimaru inhaled deeply and reported, "My lord, everyone has arrived." The office fell silent, the only sound being Yakimaru's voice echoing in the air. It had been a full week since the last assignment and the announcement of the new regulations. The populace was rife with confusion, struggling to comprehend the deeper implications of these changes. In stark contrast, the members of the cabinet reacted like a disturbed hive of ants, erupting into chaos. The new regulations contained a tantalizing lure of power. Luo Sha audaciously distributed the authority that had previously rested solely in his hands, establishing departments such as finance, administration, and intelligence. Consequently, numerous key positions emerged, naturally drawing the attention of the cabinet members. For them, acquiring such power was an aspiration long cherished, as previously. All authority had been monopolized by the Fengying. Now, with such a tempting opportunity before them, how could they not be filled with urgency and eagerness? However, for Luo Sha, decentralizing some of his power posed no issue. In a world where strength reigned supreme, authority was not the most vital asset. Moreover, by adopting this approach, He could alleviate his own burdens while managing the village more efficiently, truly a win-win situation. In the spacious, brightly lit conference room, the air felt thick with tension, the atmosphere oppressive. Each elder's gaze clashed like cold arrows, igniting sparks of fierce contention, the intensity so great it seemed to set the very air ablaze. Once harmonious, the cabinet members now found themselves at odds, revealing the hostility bred from their respective interests. At that moment, the conference room door creaked open, and Luo Sha stepped inside. He quickly sensed the unusual atmosphere but allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. This situation was, without doubt, an unforeseen delight for him. As the ruler of this faction, he was acutely aware that while the unity of his subordinates was undeniably important, an excessively close alliance could pose a threat to his own position. Therefore, witnessing the fervent disputes among them over personal interests brought an unspoken delight to his heart. The gazes of the crowd turned toward the entrance, and upon the arrival of Rasa, the cabinet members, led by Hai Laozong and Granny Chio, immediately rose in unison, bowing deeply to Rasa in a gesture of respect. Ever since Rasa had demonstrated his unparalleled strength, their apprehension towards him had only deepened, leaving no room for complacency. Observing this, a warm smile graced Rasa's face as he gently waved his hand, signaling for everyone to take their seats. Once all were settled, the pivotal meeting commenced. As everyone understood, the enactment of our new system had resulted in numerous critical vacancies. However, to this day, candidates for these essential positions had yet to be finalized. Thus, I have convened you all today in hopes of identifying suitable individuals for these roles. I wonder if any of the elders might have appropriate recommendations, or if anyone would be willing to step forward and self-nominate. Rasa spoke candidly without hesitation. For him, it mattered little who was ultimately chosen, as it would not affect his own interests. Furthermore, this selection process offered him a valuable opportunity to assess the true capabilities of these individuals, a situation advantageous in dual respects. As anticipated, no sooner had Rasa completed his statement than a voice from the crowd emerged. He turned to see a somewhat diminutive figure, exuding an aura that demanded respect. A prominent scar marred the weathered face of this individual, seemingly narrating tales of countless fierce battles and life-and-death struggles. It was evident from his appearance that he was not one to be trifled with. Fixing his gaze upon Rasa, he proclaimed loudly, "In my opinion, Chio is the unequivocal choice for the position of Minister of Administration and Commander of the Puppet Special Forces. Not only has she diligently assisted successive leaders of the Wind Shadow, but she is also one of the most powerful puppeteers in our sand-hidden village. With her strength, experience, and prestige, she is more than qualified to take on these two vital roles." As his words resonated, the previously noisy conference room fell into an eerie silence, an astonishing calm overtaking the atmosphere. Even the usual dissenters, known for their nitpicking and contrarian views, found themselves muted, refraining from voicing any objections. Clearly, even they had to concede that Chio held a significant position in the hearts of many, and in terms of qualifications, she was indeed deserving of such responsibilities. Observing this scene, Rasa nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He mused to himself that it seemed the others held a considerable faith in Chio's abilities. Seeing Rasa's nod, the crowd began to congratulate Chio, though she had grown indifferent to such power. She merely offered a slight gesture of thanks before moving on. Subsequently, the discussion shifted to the arrangements and elections for the heads of other departments. However, the ensuing election process proved far less smooth than Chio's, descending into chaos and strife. Aside from some controversy surrounding Hai Laozong's appointment as Minister of Finance, the elections for the other departmental leaders resembled fierce wars. Participants were relentless, attacking and accusing one another without mercy, even resorting to heated arguments that nearly escalated into physical altercations. Such scenes were not uncommon, leaving onlookers astounded. Eventually, Rasa could no longer tolerate the farce and intervened to restore order. Thus, what was expected to be a quickly concluded meeting extended from midday until dusk. The prolonged debates left everyone parched and exhausted, as if they had poured out a year's worth of grievances in one sitting. When they finally emerged from the conference room, each person's back had hunched from prolonged sitting. Strangely enough, despite the physical fatigue, some faces radiated an uncontainable excitement. Perhaps for them, this intense election was not merely a contest for power. Chapter 20. Contentment. Rasa stretched languidly as he rose from bed, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he murmured, "Ah, how delightful. Since becoming the Wind Shadow, I have never enjoyed such a leisurely morning. He ambled to the bathroom for his morning routine. After freshening up, he entered the living room, where he spotted Karura had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. At the table, the sleepy figures of Shori and Kankuro sat with half-closed eyes, evidently roused forcibly by Karura. For children of their age, rising early each day was no simple feat. Sleeping was their happiest time. Just then, the sound of washing hands came from the kitchen, and shortly after, Karura emerged with a smile. Looking at Rasa, she playfully chided. "Why are you awake so late today? Usually, I can hardly catch a glimpse of you." To this, Rasa chuckled heartily, explaining, "The village has recently implemented some changes to the system, which should make my work considerably easier going forward. I won't be as overwhelmingly busy as before. Oh, by the way, the specific details are posted on the bulletin board at the village entrance. If you're interested, you can take a moment to check it out." Upon hearing Rasa's words, Karura felt a surge of joy. After all, having her husband around more often to spend time with her and the children was something she had longed for. With this thought, a brighter smile blossomed on her beautiful face as the family gathered together to relish the warmth of this lovely morning. Of course, while it was nice to enjoy leisure, as the esteemed wind shadow, he bore significant responsibilities that precluded idleness. Therefore, after a brief rest following breakfast, Rasa resolutely returned to the towering wind shadow building. Seated in his spacious and well-lit office, his gaze fell upon a small stack of documents awaiting his attention. With swift and decisive movements, he efficiently cleared the few files in no time. After completing his work, he found himself feeling somewhat aimless. His gaze shifted to the other side, where the chief lumberjack was leading a bustling crew through the dense woods. Accompanying him were not only hundreds of well-trained ninja, but also thousands of ordinary citizens. Their task was to assist in transporting the robust trees unearthed by the Earth-style ninjas utilizing their jutsu. Undoubtedly, this was an arduous project, both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Not to mention the daunting challenge of supplying the thousands with ample food and water daily. The immense loss incurred during the transportation of these heavy logs alone is enough to induce considerable stress. In this technologically underdeveloped world of ninjas, faced with such laborious tasks, the only resources available to the people are their boundless strength and the sweat of their toil. After all, there are no alternatives. Amidst this, Maki, positioned at the center of the crowd, methodically directed dozens of ninjas proficient in earth manipulation techniques. With a single command, these earth ninjas deftly employed their skills to separate the roots of the trees from the surrounding soil. This maneuver allowed them to effortlessly uproot entire trees, greatly diminishing the difficulty of the task. At that moment, a ninja swiftly approached Maki and whispered, "Sir, the patrol team from Konoha is heading this way." Upon hearing this, Maki nodded subtly and led several ninjas toward the direction of the Konoha ninjas. Just as they had taken off, a team of figures appeared ahead. Unmistakably the patrol squad from Konoha. The leader of this patrol, leisurely chewing on a tuft of fluffy dogtail grass, wore a complexion as pale as parchment, as if he had not seen sunlight for an extended period. His face was devoid of any color, and notably, dark circles resembling ink stains hung beneath his eyes, rendering him with an unmistakable air of illness and frailty. Upon closer inspection, this individual was none other than the renowned Moonlight Gale of Konoha. When Moonlight Gale and his patrol team recognized that the figures before them were Maki and his entourage from Sunagakure, they immediately halted. Given the current alliance between Sunagakure and Konoha, neither party entertained thoughts of hostility upon mere sight. However, caution prevailed, as both sides remained vigilant. Their gazes locked onto each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. At this juncture, Moonlight Gale broke the silence, addressing Maki with a raised voice. "Hey, what are you lot doing here, causing such a ruckus? This is a border area. Considering the current amicable relations between our villages, I expect a reasonable explanation to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings and conflicts." In response to Moonlight Gale's inquiry, Maki slightly lowered his head, lost in brief contemplation. After a moment, he raised his gaze, meeting Moonlight Gale's eyes with calm determination, and responded methodically, "Lord Gale, as you know, the geographical position of Sunagakure is indeed unique. Surrounded by vast deserts, with scarcely any trees, making it nearly impossible to gather even the basic materials for establishing windbreaks. Over time, the living conditions in the village have deteriorated, and the lives of our citizens have become increasingly difficult. To alter this situation, we urgently require trees to transport back. with hopes of planting them around the village to address the issue of desertification. Moonlight Gale listened intently to Maki's explanation, yet remained unconvinced. His brow furrowed, bearing an expression of grave contemplation as he scrutinized Maki. After all, matters concerning the border necessitate prudence. Sensing Gale's skepticism, Maki hastily added, "If you harbor any doubts regarding my words, we fully welcome the ninjas of Konoha to supervise at any time, alleviating your concerns." Hearing Maki's earnest words, Moonlight Gale's apprehensions eased considerably. He nodded slightly, his tone calm yet resolute as he replied, "In that case, we shall keep a close eye on this matter. However, I must first relay this information back to Konoha and await further instructions before making any decisions. I hope your village can understand." Maki, upon hearing this, calmly nodded and turned to lead his accompanying ninjas back, quickly disappearing at the bend of the winding path. Once Maki and his group had completely departed, the ever-curious Ayaka, standing beside Moonlight Gale, could no longer contain her curiosity and softly inquired, "Gale, what do you think of this situation?" She tilted her head slightly, her bright eyes reflecting her inquisitiveness. Moonlight Gale glanced upward, his gaze directed toward the path Maki had taken, deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke slowly. I believe his words are likely truthful. Given the current circumstances of Sunagakure, they lack the resources, manpower, materials, and finances to instigate a war. Moreover, not long ago, they sent us a substantial amount of supplies, indicating they possess a genuine intent to foster goodwill. Ayaka furrowed her brow, a hint of confusion crossing her face. If that is the case, should we still notify the village? She tilted her head, her tone laced with uncertainty. Moonlight Gale withdrew his gaze, his expression turning serious as he stated firmly, "We must notify them. Regardless of whether Sunagakure harbors ulterior motives, caution is paramount. We cannot afford to be complacent. Only by ensuring the village is fully informed of every detail can we better prepare for any potential developments." Meanwhile, Maki and his entourage returned to their tasks without delay, regardless of Konoha's stance, determined to extract as many trees as possible. Chapter 21. What should I do if I draw an AK? The events unfolding at the border spread like wildfire, reaching Konoha within a day. In the Hokage's office, both Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi had received the news and were deeply engrossed in discussion, their expressions focused and brows slightly furrowed. Lord Third, Minato began with a grave tone, imbued with contemplation. I believe Sunagakure has no reason to jeopardize its relationship with Konoha at this critical juncture. As the leader of a village, the Wind Shadow would never commit such a fundamental error. Furthermore, with the presence of the astute Chiyo, they are undoubtedly aware of the severe repercussions of damaging relations. Minato's analysis was clear and logical, glimmering with wisdom. Hiruzen nodded slowly in agreement, but still wore a look of concern. That may be true, but this matter is of great significance. We must not let our guard down. Our vigilance must remain unwavering, and necessary defensive measures must be arranged promptly. Minato understood the necessity of caution in such matters and reflected for a moment before decisively calling upon a name, Kakashi. Before he could finish, a white-haired Umbu member knelt before him, awaiting orders. With a serious demeanor and penetrating gaze, Minato instructed the Umbu member, "You are to immediately inform Moonlight Gale," instructing him to lead a team to periodically scout the Sunagakure border. Should any unusual activity arise, you must notify the village without delay. No mistakes. The Umbu member accepted the command and vanished in an instant, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind, and the office once more fell into silence. Over the next 3 months, the two villages maintained a tenuous peace, with Moonlight Gale's team frequently returning to Maki's side for reconnaissance, yet no issues were uncovered, allowing both parties to grow accustomed to each other's presence. In the office of Sand-Hidden Village, Rasa reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, startling him nearly to the point of falling off his seat. Ding dong, congratulations, host, you have completed task 2. Task reward, 1 lottery chance and a mysterious ninjutsu. Finally, it was completed. Rasa straightened up and moved to sit at his desk. Task 1 had been accomplished long ago, and this lottery was crucial for the future development of Sand-Hidden Village. Thus, he had been waiting for the completion of the work from Sand Iron. However, the wait stretched on for 3 long months. Now, let the gamble begin. With his eyes wide open and a near-manic grin on his face, he resembled a gambler as he unhesitatingly pointed and firmly tapped the lottery interface. In an instant, the lottery interface unfolded, revealing a dazzling array of prizes. However, at that moment, Rasa could scarcely focus on the myriad of prizes. He took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with determination, and abruptly pressed the start button. Please do not disappoint me. Instantly, the pointer on the lottery interface spun wildly, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Rasa's heart raced in tandem with the rapidly rotating pointer, as if it might leap from his chest. As seconds ticked by, fine beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the spinning pointer, refusing to waver. He understood that this time, he must draw something that would enhance the strength of Sand Hidden Village. Finally, after what seemed an eternity, the pointer, as if exhausted, gradually came to a halt. Rasa's eyes widened in shock as he fixed his gaze on the position indicated by the pointer. When he discerned the text displayed on the panel, he felt as if struck by lightning, instantaneously petrified in place. What? A cry escaped Rasa's lips, echoing throughout the room. The guard ninjas outside assumed something was amiss and burst in, weapons at the ready. Upon seeing Rasa, flushed with excitement, they initially thought he had been poisoned and were about to rush forward. Realizing his overexcitement, Rasa waved his hand to signal that all was well. The ninjas, relieved by his nonchalant demeanor, relaxed but exchanged glances that suggested something was amiss. Rasa offered a wry smile. Could anyone blame him? He could hardly believe what lay before him, as the display read, "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the blueprints for the AK-47 assault rifle and ammunition system. What on earth are you trying to do? An AK? A rifle? In this world?" As Rasa muttered to himself, he rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if hoping this was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, those glaring words, AK-47 assault rifle and ammunition blueprints, remained vividly before him. He couldn't help but ponder the implications. If he could produce these rifles and distribute them among every inhabitant of Sand Hidden Village, what a sight it would be. For ordinary individuals, possessing an AK-47 would enable them to swiftly eliminate an unsuspecting Chunin. Would this not lead to a true sense of national defense for Sand Hidden Village? The thought elicited a faint smile from Rasa, as an indescribable thrill surged within him. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming excitement, Rasa forced himself to temper his emotions. Clenching his fists, he endeavored to maintain composure, for he knew this was merely the beginning. If such powerful weaponry could be drawn, what other extraordinary treasures lay in wait for him? Imagine, amidst the tumultuous and heart-pounding Fourth Great Ninja War, the ninja world engulfed in flames of conflict. Ninjas from various villages stood resolutely, using their flesh and will to fend off the advancing army of White Zetsu. Yet, as others relied on traditional combat methods, Sand Hidden Village's steel behemoths would suddenly emerge onto the battlefield. Rasa's mind began to wander. Yes, he could not afford to waste the remaining lottery chance. This time, he was not as impassioned as before, for he had already drawn a legendary item. As long as he did not receive Tsunade's undergarments, he would be satisfied. Indeed, as Rasa observed the pointer's destination, he found himself wishing to slap himself. Damn it, I should have known better than to tempt fate. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have received a pair of pink autumn-themed undergarments belonging to Tsunade. Well, holding a pair of undergarments and unsure where to place them, Rasa felt utterly exasperated. Just then, the door creaked open as Yada-Maru burst in without knocking, excitedly addressing Rasa. Lord Windshadow, the work over at Sand Iron has been completed. What are you holding? Before Yada-Maru could finish his sentence, he caught sight of the pink undergarments in Rasa's hand and was momentarily taken aback. Rasa, unable to utter a word, felt his mind freeze. Oh no, my reputation. Who understands? Being caught with women's undergarments by his little brother-in-law was mortifying. Observing Rasa's dazed expression, Yada-Maru briefly harbored confusion before his eyes suddenly cleared, as if he comprehended the situation. He shot Rasa a knowing glance, then promptly closed the door and exited. After Yada-Maru left, Rasa finally processed that knowing look, and his defenses crumbled. Chapter 22. Yada-Maru's imagination fills Sand Hidden Village with affection. Yada-Maru hurriedly exited the Wind Shadow building, entirely oblivious to the closed door behind him, where Rasa was about to commence his praises. However, at that moment, Yada-Maru's mind replayed the image of Rasa holding the pink undergarments, looking utterly bewildered and lost. Ha ha ha. The mere thought of that scene made Yada-Maru burst into laughter, as if he had witnessed the most absurd spectacle on earth. Just then, a piercing scream reverberated throughout Sand-Hidden Village, a cry that seemed to pierce the heavens. Which scoundrel dares to steal my undergarments? Step forward, and you'd better hope I don't catch you. Yada-Maru, startled by the voice, immediately recognized it as Tsunade's furious shout. He couldn't help but feel astonished, pondering who could be so shameless as to steal from an elderly woman. Wait, something feels off. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Yada-Maru like lightning, rendering him momentarily frozen. Lord Wind Shadow had been clutching the undergarments, while Tsunade was in a rage over her missing items. And Lord Wind Shadow had appeared unusually tense at the time, connecting the dots with his family's unique algorithm, underwear. In that instant, Yada-Maru felt as if struck by thunder, his head buzzing. Heavens, could it be that I inadvertently discovered my brother-in-law is a pervert? What am I to do? Yashimaru was consumed by urgency, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He stood helplessly in place, murmuring to himself, "Who can tell me what to do? I'm really in a rush." After praising Yashimaru, Rasa quickly regained his composure from the excitement. He swiftly turned his head and carefully sealed the pair of underwear using a special sealing technique, storing it in a designated scroll. Once he completed this task, he looked around anxiously, silently resolving that under no circumstances should anyone discover this incident, lest he lose face as the Wind Shadow. Reflecting on his recent lottery experiences, despite having only drawn a precious item once, Rasa felt a profound sense of satisfaction within. Particularly, the thought of not only receiving a delightful reward but also discovering a mysterious ninjutsu scroll awaiting his exploration filled him with exhilaration. With this in mind, Rasa unhesitatingly retrieved the long-stored scroll from the system space. He placed an immense value on the ninjutsu recorded within, fully aware that any opportunity to enhance his strength should not be overlooked. As Rasa gently unfurled the scroll, a striking phrase instantly caught his eye: the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon seeing these 4 characters, he couldn't help but gasp, a wave of indescribable astonishment washing over him. This was the legendary technique created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and further refined by the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. It is well known that the Flying Thunder God technique, one of the few space-time ninjutsu in the ninja world, holds immense utility whether traversing long distances or engaging in intense battles, with few alternatives rivaling its effectiveness. However, mastering such a formidable ninjutsu was no small feat. It demanded extraordinarily high spatial awareness from the learner, to the point of being exceptionally stringent. At this moment, Rasa began to worry whether he possessed sufficient talent to grasp this technique. If he could not even learn the ninjutsu rewarded by the system, he would truly be ashamed to face his ancestors from the Jiangdong, perhaps even contemplating a drastic end. Yet, just as Rasa fretted over this matter, a clear and melodious chime suddenly rang out, piercing through his inner gloom. This sound, akin to celestial music, swiftly entered his consciousness. Host need not worry about the inability to fulfill the reward. Any ninjutsu granted by the system that enhances personal strength, once activated, allows the host to directly step into the realm of that ninjutsu. As expected, no sooner had the system's confident reassurance echoed in his mind than Rasa felt an extraordinary and powerful force surging within him. This sensation was akin to enlightenment, sharpening his spatial awareness to an unprecedented level. The once obscure and elusive mysteries of space now unfolded before him like a vividly painted canvas. Every subtle fluctuation in space, every nuanced spatial node, became easily perceptible to him. This sudden transformation filled Rasa with both surprise and excitement, as he understood that it signified a monumental breakthrough in his ninjutsu practice. However, to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique as adeptly as Namikaze Minato in fierce combat, he would need to craft specialized kunai. Only through this means could he, after hurling the kunai, close the distance to his opponent with astonishing speed, delivering a fatal strike. After all, ordinary kunai might not fully harness the miraculous teleportation capabilities of the Flying Thunder God technique. Only kunai specially designed and crafted could seamlessly align with it, becoming an indispensable tool for executing this powerful ninjutsu. Thus, creating dedicated kunai was crucial to mastering and effectively applying the Flying Thunder God technique in practical combat. Speaking of the Flying Thunder God seal, it was entirely a matter of personal preference. In the past, the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God mark was circular, while the fourth Hokage transformed it into a textual form, showcasing a stark contrast between the two. After pacing back and forth in the room for a while, Rasa finally slapped his thigh and made a decision to set his Flying Thunder God seal as the character for love. This choice was not rooted in complex reasoning. Rather, it stemmed from the striking love character on Gaara's forehead, which left a lasting impression on him, and he wished to commemorate it in this manner. After all, if he and Karura were to have more children in the future, they would certainly not name them Gaara, ensuring that Gaara, as a unique entity, would not reappear in the ninja world. Without further ado, Rasa swiftly imprinted this special character for love onto his desk. Then, like a child, he excitedly rushed to the door, repeatedly practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Each time he successfully blinked, he couldn't help but chuckle with delight. Soon, he could travel from home to his office in the blink of an eye. How convenient! Having tasted this newfound power, an excellent idea suddenly sprang to mind. Such a useful Flying Thunder God seal must be spread throughout Sunagakure. This way, no matter where trouble arose in the village, he could respond immediately. Eager to act, Rasa swiftly exited the Wind Shadow building, ready to make his mark by spreading the love symbol across every corner of Sunagakure. Chapter 23. The Proud Rasa and the Frenzied Chiyo. At this point, one might argue that even if Rasa truly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he could not simply use it at will. After all, if Konoha were to discover that their unique secret technique had been learned by an outsider, it would undoubtedly lead to great misunderstandings, potentially sparking a war between the two sides. However, Rasa held a starkly different perspective on this matter. For him, successfully comprehending and learning the Flying Thunder God technique marked a qualitative leap in his strength. Even if other ninja villages or Konoha intended to declare war on Sunagakure, they would likely think twice, for Rasa, with the Flying Thunder God at his side, was not easily provoked. Furthermore, who said that what he learned was definitively the Flying Thunder God technique? Let them think what they wish. Time passed swiftly to midday, with sunlight bathing the earth. Rasa approached his home with a light-hearted step, gently pushing open the door to enter. The moment he stepped inside, his gaze was immediately drawn to a heartwarming scene. Karura was quietly seated, diligently knitting warm sweaters for their two little ones. When she suddenly noticed Rasa at the door, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Why are you home so early today? Did you forget something important? She inquired, setting down her needlework and rising to greet him. Rasa smiled and slowly shook his head, indicating that it was not as she presumed. He then walked directly to Karura's side, wrapping his arms around her tenderly. The reason I hurried home was not due to forgetting any belongings, but rather because I had just successfully mastered an entirely new ninjutsu. I was eager to return and personally test it out. Rasa whispered excitedly into Karura's ear, and Karura, feeling a bit shy from Rasa's closeness, turned away and asked, "What ninjutsu?" "The Flying Thunder God technique." Rasa proudly demonstrated the hand seal for the technique on the table before Karura. Karura gazed at Rasa in astonishment. Was this not the space-time ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage of Sunagakure? Rasa pointed to the character for love inscribed on the table and affirmed, "Indeed. We now possess it in the Sand Village as well. With this seal, I can return home at any time, no matter where I am." Karura's attention was captivated by the character, and an inexplicable pang of emotion surged within her, leaving her confused. She instinctively raised her finger towards the character, slowly lifting her gaze to meet Rasa's, filled with curiosity, and inquired, "Why is this seal inscribed with the character for love?" Rasa had anticipated her curiosity, but could not reveal that it commemorated his son, Gaara, whom she had yet to meet. After a moment of silence, Rasa's expression grew solemn. He straightened his back and earnestly proclaimed, "As the Kazekage, it is my duty to protect the Sand Village, and my love for this village is unparalleled. As a husband, this home is my sanctuary, and my love for my family is equally profound. This character embodies all my feelings for both the village and my family, carrying my responsibilities and concerns." Upon hearing Rasa's words, Karura's eyes sparkled with admiration. Rasa casually glanced at her and, noticing her expression, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Truly, what man would not desire the admiration of his beloved wife? After calming his emotions, he pretended not to notice her gaze and simply remarked that he had matters to attend to before departing, leaving Karura with a majestic silhouette. As Rasa stepped out of the room, suppressing a laugh, he immediately utilized the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, a dazzling light flashed and Rasa's figure vanished. The next moment, he found himself in a spacious and brightly lit office. He steadied himself and walked to the windowsill, opening the window. His laughter soon filled the office, enveloping it in a joyful atmosphere. However, outside the door, a slight commotion arose. The guarding ninjas, startled by the sudden laughter from within, exchanged bewildered glances. One ANBU ninja with a fox-like face turned to his companion, who wore a dog-faced mask, and whispered, "Li Feng, didn't T-Kakasama just leave? How could he have returned so quickly, and why is he laughing so loudly?" Li Feng, equally perplexed, nodded vigorously, affirming that he had indeed seen Rasa leave just moments ago. Yet the current situation was utterly baffling. Could it be that the Kazekage possessed some unique ninjutsu enabling such rapid transit? Shall we investigate further? Suggested the fox-faced ANBU ninja cautiously, gesturing towards the office door. Li Feng hesitated. After all, as members of the ANBU, intruding into the Kazekage's office without permission was no trivial matter. The consequences of angering the Kazekage could be dire. Yet, on the other hand, if something unusual were occurring inside and they failed to address it promptly, they would also bear responsibility. Just as the two were caught in indecision, the office door unexpectedly swung open from within. Rasa, with a smile, stepped out. Upon seeing the expressions of the two guards, he understood their thoughts. He cleared his throat and said, "Apologies for not informing you earlier. I recently mastered a space-time ninjutsu that allows me to teleport directly from home. I hope you do not take offense." Space-time ninjutsu. The two were taken aback. When did the Sand Village acquire such a technique? However, they refrained from probing further. Their duty was to protect the Kazekage, and everything else was beyond their concern. Rasa's office was located on the second floor of the building, with the first floor housing the offices of the village elders. Previously, he had never seen many elders working when passing through the first floor. After the system changed, the first floor had transformed into the primary workspace, bustling with activity. After a few months, he felt compelled to see if the elders, who had once reveled in their newfound power, still retained such sentiments. Soon, Rasa arrived on the first floor, opting not to knock on each door. Instead, he stealthily peered through the cracks of the doors to observe the situation. When he saw the elders' desks piled high with documents, he nearly burst out laughing but managed to suppress it. Stopping in front of Chiyo's door, he was curious to see how she managed such a mountain of paperwork, given that she had previously been the secretary to the second Kazekage. To his surprise, he found Chiyo, her expression one of deep frustration, manipulating her puppets to sign each document. Yet, the sheer volume was overwhelming. A miscalculation in force caused her to tear a document in half. This rendered the elderly lady furious, her hair standing on end, appearing quite fearsome. At that moment, Rasa, observing Chiyo's plight from outside, could not contain his laughter. Realizing his predicament, he quickly covered his mouth. However, contrary to his expectations, Chiyo heard the sound and bellowed, "Who is peeking at me? Come in." Recognizing that there was no escape, Rasa steeled himself and stepped inside. Upon seeing Chiyo's expression of resentment and fury, he knew he had to appease her. Otherwise, it would be difficult to calm her down. Without hesitation, Rasa donned a charming smile and approached Chiyo. "Grandma, I came here today specifically to bring you a gift." Chiyo regarded Rasa with a skeptical expression, eager to ascertain his intentions. Realizing he needed to pull out all the stops, Rasa produced a scroll and placed it on her desk. Before she could respond, he initiated his grandiose exit, leaving behind a striking silhouette as he teleported away using the Flying Thunder God technique. Space-time ninjutsu. Chiyo observed Rasa's vanishing form with surprise. This young man certainly harbored many secrets. She felt increasingly pleased with him. After all, having secrets was not alarming. What was concerning was a lack of capability. Shifting her gaze to the scroll left on her desk, she mused, "A sealing scroll?" Narrowing her eyes with curiosity, she cradled the mysterious scroll in her hands, examining it closely. Then, with deft hands, she swiftly performed hand seals, and with a flash of light, the contents of the scroll materialized in her palm. When Chiyo focused on the object before her, her expression shifted to one of bewilderment. However, merely a moment later, this bewilderment swiftly transformed into shock, her wide-open eyes seemingly on the verge of popping from their sockets. Immediately following, shock was replaced by a raging inferno of anger, her teeth clenched tightly, cheeks puffed out from fury. Ultimately, the anger surged forth like a deluge, completely overwhelming the defenses of reason, plunging Chiyo, into a state bordering on madness. Rasa. Chiyo suddenly opened her mouth, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. The sound was akin to a clap of thunder, causing the entire building to tremble violently. Dust cascading down from the walls as though a light snow were falling. The members of the Dark Organization and the elders, previously engrossed in their tasks, were now thrown into a state of panic by this sudden outburst, their minds in disarray. Curiosity compelled them to peek out from their rooms to discern the source of the commotion. What they beheld would become an indelible memory etched in their minds for a lifetime. In the corridor stood Chiyo, her hair disheveled, resembling a vengeful spirit escaped from the depths of hell. Surrounding her were several grotesque puppets, each exuding a chilling aura. More frightening still was the palpable bloodlust emanating from Chiyo, as if it had solidified into a tangible force, a surging torrent rushing towards them, threatening to engulf them in an instant. As terror gripped the onlookers, a few sharp-eyed members of the Dark Organization noticed that Chiyo was clutching a vivid pink object. Though it was but a fleeting glance, the image of Chiyo in her frenzied state became deeply ingrained in their minds. In an instant, all those who had dared to peek were frozen in place as if under a spell, their bodies immobilized. Then, in a frantic rush, they withdrew their heads back into their rooms, fearful that a moment's delay would draw Chiyo's attention. Time passed agonizingly slowly, and even several minutes after Chiyo's figure had vanished at the end of the corridor, none dared to step out of their doors. The entire floor was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping would have been distinctly audible, with only the sounds of their breaths and heartbeats intertwining in the stillness. Chapter 24. It's over. It's truly over. This is the last time for Grandfather Rokudo. At this moment, Rasa, situated in the desert wheat fields outside the village, remained oblivious to the tumult occurring in the office building. Earlier, he had skillfully employed the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously transport himself to this secluded location, far from the clamor of the village. Time flew by, and in just 3 short months, this place had undergone a remarkable transformation. The exquisite underground irrigation system flowed like a miraculous vein, continuously supplying precious water resources from Suna Hidden Village. The water cascaded gently and regularly upon the parched earth, maintaining a perfect level of moisture that nourished the crops without wasting a single drop. Surveying the surroundings, what was once an endless expanse of barren desert was now encircled by lush trees. These resilient green sentinels not only effectively warded off the ravaging winds and sands, but also infused the land with vitality and vigor. Moreover, as the area of tree planting continued to expand, Suna Hidden Village might soon no longer need to fell trees from distant borders to meet its needs. Rasa walked steadily towards a modestly constructed house in the distance. As he pushed open the door, the group inside, including Shati, who were leisurely enjoying tea, were drawn to the sudden sound of the door opening. They turned their gazes in unison, their attention converging upon Rasa, who had just stepped inside. Lord Windshadow, you have also come. Upon seeing him, Shati hastily set down his teacup and respectfully greeted Rasa. Since the astonishing success of the desert wheat cultivation project, Shati and the other craftsmen involved had developed an increasingly profound admiration for Rasa. In their eyes, he was akin to the legendary reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Why are you still here? Is the project not completed? Rasa asked, his brow furrowed in curiosity as he regarded the craftsmen before him. According to protocol, once the project was finished, the craftsmen should have packed up and returned to their homes, leaving the land in the care of designated personnel for management and follow-up. An older craftsman stepped forward respectfully and replied, it is as follows, my lord. We feel that while the project is largely complete, we would like to stay a bit longer to carefully observe for any overlooked areas. After all, we must strive for perfection in our work. Upon hearing this, Rasa nodded slightly, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He acknowledged them, saying, Indeed, it is commendable that you are so diligent. If that is the case, please continue. But do be mindful not to delay too long. With that, he waved his hand gently, signaling them to resume their work. He then turned and walked away with measured steps. The most socially astute among them, Shati, offered a respectful farewell as Rasa departed. Hearing this farewell, Rasa paused momentarily, not turning back, but allowing a slight smile to grace his lips before continuing on, his figure gradually fading into the distance. Rasa strolled alone through the swirling sands, the tiny grains beneath his feet whispering softly. He chose not to employ the flying thunder god technique to teleport back to the village. At this moment, walking alone in the boundless desert, experiencing the tranquility and solitude, felt like a rare indulgence. It seems there is truly nothing for me to worry about now, Rasa murmured softly, as if confiding his thoughts to the vast expanse of desert. Since receiving the rewards from the system, the precious items, aside from the firearm schematics, had begun to show preliminary development. A smile crept upon his lips at the thought, especially with Chiyo, given her remarkable mastery of puppet techniques. She would soon likely master the new style of puppetry. Once accomplished, the combat capabilities of Suna Hidden Village would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. His spirits lifted. Rasa walked with newfound lightness, embodying the youthful exuberance of a spirited young man. Gazing around, he saw only desolation, not a soul in sight. In this desolate scene, Rasa's mind suddenly recalled the peculiar item he had drawn from the system, the panties of Chiyo. He had kept this item hidden on his person, but carrying it was far too perilous. Should it be discovered inadvertently, it would spell trouble. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity to dispose of it. Without hesitation, Rasa swiftly reached into his clothing and rummaged around. Soon, he produced a small scroll. However, just as he was about to discard it carelessly, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the inscription on the scroll. Advanced Puppet Technique Scroll. This scroll had been personally handed to Chiyo. Why was it now resting securely in his hand? Rasa's eyes widened in disbelief. What, then, had he just given to Chiyo? Upon contemplating this, Luosha felt his head buzzing, his entire being frozen as if struck by lightning, as though he had instantaneously lost his soul, transforming into a lifeless puppet. His mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate an egg, his eyes fixated on the scroll in his hand, his body trembling slightly in excitement. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Luosha, resonating throughout the desert, with echoes that lingered. What on earth should he do? How could he explain such a ludicrous situation to Granny Chiyo? Luosha was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, inwardly lamenting that it was that wretched system that had caused his plight. No, this was not the time for self-pity or despair. Luosha took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, for the urgent task at hand was to devise a plausible excuse to appease Granny Chiyo's wrath. Reason. Luosha tightly closed his eyes, striving to calm the turmoil and anxiety within, repeatedly murmuring those two words, while his mind raced, attempting to conjure even the slightest possibility of a plausible escape. He had initially intended to present an advanced version of puppet arts to Granny Chiyo, yet due to a momentary lapse, he had mistakenly handed over a scroll meant for sealing underwear. Given that, he had no choice but to resort to his usual excuse. I am terribly sorry. Revered sage of the six paths, I must, for now, impose upon you to serve as a shield. Rest assured, should I encounter you again, I shall certainly repay your kindness. Chapter 25. The Confrontation. Granny Chiyo's fury and Luosha's plight having already devised a countermeasure, Luosha unhesitatingly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his spot in an instant, only to reappear in his office moments later. However, upon stepping into the office, he found that Hai Laozong, Li Feng, and several other Umbu members had long been waiting for him. As soon as they saw Luosha's presence, they surged forward like a tide, surrounding him completely. Faced with this sudden onslaught, a wave of panic washed over Luosha. What are you all doing? He stammered. Yet, the crowd did not respond, merely standing silently with expressions that conveyed a strange mix of sympathy and helplessness. At that moment, Hai Laozong, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, his voice deep and serious. Lord Forth, may I ask what exactly you said to Chiyo? Shortly after you departed from her office, she began frantically searching the village for your whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Li Feng could no longer contain himself, his face a mask of terror as he gesticulated wildly, vividly recounting, Yes, Lord Forth, you have no idea how terrifying Chiyo-sama was at that moment. She seemed to have gone mad like a tailed beast, sending shivers down one's spine. As Hai Laozong and Li Feng spoke, the surrounding members chimed in, each recounting various exaggerated tales of Granny Chiyo's fury. Some claimed her eyes blazed with fire, as if capable of turning a person to ashes. Others asserted her roars echoed throughout the village. Still, others spoke of her kunai gleaming ominously, ready to strike at any moment. The cacophony of hyperbolic descriptions sent chills down Luosha's spine, beads of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Truth be told, Luosha, who had initially been filled with confidence in his reasoning, now found himself beset by uncertainty and self-doubt. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, Luosha understood that he must not reveal any hint of emotional fluctuation in front of so many. As the village leader, he needed to maintain an air of authority and composure. More importantly, he could not disclose the embarrassing truth that he had unwittingly gifted Granny Chiyo with stolen underwear. Should this fact come to light, he would surely become the target of scorn. Thus, Luosha forced himself to appear composed, striving to maintain an exterior calm, and inquired of the gathered crowd, "Where is Chiyo now?" No sooner had he spoken than Li Feng hurriedly replied, "Someone saw her heading towards your home." Upon hearing this, Luosha could no longer contain the surge of terror and anger within him. "What?" he exclaimed, his expression darkening in an instant. If Chiyo dared to harm his family, he would not let her go easily, regardless of the cost. In that moment, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from Luosha, sweeping through the room like a frigid wind, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. Sensing the tension in the air, Hai Laozong quickly attempted to reassure him, "Do not worry. Lord Fourth, Chiyo is not the kind of person to act with such malice. Moreover, your home is already fortified with the Umbu's defenses. Should anything occur, they would surely notify us at once." Upon hearing this, Luosha seemed to calm slightly, yet he could not feel at ease unless he saw for himself. Fortunately, he had left a flying thunder god mark at his home. Without greeting anyone, he vanished directly. Hai Laozong, observing the spot where Luosha had disappeared, mused. The flying thunder god technique. Meanwhile, at Luosha's home, Karura was quietly seated in the living room when a sudden, urgent knocking at the door startled her. Rising to approach the door, she peered through the crack and saw Granny Chiyo standing outside, her face etched with anger. Although Karura was unaware of Chiyo's purpose for visiting, out of respect for Chiyo's esteemed standing in Sunagakure and her deep-seated reverence for the elder, she greeted her with a smile, opened the door with all due decorum, and warmly invited Chiyo inside. Upon entering, Chiyo swiftly scanned the room, seemingly searching for someone's presence. However, to her disappointment, Luosha was nowhere to be found. She then turned her gaze towards Karura, fixing her with a serious stare as she inquired, "Where's Luosha?" At that moment, Karura was just lifting a teapot to brew tea. Hearing Chiyo's question, she paused briefly, surmising that Chiyo might have important matters to discuss with Luosha. After a moment of thought, Karura softly replied, "He should still be in his office attending to affairs. I am not quite certain of his exact whereabouts at this moment. However, if you do not mind, you are welcome to wait here for a while. He may return shortly." As soon as she finished speaking, Karura skillfully began to brew the tea, and before long, a fragrant cup of steaming tea was ready. She carefully handed the cup to Chiyo, inviting her to partake. Just then, as if sensing an unspoken connection, Luosha's familiar figure suddenly appeared at the door. First, he cast a concerned glance at Karura, ensuring her safety. Then exhaled a long breath, his previously taut nerves finally relaxing. Yet in that instant, he keenly sensed a wave of intense resentment surging from behind him. Luosha felt a chill run down his spine, his body involuntarily stiffening. He slowly turned around, forcing a faint smile on his face as he stammered a greeting to Chiyo. "Minister Chiyo, I fear there may be some misunderstandings regarding this matter. Please, calm down and allow me to explain." However, before Rasa could finish his words, Chiyo was already seething with rage. Without uttering another word, she swiftly grasped the broom beside her and, like a tempest, hurled it fiercely at Rasa. Shocked, he hastily grabbed a cushion from the sofa, raising it above his head in a frantic attempt to shield himself from Chiyo's formidable onslaught. "Explain? You insolent brat. How dare you even mention explanation? Have you grown wings now? Just wait until I teach you a proper lesson today." Chiyo berated him, her broom swinging with increasing ferocity. Meanwhile, Rasa ducked and dodged, struggling to defend himself amidst the chaos that ensued. In a flash, realizing that merely using the broom would not suffice to strike the agile Rasa, Chiyo's mind raced, and she quickly unleashed her signature puppet technique. With a series of sharp finger snaps, 2 or 3 exquisitely crafted, lifelike puppets materialized at her side, joining the fray. The living room erupted into a cacophony of shouts and dust, transforming into a battlefield shrouded in turmoil. Kaguro, who had intended to intervene, recognized his inability to halt the melee and, with a resigned shake of his head, retreated to a safe corner, becoming an intrigued spectator. Simultaneously, the 2 children, Shoju and Kenjiro, playing in their rooms, were startled by the commotion. Curiosity piqued, they peeked out, and upon witnessing the scene, they erupted into excited cheers. The two little ones gleefully rushed to the center of the living room, standing behind their father, shouting encouragement. The atmosphere in the living room was filled with a mix of curses and laughter, creating a lively spectacle. Eventually, after a prolonged battle, both combatants were too exhausted to stand and collapsed onto the sofa to recuperate. During this interlude, Rasa finally shared all the explanations he had meticulously formulated during his time in the desert. Chiyo, panting heavily, had already expended significantly more energy than Rasa due to her age. When she heard Rasa's words, they struck her as absurd, and she thought, what on earth does this have to do with the Sage of Six Paths? However, she was equally perplexed as to why Rasa possessed his undergarments. Gazing at Kaguro's graceful figure, she found it hard to believe he would stoop to such actions. Perhaps it was merely the doing of the Sage of Six Paths. She mused, resigned to that notion. Rasa, relieved to see Chiyo's demeanor return to normal, felt as though he had narrowly escaped a pitfall. Damn that system for putting me in such a predicament. If only it could manifest as a tangible entity like those in the novels of my past life. I would ensure it faced dire consequences. Chapter 26. Chiyo's touching moment. Rasa's descent. After the intense conflict, the tense atmosphere in the household gradually dissipated, restoring the tranquility of days gone by. Soft light streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow over the serene scene. Rasa invited Chiyo to a room specifically designed for receiving guests. The room was simply yet elegantly decorated, and the air was imbued with a faint aroma of tea. Kaguro entered quietly, skillfully balancing 2 steaming cups of tea, placing them before the two with grace before quietly exiting and gently closing the door behind her. Chiyo slowly lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip, the scalding liquid flowing down her throat, instantly warming her from within. Setting her cup down, she fixed her gaze on Rasa and inquired, "You mentioned this was bestowed upon you by the Sage of Six Paths. What of the other item?" Her tone carried a hint of skepticism and inquiry. In their prior discussions, Rasa had alluded to receiving a secret technique scroll from the sage, so he was unsurprised by her question. Rather than respond immediately, he leisurely retrieved a scroll from within his garments, placing it gently on the table. "This, dear Chiyo, is something I believe you will cherish," Rasa said with a smile, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Upon hearing this, curiosity flickered in Chiyo's eyes as she eagerly extended her hand to grasp the scroll. Just as her fingers were about to touch it, they trembled uncontrollably. Her movements halted abruptly, and the smile on her face vanished. Why does this scene feel so familiar? She pondered, a memory from not long ago surfacing in her mind. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of hesitation, she steadied herself and carefully lifted the scroll, slowly unfurling it. Instantly, the characters and illustrations within captivated her. Her body involuntarily quivered with sheer astonishment. Watching Chiyo immerse herself in the scroll's contents, Rasa was flooded with memories. He recalled the artisans' faces, their identical expressions of exhilaration, and their profound shock at the scroll's contents, mirroring Chiyo's current reaction. Chiyo's gaze remained locked onto the scroll, seemingly ensnared by an invisible force, unable to divert her eyes. Suddenly, she lifted her head sharply, locking her gaze with Rasa, her eyes still reflecting lingering shock and confusion. "Are you truly willing to give this scroll to me? I have nothing of value to offer in return." Despite her words, her fingers clutched the scroll tightly, knuckles whitening from the effort, betraying her true feelings. In truth, Rasa had resolved from the outset to bestow this scroll upon Chiyo. To him, it would merely gather dust in his possession, as he had no interest in puppet techniques. Chiyo, however, was a different story. Her mastery of puppetry was widely recognized in Sunagakure, and with her skills, learning the secrets contained within the scroll would undoubtedly elevate the village's capabilities. Thus, it was a mutually beneficial arrangement, maximizing the scroll's potential while contributing to the welfare of the village. "Rest assured, dear Chiyo, this technique was always meant for you," Rasa stated earnestly, his tone resolute. "As you've seen, the advanced version of the puppet technique far surpasses the current one. I need you to swiftly master the knowledge within to benefit Sunagakure." His eyes sparkled with hope and trust, as if he could already envision the village flourishing under her guidance. Chiyo felt a tingle of unease under Rasa's gaze, sensing an undertone of persuasion in his words. Nevertheless, she sincerely thanked him. "You were always so courteous, and remember, You once taught me ninjutsu when I was a child, he replied with a smile. Suddenly, Rasa's remark transported Chiyo back to her younger days, eliciting a wave of nostalgia. Indeed, that little rascal has grown into the esteemed Kazekage. Time flowed swiftly, and amid their laughter, a year had passed. In the ninja world, on January 19th of the 48th year of Konoha, today marked a significant day. It is a momentous day for Rasa, as the new life, conceived by his very soul since arriving in the world of Hokage, is about to be born. At this moment, Rasa paces anxiously outside the delivery room, each step heavy with anticipation, his gaze fixed on the closed door, beads of sweat trickling down his temples. He intermittently glances at his watch, yet the hands seem to mock him, moving at an agonizingly slow pace. Why is it taking so long? He mutters under his breath, his voice tinged with anxiety. Beside him, the ever-patient Fuku, witnessing Rasa's restless demeanor, cannot help but admonish. Could you not find a place to sit down? Your pacing is making me dizzy. Curiously, in the original narrative, Fuku had already passed away by the time Gaara was born. Perhaps Rasa's arrival altered Fuku's fate, sparing him from the tragic destiny foretold in the original tale. Of course, you're not anxious. It's not your child being born, Rasa retorts to Fuku. Just as Rasa continues his relentless pacing, a piercing cry echoes through the sealed door. He halts abruptly, as if frozen in time, his eyes instantly welling with tears, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. With a click, the door swings open, amplifying the sound of the newborn's cries as Chiyo emerges, cradling the infant. Rather than rushing to see his child as most fathers might, Rasa strides directly toward Chiyo, urgency lacing his voice as he inquires about the well-being of Karura. Chiyo, how is she? With Chiyo's reassuring response, Rasa's heart begins to ease. He then directs his gaze to the infant in Chiyo's arms. Upon closer inspection, a flicker of astonishment crosses Rasa's eyes. The child's features mirror those of a youthful Gaara. Yet, when his gaze falls upon the child's forehead, it is smooth and unblemished, devoid of the prominent love symbol that Gaara bore. Rasa reaches out to take the child from Chiyo, feeling the weight of the newborn. And in that moment, he comprehends the profound responsibility of fatherhood. He promptly enters the room, where Karura lies resting with her eyes closed. Upon hearing his presence, she opens her eyes, meeting Rasa's gaze. Time seems to stand still, prompting Fuku, who had followed him in, to awkwardly sigh and retreat. Rasa settles beside Karura, who gazes at him with affection. The couple, enveloped in a cocoon of happiness, find themselves lost in the moment. However, moments later, the sounds of laughter and chatter from Temari and Kankuro, brought in by Chiyo, echo from outside the room. The two little ones, overflowing with excitement, bound in like jubilant fawns. The door swings open with a creak, revealing the flushed faces of Temari and Kankuro, their eyes twinkling with curiosity and anticipation. Behind them trail Yashimaru, Maki, and other high-ranking figures from Sunagakure, all wearing expressions of joy. Mom, is it a brother or a sister? Kankuro and Temari, unable to contain their curiosity, ask in unison, their eyes fixed expectantly on the resting Karura. Rasa, with a smile, gently ruffles their hair, his eyes brimming with affection. It's a brother. You must take good care of him. Upon hearing the news of a brother, Kankuro leaps with uncontainable glee, waving his hands in the air and exclaiming, It's a brother. It's a brother. Temari, you guessed wrong. His face radiates pride, his eyes squinting in delight. Temari, feeling a surge of irritation at Kankuro's smugness, pouts and turns away, though secretly, she too feels a wave of happiness, ignoring the playful banter of the children. The gathered adults approach Rasa to extend their congratulations, filling the room with joyous laughter and chatter. At this moment, Yashimaru steps forward, gently reminding Rasa, Lord Fourth. The child still lacks a name. All right. In my excitement, I completely forgot. Rasa exclaims, patting his head in realization. He turns to Karura, his eyes softening. Do you have any suggestions? Karura shakes her head with a smile, her gaze filled with trust and affection, encouraging Rasa to choose a name. Rasa looks down at the infant, whose wide eyes are curiously observing the world. Overcome with joy, he lifts the child high above his head, proclaiming, Let us name him Roga, a name that beautifully merges both their names, infused with love. As if sensing his new name, little Roga bursts into a loud wail, his cries resonating like an announcement to the world, eliciting laughter from everyone present. In that instant, The delivery room is alive with excitement. The sound of joy echoing in every corner. What are you all doing? Don't you know that a new mother needs rest? It's too noisy in here. Out. All of you. Chio's voice rings out, filled with exasperation as she stands with her hands on her hips, ready to usher everyone out. Realizing their exuberance, the guests quickly apologize to Karura and quietly exit the room, leaving behind an atmosphere imbued with warmth and happiness. Chapter 27. The current state of Sunagakure. A brother ready for greatness. From the day Rogo was born, Rasa's family returned to their serene and warm daily life. Each morning, the gentle sunlight cascades upon their roof as Rasa rises early to assess the village's condition. Temari and Kankuro playfully practice their basic ninjutsu in the yard, while Karura tenderly entertains the swaddled Roga, her face aglow with happiness. Simultaneously, the village undergoes a quiet transformation, progressing towards a brighter future. Sunagakure no longer frets over food shortages. Outside the village, the vast fields of wheat have expanded to 25 hectares, swaying rhythmically in the breeze. Resembling a golden sea, the wheat, once sown, has now matured thrice, the heavy ears not only filling the granaries, ensuring the village's self-sufficiency, but also accumulating a surplus to strengthen the village's foundation for the future. Strolling along the streets of Sunagakure, one can observe numerous ninjas with physical disabilities, yet they move with agility. Upon closer inspection, their missing limbs are expertly replaced by intricately crafted wooden or metal prosthetics. This advancement is largely attributed to Chio. A year ago, after receiving an upgraded version of the puppet technique from Rasa, she dedicated herself to research. Her room illuminated day and night. Now, her findings have successfully materialized into practice. Moreover, Chio has selected many ninjas with less combat aptitude and trained them as puppeteers. To maintain the confidentiality of her techniques, she has only imparted the fundamentals of crafting simple prosthetic limbs. These newly skilled ninjas have secured stable employment, contributing to the vibrant scene that characterizes Sunagakure today. These advanced technologies, akin to a powerful magnet, have ushered in economic prosperity for the village. News spread rapidly, and an increasing number of foreign ninjas flocked to Sunagakure, drawn by tales of its miraculous innovations. In no time, the once quiet village was bustling with activity. The marketplace was alive with the sounds of trade and laughter, exuding an atmosphere of vigorous development. Such was the situation, Lord Kazekage. Within the office, Yashimaru bowed slightly, his demeanor respectful as he meticulously reported to Rasa on the recent happenings in Sunagakure. With the village's growing liveliness and rapid economic advancement, a host of negative issues soon followed. Over the past few months, the Umbu ninjas had been overwhelmed, successfully resolving numerous cases, from the theft of precious ninja tools to petty thefts occurring throughout the streets. Although the Umbu were all exceptionally skilled, their limited numbers rendered them incapable of effectively managing the intricate security challenges, which led to Yashimaru's current report to Rasa. Upon hearing this, Rasa furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Seated in the spacious Kazekage office, he gently tapped his fingers against the desk, his mind racing as he sought practical solutions. Suddenly, an idea struck him like a bolt of lightning: the Konoha police force. This organization served to balance the Uchiha clan's power and had proven effective in maintaining village security. Rasa believed he could adopt its model for Sunagakure. At this moment, Rasa held absolute authority in the village. The elder council members, entangled in the wearisome affairs stemming from their power struggles, were too preoccupied with their mounting duties to impede Rasa's decisions. Furthermore, the intense competition for power had fractured the previously amicable relationships among the elders, making it even more challenging for them to unite and form a force capable of interfering with Rasa's choices. Thus, establishing an institution akin to the Konoha police force in Sunagakure was not aimed at targeting any particular clan, but rather to address the increasingly severe internal security issues. However, Rasa had his considerations regarding the key position of the head of the police force. He understood that any military entity must be wielded by someone trustworthy, as it constituted a formidable power. Rasa gazed at Yashimaru, a look of satisfaction gradually emerging in his eyes as he had already settled on a candidate. Though Yashimaru's current strength and influence were somewhat lacking, Rasa firmly believed that prowess could be cultivated over time. In the future, he could allocate substantial resources to nurture Yashimaru, transforming him into a formidable force within the ninja world. With this thought, A glimmer of determination sparkled in Rasa's eyes as he rose slowly, approaching Yashimaru with measured, purposeful steps. He extended his hand, firmly patting Yashimaru's shoulder, a slight smile playing on his lips as he teasingly inquired, "Would you aspire to be second to none, standing above all others?" At this, Yashimaru appeared thunderstruck, momentarily frozen. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his body trembled slightly, an unprecedented surge of excitement swelling within him, as if an invisible force compelled him to nod in agreement immediately. Nevertheless, Yashimaru exhibited unexpected mental fortitude. After a brief daze, he took a deep breath. Striving to compose himself, the wave of excitement gradually subsided, and his body relaxed, returning to its usual calmness. He lowered his head slightly, a respectful expression adorning his face as he sincerely replied, "Lord Kazekage, I am quite satisfied with my current position. My strength is simply insufficient for such qualifications." Rasa observed Yashimaru's swift and composed emotional transformation, his admiration deepening. He internally acknowledged, "This young man has truly not disappointed me." Unable to restrain his sentiments, he remarked, "Indeed, I did not expect someone so young to resist the allure of power with such clarity. You are certainly worthy of being Karuro's brother." Yashimaru remained with his head bowed, humbly silent, as if absorbing Rasa's praise. This time, Rasa set aside his teasing tone, his expression turning serious and earnest as he fixed his gaze on Yashimaru. He stated solemnly, "I plan to establish a police force, mirroring that of Konoha, with regulations that can be directly adopted. I wish for you to serve as the head of this police force, overseeing all internal security matters in Sunagakure." Once he finished speaking, Rasa noticed Yashimaru preparing to decline, prompting him to hastily add, "Do not be so quick to refuse. This is a unique opportunity one am presenting to you. Understand that while insufficient strength can be improved through practice, this position requires someone I can trust, someone with loyalty and responsibility. I believe you can excel in this role." This time, Yashimaru did not hesitate. A warm current surged within him, filled with gratitude toward Rasa. He slowly raised his head, his eyes shimmering with determination, then deeply bowed to Rasa, remaining in that position for an extended moment. He comprehended the profound significance behind Rasa's words. This was a special consideration bestowed upon him, an extraordinary opportunity in his life. He vowed silently to honor Rasa's trust. Chapter 28. Potential is something that can be extracted. All right, rise. There is no need for such formality. Go and attend to your responsibilities. I will send Maki to assist you immediately. You may select and recruit personnel for the police force at your discretion. Remember, candidates need not be limited to ninjas, as some matters do not require the involvement of ninjas." Rasa paused, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on Yashimaru, continuing, "Moreover, the issue of compensation must be handled appropriately. Only by resolving this crucial matter can we fully engage their enthusiasm and ensure their unwavering dedication to the police force. Additionally, do not be negligent in personnel training. It is imperative to establish a systematic and practical training program to ensure they can respond adeptly to unforeseen situations." Rasa imparted numerous essential considerations to Yashimaru, his words imbued with the weight of his expectations and hopes for the establishment of the police force. He spoke fervently until his throat grew dry, finally pausing as he gestured for Yashimaru to leave and begin preparations. After Yashimaru departed, Rasa stood alone in the room, his gaze growing resolute. He understood that the time had come to create the legendary weapon known as the AK-47. The formation of the police force had made him acutely aware that while the number of ninjas in Sunagakure was not insignificant, they often needed to leave the village for missions or to guard the borders, leaving them unable to manage these affairs. The primary responsibility of the police force was to maintain the village's daily security, which often involved ordinary citizens. This indicated a pressing need for a weapon, one that could be wielded effortlessly by the general populace and even instill trepidation in ninjas. Only by achieving this could they effectively ensure the village's security and deter those with nefarious intentions. Realizing the urgency of the matter, Rasa immediately addressed the entrance, commanding, "Gravel Wind, go fetch Sand Iron." Upon hearing the command, Gravel Wind swiftly vanished without a trace. While waiting for Sand Iron's arrival, the system's voice resonated, and a translucent panel, visible only to Rasa, appeared before him. Binding host name, Rasa, identity, 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure, strength, peak of ordinary Kage level, referencing Minato Namikaze, influence, Sunagakure, Population 9, 47 to 10. 0.5 million. Territory, entire wine country. Influence cohesion, 90 to 95. Ninja count, 171 Jonin, 205 Chunin, with lower ranks not accounted. Due to the emergence of artificial organs, ninjas previously crippled in war can now fight normally. Total wealth of influence, 27 billion Rio. Operational funds, 80 to 100 million Rio. Influence level, medium grade 3 to upper grade 3, currently categorized into 5 major levels. Konoha is at medium grade 4. Kirigakure at upper grade 3, Kumogakure at lower grade 4, and Awagakure at lower grade 4. Remaining lottery opportunities. 1. System issued task. Research and manufacture over 500 AK, 47 assault rifles. Task deadline, 9 months. Task reward, 1 lottery opportunity. A mysterious bloodline limit. Rasa gazed at the ascending data of Sunagakure on the system panel, his heart swelling with pride and satisfaction. Each increase in these figures represented his diligent efforts and meticulous planning, a testament to his remarkable achievements over the past year. However, when Rasa's gaze fell upon the system's latest task, he did not exhibit the same excitement as in previous instances. During his time with the system, he had discerned the patterns of task issuance, allowing him to surmise the nature of this task without much contemplation. As he had anticipated, it pertained to the manufacturing of the AK-47 assault rifle. Though the task itself lacked novelty, the rewards ignited a fervor within him. A lottery opportunity and a random bloodline limit were temptations not to be overlooked. Considering the lottery function, Rasa, through prior observation and analysis, understood that there was a high probability of drawing advanced technologies that could bolster the village's development. Such technologies, once acquired, could significantly contribute to the construction of Sunagakure, potentially leading to a qualitative leap. The bloodline limit, however, was of utmost importance, deserving of his utmost attention. In the ninja world, a powerful bloodline limit was akin to a key to the path of strength, greatly enhancing a ninja's prowess. Take, for instance, the renowned Sharingan, which not only possessed unique abilities but also demonstrated the potential for self-evolution. The formidable members of the Uchiha clan, each adorned with the Mangekyo Sharingan, carved their names into history with this almost game-breaking bloodline limit. Should he acquire a potent bloodline limit, the overall strength of his village would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, securing a more advantageous position in the competition among the 5 great ninja villages. With this thought in mind, Rasa's resolve strengthened, and he silently vowed to complete the task within 9 months to seize the bountiful rewards. Before long, a series of crisp knocks echoed at the door. "Come in." Rasa's voice was steady and resonant, filling the room. As soon as he spoke, the door gently swung open, revealing Gravel Wind entering briskly alongside Sand Iron. Aware that his presence was not required for long, Gravel Wind offered a respectful bow before quietly retreating, leaving only Rasa and Sand Iron in the room. Rasa, known for his decisive nature, approached the table without delay, unfurling the design blueprint of the AK-47 before him. He gestured with a nod for Sand Iron to come closer and examine it. Sand Iron, a skilled craftsman with a forthright and impatient temperament, appreciated Rasa's straightforward approach. He strode to the table, grasping the blueprint in his hands, his eyes instantly lighting up as he meticulously scrutinized it. Observing Sand Iron's engrossed expression, Rasa remained silent, merely watching the focused face of Sand Iron, inwardly anticipating his reaction. Moments later, Sand Iron slowly raised his head, incredulity reflected in his gaze as he exclaimed, "Is this also a gift from the Sage of Six Paths?" "Ah, yes, indeed it is," Rasa replied without hesitation. After numerous similar exchanges, he had grown accustomed to using the Sage of Six Paths as a shield, and any lingering guilt he once felt had long since vanished. Upon hearing Rasa's affirmative response, Sand Iron's astonishment transformed into relief, his expression shifting to one of assurance. To him, such a miraculous and ingenious creation could scarcely be imagined to have originated from anyone other than the legendary Sage of Six Paths. "Can you make it?" Rasa's eyes were fixed intently on Sand Iron, brimming with anticipation. He understood that the creation of the AK-47 was no simple task, fraught with challenges. After all, it was an unprecedented weapon, with both structural design and craftsmanship diverging significantly from traditional ninja tools. However, Sand Iron's subsequent response illuminated Rasa's anxious heart like a ray of light. With a slight furrow of his brow yet unwavering determination in his gaze, Sand Iron spoke steadily. It can be done. It will just require time. Rasa's spirits soared, the weight of uncertainty lifting from his chest. The mere possibility of success was enough to instill hope in achieving their goal. Is it feasible to produce 1,000 within 9 months? Rasa inquired, mindful of the generous rewards tied to the system's task. By proposing an additional 500 rifles beyond the task's requirement, he sought to apply pressure on Sand Iron and his team, aiming to ignite their latent potential. Upon hearing this figure, Sand Iron's expression shifted slightly, revealing concern. He lowered his head, contemplating for a moment before sheepishly admitting, producing 1,000 is a bit difficult. The timeline is too tight. The preparation of raw materials and the adjustment of processes will require considerable time. However, I will do my utmost. We can at least manage 600. Rasa's face brightened at Sand Iron's response. He had anticipated that a little pressure could unveil greater possibilities. 600 rifles exceeded the task's requirement, indicating that the rewards were within reach. Rasa patted Sand Iron's shoulder, smiling as he said, "Excellent. I appreciate your efforts. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. The village will fully support you." Chapter 29. Youth is wonderful. Having resolved the crucial matter of weapon manufacturing, Rasa felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. He decided to take a leisurely stroll around Sunagakure to unwind. Naturally, he invited Funfu to accompany him. After all, having a familiar companion along the way would provide pleasant conversation. Both transformed their appearances using transformation techniques to avoid drawing attention. As the Kazekage, Rasa was often surrounded by throngs of people when he ventured out. If he revealed his true identity, he would be unable to walk a few steps without stopping to greet acquaintances. His intention this time was to witness the most authentic visage of Sunagakure. For only through such an exploration could he grasp the village's true situation. Upon entering the village, Rasa keenly perceived that Sunagakure had flourished significantly compared to the past. The streets bustled with a diverse array of pedestrians, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The most crowded area was undoubtedly the shops selling puppet prosthetics. Rasa's sharp gaze quickly discerned that many among the crowd were ninjas from foreign lands, each bearing various physical impairments. The fact that these ninjas had traveled great distances to seek puppet prosthetics illustrated the high demand for such items in Sunagakure. Not far off, the Umbu ninjas lurked like stealthy leopards, casting vigilant glances. Before the establishment of the security department, it was their solemn duty to safeguard the village and remain alert to any suspicious movements. Rasa and Bunpuku strolled leisurely, unwittingly arriving at a place filled with laughter and joy. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it to be the Ninja Academy of Sunagakure. Due to his busy schedule, Rasa seldom visited this place, believing he had little to impart to the innocent children. However, this year marked the time for Tamari and Kankuro to enroll in school. Although the norm dictated that students should be 6 years old to begin their training, Rasa felt that an earlier start would be beneficial, and as the Kazekage, he possessed this privilege. Arriving at the school gate, they identified themselves to the guard and proceeded into the campus. At that moment, 2 classes of children were engaged in a spirited ninjutsu sparring match on the playground. The youthful figures of the children, brimming with determination, leaped and darted across the field, occasionally demonstrating various basic ninjutsu techniques, eliciting cheers from the onlookers. Upon witnessing this scene, Bunpuku's interest was piqued, akin to a child encountering a fascinating new toy, and he hurriedly pulled Rasa over. The teachers of the 2 classes, sensing the approach of strangers, immediately adopted a defensive stance. One of the instructors swiftly advanced, positioning himself at a safe distance from Rasa, his hand resting firmly on his ninja tool pouch, ready to strike should Rasa exhibit any suspicious behavior. The other teacher remained watchful, prepared to orchestrate an orderly evacuation for the students in case of conflict, while also alerting the Umbu ninjas stationed at the academy. Rasa regarded their reactions with great satisfaction. This was precisely the demeanor expected of Sunagakure's educators, remaining vigilant in the face of uncertainty and prioritizing student safety. He observed the watchful teacher and offered a gentle smile, saying, "Shaka, you are quite impressive now, truly a young man." Shaka, perplexed by this recognition, wondered how this individual was aware of his name, and the familiarity in his tone was striking. As Rasa gazed at Shaka, his thoughts drifted back to the time shortly after his arrival in this world. On one occasion, during a mission, he had encountered Shaka desperately fleeing from pursuers. At that moment, Shaka was being chased by ninjas from the Mist Village in a dire situation. Rasa had decisively intervened, dispatching the Mist ninjas with ease. However, the experience had left Shaka in a state of panic, and he was the sole survivor of his team. Feeling compassion for the young boy, Rasa endeavored to console him and inspire resilience. Yet, Shaka, overwhelmed by fear, was unable to absorb Rasa's words. Ultimately, Rasa resorted to the iron fist of love, ensuring Shaka recognized the distinction between genuine advice and mere words. Returning to the present, Rasa understood he needed to reveal his identity to Shaka. Thus, he activated his unique Kekei Jinkai, magnetic release, in a concealed manner visible only to the three of them. Upon witnessing the magnetic release, Shaka immediately recognized it and regarded Rasa with a mix of fear and respect. "Lord Kazekage, what brings you here?" Shaka stammered, nearly addressing Rasa as Roanai. "Just taking a stroll. It appears you have become quite the capable teacher. It seems my efforts in mentoring you were not in vain," Rasa remarked with a sense of pride. Shaka, feeling bashful, scratched his head and was about to say something when Rasa impatiently urged him, "Enough of that. Quickly organize the class for further sparring. I am curious about the future of Sunagakure." Initially, Shaka intended to express modesty but was interrupted by Rasa's insistence, prompting him to consult with another teacher and reveal Rasa's true identity. The other teacher, upon hearing this, offered Rasa a smile and promptly resumed organizing the students for the sparring matches. The children, oblivious to the identities of the two adults, followed their teacher's instructions, drawing lots once more to continue their practice. Soon, the young ninjas formed a loose circle, leaving an open space in the center. As the teacher called out the names Aha and Mei, the two students stepped forward from the group. With Shaka's command, their battle commenced. The boy named Aha initiated the attack, crouching slightly as he rapidly formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Earth release! Earth wall!" The ground trembled as a half-height earthen wall rose swiftly before him. Though rough in texture, it stood firm, concealing his figure. Mei, undeterred, swiftly danced her hands, declaring, "Wind release, wind blade technique." Several gusts of wind sliced toward the earthen wall, striking it with force, creating cracks and sending debris flying. Aha, noticing this, broke into a light sweat and quickly formed more seals, invoking, "Earth release, earth spikes." Sharp earthen spikes burst forth from the wall, aiming toward Mei. With agility, Mei leaped, performing a graceful somersault in midair, evading the attack, and rushed towards Aha, her kunai glinting ominously. Aha hastily drew a short staff to defend himself, and in an instant, the two were engulfed in a fierce clash. Aha, leveraging his superior strength, swung his staff with a forceful whoosh, while Mei, nimble as a deer, deftly maneuvered through the strikes, seeking opportunities to counterattack. Amidst the duel, Bunpuku and Rasa exchanged observations and predictions regarding the outcome, with Rasa favoring the agile Mei, while Bunpuku placed his bets on the robust Aha. Their debate was swiftly resolved as Mei ultimately concluded the match with a decisive wind release, wind pressure palm, sending Aha tumbling to the ground. As the teacher's whistle signaled the end of the exciting sparring session, Rasa, pleased with his prediction, exchanged knowing glances with Bunpuku, reveling in his foresight. Bunpuku, however, chose to ignore Rasa's triumphant demeanor, turning away as if nothing had occurred. The children, seeing the match concluded, gathered around, cheering for Mei's victory. With a proud smile, Mei helped Aha to his feet, and the two exchanged a friendly smile, crossing their hands to form a sign of reconciliation. The fervor and spirited battles of the young ninjas left Bunpuku and Rasa reflecting on the beauty of youth. Without exchanging farewells, the two vanished from the scene, leaving no trace of their presence. Chapter 30. Bunpuku's plea. Rasa, come to my house for dinner. On this day of wandering through the village, the sunlight was warm, and a gentle breeze caressed the tranquil settlement, akin to tender hands softly brushing over the peaceful landscape. Luosha and Funfu strolled leisurely through the village, their companionship a delightful presence. Along their path, amusing incidents unfolded like a constellation of stars. Street performers showcased their extraordinary skills, eliciting waves of applause from the crowd, while unique trinkets adorned the stalls, exuding an enchanting allure. In such moments, the duo found themselves irresistibly drawn to halt, captivated as if under a spell. Despite the considerable age gap between them, the marks of time etched into their lives bore no hindrance to their connection. Engaging in conversations about these curiosities, they discovered an abundance of shared topics, their ideas clashing with the intensity of sparks, invigorating their spirits even further. Their banter, akin to a rapid-fire exchange, displayed a delightful competitiveness, yet the glimmer of laughter in their eyes and the subtle curve of their smiles revealed a profound closeness and affection for one another, unmistakably showcasing the depth of their bond, truly a pair of charmingly mismatched companions. As dusk descended like a gentle curtain, enveloping the world in a tender embrace, it painted everything with a warm golden glow, lending a dreamlike quality to an otherwise ordinary day. After meandering for half a day, the two embarked on their journey home, hearts brimming with satisfaction and fatigue. Luosha carefully supported Finfu as they navigated the winding path, each step deliberate and steady. Finfu leaned slightly toward Luosha, each stride marked by a hint of hesitance, yet also a profound dependence. His steps, no longer sprightly, bore the weight of life's trials. Luosha, with unwavering support, cradled Finfu's arm, his other hand gently resting on his back, an action both tender and resolute, ever ready to provide steadfast assistance. Their conversation resonated softly in the tranquil twilight, not loud but imbued with warmth, occasionally punctuated by hearty laughter. Within those chuckles lay the mundane rhythms of life, simple exchanges of daily existence, and the humor shared amongst neighbors, mingling with the deep-seated affection that time had refined. A bond rendered increasingly precious through the passage of years. The fading rays of the setting sun bathed them in a soft glow, their figures intertwining, outlined in warmth and gentleness. From a distance, it was as if one beheld a harmonious father-son duo, one bursting with vitality, the other embodying calm wisdom born of experience. Their silhouettes stood quietly against the orange-hued earth, crafting the most heartwarming and poignant detail of this twilight homecoming scene. This image silently, yet powerfully illustrated the strength of companionship and concern, whispering that no matter how time may flow, this friendship would endure, becoming the most treasured wealth in their lives. As they continued walking, Finfu suddenly grasped Luosha's hand tightly, his expression grave as he inquired, "If one day I am no longer here, how do you plan to handle Shoha?" The abruptness of the question left Luosha slightly anxious. He gazed at Finfu with concern, urgently asking, "Is something wrong? Why are you asking such things all of a sudden?" Finfu retorted, somewhat irked, "You're the one with problems. I'm merely worried about Shoha." Luosha furrowed his brow, contemplating seriously before responding, "I'm not aware of Shoha causing any disturbances while with you. However, I must admit, I haven't considered the scenario of its departure from you." Upon hearing this, Finfu halted, his eyes beseeching as he looked directly at Luosha. "If that day ever comes, I hope you will treat it kindly and coexist harmoniously." At that moment, within Finfu's tailed beast space, the enormous Shoha was roaring and thrashing about, exclaiming, "Hey, you old geezer, I don't need your help, so don't get too sentimental." Yet, Finfu paid it no mind. Luosha regarded Finfu, his heart filled with concern, yet reluctant to deny his request. After much contemplation, he resolutely nodded, "Rest assured, old man, I will." In his heart, he silently vowed that as long as Shoha remained obedient, he would never betray Finfu's trust. Finfu felt a sense of relief wash over him upon hearing Luosha's promise. He understood that his time was limited, and Shoha, having been his steadfast companion, had transformed from a mere friend into a cherished family member, his most profound attachment in this world. Apart from Shoha, only Luosha was deserving of his trust, which is why he wished to entrust Shoha's future to him. After this exchange, a tranquil silence enveloped them until they returned Finfu home, whereupon neither spoke further. After bidding farewell to Finfu, Luosha swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, returning home in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Kururo and the nanny were bustling about in the kitchen, preparing dinner for the family. Since Kururo had recently given birth, Luosha had hired a nanny to assist her and care for the baby. The pots on the stove emitted a plume of steam, and her figure appeared especially gentle amidst the swirling smoke. Luosha remained silent, quietly observing her with a warm smile that involuntarily graced his face. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. In an instant, the space rippled, and Luosha used the Flying Thunder God technique to reappear at Finfu's home. Finfu, who was about to enter the bathroom, was startled by Luosha's sudden arrival, his eyes wide with confusion. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Luosha strode forward. seizing his arm and activating the Flying Thunder God technique once more. In the blink of an eye, they had returned to Luosha's residence. Funfu, still bewildered, looked at Luosha with lingering astonishment and a hint of annoyance. "What on earth are you doing?" "I was just about to take a shower." However, Luosha paid no heed to Funfu's complaints, guiding him to the dining table and seating him in a chair, cheerfully stating, "Old man, I've never invited you over for a meal. Today, you shall savor my wife's culinary skills." Upon hearing this, Funfu felt genuinely touched. Yet being of advanced age and possessing a proud disposition, he refused to show any sign of his gratitude. He huffed softly and turned away, pretending to be indifferent, choosing not to engage with Luosha further. Moments later, Kururo emerged from the kitchen with steaming dishes, her face lighting up with a radiant smile upon seeing Funfu, warmly greeting him. She understood the depth of the bond between Luosha and Funfu, and thus felt genuinely delighted by his presence. Luosha quickly ascended to the second floor, calling down the playful Kanjuro and Tamaki, and gently lifting the still sleeping Roka. The two little ones, excited by the arrival of a guest, eagerly rushed downstairs. They were quite familiar with Funfu, and their conversations were always filled with endless chatter. Funfu had a genuine fondness for children and often entertained Tamaki and Kanjuro with fantastical ghost stories whenever he had the chance. He narrated with vivid detail, occasionally adding exaggerated gestures, causing the two little ones to be so frightened that they hesitated to sleep at night. Yet, despite their trepidation, they remained captivated by his tales, eagerly awaiting the next time he would recount them. Before long, Kurura and the nanny had set the table with an array of steaming dishes, the tantalizing aromas wafting through the air, enticing all who beheld them. The guests took their seats, ready to savor this heartwarming dinner. Throughout the meal, the smile on Bunpuku's face never waned. It radiated happiness and contentment, spreading from the corners of his eyes to the corners of his mouth. He tenderly picked up a piece of succulent fish with his chopsticks and placed it into Shomaru's bowl, gently urging, "Shomaru, eat more, grow strong." Moments later, he offered a flavorful piece of braised pork to Kankuro, cheerfully encouraging, "Kankuro, this is delicious, give it a try." The two little ones, sweet-tongued as ever, alternately called out Grandpa in crisp voices and affectionately addressed him as Grandpa, filling Bunpuku's heart with joy, his face creasing into a blooming smile. Even little Roga, peacefully slumbering in his stroller nearby, was carefully cradled in Bunpuku's arms. Roga opened his eyes, gazing at this unfamiliar yet gentle grandfather, not crying or fussing, occasionally waving his tiny fists, seemingly enchanted by the warm atmosphere. After the meal, Bunpuku enthusiastically shared several stories with the two little ones. This time, he regaled them not with ghost tales, but with wondrous adventure stories, captivating Shomaru and Kankuro, their eyes wide with anticipation and longing. As the stories concluded, the night deepened, and Bunpuku, under the reluctant gazes of the two little ones, had Rasa escort him home. Despite Rasa's repeated warm insistence that he stay the night, Bunpuku politely declined, stating that he was accustomed to sleeping in his own cozy nest. Chapter 31. Intelligence. The Ninetales incident in Konoha, Minato Namikaze's death time, slipped by swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. On the 11th day of the 10th month in the ninja world, the sun bathed Sunagakure in its golden light, illuminating every corner and the eager faces of Shomaru and Kankuro, marking their first day of school. Before dawn, Rasa and Kurura rose early, bustling about in the morning light to prepare for the children's enrollment. Rasa had meticulously arranged classes for both, even appointing the experienced Roga from the 6th grade to be their homeroom teacher. In Rasa's mind, entrusting his children to someone familiar and trustworthy was essential for his peace of mind, as this was a pivotal moment in their growth. As they made their way, Kankuro and Shomaru were as excited as two jubilant fawns. Their little bodies brimmed with dreams of school life, envisioning it as a realm filled with novelty and opportunity. Eager to forge new friendships and embark on the adventures spoken of by Grandpa Bunpuku, they hopped and skipped, their laughter echoing through the streets of Sunagakure, their carefree demeanor infectious to passersby. However, Kurura, observing the children's exuberance, felt a twinge of worry. Her gaze remained firmly on them, imbued with a mother-esque concern and unease. She feared that the young Kankuro and Shomaru might face bullying from older children at school. After all, in a mother's eyes, children are eternally in need of protection. Yet Rasa remained calm, unaffected by Kurura's apprehensions. He believed that if his children could be bullied in Sunagakure, then his years as Kazekage would have been in vain. The class he arranged for them comprised children from influential or capable families, whose parents likely advised them to tread carefully at school. Rasa understood well that in this realistic world, judiciously leveraging his influence to create better conditions for his children was not an unforgivable act. He did not shy away from accusations of nepotism, given his substantial contributions to Sunagakure. Even if this were made public, no one would dare to challenge him. He was acutely aware that the world is not merely black and white, but rather a complex tapestry of gray shades and compromises. Before long, they arrived at the school entrance. From a distance, Rasa spotted Shaga and the principal waiting there. As Rasa acknowledged them, they quickly approached with alacrity. "Kazekage-sama, you have arrived." Shaga and the principal said respectfully, their tone imbued with reverence for the Kazekage. Rasa nodded slightly, offering a brief response before gently pulling Shomaru and Kankuro closer. "These two are now in your care. If they misbehave, feel free to discipline them without hesitation," he stated with a steady and resolute voice, his eyes reflecting trust in them. Upon hearing his words, Shaga and the principal eagerly nodded, signaling their understanding. Yet, they were all too aware that some words were better left unspoken. The children of the Kazekage would naturally receive special attention. "All right, you may continue with your duties. I must take my leave." Rasa placed the children's hands gently into Shaga's, then turned to leave with a still reluctant Kurura. Shomaru and Kankuro remained behind, watching their parents depart, their faces devoid of fear. Instead, excitement sparkled in their eyes as they could hardly wait to begin this new chapter of school life. After accompanying Kurura back home, Rasa utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to reach his office. Although his duties as Kazekage had lightened considerably, he still spent the longest hours here each day. Just as he finished attending to some affairs and was preparing to take a brief respite, a series of clear footsteps echoed at the door. Shortly thereafter, a knock sounded, and Maki swiftly entered, clutching a stack of documents. Rasa keenly sensed that Maki's demeanor was unusual. His face bore a solemn expression, his brow slightly furrowed. Yet a hint of undeniable excitement flickered in his eyes. "Is something the matter?" Rasa inquired, setting down his pen and fixing his gaze intently on Maki, filled with curiosity. Maki stepped forward, bowing slightly, his tone grave. "Yes, Kazekage-sama. Our spies in Konoha delivered an extremely important piece of intelligence this morning." As he spoke, he handed over the documents, his voice involuntarily lowering. "It states that last night, the Ninetales Jinchūriki, Kushina Uzumaki, went into labor, but for some unknown reason, the Ninetales was unleashed, rampaging through Konoha and wreaking havoc. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his wife fought valiantly to protect the village, ultimately perishing in the process. Konoha has suffered significant losses." Upon hearing this news, Rasa was momentarily taken aback before realization washed over him. Indeed, had Maki not reminded him, he might have completely forgotten. In his previous life, he had known that yesterday, October 10th, marked the birthday of the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, and also the anniversary of the death of the fourth Hokage. A surge of complex emotions welled within Rasa. He felt deep sorrow for Minato Namikaze's demise. After all, among the characters he cherished in his previous life, Minato was one of them. Rising from humble beginnings as an ordinary ninja in a fiercely competitive Konoha, through relentless effort and exceptional talent, he had carved a path to the esteemed position of Hokage, making Minato an undeniably legendary figure. After listening to the intelligence report, Rasa spoke slowly. "I understand. The heavy blow to Konoha will undoubtedly attract the attention of other ninja villages. In this brutal world of ninjas, we cannot rule out the possibility that some villages may seek to exploit this opportunity for their gain." Maki nodded in agreement, his eyes flickering with an imperceptible fervor as he could not help but ask, "What about us?" Waves of emotion surged within him. After all, the land of fire is vast and rich in resources, far superior to the barren land of Sunagakure, a temptation that is indeed hard to resist. Rasa saw through Maki's thoughts, his expression serious and his gaze resolute. "No. Sunagakure is currently at a pivotal moment of rapid development, and stability is paramount. Moreover, we have just forged an alliance with Konoha, and this pact must not be easily broken. If we lose credibility again, Sunagakure will have no standing in the ninja world and become a target." Although Maki still yearned for the resources of the land of fire, he understood that Rasa's words were entirely reasonable. Over the years, Sunagakure has gradually risen from adversity to its current stature, largely thanks to Rasa's leadership and strategy. He held deep respect and trust for the Kazekage, fully obedient to his decisions. Thus, Maki respectfully bowed. I understand, Kazekage. Chapter 32. The resounding AK-47 yesterday. Konoha experienced a devastating calamity, cries of despair and smoke lingering over the land. Yet today, for Sunagakure, it heralded a day filled with hope. Not long ago, the blacksmiths of the village finally arranged the completed AK-47S neatly in Rasa's office. Upon entering, Rasa's gaze was instantly drawn to this incongruous object sitting on his desk, and for a moment, memories of military training in another world surged through his mind. Regaining his composure, he could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Come, let us head to the training ground and practice shooting." Long before the firearms were fully assembled, Rasa had foresightly commanded the construction of a dedicated training facility, ensuring that the personnel of the police department could receive systematic firearms training. This time, he decided to vigorously promote this powerful weapon among the ninja ranks. To allow everyone to experience its might firsthand, he summoned all significant figures in Sunagakure. Although they dared not defy the Kazekage's order, curiosity filled their hearts. What could this object be that commanded such importance? Soon, everyone gathered at the training ground. They soon discovered a group of individuals clad in the attire of the Sunagakure Police Department, specifically assembled by Rasa's order to familiarize themselves with the practical effects of the firearms. With everything in place, Rasa strode towards an AK-47 positioned on a stone platform in the training area. Standing tall, he recalled the techniques taught by his instructors during military training. Firmly grasping the weapon with both hands, his rough fingers lightly resting on the trigger. His gaze was sharp, akin to a hawk circling in the desert sky, locking onto a massive rock puppet in the distance, which served as the target for this demonstration. Taking a deep breath, Rasa felt his chest rise and fall, his heart pounding not from anxiety, but from anticipation for the formidable power he was about to unleash. In an instant, he decisively pulled the trigger. The crisp, rapid sound of gunfire shattered the tranquility of the training ground, startling a flock of birds into flight. The weapon trembled violently, flames and blinding light erupting from the muzzle, intertwining with the searing sunlight of Sunagakure. Bullets surged forth like a torrential storm, striking the target with overwhelming force, creating a dazzling shower of sparks as the hard stone shattered, debris raining down. The powerful recoil surged through Rasa's arm, tightening his muscles to their limits. Yet he remained undeterred. As the gunfire gradually subsided, the echoes lingered in the air. The weapon still radiated warmth, wisps of smoke curling from the muzzle, dissipating into the sweltering atmosphere. Rasa lowered the firearm, his gaze drifting to the pockmarked rock puppet, a satisfied smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the training ground fell into a profound silence, all eyes shifting between the seemingly ordinary weapon in Rasa's hands and the battered rock puppet. Filled with astonishment and confusion, they found it hard to comprehend how such a compact object could harbor such devastating power. This extraordinary scene left everyone speechless, their minds blank as they struggled to fathom the implications of this new weapon on the battlefield. Members of the police department were particularly overwhelmed with excitement, their eyes wide and fixated on the gun, burning with fervent desire. They understood that this powerful weapon was tailor-made for them, signifying their potential to reshape the combat landscape of Sunagakure. The realization thrilled them to the core, causing their bodies to tremble with anticipation. Chiyo was the first to break the silence, her eyes gleaming with intensity as she approached Rasa with urgency. Kazekage, I believe that if this weapon is paired with an advanced version of the puppet technique, it could yield even greater results. Rasa was well aware of the time Chiyo had invested in advancing puppet techniques. Upon hearing her suggestion, he fell into contemplation, increasingly convinced of its brilliance, recognizing its potential to produce unexpected effects. Looking up, a sincere smile graced Rasa's face as he addressed Chiyo. Rest assured, Chiyo, I will ensure that a few of these are sent your way, hoping you can combine the two and develop something even more powerful. The moment those words left his lips, the others could no longer remain seated. They gathered around, clamoring for firearms, with some claiming they could utilize them effectively on the battlefield, while others promised full support from their clans for development. Faced with their requests, Rasa helplessly raised his hand and firmly stated, I apologize, everyone, but the current production of these weapons is limited, and they are vital equipment for the police department. tasked with safeguarding Sunagakure's security. At this stage, I cannot fulfill your requests. Upon hearing Rasa's refusal, although disappointment filled their hearts, they dared not voice their discontent. Instead, casting calculating glances at the police members, contemplating whether they could privately entice them with money or other benefits to procure a firearm for research. However, Rasa had anticipated this. Every member of the police department was a highly loyal elite, having undergone rigorous scrutiny, and they answered only to Rasa and Yashimura's commands. Furthermore, each firearm bore a unique ninja symbol. If a weapon were lost, the corresponding officer would face severe repercussions. Thus, Rasa had established a comprehensive system from personnel management to weapon tracking, ensuring that this new power remained firmly under control for the rise of Sunagakure. At that moment, Ko raised his gaze, surveying the surroundings before clearing his throat and suggesting loudly to the crowd, "All right, now that we've tested the weapon, this area must remain available for the police department's training. We should not linger here any longer." He understood clearly that their presence here would only disrupt the subsequent training arrangements of the security department, merely adding to the troubles. With that said, he began to assertively urge everyone to leave. He waved his hands while calling out to those still engaged in conversation, guiding them toward the training field's exit. Luo Sha watched as Hai Laozong organized the departure of the crowd, filled with admiration. This was the reason for Luo Sha's deep respect for both Hai Laozong and Granny Chio. Although they were no longer young, the wisdom, experience, and sense of responsibility of the older generation still shone brightly in these two individuals, continuously radiating warmth. They always managed to make the most judicious decisions at critical moments, silently contributing to the development of Sunagakure and becoming a steadfast support for the village's stable progress. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have exceeded the task of creating the AK-47. The reward is a chance to draw, and the mysterious bloodline limit has been granted. Chapter 33. Kamui, Flying Thunder God, I am invincible, waiting for a scientist. A sudden prompt echoed in the tranquil space, and in an instant, a peculiar wave enveloped Luo Sha, who swiftly returned to the familiar confines of his office using the Flying Thunder God technique. System, please enlighten me about the newly granted bloodline limit, Luo Sha implored eagerly. His eyes filled with anticipation. The system had not revealed the name of the bloodline limit, leaving him utterly unaware of the formidable power now at his disposal. Despite the absence of any noticeable physical changes, the mere thought of acquiring another bloodline limit caused waves of joy to ripple through his heart. After all, in this world where the strong reign supreme, the enhancement of one's power is the most solid foundation. Ding dong. The bloodline limit acquired by the host is Uchiha Obito's Kimi, Mangekyo Sharingan. Note, the Sharingan will automatically adapt to your body, requiring no Indra's lineage. In that instant, Luo Sha's eyes widened like copper bells, his face brimming with astonishment. Overcome with excitement, he smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "This is fantastic." He couldn't help but murmur to himself. Kamui combined with the Flying Thunder God is truly a match made in heaven. With these two extraordinary abilities at his disposal, while he wouldn't dare claim to be the strongest in the world, he could certainly be considered one of the hardest to kill. The figures of the Akatsuki members flashed through his mind, and a confident smile danced on his lips. From this moment on, regardless of whom he faced within the Akatsuki, he now possessed the confidence to contend with them, and the heavy stone that had hung over his heart finally fell away. Luo Sha tightly closed his eyes, enveloped by a strange force that coursed through him, each cycle accompanied by a slight tingling sensation. When he reopened his eyes, a Sharingan identical to Obito's sparkled within them. Even more astonishingly, this Sharingan merged flawlessly with his own bloodline without any side effects, an extraordinary phenomenon. Unable to contain his excitement, an overwhelming impulse surged within him. He understood that luck is a fleeting opportunity. With fortune smiling upon him, now was the time to seize it. Without hesitation, he opened the system's lottery panel. Without a moment's doubt, Luo Sha's finger, filled with exhilaration and anticipation, pressed the lottery button twice in quick succession. At that moment, despite having experienced several lotteries before, his heart raced, and he could hear the pounding of his own heart. He had assumed the system would impose restrictions on such actions, as he had never before attempted to use two lottery chances at once. However, the sight on the spinning wheel puzzled him. Two pointers slowly rose from opposite ends of the wheel, as if imbued with life, spinning rapidly in opposite directions. The pointers intertwined, moving at a dizzying speed. and Luo Sha's gaze followed them intently, refusing to waver. Gradually, the speed of the pointers diminished, resembling two exhausted dancers coming to a halt. Miraculously, the two pointers came to rest at the same position. What does this mean? Luo Sha's eyes widened in confusion, his brow furrowing deeply. He stared at the frozen pointers, his mind a whirlwind of uncertainty, entirely baffled by this sudden turn of events. Just as he was engulfed in confusion and uncertainty, the familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. Host. This system's lottery wheel allows for the merging of lottery chances. Once merged, it will count as a single draw, and the rewards will be even more substantial. Upon hearing this explanation, Luo Sha was initially stunned, followed by a surge of frustration. He vented his grievances to the system in his mind. Why couldn't you provide a hint beforehand? Couldn't there be a detailed tutorial for this system feature? You always make it so mysterious, leaving people utterly perplexed. Yet, the system remained indifferent, like a silent giant, offering no response to his complaints and anger. With a resigned sigh, Luo Sha's shoulders slumped. He recognized that no amount of anger would change the situation. He could only suppress his ire and silently accept this reality. At that moment, the prize he had drawn began to gradually reveal itself before Luo Sha's eyes. The prize was enveloped in a faint halo, and as the glow receded, the contours of the item became increasingly distinct. Having witnessed the system's various extraordinary offerings before, Luo Sha believed he had grown accustomed to them. Yet he was still profoundly astonished. The item description clearly stated, all-terrain off-road vehicle manufacturing blueprint. Upon reading those words, Luo Sha's emotions became complex. He was acutely aware of the significance of this blueprint for Sunagakure. In this vast desert expanse, transportation had long posed a significant bottleneck to economic development. As the saying goes, to get rich, one must first build roads. However, constructing roads in the desert is no easy feat. The all-terrain vehicle, with its formidable off-road capabilities, would traverse the desert with ease. Once manufactured, whether for transporting supplies, facilitating personnel movement, or conducting commercial trade, the village would encounter unprecedented developmental opportunities, undoubtedly serving as a powerful catalyst for Sunagakure's prosperity. However, before the thrill could fully settle, Luo Sha's brow furrowed once more. He understood that while this all-terrain vehicle manufacturing blueprint was a rare treasure, it would be a pipe dream for Sunagakure, given its current technological level, to create such a high-tech product. Although the village was home to numerous skilled craftsmen excelling in traditional crafts like puppet making and sand manipulation, it faced a severe shortage of talent in modern scientific technology. In Sunagakure, being able to produce an AK-47 was already the limit. Creating a vehicle, which requires profound scientific knowledge and precise manufacturing techniques, far exceeded their capabilities. As he contemplated this, a sense of helplessness and worry flickered in Luo Sha's eyes. He knew that this seemingly precious blueprint might only represent an unattainable dream under the current circumstances. Nevertheless, he did not allow himself to become overly despondent. While it may be impossible now, he believed that in the future, Sunagakure would be able to bring it to fruition. For Luo Sha was waiting for someone, a scientist who would come to their aid. Meanwhile, in another part of the school, Shigeru and Kankuro's campus life had not devolved into the troubling situation that Kururo had feared. They had successfully integrated into the community, each having formed their own little circles. From a young age, Rasa immersed them in the art of ninjutsu, and with their remarkable talents, the two excelled in the fundamental techniques taught at the academy. Take the body replacement technique, for instance. Rasa had demonstrated its intricacies and essence countless times at home. Thus, when the teacher provided a brief introduction in class, Shumaru and Kanjuro managed to execute it successfully after only 2 or 3 attempts. This astonishing feat left their classmates in utter shock. It is important to note that these two children were a year or two younger than most of their peers and had only recently transferred to this school. Initially, their classmates refrained from provoking them due to the admonitions of their elders, yet there lingered a sense of rivalry. However, the successful demonstration of the body replacement technique drastically altered everyone's perception. Following this event, Shumaru and Kanjuro truly integrated into the class, and no one dared to underestimate them again. The existence of the daimyo significantly impacts development. The schematics at hand are currently of no use, but fortunately, the rewards previously drawn by Sunagakure have not yet been fully absorbed. Rasa understands that the development of any power is not achieved overnight. It requires a grounded approach, laying a solid foundation step by step. In this light, the temporary unavailability of the schematics may not be a detriment after all. The Child of Destiny has only just turned 1, and there are approximately 13 years remaining before the main storyline unfolds. This indicates that Sunagakure has ample time to enhance its overall strength. Currently, the village boasts merely 205 elite ninjas, a rather scant number, and in one-on-one scenarios, they generally fall short of their counterparts from other ninja villages. Were it not for the unique geography, climate, and the delicate balance of power among the 5 great ninja villages, Sunagakure might have long ceased to exist. Urgently, the capability of the village's ninjas must be enhanced swiftly. Rasa recalls a previous initiative wherein elite ninjas were to form a special operations unit, a task overseen by Maki. He wonders about the progress of this vital plan after all this time. Contemplating this, Rasa promptly sends for Maki. Upon Maki's arrival, Rasa instructs him to gather the ninjas under his command and bring them downstairs for inspection. The development of Sunagakure is pressing. It is imperative to swiftly elevate the ninjas' collective abilities. Rasa reminisces about the significant initiative previously implemented in the village, which aimed to form a special operations unit from elite ninjas, with Maki responsible for its execution. Time has passed swiftly, and he is curious about the current status of this critical plan. With this in mind, Rasa dispatches someone to summon Maki without hesitation. Moments later, Maki arrives with haste, respectfully standing before Rasa. With a grave expression, Rasa commands, "Maki, immediately bring all the ninjas you oversee downstairs. I wish to personally assess the situation." Maki complies without delay. Shortly thereafter, Rasa, situated within the Kazekage tower, hears the sound of footsteps and the organized assembly of a line from below. He strides to the window and gazes down to see a meticulously formed line of over 80 individuals. Sunlight bathes them, casting resolute silhouettes. None speak amongst themselves. Each stands tall, prepared for action. Rasa nods in satisfaction. In his view, the discipline and execution of a unit are paramount. These traits form the cornerstone of success and the fundamental guarantee for accomplishing arduous tasks. Aware of the urgency of time, he cannot allow the team to wait long. He gathers chakra and instantaneously activates the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, the space ripples, and Rasa appears before the assembled group. The sudden appearance of Rasa elicits a moment of surprise among the ninjas, yet their training ensures they quickly regain composure, maintaining a serene and orderly atmosphere without any uproar. An enigmatic and familiar aura seems to permeate the air, instilling a sense of something unusual among them. Observing this, Maki steps forward, respectfully bows to Rasa, and begins to introduce the ninjas in the formation. During the introduction, Maki emphasizes the puppeteers personally trained by Chio. Each of these puppeteers carries a poignant history, as they are all former ninjas who lost their limbs in the harrowing battles fought for the village. In recognition of their monumental contributions and unwavering loyalty to the village, Grandmother Chio imparted her advanced puppet techniques to them without reservation. Unlike those who only grasp the superficial aspects of puppetry, they possess the core essence of the technique, enabling them to wield formidable power in battle despite their physical limitations. Subsequently, Maki elaborates on the overall composition of this unit. Kazekage-sama. This team comprises 28 elite ninjas, each seasoned and formidable. There are 40 special elite ninjas, all of whom are the backbone of the village. Their strength is not to be underestimated, and 15 Chunin, though less experienced, are nonetheless outstanding individuals who have undergone rigorous trials. Each member is an elite of the village, not only possessing exceptional strength, but also being trustworthy, capable of enduring hardships and unyielding in the face of any adversity. After listening, Rasa surveys the group before him, his voice resonant and resolute. "Everyone, I have summoned you for an important mission. This will be the first collective task for your unit, and I hope you take it with utmost seriousness." The group straightens, fully attentive. Though the task may appear straightforward, it is, in reality, quite arduous. You are to leave Sunagakure and travel to the location of the daimyo in the Land of Wind, where you will discreetly eliminate all key officials surrounding him. Upon hearing this, the group is taken aback, yet they maintain their composure. However, before you act, you must gather intelligence thoroughly. Gaining a comprehensive understanding of these officials, learn their every word and deed. Then, utilize the body replacement technique to disguise yourselves as them, gradually undermining the daimyo's authority. Is that clear? Rasha's gaze sharpens as he surveys the group, though a flicker of hesitation crosses their minds. The enduring trust in the Kazekage and their responsibilities as ninjas compel them to accept the mission. I understand that you may have questions as to why we are undertaking such a task. Let me clarify the reasoning. Rasha's expression turns grave, his tone imbued with an unwavering conviction. The daimyo's existence has become a significant obstruction to the village's development. To provide Sunagakure with broader opportunities for growth, we must seize control of the narrative in the entire land of wind, ensuring that only one voice resonates across this land. The group nods slightly, their understanding of the mission deepening. Previously, I arranged for Rio to go ahead. Once you arrive, you can discreetly contact him. I trust he has gathered substantial intelligence and will assist you wholeheartedly. Are there any questions? Rasha scans the group once more. Hearing that Rasha has not only elucidated the reasons behind the mission but has also prepared intelligence in advance, their concerns dissipate entirely. No, they respond in unison, firm and resolute. Then let us depart. Remember, success is the only option. Rasha gazes intently at each individual present, his eyes reflecting unwavering faith and high expectations for the mission. Yes, the group collectively exclaims, their voices ringing through the air, before swiftly and orderly commencing preparations for the task at hand. It is not Rasha's desire to monopolize power, but rather that the daimyo of the land of wind is the most miserly among all the daimyos, never providing adequate support to Sunagakure, even in the issuance of tasks. Instead of seeking assistance from Sunagakure, it is the ninjas of Konoha that are approached, which leaves Rasha quite dissatisfied. Since he insists on this course of action, it is better not to suggest that Sunagakure should make him pay a price. Chapter 35, The Police Department's Distress. Rasha is speechless. This operation was not a spur-of-the-moment decision for Rasha. It was a well-considered plan. The circumstances of Sunagakure differ vastly from those of other ninja villages. The harsh geological conditions and extreme scarcity of resources compel them to spend exorbitant amounts annually to import materials from other nations. Compounding this challenge is the daimyo's extravagant spending, which exacerbates an already precarious economic situation. For a long time, Rasha has harbored a fervent desire to alter this predicament. He is resolute in concentrating all resources on the development of Sunagakure, envisioning a future where it transcends the status of a mere ninja village and evolves towards becoming a capital of the future. Thus, this operation necessitates circumventing the daimyo while ingeniously transitioning resources gradually to the village. Moreover, at this stage, the daimyo cannot be abolished, as the implications are exceedingly complex. Should Sunagakure succeed in abolishing the daimyo, the other four great nations and their villages would undoubtedly intervene. After all, the removal of one daimyo could set a precedent for a second or third, posing a significant threat to the core interests of all daimyo. In such a scenario, they would likely compel their respective villages to declare war to uphold their authority and interests. Given Sunagakure's current strength, it is ill-equipped to confront such a large-scale threat. Only when Sunagakure possesses sufficient strength to intimidate all parties will the possibility of abolishing the daimyo arise. Maki did not accompany Rasha on this mission, as the internal affairs of Sunagakure are intricate and multifaceted. As Rasha's most capable assistant, he must remain to oversee the village's daily management, ensuring its smooth operation. Lord Kazekage, do you have any further instructions? After pondering for a moment, Rasha remembered that he had not inspected the police department in quite some time and was unaware of its construction progress. He also wanted to check on Yashimaru. Let us pay a visit to the police department. With that, the two made their way towards the police department. Along the route, they encountered patrolling members of the police force, who were clad in meticulously designed uniforms, exuding an air of confidence. The leader at the forefront carried an AK-47. Rasha found it perplexing that only the leader was armed, thinking that only upon meeting Yashimaru would the mystery be unraveled. Nevertheless, as they progressed, it became evident that the townsfolk were filled with trepidation towards the police department. Villagers hastily distanced themselves, as though confronted by a ferocious beast, their eyes filled with fear. Nonetheless, the security situation in the village has markedly improved, with no reports of petty theft, which brings a measure of comfort to Rasha. After all, safeguarding the villagers' interests is an inescapable duty he bears as the Kazekage. After a considerable walk, they finally arrived at the grand entrance marked with Sunagakure Police Department. The construction of this grand entrance evidently required considerable resources, meticulously carved from marble. The entrance bore not only the operational standards and disciplines of the police department, but also various motifs of birds and beasts symbolizing authority, creating an imposing sight that inspired awe from afar. Upon entering, they found the patrol team engaged in rigorous training, each member brimming with vitality and enthusiasm. Upon noticing Rasa and Maki, they offered a brief greeting before immediately resuming their training, their focus truly commendable. The police department's building comprises 3 floors, each with distinct responsibilities. Relatively independent, yet capable of swift collaboration when necessary, forming an efficient operational mechanism. After inquiring with others, they made their way to the 3rd floor, which housed 3 rooms, 2 meeting rooms, 1 large and 1 small, and Yashimaru's office. Exchanging glances, Rasa and Maki tacitly agreed not to knock, but instead pushed open the door to Yashimaru's office. After all, this was an unannounced inspection, and they were curious to see what Yashimaru would be doing without any preparation. At that moment, Yashimaru was engrossed in organizing documents, and the sudden sound of the door opening startled him. Instinctively furrowing his brow, he was about to reprimand the unexpected visitors, but upon recognizing Rasa and Maki, a look of astonishment crossed his face, and the rising anger dissipated like snow under the sun, replaced by a warm smile. Lord Kazekage, Lord Maki, why did you come without notifying me in advance? I didn't have time to prepare a proper reception, Yashimaru said with a wry smile, a hint of regret in his tone for his lack of thorough preparation. Is it necessary for us to inform you beforehand that we are here to inspect your work, just so you can put on a show? Rasa replied with a slight smile, teasing Yashimaru in a friendly manner, his words imbued with familiarity and closeness. Maki, as usual, remained silent, his expression as cold as frost, devoid of any trace of a smile, his deep-set eyes calmly observing the exchange, making it difficult to decipher his thoughts. Upon hearing Rasa's words, Yashimaru sighed softly, a troubled expression overtaking his face, as if burdened by unspoken worries. This scene puzzled Rasa, prompting him to inquire, "What troubles you so?" Yashimaru sighed heavily again, looking at Rasa with a bittersweet expression, saying, "Lord Kazekage, you must have noticed the police patrols in the village today. Do you know why only the leader is armed?" Rasa felt a jolt of interest. This was indeed a question he had long pondered, suggesting that there was more to the story. Noticing Rasa's puzzled gaze, Yashimaru continued, "What you may not be aware of is that not long ago, a robbery occurred in the village. At that time, members of the police department happened to be on site. They reacted swiftly and began pursuing the criminals. However, the suspect fled with remarkable speed, clearly a ninja. Most of our police department members are civilians and could not keep pace. In a moment of urgency, they decided to use firearms to neutralize the threat. Yet, they severely underestimated the impact that gunfire and violence would have on ordinary villagers. Those few police members, fearing they might miss, ended up firing indiscriminately. As a result, the suspect was instantly riddled with bullets, his body reduced to a gruesome mess. The surrounding villagers, witnessing such bloody violence, turned pale with fear, some even fainting on the spot. Since then, whenever villagers see police members, they recoil as if in the presence of a man-eating tiger, desperate to avoid them. Upon finishing, Yashimaru looked towards Rasa with a face full of helplessness, his eyes pleading for assistance, clearly hoping Rasa could devise a solution. Initially, upon hearing Yashimaru's sigh, Rasa had speculated that the police department was facing an exceptionally troublesome issue. But after listening to Yashimaru's account, he found himself rendered speechless. Just this? I had expected more. Luo Sha's words hung in the air, abruptly halted, eliciting a mix of amusement and exasperation. The once serious expression on his face softened considerably. He never anticipated that the source of Yashimaru's distress would stem from such a trivial matter. Chapter 36. Matters of the Police Department. Shoha erupts. Lord Kazekage. Yashimaru's face was a canvas of confusion, his eyes wide and fixed upon the seemingly relaxed Luo Sha, his mind swirling with questions. He found it utterly incomprehensible. In his view, the villagers' aversion to the police force should unequivocally be seen as a negative development. Yet, the reaction of Lord Kazekage was perplexingly peculiar. What could possibly be the reason behind it? Luo Sha, observing Yashimaru's bewilderment, offered a gentle smile and spoke slowly. Yashimaru, do not blame yourself. Your lack of experience leads you to this misunderstanding. However, what you perceive as a misfortune may not necessarily be so. Upon hearing this, Maru was taken aback, his mouth slightly agape in disbelief. In his understanding, the public's disdain for the police force was undoubtedly a negative situation. How could it possibly be construed as a good thing? A multitude of questions flooded his mind, and he was eager to seek clarification from Lord Kazekage. Luo Sha seemed to perceive Maru's thoughts, and, without haste, patiently elucidated, "You ought to consider this issue from a different perspective. The villagers' fear of you is unavoidable. After all, the police force's duty is to uphold order and execute various stringent tasks. But have you considered that those with nefarious intentions would be even more terrified of you? Your existence to them is akin to a blade poised above their heads, ready to descend at any moment. Does this not validate the crucial role you play in the village?" Listening to Luo Sha's words, Maru lowered his head, lost in contemplation. He meticulously pondered each word spoken by Lord Kazekage, replaying in his mind the scenarios of the police force executing their duties. Gradually, his gaze grew resolute as he grasped the profound significance behind Luo Sha's message. The police department exists to curb the lawless, instilling in them a sense of trepidation, deterring them from reckless behavior. If the police force fails to inspire fear, how could they effectively fulfill their responsibilities? With this realization, Maru lifted his head to meet Luo Sha's gaze, which was filled with admiration. Recognizing the understanding reflected in Maru's eyes, Luo Sha felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He then proposed a mutually beneficial plan, seamlessly implanting ideas into Maru's mind. The first suggestion was to actively participate in the village's daily endeavors, such as assisting in the repair of buildings damaged during battles, maintaining order and ensuring safety during village festivities, and conducting safety courses on the use of ninjutsu for students at the Ninja Academy, thereby enhancing their awareness of safety. Through these actions, the villagers would tangibly perceive the police force's dedication and guardianship. The second was to establish an image of fair law enforcement. When handling disputes within the village, one must adhere strictly to the village's rules and traditions, showing no favoritism. Whether dealing with conflicts among ordinary villagers or ninja clans, resolutions should be fair and just, thereby fostering a reputation for equitable enforcement. Even in the face of powerful clan influences, one must remain steadfast in principle to earn the trust of the populace. Maru pondered Luo Sha's words, and suddenly an epiphany struck him. He realized that Lord Kazekage's measures were profoundly significant, possessing immeasurable implications for the village's stability. He quickly rummaged through his belongings, retrieving a small, somewhat tattered notebook, and produced a short pen from his waist. With swift movements, he recorded the key points Luo Sha had articulated, reciting them aloud to ensure he missed no vital information. Seeing Maru's earnest demeanor filled Luo Sha with pride, and a smile crept onto his face as he nodded approvingly, teasingly remarking, "You are indeed a teachable nephew." His tone embodied both the recognition of a mentor and the warmth of familial camaraderie. Then, as if recalling something, Luo Sha's expression shifted back to seriousness. "By the way, Maki has not had much to do with me these past few days. I think I shall appoint him as your deputy minister to assist you. Should you encounter dilemmas or conflicts with the ninja clans that cannot be resolved immediately, consult him. He possesses considerable experience and can be of great help." Upon hearing this, Maki was initially taken aback, followed by a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had never anticipated such an arrangement from Luo Sha. He understood well the pivotal role of the police department within the village and the vast potential for its future development. Being appointed as the deputy minister in this critical department was clearly an indication that Luo Sha was nurturing him as a trusted confidant, granting him substantial authority. This sudden trust left Maki both elated and somewhat apprehensive as he gazed at Luo Sha, his eyes filled with gratitude and uncertainty. In contrast, Maru merely nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. He recognized that his position as the head of the police department was solely due to Luo Sha's trust and promotion. Therefore, regardless of Luo Sha's decisions, he wholeheartedly supported them, intent on fulfilling his duties and living up to Lord Kazekage's expectations. After some casual conversation, Luo Sha and Maki departed the police department, cognizant that Maru had little time to squander. Just as they were about to return, Luo Sha abruptly halted, his complex gaze fixed upon a corner of Sunagakure. The sky was engulfed in ominous clouds, swirling like a tempest, as if an unseen hand were recklessly painting the heavens, creating an oppressive atmosphere that stifled breath. The ground trembled violently without warning, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth abruptly roused from slumber. The village's structures, fragile as children's toys, began to crack under the tremors, tiles falling in a cacophony, raising clouds of dust. In the distance, a tempest of chaotic chakra surged skyward, manifesting in a bizarre crimson hue, heralding the imminent emergence of Shoha. The storm, laden with sand and gravel, roared like an enraged beast, uprooting trees and pulverizing boulders in its wake. Accompanying the tempest was a deep, haunting roar emanating from the jinchūriki of Shoha, a sound that seemed to echo from the abyss of hell, laden with boundless agony and defiance, sending shivers down the spine. Then, a blinding light erupted from the jinchūriki's body, illuminating the dim sky, within which the colossal form of Shoha flickered in and out of visibility, like a deity descending from the heavens. Quickly, go and inform all ninjas in the village to assist the civilians in their escape. I will investigate alone. No one should follow me. Maki, concerned by Luo Sha's words, queried, Lord Kazekage, are you truly able to handle this alone? Luo Sha, with his form fading from view, turned his back to Maki and smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Focus on your task of protecting the villagers and ensuring no one approaches. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 37. Subduing Shoha. The next jinchūriki candidate amidst the swirling sands. Shoha roared in fury, its massive claws thrashing wildly, causing buildings to collapse and dust to billow. The jinchūriki lay unconscious, slumped beside it. At this critical juncture, a golden light flashed, and Rasa instantly appeared on the battlefield. Observing the panicked civilians fleeing in all directions, he adopted a stern expression and called out, Everyone, steady yourselves. Follow my commands and evacuate in an orderly fashion. His voice, steady and powerful, pierced through the chaos and fear, and the villagers, as if finding their anchor, began to move towards safety under his guidance. Once all the villagers had retreated, Rasa turned his gaze towards Shoha, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. In an instant, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated, and the intricate patterns began to whirl, unleashing formidable jinjutsu. Shoha, previously in a frenzied state, suddenly froze, as if ensnared in a hallucinatory realm. Oomph, you wretched beast. Today marks your end, Rasa declared with a chilling authority. Shoha struggled fiercely, attempting to break free from the jinjutsu's grasp, emitting a guttural roar. Cursed human. How do you possess such eyes? You bear none of that bloodline. Who are you truly? A mocking smile played on Rasa's lips as he glided like a specter around Shoha, effortlessly evading his wrathful strikes, each movement stirring a sharp gust of wind. Foolish creature, yield and be bound, he taunted, arms crossed, his tone dripping with disdain. Under the influence of the jinjutsu, Shoha's movements grew increasingly sluggish, yet his eyes still blazed with fury. I will not submit. Once I break free, I will annihilate everything. Rasa scoffed and intensified the jinjutsu, watching as Shoha trembled uncontrollably. Cease your futile struggles. Your resistance is meaningless, he stated coldly, his gaze as frigid as an abyss in the dark night, instilling a flicker of fear in Shoha's heart. With Rasa's overwhelming jinjutsu suppressing him, Shoha's defiance gradually waned. Seizing the moment, Rasa approached to assess the condition of Fuku, relieved to find he still had a pulse. He then turned his attention back to Shoha, the brilliance of his Sharingan flaring as he prepared to seal him once more. You cannot escape. Return to where you belong, he murmured, and as his ocular powers surged, Shoha's form began to diminish, ultimately being resealed within Fuku's body. Once the sealing was complete, Rasa collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, his clothes drenched in sweat. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the unconscious Fuku. The dust of the battlefield began to settle, leaving only the gentle rustling of the breeze. Anxiety and worry filled Rasa's heart as he silently implored, Fuku, please wake up. You must be all right. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each second testing Rasa's patience. At last, Fuku's fingers twitched slightly, and Rasa's spirit soared. He leaned in closer, his eyes fixed intently on Fuku. Slowly, Fuku opened his eyes, confusion and weakness evident in his gaze. Fuku, you're awake. How do you feel? Rasa inquired eagerly, concern lacing his voice. Fuku looked at Rasa, his lips moving faintly. Rasa, do not speak. You have just awakened and your body is still frail, Rasa interrupted, a relieved smile gracing his features. You did well, it's all over now. Once reassured that Fuku was out of danger, Rasa rose, took a deep breath, and steadied his emotions. He swiftly formed hand seals and executed the flying thunder god technique. A golden light enveloping him as he transported to Maki's location. Maki, Shoha has been resealed, and Fuku is safe. Let the evacuated villagers return. The danger has passed. Rasha's voice rang out, strong and resolute. After speaking with him, Rasa returned, surveying the village, which, though somewhat disheveled, had not suffered severe damage, and felt a wave of gratitude. Remarkably, no one had perished during the tailed beast's outbreak, and the destruction was within manageable limits. A fortunate turn amidst misfortune. Soon, the villagers began to return. Upon seeing Rasa, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Lord Rasa, we owe you our lives. Indeed, if it were not for Lord Rasa, we would have been doomed. Their voices rose in a chorus of trust and praise. Rasa looked at the villagers, warmth swelling in his heart. Rest assured, the losses and damages will be compensated by the village, he declared, amplifying their cheers. He understood that, through this ordeal, his standing among the villagers had risen significantly. However, he was acutely aware that such esteem came with heavy responsibility. He silently vowed to strive even harder to protect this village and its people. Given that no villager had been harmed in Fuku, as the jinchūriki was not scorned, especially since the village would provide compensation. And due to the camaraderie he had shared with Fuku, the villagers bore no ill will towards him. After arranging all matters, Rasa took Fuku to the Sand Village's conference room, where Chiyo, Ebizo, Maki, and others soon arrived. Although the incident had been downplayed for the public, it was imperative for the higher-ups of Sunagakure to convene. After all, had it not been for Rasa, the village could have faced a far graver situation. Before long, all were present, and the meeting officially commenced. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. Rasa sat at the head. Beside him was Fuku, still pale from his recent awakening. Chiyo, leaning on her cane, broke the silence. Though Shoha's escape resulted in no casualties, it serves as a stern warning. Fuku, you are aging, and your physical capabilities have diminished. The stability of the seal is no longer what it once was. The likelihood of the tailed beast escaping again is substantial. I propose we replace the jinchūriki. Ebizo nodded slightly, adding, Chiyo is correct. The jinchūriki's role is vital to Sunagakure's safety, and we must consider a more suitable candidate. Maki echoed, indeed, we can no longer afford such risks. Rasa furrowed his brow, his expression serious as he addressed the assembly. I understand your concerns, but Fuku has devoted his life to Sunagakure, having just returned from the brink of death. Replacing him now would only thrust him into greater peril. Moreover, changing the jinchūriki is not without its own risks. We must carefully assess whether a new candidate can successfully bear the tailed beast. Chiyo's gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on Rasa. Then what do you propose? To allow Fuku to continue as jinchūriki? If Shoha escapes again, who will bear the responsibility? Rasa pondered for a moment, his tone resolute. Until we discover a method to free the tailed beast from the jinchūriki while ensuring their life, I oppose replacing Fuku. We cannot overlook Fuku's safety in light of immediate risks. At that moment, Fuku, who had remained silent, spoke up, his voice weak yet resolute. Everyone. I have no objections to changing the jinchūriki. However, the new jinchūriki must be Rasa. He is strong and responsible. Only with him as the jinchūriki can I feel at ease, and Sunagakure can truly find stability. Upon hearing this, the conference room erupted in murmurs of surprise. Rasa was initially taken aback, but soon softened his gaze, looking at Fuku, his heart swelling with emotion and a sense of duty. He recognized this as Fuku's trust in him and a heavy responsibility entrusted to his shoulders. The meeting continued, with discussions swirling around Fuku's proposal, voices raising and opinions clashing. Ultimately, Rasa decisively honored Fuku's wish and, to compensate for his own limited chakra, designated himself as the next jinchūriki. Chapter 38. Finding a Way. I will not let you die. Negotiating with Shikaku despite the myriad of dissenting opinions regarding Rasa's decision to become the host for the One Tail. Everyone chose to swallow their words. After all, it was evident to all that sealing the One Tail within Rasa was indeed the most prudent course of action. Moreover, Rasa held immense prestige within the village. Even if discussions were rife, the ultimate decision rested firmly in his hands. The conference room was cluttered with documents and maps, the flickering candlelight casting solemn shadows on the faces of those present, with a multitude of subsequent tasks awaiting attention. The meeting was rather brief and soon dissolved into a flurry of departing figures. As the attendees rose, their footsteps mingled with low murmurs of conversation, leaving only Rasa and Funfuck in the room. Funfuck sat hunched over in his chair, hands clasped upon his knees, his expression tinged with melancholy. He spoke slowly, his voice quavering slightly. "I've lived long enough already. Even if you find a way, how many more years can I expect to live?" Tears glimmered in his eyes, catching the dim light. Upon hearing this, Rasa paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, old Funfuck, worry not. I will not let you die. What's with you? You sound like a child." He laughed heartily, clapping Funfuck on the shoulder, his mirth resonating throughout the empty conference room, gradually dissipating the somber atmosphere. Funfuck couldn't help but chuckle as well, and the two began to exchange playful banter, their laughter echoing in the room. In the month that followed, Sunagakure resembled a well-oiled machine, bustling and orderly. Repair work commenced in full swing. Villagers united in their efforts, transporting stones and timber, their sweat soaking their garments. Yet it did little to extinguish their fervor for rebuilding their homeland. Children frolicked in the streets, and the warmth of daily life returned, restoring a sense of normalcy. As the village leader, Rasa's rhythm of life underwent subtle changes during this period. Aside from occasionally escorting Shoju and Kankuro to and from school, savoring moments of parental bliss, most of his time was consumed within the archives of Sunagakure. There, amidst the towering piles of ancient texts lay the accumulated history and wisdom of the village, and he harbored hopes of discovering a method that would allow the host to survive even after the tailed beast was extracted. However, day after day of perusing yielded naught but disappointment. It seemed that the answers he sought were not hidden within the village's tomes. He understood that it was impossible for him to seek Chiyo's forbidden life transfer technique. The cost was astronomical, and at this stage, he wasn't even certain if she had developed such a technique. One day, as he sat staring blankly at the mountain of texts, a sudden spark ignited in his mind. He smacked his forehead in frustration, realizing, how could I have forgotten my identity as a traveler? He had been so absorbed in the local knowledge of Sunagakure that he overlooked his familiarity with the narrative of the Naruto world. He began to delve into his memories, recalling characters from the anime who had survived the extraction of their tailed beasts. He remembered the harrowing scenes from the Fourth Great Ninja War, where Uchiha Madara, wielding the power of the Rinnegan, forcibly extracted the nine tails from Naruto, leaving him on the brink of death. Fortunately, Obito appeared just in time, transferring a portion of the chakra from the one tail and eight tails, as well as the nine tails from Minato, Naruto's father, back into him, pulling him back from the precipice. Yet, Rasa pondered, given his current abilities and circumstances, he could not replicate this process. Thus, this method held no practical utility for him. Just as he began to feel disheartened, another memory surged forth. "Ah, yes, there is indeed a way," Rasa exclaimed, nearly leaping from his seat. When the eight tails was extracted from the jinchūriki killer bee, the eight tails had retained a tentacle of chakra, preventing the complete extraction of its essence, thereby allowing killer bee to survive. This revelation ignited a glimmer of hope within Rasa. He was determined to save Funfuck. The following morning, as the gentle light filtered into Sunagakure, awakening the tranquil village, Rasa rose early, his night of contemplation having birthed a clear plan. Breathing in the fresh morning air, he adjusted his attire and strode purposefully towards Funfuck's residence. Along the way, he encountered many villagers who greeted him warmly. Rasa smiled in return, though a hint of urgency lingered in his gaze. Soon, he arrived at Funfuck's doorstep and gently knocked. "Come in," came Funfuck's slightly aged yet warm voice from within. Rasa opened the door to a room suffused with the delicate aroma of tea. Funfuck sat at a table, a cup of steaming tea in hand. Upon seeing Rasa, he rose with a smile. "Rasa, what brings you here so early? Is there something urgent?" Rasa approached the table and sat down, his expression earnest. "Funfuck, I have conceived a plan to save you. I wish to enter the tailed beast space and speak with Shikaku. I hope for your consent." Funfuck paused, his eyes widening slightly with surprise and trust. "Rasa, I believe in you. Go ahead and do it." With Funfuck's permission warming his heart, Rasa stood, took a deep breath, and began to circulate his chakra as fluidly as water, activating his Sharingan. The intricate patterns within his crimson eyes began to swirl, emanating a unique power. Funfuck, clearly aware of Rasa's ocular prowess, was unfazed, evidently informed by Shikaku. In an instant, Everything around them seemed to warp and twist under an invisible force. Rasa felt a dizzying sensation as his consciousness was drawn into a peculiar realm. As the scene before him gradually clarified, he found himself amidst an expansive desert. The scorching sun beat down mercilessly, the sand beneath his feet was searing, and a fierce wind whipped up clouds of dust, howling around him. In the distance, the colossal form of Shikaku loomed, resembling an immovable mountain. Human, why have you trespassed into my domain? Shikaku's deep growl echoed across the barren landscape, stirring up waves of sand. Though the beast's voice was thunderous and intimidating, Rasa stood tall and replied, Shikaku, I have come to discuss a matter that would be beneficial for us both. Shikaku scoffed dismissively. You think you can negotiate with me? Stay out of my affairs, human. Just as the tension escalated, a familiar figure emerged. It was Funfuck. With a gentle smile, he gazed at Shikaku and reached out to stroke its claw. Shikaku, this is Rasa, my dear friend and the pillar of Sunagakure. Please, hear him out. As Shikaku regarded Funfuck, the menace in its eyes softened, and its tone mellowed somewhat. For the sake of you, old monk, I shall listen. Speak, human. Feeling a surge of gratitude, Rasa steadied himself and articulated clearly, Shikaku, I hope you can leave a portion of your chakra within Funfuck, allowing him to survive. In return, I am willing to become your new vessel. Thus, you can continue to reside in the sand-hidden village while receiving better protection. In the future, everything will be well, and I shall release you, restoring your freedom. The guardian crane fell silent for a moment before emitting a fierce roar. Why should I trust the promises of humans? It understood that attaining freedom was currently unattainable. Luo Sha, unfazed, spoke sincerely. For all these years, Funfu has treated you with utmost sincerity, regarding you as a vital companion. You must have felt this bond of friendship. Like Funfu, I too wish to protect the sand-hidden village and safeguard you. I vow upon my honor that I shall not break my word. A flicker of contemplation crossed the guardian crane's eyes as it turned to Funfu and inquired, Do you also believe he is trustworthy? Funfu nodded vigorously, hope evident in his gaze. Guardian crane, Luo Sha is a person worthy of your trust. He will surely grant you freedom in the future. The guardian crane remained silent for a while, the howling winds of the desert seemingly awaiting its decision. Finally, it sighed, Very well. For the sake of that foul monk and your sincerity, I shall agree. But remember, human, should you dare to go back on your word, I will not be lenient. A great weight lifted from Luo Sha's heart, his face beaming with joy as he solemnly nodded to both the guardian crane and Funfu. I shall never betray your trust. As a radiant light flickered, Luo Sha's consciousness gradually withdrew from the tailed beast's space. He slowly opened his eyes, realizing he had returned to Funfu's dwelling. Gazing at the brilliant sunlight outside, a relieved smile spread across his face. The negotiation with the guardian crane had unfolded more ideally than he had anticipated. He had initially believed he would need to resort to force to achieve this, yet it appeared that the bond between man and beast was indeed profound. Chapter 39, Funfu's Sorrow, Puppetry and AK. In less than an hour, Luo Sha began the process of transferring the guardian crane from Funfu's body into his own. This momentous ceremony, which should have taken no more than 10 minutes, unexpectedly dragged on. Funfu lay weakly on a specially designed stone platform, his complexion as pale as paper. Although he understood that the guardian crane's departure was the best choice at present, emotionally he found it hard to let go. As the guardian crane's chakra began to surge slowly, preparing for the transfer, Funfu clung tightly to the remnants of the guardian crane's consciousness, as if grasping at a final lifeline. Guardian crane, Funfu's voice was hoarse and trembling, each word seemingly exhausting his entire strength. Once you are within Luo Sha's body, please temper your temper. Do not be as reckless as before. The sand-hidden village still needs your strength. Do not lose control so easily. As he spoke, he struggled to raise his hand, gesturing in the air as if attempting to grasp the departing guardian crane. Initially, the guardian crane listened patiently, but as Funfu's admonitions became increasingly numerous, it grew impatient, thrashing within Funfu's consciousness and emitting low growls of discontent. Yet Funfu seemed oblivious, continuing to speak. And if Luo Sha does anything wrong, be more forgiving. He is acting for the good of the village. At last, the guardian crane could bear it no longer, urgently imploring Luo Sha, Hurry, pull me away. I can't stand his nagging any longer. Luo Sha stood by, hands forming seals, his gaze deep and complex. He understood that the guardian crane's apparent impatience was, in fact, a struggle to contain its emotions. Having been companions with Finfu for many years, how could the cherished moments spent together be so easily forgotten? Subsequently, Finfu chose to sit alone at the bedside, turning inward, unresponsive to Luo Sha's calls. Luo Sha, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, his face etched with distress. He knew Finfu's stubbornness made further words futile. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Sha couldn't resist giving one last piece of advice. If you miss the guardian crane, come find me. I will arrange for you to meet. At these words, Finfu's shoulders trembled slightly. Luo Sha noticed, understanding that he would likely be sought after frequently in the future. He sighed quietly, concluding it best to depart promptly, and turned to exit Finfu's home. Just outside the door, the guardian crane's urgent and bewildered voice echoed in Luo Sha's mind. Hey, you brat. How do you possess these eyes? I detected no trace of the feathered garb bloodline within you. The guardian crane could hardly suppress its curiosity, for the power that those eyes embodied evoked both fear and familiarity. A slight smile graced Luo Sha's lips, revealing a hint of mystery as he teased. Guess. The guardian crane huffed in frustration, its tone rife with dissatisfaction and exasperation. Luo Sha paid it no further heed, resolutely making his way toward the Wind Shadow building. His sights set on Chiyo's office. Previously, Luo Sha had entrusted Chiyo with several AK-47s, hoping she could integrate them with puppetry techniques to amplify their power. Now that some time had passed, it was time to inquire about the progress. Upon arriving at the office door, he peered through the small window, observing Chiyo comfortably reclining in a sun chair, basking in sunlight, with scarcely any documents cluttering her desk. It seemed that the village affairs had been few and far between of late, allowing Chiyo a leisurely respite. Gathering his thoughts, Luo Sha raised his hand to knock. Knock. Knock, knock. After 3 raps, a steady voice from within replied, Come in. Luo Sha pushed the door open, only to find Chiyo already seated upright in her office chair. Back straight, her expression grave as if preparing for an imminent battle. The meticulous demeanor she exhibited now starkly contrasted with the languid ease he had observed through the window, as if she were unaware of the small sill at all. Noticing this, Luo Sha couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking, I saw you basking in the sun earlier. Now you act so serious. However, these thoughts quickly dissipated, and he had no intention of lingering on them. Steeling himself, he directly posed the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Chiyo, what progress has been made on the integration of puppetry techniques with firearms? Chiyo did not respond immediately, as if anticipating Luo Sha's inquiry. She calmly extended her hand, and delicate chakra threads emanated like nimble spider silk. With the guidance of her chakra, a puppet gradually emerged from the corner of the office. Luo Sha's attention was instantly captivated. The craftsmanship of this puppet was nothing short of exquisite. Were it not for the conspicuous chakra threads connecting it, he might have mistaken it for a living being. Chiyo's fingers twitched, causing the chakra threads to shift, and the puppet's movements became fluid and lifelike. The puppet's hands and forearms quietly unfurled, revealing dark gun barrels that aimed directly at Luo Sha. Before he could marvel, another commotion arose from the puppet's chest, where a previously flat surface began to cave in, revealing yet another gun barrel. In an instant, 3 gun barrels were aimed at him, sending a chill down Luo Sha's spine. He pondered to himself that if this puppet were to don ordinary clothing and blend into a crowd, it could launch a surprise attack that would be utterly lethal. His gaze remained fixed on the puppet before him, filled with astonishment and admiration. The design and functionality of the puppet had far exceeded his expectations, filling him with profound satisfaction. In his mind's eye, a grand scene of battle unfurled, each puppeteer controlling 10 such puppets. Hundreds of puppeteers converging to form an impenetrable web of firepower. Such a formidable lineup resembles an indestructible mobile fortress, steadfastly holding its ground against any adversary. Rashua's thoughts did not cease there. He further contemplated the remarkable essence of the advanced puppet technique, akin to a miraculous transformation. If one could equip those with physical disabilities with components that incorporated firearm functionalities, bestowing upon them newfound combat prowess, it would undoubtedly emerge as the village's most formidable secret weapon, a trump card capable of altering the course of battle. He firmly believed that Granny Chiyo had already considered this possibility. After all, how could such intricate designs have been conceived without profound contemplation? With this thought, a smile illuminated Rashua's face as he generously praised, Granny Chiyo, you truly live up to the village's trust. Such clever ingenuity and remarkable outcomes are indeed commendable. With you here, the future of our village is assuredly fortified. Roswa had always held great respect for those of true talent, and his accolades were heartfelt. However, it seemed his words bore little effect on Chiyo, whose countenance lacked the anticipated joy, and a hint of sorrow flickered in her gaze. He speculated that she might have been lost in troubling memories, prompting him to refrain from further conversation as he exited the room. After all, the tasks at hand had been executed commendably, and anything beyond was beyond his purview. Chapter 40. Thoughts on the Land of Craftsmen. Without a doubt, considering her weathered disposition, which usually remained unperturbed in the face of adversity, her current despondency could only stem from matters related to family. Roswa understood deeply that for a ninja, family represented the softest corner of the heart, and once touched, emotions could spiral out of control. Roswa had always held high hopes for Scorpion. In his eyes, Scorpion possessed an extraordinary talent, an acute understanding, and unique insights into the art of puppetry. If Scorpion could master the advanced puppet techniques, his capabilities would undoubtedly surpass those of Chiyo in the future. At that time, the puppet technology developed by Scorpion would elevate the strength of Sunagakure, granting it greater influence within the ninja world. Yet, the timing was not yet ripe. Scorpion had vanished like a kite severed from its string, leaving Roswa unable to track his whereabouts. Reluctantly, he set this matter aside, awaiting a more opportune moment for action. Currently, Roswa was preoccupied with two concerns. The first pertained to the progress of the daimyo's operations. According to intelligence relayed by Yura, he had successfully made contact with the elite ninja dispatched from Sunagakure and had begun to cautiously initiate action. The ninjas assigned to this mission were the pillars of Sunagakure, each possessing rich experience and agile skills, consistently demonstrating exceptional performance during training. Thus, despite a hint of worry, Roswa felt a general sense of reassurance regarding this endeavor. The second matter, though Roswa had yet to devise a comprehensive plan, the direction was clear, seeking opportunities in other nations. However, the geopolitical sensitivity of the Land of Wind, bordered by nearly all major nations, posed a risk. Any misstep could create ripples akin to throwing a stone into water, potentially alarming a powerful ninja village. Should unnecessary disputes arise, Sunagakure would inevitably be dragged into conflict, incurring significant costs, which would be utterly counterproductive. Consequently, Roswa turned his gaze towards the northwest. There lay a nation that did not border any major powers aside from the Land of Wind, surrounded instead by smaller, less formidable countries. This unique geographical situation led Roswa to believe that, if approached with sufficient caution, it might be possible to venture into this territory. This nation was the Land of Craftsmen. The mere mention of the Land of Craftsmen stirred excitement within Roswa. He understood well that the future development of Sunagakure, whether in infrastructure or the crafting of various ninja tools and weapons, depended heavily on a multitude of skilled artisans. However, within Sunagakure itself, the number of craftsmen was scarce, and their skills often paled in comparison to those of the artisans in the Land of Craftsmen. Establishing some form of connection with the Land of Craftsmen, importing their techniques, or even recruiting some of their artisans would undoubtedly bolster Sunagakure's overall strength. Moreover, the Land of Craftsmen posed a minor threat to the future of Sunagakure. In the original narrative, the village's four symbol celestial beings sought to capture Gaara to resurrect their ancestor, only to meet with failure. A direct assault would yield no fruitful results. Thus, cunning was essential. He recognized that the optimal moment for initiating conflict had yet to arrive. Instead, he contemplated inviting the top ninjas from the Land of Craftsmen to Sunagakure through a collaborative approach, bringing advanced techniques and craftsmanship to the village. Yet, he was acutely aware that this endeavor would not be without its challenges. The Land of Craftsmen regarded their skills as treasures and would not easily acquiesce. After much contemplation, a glimmer of inspiration ignited in Rashua's eyes as he devised a potentially viable strategy. Sunagakure had delved deeply into the art of puppetry over the years, and a group of individuals had already mastered the intricate craft of creating puppet body parts, a distinctive skill within the entire ninja world. Roswa planned to bring these adept craftsmen along to the Land of Craftsmen. He understood that for the ninjas of the Land of Craftsmen, novel techniques would possess an irresistible allure, akin to a magnet. Envisioning the meeting with the Land of Craftsmen, Roswa could almost picture the scene at the negotiation table. As the craftsmen from Sunagakure showcased the exquisite process of crafting puppet components, The ninjas from the land of craftsmen would undoubtedly reveal expressions of astonishment and curiosity. Seizing this opportunity, Roswa would extend an olive branch, promising them that by visiting Sunagakure, they could delve into the unique techniques of puppet making and engage in technical exchanges with Sunagakure's ninjas. In Rashua's imagination, such an enticing offer would certainly resonate with the ninjas of the land of craftsmen. They yearned for exposure to new knowledge and techniques, and Sunagakure could provide just that. They would undoubtedly come, and once they did, the decision to stay or leave would no longer rest in their hands. Resolute in his intentions, Roswa fixed his gaze firmly on the horizon, raising his hand to summon forth a commanding voice that echoed through the spacious office, notifying Maki to swiftly gather the puppet masters skilled in crafting puppet components. Before long, the informed Maki arrived in haste, accompanied by a group of puppet masters, their expressions betraying a mix of curiosity and anxiety. Roswa plainly articulated the plan for their journey to the land of craftsmen, and upon grasping his instructions, the group nodded in understanding, promptly returning to prepare their belongings. On the following morning, as dawn broke, the team embarked on their long journey to the land of craftsmen. Should significant events occur in Sunagakure during Rashua's absence, his spatial ninjutsu would enable him to return swiftly, eliminating the need for the village to be placed on high alert. The desert winds and sands surged like relentless waves, mercilessly battering them as the sound of hooves thudded dully against the sandy ground. The group trudged through the swirling sandstorm, their silhouettes flickering in and out of view, reminiscent of a solitary vessel navigating the sea of sand. After a day of arduous travel, they finally reached the land of craftsmen, surrounded by lush mountains. The village exuded tranquility and serenity. Yet, Roswa was acutely aware of the urgency of time. Upon arrival, he wasted no moment in declaring his identity as the wind shadow to the craftsmen of the village, requesting an audience with the leaders and artisans of the land of craftsmen. Upon learning of the situation, the leader of the craft ninja village found himself at a loss. Uncertain of the intentions of Rasa and his companions, he sensed a potential threat in their arrival. Nonetheless, he chose to convene the meeting within an ancient edifice at the heart of Craft Ninja Village, a venue reserved for honoring esteemed guests. The flickering candlelight cast a somber atmosphere within the room. The members of Craft Ninja Village occupied the right side, while Rasa and his entourage took their seats on the left. At this juncture, the leader of Craft Ninja Village could no longer contain his curiosity and addressed Rasa. "Esteemed Wind Shadow, what brings you personally to Craft Ninja Village? Is there an issue with the weapons supplied by the land of crafts?" Rasa remained silent, merely nodding slightly towards the assembled guests, signaling the puppet masters accompanying him to rise and present their materials. The leader and others in Craft Ninja Village, perplexed by Rasa's lack of response and the seemingly arbitrary command, wondered what their true purpose was. Were they here to challenge them? However, the puppet masters were indifferent to the speculations of others. They were solely focused on fulfilling the task assigned by the Wind Shadow. They swiftly began to transform the materials into intricate puppet components with deft movements. They showcased a new type of joint connection device, which was not only more flexible and durable, but also significantly enhanced the fluidity of puppet movements. The puppet masters manipulated their models, causing the puppets to perform a series of complex and natural movements, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the previously dismissive members of Craft Ninja Village. Next, they unveiled puppet shells crafted from a special alloy, lightweight yet indestructible, capable of transforming based on needs. The leader of Craft Ninja Village and the artisans gathered around, their eyes wide with amazement, as exclamations of wonder filled the air. Observing this scene, Rasa felt a surge of confidence, believing that the groundwork for cooperation was firmly established. Just then, a ninja from Craft Ninja Village hurriedly entered the room, whispering urgently into the leader's ear. Rasa keenly noticed a change in the leader's expression, a flicker of unease rising within him. As predicted, the leader raised his head, an awkward and troubled look upon his face, stating, "Wind Shadow, I sincerely apologize. But ninjas from the land of Earth have also arrived and are currently waiting outside." Rasa's brow furrowed immediately, exchanging a wary glance with Maki, both sensing the tension in the air. However, there was no turning back now. Rasa spoke firmly, "Please let them in." Moments later, the ninjas from Earth Ninja Village strode into the room, radiating an imposing aura. Their gazes swept over everyone present, eventually landing on the puppet components displayed by the sand-hidden village. With such trifles, Do you think to win over Craft Ninja Village? Scoffed the leading ninja from Earth Ninja Village, launching the first verbal assault. A puppet master from Sand Hidden Village stepped forward defiantly, retorting, "These trinkets are far more useful than your mindless brute force." Thus ensued a fierce exchange of words, each side articulating their arguments. The ninjas from Sand Hidden Village emphasized the technological innovations and developmental opportunities that cooperation could bring to Craft Ninja Village, while those from Earth Ninja Village stressed the formidable strength and vast resources of the Land of Earth, attempting to overshadow Sand Hidden Village. After several rounds of back and forth, neither side managed to sway the other, and the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, as if on the brink of ignition. Realizing they could not gain the upper hand through words, the leading ninja from Earth Ninja Village's countenance darkened. Suddenly, a surge of chakra erupted from him, enveloping the room in an oppressive aura. The candle flames flickered violently, nearly extinguishing. "You had better think carefully. Collaborating with us from the Land of Earth ensures a bright future. Otherwise." His gaze swept over the members of Craft Ninja Village, the threat implicit in his words. Rasa, who had remained silent, observing the exchange and the jibes between the Earth Ninja and the Sand Hidden Village ninjas, finally reached the limit of his patience. In an instant, a more powerful chakra erupted from him, akin to a raging tsunami, shattering the oppressive force emanating from the Earth Ninja. The air within the room seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, causing furniture to topple and extinguishing the candles, leaving only Rasa's formidable presence illuminating the darkness. The ninjas from the Land of Earth paled, their eyes wide with terror, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had not anticipated that the seemingly calm Rasa harbored such terrifying power. Rasa advanced step by step, the ground trembling beneath him, each step proclaiming his undeniable authority. "Before me, you are not in a position to act recklessly." His voice, deep and frigid, resonated like echoes from the depths of the abyss, piercing the hearts of all present. The leading ninja from Earth Ninja Village clenched his teeth, begrudgingly subdued, and resorted to empty threats. "Sand Hidden Village, you will regret this. We shall settle this score in due time." With that, he turned and departed with his subordinates, casting one last menacing glance at the members of Craft Ninja Village, attempting to leave a final impression of intimidation. After the ninjas from Earth Ninja Village left, the members of Craft Ninja Village found themselves caught in a precarious balance between two formidable forces, both of which were not to be trifled with. Ultimately, the leader of Craft Ninja Village approached Rasa with a mixture of anxiety and hope, his hands trembling slightly as he spoke with a hint of pleading. "Wind Shadow, your village's puppet technology truly captivates us, and we sincerely wish to collaborate with Sand Hidden Village. However, the strength of the Land of Earth is overwhelming, and we fear their retaliation. If we are to proceed with cooperation, we humbly request your protection over the entire Craft Nation, shielding us from the Land of Earth." Rasa's expression turned serious as he slowly sat down, immersed in contemplation. This was a heavy commitment. Should he agree, Sand Hidden Village would find itself in outright opposition to the Land of Earth, potentially facing numerous challenges ahead. Yet, to refuse would render all the painstaking efforts toward collaboration futile. After a brief moment of reflection, Rasa acquiesced, realizing that the inevitable must be faced. Mere humility would not guarantee peace. Rest assured, everyone, Sand Hidden Village will honor its commitments. Should the Land of Earth make a move, we will protect Craft Nation, even if it means declaring an all-out war. Maki, who had intended to advise Rasa against such hasty agreement, found himself hesitating upon witnessing Rasa's confident smile. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle smile had also crept across Maki's face. Indeed, with such a formidable and wise Wind Shadow, Sand Hidden Village had no reason to fear any ninja village. Chapter 41. Contemplations on the imminent war with Rock Ninja Village. In the time that followed, the two parties engaged in thorough discussions regarding the terms of cooperation. From the scope of technological sharing to the intricacies of resource allocation, each clause was meticulously deliberated. Sand Hidden Village would provide the core technology and practical experience of puppet techniques, while Craft Ninja Village would utilize their exquisite craftsmanship to transform these techniques into more powerful and practical weaponry. In terms of profit sharing, both parties reached a fair and reasonable consensus, ensuring that each side would derive ample benefits from the collaboration. Once everything was settled, Rasa led the ninjas of Sand Hidden Village and several hundred artisans from the Craft Nation on their journey back to Sand Hidden Village. The procession was grand, raising plumes of dust, and due to the large number of craftsmen, most of whom were not ninjas, the journey took an additional 2 days. Upon returning to Sand-Hidden Village, Rasa wasted no time, meticulously arranging accommodations for the artisans from Craft Nation, ensuring they could focus on their subsequent work in Sand-Hidden Village. Subsequently, he promptly summoned Maki and other core members to gather in the office of the Wind Shadow, their expressions grave as they deliberated strategies to counter the potential aggression from Iwagakure. The atmosphere in the office was stifling, marked by a palpable seriousness and vigilance on every face. Having suffered a setback, Iwagakure would undoubtedly seek retaliation, and thus we must prepare meticulously in advance. Rasa broke the silence first, his voice low yet resolute, imbued with a profound concern for the situation at hand. Maki nodded slightly, his eyes glimmering with calmness and wisdom behind his glasses. He methodically analyzed. They excel in earth techniques, possessing distinct advantages in ninjutsu and a formidable military force. In a direct confrontation, we would not hold the upper hand, putting us at a considerable disadvantage. We might leverage the mobility and stealth of the puppets, setting ambushes at the border. Should they exhibit any signs of movement, we could strike swiftly, catching them off guard. Other ninjas eagerly contributed their insights, some advocating for enhanced intelligence-gathering efforts, establishing a dense network around Iwagakure to monitor every movement, leaving no potential signal of war unnoticed. Others suggested seeking aid from Konoha. Given the intertwined interests of Konoha and Sunagakure, where the fall of one could lead to the demise of the other, Rasa attentively listened to each opinion, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet he fell into contemplation regarding the suggestion of seeking assistance from Konoha. After a moment, he slowly began to analyze. Setting aside whether Konoha would be willing to involve themselves in this conflict, it is important to note that the loss of Minato is still fresh, and the internal situation in Konoha remains unstable. Hiruzen, as Hokage, is burdened with countless responsibilities and may not have the capacity to attend to our plea for help. Even if we were to seek it, the outcome would be uncertain. However, Rasa had some thoughts regarding the ambush plan involving puppets and turned to Chiyo, inquiring, "Grandmother, is that item you showed me a few days ago capable of mass production?" In the days since, Chiyo had already adjusted her emotions. Understanding Rasa's intentions, she smiled confidently. Right after you left, I gathered the sand iron and others to assist in crafting the components, and arranged for the village's experienced puppet masters to undertake the assembly. They have been working day and night, and we have already produced over 50 of these puppets. Moreover, the AK-47 is an extraordinarily powerful weapon. Should it be discovered and thoroughly researched by other nations, it could pose a significant threat to our advantageous position. Thus, I devised an explosive system, integrating it into the puppets. If a puppet sustains severe damage or becomes immobilized, it will trigger the self-destruction sequence hidden within, instantly annihilating everything in the vicinity, ensuring the enemy obtains nothing of value. Rasa was genuinely taken aback by Chiyo's decisive actions in initiating the mass production of these puppets, evidently recognizing their strategic value. Even more impressive was the inclusion of the self-destruction mechanism, aligning perfectly with Rasa's intentions. The concerns he once harbored dissipated significantly due to Chiyo's words. He couldn't help but exclaim, echoing the praises of a historical hero about his capable subordinates. "With you, grandmother, I am stronger than 100,000 warriors." The others exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Rasa's sudden outburst of emotion. The mysterious item he referenced was entirely unfamiliar to them, making it difficult to grasp its significance. However, witnessing the grave expressions on Rasa and Chiyo's faces, an instinct told them that this mysterious object was anything but ordinary, likely possessing extraordinary capabilities. Maki, who had been quietly reflecting in the corner, slowly rose to his feet. His brows knitted tightly in worry. He spoke gravely. "Even if we plan to launch a surprise attack with the puppets, we must recognize that the number of ninjas in Iwagakure ranks second only to Konoha among the 5 great nations. Furthermore, they are home to many powerful, experienced jonin. With just our 50 puppets, we would be unable to withstand the onslaught of Iwagakure in a large-scale battle. The disparity is simply too great." Maki's words landed heavily upon the group like a resounding hammer, plunging the room into a profound silence, as if time itself had frozen. Chiyo sat there with her lips pursed, her expression grave. She understood better than anyone that relying solely on these 50 puppets to confront the entirety of a Wagakure would be tantamount to throwing eggs against a stone. Moreover, Sunagakure would never allocate all its resources to a battle with an uncertain outcome for the sake of the land of crafts, as it did not align with the village's interests or strategic considerations. Just as the atmosphere grew so tense that it was nearly suffocating, Rasa suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his boisterous mirth breaking the oppressive silence. The others stared at him in astonishment, their faces etched with confusion, utterly bewildered as to why he would laugh at such a critical moment. Rest assured, I will take care of everything from here on out. I am completely confident that the land of Earth will not initiate a full-scale war. Rasa straightened his posture, brimming with vigor, his countenance radiating an unwavering confidence that seemed capable of piercing through the dense fog of adversity, illuminating the path ahead. All present were momentarily taken aback by his self-assured demeanor, rendered speechless as they processed his audacity. Yet, they understood the formidable power of a ninja village. Moreover, the land of Earth boasted 2 jinchūriki and the cunning Inoki. They all recognized Rasa's strength, but feared he was being overly presumptuous. Hirako could no longer remain seated. Abruptly rising and gesturing emphatically, he knew Rasa's youthful impulsiveness all too well and was deeply concerned that he might make a misguided judgment in a moment of fervor. At that moment, he began to count on his fingers, meticulously analyzing the strength of a Wagakure, speaking earnestly, passionately imploring Rasa to recognize the vast disparity in power between them and to avoid blind overconfidence. Of course, Hirako's words stemmed entirely from his lack of understanding of Rasa's current capabilities. In the mindset of the elders, the younger generation always appeared as the ones needing protection and guidance, subconsciously diminishing their abilities. They believed the young had not yet faced enough hardships to mature adequately and were ill-equipped to navigate the complexities of the world alone. However, beneath this seemingly dismissive attitude lay a profound love and concern from the elders. They feared that the younger generation might, in a moment of impulse or self-overestimation, challenge difficulties beyond their capabilities and ultimately suffer harm. This concern acted as an invisible protective barrier, though it sometimes led the young to feel misunderstood. It was a natural instinct born of genuine care from those who came before them. Rasa stood quietly, his face a mask of calm, betraying no inclination to interrupt Hirako. He listened attentively, absorbing every word of Hirako's heartfelt expressions of worry, advice, and repeated admonitions until Hirako had exhausted his concerns. At that moment, Rasa's demeanor shifted suddenly, his expression turning serious, his gaze piercing and resolute. He looked directly at Hirako and declared with unwavering conviction, "Rest assured, until I have transformed Sunagakure into the strongest village in the ninja world, not even the Sage of 6 Paths himself could take me away." Though spoken with a hint of jest, the words conveyed an undeniable resolve and confidence that left no room for doubt. Upon hearing this, Kaiboso's lips quivered slightly, as he struggled to find the right moment to speak again, whether to caution Rasa against rashness or to articulate his own thoughts. Yet, upon locking eyes with Rasa's determined gaze, filled with unwavering resolve and spirited ambition, his throat tightened as if gripped by an unseen force, compelling him to swallow back the words that had risen to the tip of his tongue. Observing this vibrant young man exuding such vigor, Kaiboso felt a flicker of an unconventional notion arise within him. Perhaps, just perhaps, he truly could succeed. The words of Rasa resonated deeply with everyone present, igniting a glimmer of trust within their hearts, as if they envisioned a prosperous future for Sunagakure. Meanwhile, in the distant Iwa Shinobi village, the atmosphere was laden with tension. The ninja who had previously threatened Rasa and his companions now stood in the high-level conference room, vividly recounting every detail of the events transpiring in the land of crafts to the assembled leaders. Inoki, the Kazekage, sat sternly at the head of the table. As the ninja elaborated on the developments in the land of crafts, a chill swept across Inoki's features, transforming his already serious countenance into a forbidding mask, reminiscent of the oppressive sky before a tempest. He fixed an intense gaze upon the ninja, his eyes sharp enough to pierce through the man. His voice dripping with barely contained fury. "Are you certain that the people of the land of crafts exhibit such an attitude? Do they truly believe they can withstand the wrath of the land of Earth?" The ninja, feeling the weight of Inoki's penetrating stare, felt a shiver run down his spine. He nodded vigorously, his voice trembling slightly with anxiety. "Indeed, Lord Kazekage. They displayed immense enthusiasm towards the collaboration proposal with Sunagakure, yet treated us with utter indifference. Their demeanor exceedingly cold. In his attempt to incite Inoki's ire, he embellished his account. Inoki's expression darkened further. Veins throbbed on his forehead like angry serpents. With a thunderous punch, he struck the table, causing documents and teacups to leap in alarm. The land of crafts is brazenly disregarding our authority. They dare to ignore our wishes and openly favor Sunagakure. They have grown arrogant, believing their unique craftsmanship grants them superiority. With that, Inoki abruptly rose. Hands clasped behind his back, pacing the room with heavy steps, each footfall echoing his pent-up anger and dissatisfaction. As if he aimed to vent his frustrations upon the very floor beneath him, which seemed to tremble in response. We must show them our might. A mere land of crafts dares to act so presumptuously in our presence, as if I, Inoki, am to be trifled with. Finally, halting his restless pacing, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes, radiating an intimidating aura. He commanded loudly, "Immediately assemble the troops and prepare to assault the land of crafts. Select elite jonin to lead. We must achieve a swift victory. I want them to comprehend the dire consequences of provoking the land of Earth." As soon as the order was issued, the ninjas in the room sprang into action, the conference hall bustling with urgent preparations for the impending war. Before long, the only sounds remaining in the room were Inoki's heavy breaths. He gazed out the window at the distant, undulating mountains, cloaked in silence, while his mind churned with visions of the imminent assault on the land of crafts. He envisioned the forces of the land of Earth surging into the land of crafts like a relentless tide, overpowering the ninjas there, who would falter under the might of their assault, leaving the populace in a state of panic and disarray. A cruel smile crept upon his lips as he envisioned the land of crafts trembling beneath the iron heel of the land of Earth, yielding submissively, complying with every command. Their precious craftsmanship enriching the land of Earth and fortifying its strength. However, while Inoki reveled in his daydream of conquest, Rasa had already anticipated that the land of Earth would not relent so easily, and had made comprehensive preparations in response. In Sunagakure, dozens of puppeteers received urgent assignments, racing against time to complete firearms puppets overnight, hastening towards the borders of the land of crafts. Along their journey, they remained vigilant, fueled by a singular conviction, to arrive promptly at the border and ready themselves for the forthcoming battle. Upon reaching the border, the puppeteers swiftly dispersed, utilizing the intricate terrain to set clever ambushes. They concealed themselves in the shadows of the valleys, some hiding behind massive boulders, silently awaiting the enemy's arrival. Their objectives were clear. First, to deliver a crushing blow to the vanguard of IWA shinobi, making them aware of Sunagakure's formidable prowess. Second, to seize this opportunity to hone their combat skills, thoroughly testing the performance of the firearms puppets, and accumulating invaluable experience for future conflicts. For these puppeteers, this was not merely a combat mission, but a golden opportunity to enhance their own strength. They understood the daunting nature of the task ahead, yet were filled with anticipation, eager to prove themselves and fight for the honor of Sunagakure. All subsequent matters were entrusted to Rasa. Initially, he vehemently opposed the village's assistance, concerned that it might bring unnecessary trouble and loss to Sunagakure. Yet, overwhelmed by the goodwill and insistence of others, who expressed their willingness to fight for the future and dignity of Sunagakure, he ultimately relented. To ensure his safety, the village's higher-ups meticulously deployed a group of elite ninjas, poised nearby, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Simultaneously, they urgently recalled Yakura, stationed at another border, assuring that she would rush to Rasa's aid should he find himself in peril, guaranteeing all would be well. With preparations complete, the ninjas of Sunagakure lay silently in wait, anticipating the arrival of the forces from the land of Earth, tension thick in the air, as if a tempest were about to break. Chapter 43, The Might of Firearms Puppets, capitalizing on the information gap. At this moment, IWA Shinobi Village was engulfed in a flurry of pre-battle preparations. On the training grounds, a throng of ninjas rapidly assembled, while Kodo stood at the forefront, methodically orchestrating the final arrangements. Kodo, tall and robust, with solid muscles barely concealed by his ninja attire, seemed to embody boundless strength. His broad shoulders appeared capable of bearing the weight of the world, his expression grave and resolute. As each glance he cast conveyed an unshakable belief in their imminent victory. Inoki hovered above, his diminutive yet imposing figure resembling an unmovable mountain. Though not tall, he exuded an aura of formidable authority that enveloped every ninja present, imparting an intangible pressure. His eyes, sharp as blades, surveyed the troops preparing to embark on their mission, reflecting both a fervent desire for victory and an intense disdain for the land of crafts. At the forefront stood a dozen elite shinobi, their gazes intense and unwavering as they followed the commands of Oyaki and Kodo. Their eyes reflected the calm and decisiveness born of countless battles, while the weapons in their hands glinted ominously, as if foreshadowing the brutality of the impending war. The Chunin were arranged in neat formation, their breaths steady and powerful, gripping their weapons tightly, exuding an aura of fierce determination, each one poised to heed the call to charge. Though the Jinnin appeared somewhat youthful, their eyes were alight with excitement and fervor. They endeavored to emulate their seniors, striving to appear more mature and resolute, despite perhaps harboring a trace of anxiety. Their yearning for honor and loyalty to their village propelled them unhesitatingly into the forthcoming conflict. With a resounding command from Oyaki, "Advance," the entire battalion surged forth like a relentless crimson tide towards the borders of the land of crafts. Their footsteps echoed powerfully against the earth, resonating with a dull thud, as though they sought to fracture the very ground beneath them. The rising dust obscured the sky, heralding an imminent tempest poised to unleash chaos upon the frontier of the land of crafts. As they neared the boundary, Kodo, who had been leading at the front, abruptly gestured for everyone to halt. As the overall commander of this assault on the land of crafts, he shared the disdain of many Iwagakure shinobi towards the nation. Yet as the leader, he understood the necessity of caution and strategy. A single misstep could cost countless lives. His expression was stern, and his gaze piercing as he assigned a reconnaissance task to a nearby team of elite shinobi. "You will proceed ahead and exercise utmost caution. The land of crafts may harbor traps. Do not underestimate them." The team leader, Sato, disdainfully curled his lip, inwardly scoffing. Is a mere land of crafts truly worthy of such elaborate precautions? He raised his head slightly, a hint of arrogance gracing his features as he responded dismissively, "Yes, Lord Kazekage, we shall execute your orders to the best of our ability." Yet, his tone betrayed a lack of seriousness. Kodo could sense Sato's arrogance, yet he felt powerless to address it. Such pride was notorious within the village, and though Sato was an elite shinobi, no one dared to counsel him. Ultimately, Kodo chose not to intervene, for in his heart, he believed that no matter how cautious they were, the land of crafts could not pose a genuine threat. With a wave of his hand, Sato led his team onward, and before long, they approached the borders of the land of crafts. Along the way, a comrade named Aoki observed Sato's apparent lack of vigilance and could not help but caution him. "Captain, let us proceed with caution. I have heard that Sunagakure has been active in this vicinity." Sato shot him an impatient glare, rebuking, "Do not frighten yourself. What can those who merely tinker with tools accomplish? Speak another word of doubt, and I shall ensure your return is far from pleasant. Besides, Sunagakure has its own troubles. They have no time to concern themselves with us." Aoki, resigned, swallowed his anxiety. As they drew closer to the ambush point set by the Sunagakure puppeteers, Sato's steps grew increasingly lighthearted, his arrogance more pronounced, muttering dismissively, "What ambush? What danger? It is merely a case of overwrought fears." He remained oblivious as the air around them seemed to thicken, danger encroaching ever closer. In the instant they fully entered the encirclement, a faint mechanical sound reached their ears. Sato instinctively furrowed his brow, about to inquire further when suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm. Sato's eyes widened in terror, his body instinctively seeking refuge, but it was far too late. In disbelief, he gazed at the fiery trails piercing through him, as his pride and arrogance were swiftly supplanted by sheer terror. He opened his mouth as if to utter a word, but only a spurt of blood escaped. Even in his final moments, astonishment and resentment lingered in his eyes as his body slowly crumpled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Aoki and his comrades, trailing behind Sato, had anticipated a simple reconnaissance mission, only to find themselves ensnared in a deadly trap. The gunfire erupted, and in an instant, Sato was reduced to a sieve, blood spraying forth, the warm droplets splattering onto Aoki's face. He stared wide-eyed in horror, his fellow shinobi equally stricken with fear. Yet years of ninja training swiftly instilled a sense of calm. "Do not panic, seek cover," Aoki shouted, But the only response was the relentless barrage of gunfire. His teammates scattered amidst the hail of bullets, their figures appearing fragile against the onslaught. Their kunai and shuriken had yet to be thrown before they were mercilessly felled by the bullets. Witnessing his comrades fall one after another, Aoki's heart raced. He hastily formed hand signs and shouted, "Doton, Dokyo no Jutsu." A solid earthen wall erupted from the ground, a formidable barrier capable of withstanding any normal shinobi weapon. Aoki thought this would afford them a moment to breathe, yet reality dealt a crushing blow. The bullets pierced through the wall without hindrance, slicing through the air with a shrill whistle. Aoki's eyes widened in disbelief. His body instinctively sought to evade, but he could not escape the torrent of bullets. The cries of his comrades echoed, and Aoki felt a searing heat in his chest as a bullet pierced his heart. His vision blurred, his legs weakened, and he began to descend. In his final moments, flashes of the Iwagakure training grounds, the faces of his teammates, and the mysterious yet lethal gunfire filled his mind. In less than 3 minutes since the battle commenced, all of the Iwagakure shinobi had fallen upon this ground, their blood staining the earth, their lives extinguished like flickering candles in the wind, snuffed out by this unfamiliar yet formidable force. Rosa lay concealed on a distant hillside, observing the bloody conflict unfold with a cold demeanor and keen gaze as the Iwagakure shinobi fell amidst the gunfire. Not a shred of pity filled his heart. Only a calm assessment of the situation remained. The Iwagakure had underestimated their foe, believing the land of crafts to be an easy target. The disparity in intelligence proved fatal. This ambush served merely as a warning from Sunagakure to the land of earth. He furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring to himself, the deaths of these Iwagakure shinobi should serve to wake them. Rosa understood that this was merely the beginning. He knew that the Iwagakure would not relent easily. Fiercer confrontations were sure to follow. Yet at this moment, confidence swelled within him. The power of the firearm puppets exceeded all expectations, marking Sunagakure's new trump card. A subtle smile graced his lips. With this newfound strength, the might of the land of earth would be significantly humbled. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of Iwagakure, his eyes resolute. In this war, we have seized the initiative. Now, we shall observe how they choose to respond. Chapter 44. The coordination of Iwagakure shinobi and the agitated Kodo stood at the forefront of the formation. His eyes fixed intently on the direction Sato and the others had departed, time slipping away, yet their figures remained absent. An unsettling sensation spread within him. He understood that despite Sato's arrogance, his capabilities were not to be underestimated, and under normal circumstances, he would not delay for this long. Something is amiss. Sato and his team must have encountered trouble, Kodo murmured to himself, the experiences of years spent in battle igniting a premonition of impending danger. He immediately heightened his vigilance, raising his hand with strength and calling out in a booming voice, "All troops, slow your advance, and enter a state of alert." The forces of IWA Shinobi Village instantly seemed to hit a metaphorical break, their originally synchronized and swift steps transforming into a slow and cautious march. Each ninja tensed their nerves, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, leaving no suspicious detail overlooked. At last, they arrived at the site where Sato and his companions had perished. The sight before Huang Tu made him gasp in shock, his pupils constricting instantaneously, his face etched with disbelief. Sato and his team lay sprawled upon the ground, their bodies devoid of life, marked by countless tiny puncture wounds from which blood seeped, pooling into dark red puddles that had already begun to dry. Huang Tu's gaze swept over each corpse, his heart brimming with confusion and dread. Despite years of arduous experience in the shinobi world and countless brutal battles, he had never encountered such a peculiar and lethal method of attack. He couldn't help but ponder, what kind of technique could so easily claim the lives of these seasoned ninjas? Yet, before Huang Tu could fully regain his composure from the shock and contemplation, a sharp and rapid tat-tat-tat abruptly shattered the surrounding silence. The puppeteers of Sunagakure seized the opportunity, decisively commanding their firearm puppets to launch a fierce assault. Bullets, like unleashed beasts, surged forth with a whistling sound and deadly lethality, pouring down upon the ninjas of IWA Shinobi Village like a torrential rain. The sudden onslaught plunged the IWA ninjas into chaos. Some, caught off guard, had no time to react defensively before being struck by bullets, their anguished cries echoing as they fell heavily to the ground. Enemy attack. All defenses. Huang Tu bellowed, his voice imbued with undeniable authority and calmness. He understood that a swift response was imperative. Otherwise, the entire squad would plunge into a perilous situation. Drawing on his years of battle-hardened experience and exceptional command skills, he shouted loudly while methodically directing the ninjas to defend themselves. Unleashing a powerful wave of earth-style chakra that surged around him like a tumultuous tide. His hands moved with the swiftness of a phantom, fingers deftly forming intricate seals as he shouted, "Earth release, multiple rock technique." As his voice resonated, the ground beneath him began to convulse violently, as if an unseen force was at play. In the blink of an eye, thick earthen walls abruptly erupted from the ground, stacking upon one another, tightly interlinked, resembling a colossal dragon coiling towards the direction of the incoming bullets. Simultaneously, several Jonin gathered swiftly under Huang Tu's command, their eyes meeting with a shared resolve and understanding. Without hesitation, their hands moved at lightning speed, and in unison they murmured, "Earth release, earth flow wall." In that instant, a torrent of earth-style chakra surged from their bodies, intertwining in the air, gathering into a formidable and overwhelming force. This power continued to condense and compress, ultimately transforming into a towering earthen wall that stood as solid as the spine of the earth itself. Bullets collided against the wall like a torrential downpour, igniting brilliant sparks and producing a cacophony of dull thuds. Each impact caused the wall to tremble slightly. Yet this defensive barrier constructed by the elite of IWA Shinobi Village remained resolute against the barrage, showing not a single crack. Under the protection of the earthen wall, the ninjas of IWA Shinobi Village seized a moment to catch their breath, adjusting their states. After repelling the initial onslaught from the puppeteers of Sunagakure, Huang Tu suppressed his inner shock and anger, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, darting through the smoke and rain of bullets. Drawing on his finely honed battlefield instincts, he quickly identified the concealed firearm puppets lurking in the shadows, spewing forth their deadly projectiles. These puppets, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen, appeared particularly sinister and lethal amidst the dim light and swirling smoke. "Those are the culprits." Huang Tu's roar reverberated like the tolling of a great bell, shaking the very air around him. His eyes blazed with fury ignited by the ambush. As an elite warrior of IWA Shinobi Village, he would not allow himself or his team to remain passive in this battle. Stepping forward with determination, a powerful chakra swirled around him like a raging tsunami, exuding an impressive aura akin to a volcano primed to unleash its destructive force. "Follow me." His voice was resolute and powerful, akin to an unassailable military decree. The Jonin behind him immediately understood, following closely without hesitation. Their eyes radiated an unwavering resolve, and the weapons in their hands glimmered ominously in the dim light, hinting at the brutal carnage that was about to unfold. The Chunin also stepped up, forming an unyielding wall behind them, their faces reflecting a mix of tension and determination. Though slightly weaker than the Jonin, their resolve to fight for the honor of IWA Shinobi Village remained unshaken. With a unified battle cry, they surged forward towards the firearm puppets, their footsteps synchronized and heavy, as if to shatter the very earth beneath them. Danger lurked at every turn. Bullets rained down like a swarm of locusts, piercing through the air with sharp whistles. Several Chunin, unable to evade in time, were struck by bullets, their agonized screams echoing as their bodies flew backward like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground, blood rapidly spreading around them and staining the earth a dark crimson. Yet the team did not falter in the face of fallen comrades. Instead, their fighting spirit intensified. The Jonin, employing their exceptional ninjutsu and lightning-fast agility, dodged and weaved through the hail of bullets, continuously unleashing powerful techniques to counter the onslaught, fiercely protecting their comrades behind them. Huang Tu led the charge, his hands moving like shadows as he formed seals with speed, chanting spells for potent earth-style jutsu. Thick earthen walls erupted from the ground, standing as robust fortifications that blocked the incoming bullets, creating a fleeting safe passage for the team. After a heart-pounding battle drenched in blood, they finally broke through the hail of gunfire, successfully arriving before the firearm puppets. The Jonin unleashed their skills, and a dazzling display of ninjutsu illuminated the battlefield. Some Jonin swiftly manipulated wind techniques, scattering the bullets like leaves in the wind. others harnessed the power of lightning, employing lightning techniques to disrupt the puppets' control systems, causing their movements to slow and become erratic. Through their collective efforts, these seemingly indomitable and formidable firearm puppets were gradually dismantled, their forms twisting and collapsing to the ground, ceasing their deadly assaults. Huang Tu stepped forward decisively, his expression grave as he examined the wreckage of the puppets. His brow furrowed deeper, his eyes revealing profound concern and vigilance. Drawing from his extensive combat experience and knowledge of shinobi tools, he keenly discerned that these puppets were fundamentally different from those previously utilized by Sunagakure. Their craftsmanship is increasingly intricate and refined, undoubtedly integrating the unique techniques of the land of crafts, with a formidable power that far exceeds that of ordinary puppets. Among them are fiery iron tubes, which have claimed the lives of numerous ninjas from Rock Village, rendering them devastating weapons. It appears that Sand Village and the Land of Crafts have forged a deep alliance this time, their ambitions reaching far beyond mere skirmishes. Huang Tu muttered to himself, a sense of vigilance rising within him, as he became acutely aware that the situation of this war had grown more dire and complex. To uncover the secrets concealed behind these puppets, and to find a more convincing pretext for future assaults on Sand Village, Huang Tu contemplated for a moment before decisively ordering. Collect the remains of these puppets and return for further study. Exercise utmost caution, we must not err again. A group of ninjas, upon receiving their orders, approached with the utmost care, their steps light and their eyes filled with caution and unease. Each understood the peril these puppets posed, and although they had been destroyed, none could guarantee the absence of other hidden traps. Yet, the moment their hands touched the remnants of the puppets, calamity struck. No, a trap. A sudden wave of foreboding surged within Huang Tu, his eyes widening in terror as he shouted a warning, but it was too late. A series of deafening explosions erupted, as if countless bombs detonated simultaneously. The remains of the puppets transformed into blazing fireballs, and a powerful shockwave, like an irresistible force, mercilessly hurled the surrounding ninjas away. They screamed in despair, their bodies tracing arcs through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, their fates uncertain. In an instant, the battlefield was engulfed in flames and smoke, transmuting into a hellish realm. Countless severed limbs and broken bodies scattered in the wake of the explosive shock, blood falling like raindrops, splattering onto Huang Tu and other ninjas from Rock Village. Huang Tu's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that Sand Village had embedded such a lethal self-detonation mechanism within the puppets. This sudden blow left him dizzy, his heart brimming with guilt and fury. Damn it! Huang Tu roared in anger, his voice echoing through the smoke, filled with resentment and helplessness. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. This defeat in battle made him realize that the war against Sand Village and the Land of Crafts would be more arduous and brutal than he had anticipated. Yet, there was no hint of retreat in Huang Tu's gaze. Instead, it burned with a resolute fighting spirit. He understood that Rock Village could not afford to fail in this conflict. He must lead his team to avenge their fallen comrades. Chapter 45. The arrival of Rasa at last. Is it my turn to strike? Rasa murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. He was acutely aware that the firearm puppets could unleash extraordinary effects under the cover of ambush and information asymmetry. Nevertheless, witnessing Huang Tu's Rock Village forces suffer significant losses at the hands of these seemingly trivial firearm puppets filled him with unexpected delight. Moments ago, the earth-shattering explosions rang out. Flames soared, and thick smoke billowed rapidly upward. Rasa beheld the scene with a slight upturn of his lips, contemplating, surely, this will infuriate those from Rock Village, causing their morale to shatter. At that moment, ninjas controlling the firearm puppets hurried over, and the leader respectfully inquired, Wind Shadow, the mission has been accomplished. How may we assist you further? Rasa regarded these puppeteers as if they were rare treasures. His voice was gentle yet firm. You have executed your tasks exceptionally well. There is no need for you to remain any longer. Return swiftly. Upon hearing Rasa's confident words, the puppet ninja offered a respectful bow and swiftly departed with his companions, leaving Rasa standing alone, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Meanwhile, back at Rock Village, the echoes of the explosions still reverberated in Huang Tu's ears, and the screams of his comrades, along with visions of severed limbs, continuously flashed in his mind. His chest heaved violently, filled with an overwhelming sense of anger and guilt. The ninjas who had followed him for years lay fallen on this unfamiliar land due to his negligence, a reality he found unbearable. He slowly lifted his gaze toward the sky, inhaling deeply in an attempt to calm the turmoil within. Yet, upon seeing the smoke-stained clouds, his fury reignited. "Brothers, I am sorry." His voice was low and hoarse, as if squeezed from the depths of his throat. "But rest assured, today I will exact vengeance for you, making Sand Village and the Land of Crafts pay in blood for their debts." His words resonated with determination, each syllable akin to a bomb ready to detonate. Huangtu turned to face the remaining forces of Rock Village. The troops, disoriented by the recent explosion, bore expressions of fear and exhaustion. He straightened his posture and bellowed, "Listen closely. We are the elite of Rock Village, the sharp blade of the Land of Earth. We have fought valiantly on the battlefield. When have we ever known fear? Today, our comrades have fallen here, and their blood must not be shed in vain. We shall make the enemy understand the consequences of provoking Rock Village." His voice was impassioned and powerful, resonating through the air. The ninjas raised their heads, their fear gradually replaced by righteous fury. They tightened their grips on their weapons, shouting in unison, "Revenge! Revenge!" Their voices soared to the heavens, igniting the flames of morale. "Advance! Enter the borders of the Land of Crafts at the swiftest pace." Huangtu led the charge at the forefront of the line, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, leaving no corner unchecked. At the sight of any potential obstacle that might harbor danger, he immediately drew an explosive tag and hurled it with force. The explosive sounds echoed repeatedly, flames leaping high as surrounding trees were charred and earth and stone were sent flying. He sought to eradicate all potential threats at their inception, ensuring that tragedy would not repeat itself. The forces of Rock Village surged into the Land of Crafts like a relentless tide, their footsteps shaking the earth and raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky. Just then, Huangtu spotted a solitary figure standing in the distance. He focused intently, recognizing that it was Rasa. A sudden jolt gripped Huangtu's heart, his initial reaction one of shock. How audacious to stand alone against such a formidable force of Rock Village ninjas. It was evident from his gaze that he held a deep disdain and fierce murderous intent, as if the army of Rock Village were naught but insignificant insects. How dare he? Huangtu thought to himself, his anger rapidly escalating. This was a blatant provocation. Did the Land of Crafts and Sand Village truly believe Rock Village to be an easy target? His hands unconsciously clenched, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He felt an unprecedented insult, one more unbearable than any pain suffered on the battlefield. They underestimate us. Huangtu ground his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging like furious serpents. He turned to look at the spirited ninjas behind him, a powerful impulse surging within him. "Everyone attack! Dismember him!" His voice thundered, brimming with unrestrained fury and murderous intent. In an instant, the ninjas of the Rock Village unleashed their jutsu. Countless boulders flew from their hands, propelled by immense force, raining down upon Rasa. The air was filled with the deafening sound of the stones slicing through, as if they intended to crush everything in their path. At this critical juncture, Rasa remained unmoved, a subtle smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Seemingly indifferent to the impending onslaught, a more intense battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 46. The Might of Rasa. Finally, he swiftly formed hand seals, his chakra surging wildly, and the formidable power of magnetism erupted around him. "Magnet release, iron sand ring," he exclaimed, as the iron sand on the ground was instantaneously drawn to him, rising like a boiling tide, transforming into countless sharp iron needles that surged toward the incoming boulders. The iron needles collided fiercely with the boulders in midair, sparks flying, and the clashing sounds resonating like a metallic symphony. Simultaneously, Rasa's other hand quickly formed seals to perform a wind release technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce gale erupted from his mouth, akin to an invisible beast, scattering the swirling dust and debris in disarray. Under the dual influence of wind and magnet release, the boulders were dismantled and shattered into countless fragments, the rising dust swiftly blown away by the tempest. The ninjas of the Rock Village stared wide-eyed at this spectacle, disbelief etched on their faces. Kazekage was particularly taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. He had never witnessed such a powerful and intricate combination of jutsu. Just as the ninjas of the Rock Village were still reeling from the shock, Rasa flickered and instantaneously vanished from sight. The iron sand beneath his feet, under the control of his magnet release, formed a miniature vortex, propelling him forward at an incredible speed. This velocity was so swift that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it, as if he had melded into the iron sand, leaving behind a blurred afterimage in the air. In the blink of an eye, Rasa reappeared atop a towering rock, standing firmly with his clothes billowing in the wind, exuding an air of authority befitting a powerful figure. A mocking smile graced his lips as he taunted, "What are you doing? I'm right here." His voice resonated clearly in the ears of every ninja in the rock village, laced with a hint of derision and disdain. Sachikage's expression darkened instantly, his gaze fixating on the man before him who had effortlessly neutralized their assault with magnet release. His pupils constricted in realization, and he inwardly gasped, "This is magnet release ninjutsu." In the entire ninja world, there is only one ninja capable of wielding magnet release. And this man before me is undoubtedly Rasa, the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure. This thought struck him like a thunderclap, stirring a tempest within his heart. Yet, years of combat experience allowed him to quickly regain his composure. He took a deep breath, suppressing his astonishment, and stepped forward, stomping his feet heavily against the ground, producing a dull thud as he shouted, "Rasa, I know who you are." If Sunagakure refrains from interfering in the affairs of the land of crafts, we of the Rock Village will no longer be your enemies. Let us cease today's conflict, shall we? His voice echoed across the desolate battlefield, tinged with urgency and expectation. Rasa's expression remained as calm as still water, yet a trace of contempt flickered in his profound gaze, as if Sachikage's proposal was utterly ludicrous. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes glancing over at Sachikage, surveying the others from the Rock Village, and without hesitation, he firmly rejected, "Impossible." His words, though softly spoken, rang out with resounding clarity, echoing in every ear, the simplicity of his refusal imbued with an undeniable determination, as if proclaiming to Sachikage that his decision would not waver in the face of threats or temptations. Seeing Rasa's unwavering resolve ignited a fierce blaze of anger within Sachikage, consuming his rationality. He took a large step forward, pointing an accusing finger at Rasa, trembling slightly with rage, and declared loudly, as the Kazekage, "You bear the weight of Sunagakure's rise and fall, yet you meddle in the trivial disputes of the land of crafts, oppressing the weak. Do you not fear becoming a laughingstock among the other ninja villages? You disgrace the dignity of the Kazekage." His words dripped with fury and scorn, attempting to provoke Rasa into reconsideration. Rasa paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing across the battlefield, yet laced with mockery. He regarded Sachikage with a look of pity, as if observing an ignorant child, and leisurely remarked, "Not really, considering how many of you there are." His tone was casual, yet it pierced Sachikage's pride like a sharp blade, further darkening his expression. Sachikage, finding Rasa impervious to reason, felt his countenance grow increasingly grim, akin to the sky before a storm, heavy with ominous clouds. He swung his arm forcefully, creating a powerful arc in the air, and the ninjas of the Rock Village immediately understood, moving forward like well-trained soldiers. Their footsteps resonated with a dull thud, kicking up clouds of dust, ready to strike at a moment's notice, the atmosphere thick with the scent of gunpowder. Sachikage threatened menacingly, "Rasa, don't mistake my invitation for an offer. If you insist on refusing to leave, today, even if it costs us everything, we of the Rock Village will ensure you remain here. You will have no way back." His voice was filled with resoluteness and madness, as if he were prepared to reduce everything to ashes. Rasa offered no response, merely curling the corners of his mouth into a mysterious smile, one that hinted at countless secrets. In the next moment, with a flick of his wrist, he executed a swift motion, sending a multitude of shuriken flying toward the ranks of the Rock Village. The shuriken sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, their speed unparalleled, the sharp sound of their flight reverberating incessantly, leaving little time for reaction. Sachikage initially regarded the shuriken with confusion, furrowing his brow in contemplation. What is he trying to achieve by throwing so many shuriken? Is he attacking us, or is there another motive? But mere seconds later, his face paled, resembling a sheet of white paper, his eyes widening in terror and disbelief as he shouted in panic, "No, it's the Flying Thunder God technique. Isn't that a jutsu exclusive to Konoha? How did he learn it?" His voice, tinged with fear, echoed across the battlefield, filled with despair. In the ninja world, the Flying Thunder God technique was renowned for its association with its user the formidable Minato Namikaze. To think that Rasa had mastered such an extraordinary skill was beyond comprehension. Just as Kazekage was engulfed in shock, Rasa's figure vanished from sight, like a specter, leaving only a lingering afterimage, plunging the ninjas of the rock village into profound fear. Their gazes darted anxiously around, their weapons gripped tightly, knuckles turning white from tension. Suddenly, Rasa reappeared without warning behind a Chunin. His eyes cold as the abyss of a frigid night, the shuriken in his hand glinting ominously in the sunlight. The Chunin had no time to react before Rasa's shuriken swiftly sliced through his throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain, and the Chunin's body slowly crumpled to the ground. His wide eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. "Watch your back." A high-ranking ninja cried out in terror, but his warning came too late. Rasa spun around like a whirlwind, deploying the Flying Thunder God technique once more, and instantly appeared beside another elite ninja. The ninja hurriedly turned, attempting to defend with his weapon, but was sent flying by Rasa's kick, followed by a kunai piercing his heart, extinguishing his life in that fleeting moment. Each of Rasa's appearances was accompanied by chilling screams and the scent of death. He moved through the ranks of the IW and ninja village like a reaper, leaving a trail of blood and snuffed-out lives in his wake, like candles flickering in the wind. The faces of the ninjas were etched with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had never faced such a terrifying opponent. The eerie Flying Thunder God technique reminded them of the dominance once exerted by Minato Namikaze, and the shadow of death loomed over everyone. Yakido was in a state of desperation, loudly commanding others to defend, his hands swiftly forming seals, attempting to unleash powerful jutsu to counter Rasa's attacks. However, Rasa's speed was overwhelming, and his assaults came like a torrential storm, leaving no time for effective response. "Quickly, concentrate chakra to form a defensive barrier," Yakido shouted hoarsely, yet his voice was drowned in the chaos and fear around him. The ninjas of IWA village tried to heed the command, but panic rendered their movements slow and disordered, making it impossible to establish a solid defense. Rasa moved through the crowd as if it were an uninhabited realm, continuing to harvest lives, and the situation on the battlefield grew increasingly dire. As a jinchūriki of the One Tail, the chakra within him surged like an unending river, inexhaustible and boundless. For him, this battle was akin to a game between an adult and a child. If he were determined to unleash a massacre with his limitless chakra, he could effortlessly annihilate all the ninjas of IWA village before him. Yet, Rasa's mind was as clear as a mirror. The balance of power among the 5 great ninja villages was as delicate as walking along a cliff's edge, prone to catastrophic collapse with the slightest misstep. Moreover, with the 4th Great Ninja War yet to commence, and the main storyline still unfolding, he could not disrupt the timeline of the original narrative. The power he demonstrated, whether through the elusive Flying Thunder God technique or his ferocious assault methods, was already sufficient to instill a sense of wariness in IWA village towards him and Sunagakure. Once the seeds of fear were sown, they would take root and flourish, thus achieving his purpose. Just when the ninjas of IWA village believed the shadow of death would forever loom, Rasa suddenly came to a halt, his figure twirling lightly like a falling leaf, instantaneously leaping out of the encirclement of IWA village, landing steadily atop a towering boulder in the distance. At this moment, his black attire was soaked in blood, the crimson stains glaring under the sunlight, yet the powerful aura he exuded was as imposing as a majestic mountain, instilling dread in all who beheld him. With his back turned to the IWA ninjas, he straightened his spine, slowly raised his right hand, and pointed towards IWA village with a finger, his voice deep and penetrating. As if emerging from the depths of hell, "Go back. Return to where you belong. Do not invite further death." The ninjas of IWA village stood frozen, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, their teeth chattering from fear. Their eyes were filled with panic and confusion, resembling lambs lost in a dark abyss. Only when Rasa's deep voice reached their ears did they feel as if struck by a jolt of electricity. Awakening from a dream and gradually regaining their senses, though still shrouded in fear, their legs trembling, these ninjas held a steadfast belief in their hearts. They slowly turned their heads in unison, gazing at Yakido, quietly awaiting his command. In their hearts, Yakido was their cornerstone, as long as he remained. They would stand resolute as loyal guardians, never retreating an inch. Seeing this, Rasa slightly lifted his head towards the sky, and let out a soft sigh. Within that sigh lay admiration for the ninja's loyalty and a sense of helplessness towards their obstinacy. Chakra began to flow in abundance from the finger he had pointed towards IWA village. Golden chakra flared like a raging flame, swiftly enveloping his body, crackling with energy, filling the air with a sense of urgency. In an instant, a small-tailed beast bomb began to take shape in his palm. The bomb radiated a terrifying energy, distorting the surrounding air as if gripped by an invisible hand, creating a hissing sound. Rasa gazed at the tailed beast bomb in his hand and unhesitatingly launched it. With a thunderous roar, the bomb shot forth like a meteor streaking across the night sky, trailing a long tail of flame, striking the distant mountains with unstoppable force. In that moment, the earth trembled and the once mighty peak disintegrated into nothingness, reduced to ruins. Dust and debris rained down like a torrential downpour, obscuring the sky, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Yakido, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and incredulity, his lips trembling as he exclaimed, "Is that the tailed beast bomb? He is the perfect jinchūriki." His voice, tinged with extreme astonishment, became sharp and quavering, echoing across the desolate battlefield, laden with boundless shock and fear. At that moment, he realized with profound clarity that the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. Continuing the fight was utterly futile. "Retreat," Yakido commanded, his tone laced with reluctance. The ninjas of IWA village, hearing his words, released their tightly clenched fists, following behind Yakido without daring to look back, hastily withdrawing. In the distance, the team led by Yakura, prepared to provide support for Sunagakure, stood frozen in shock at the scene on the battlefield. They had merely awaited Rasa's return in silence, unaware they would witness such a breathtaking display of strength. The ghostly flashes of the flying thunder god technique allowed Rasa to traverse the battlefield with ease, each instantaneous movement accompanied by the cries of IWA ninjas. Yakura's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips parted in awe, unable to utter a sound. Her companions held their breath, their expressions filled with astonishment and reverence. Soon after, as Rasa was enveloped in golden chakra, forming the tailed beast bomb, a brilliant light illuminated the entire sky. Yakura's pupils constricted sharply, the overwhelming energy waves causing her body to tremble involuntarily. She stared at the bomb, radiant like the sun, feeling its destructive power, her shock reaching its zenith. In her mind, memories resurfaced. She had always believed her strength was comparable to Rasa's, secretly competing with him. Now, it seemed how naive and laughable those notions were. A bitter smile crossed her face as she realized that Rasa had not shown his true power before, while she had foolishly thought she could stand against him. All of it merely her own delusion. In this moment, Luosha exhibited her unrestrained prowess, which starkly illuminated the disparity between them. At this juncture, she was engulfed by awe for Luosha's formidable strength and a sense of inadequacy. Shortly thereafter, amidst the vigilant gazes of the inhabitants of the sand-hidden village, Luosha's figure materialized, accompanied by a distortion of space. A silhouette abruptly appeared before them. It was Luosha. He stood tall, bearing the remnants of battle. Yet his powerful aura was undeniable. The squad members were momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained their composure and surrounded Luosha. Awe was etched upon their faces, and their eyes gleamed with admiration and reverence, utterly captivated by the strength Luosha had just displayed. Yitsong stepped forward, her eyes reflecting a blend of astonishment and a teasing familiarity. She playfully patted Luosha on the shoulder and half-jokingly lamented, "Look at you. You seem so unassuming most of the time, yet you are so formidable when it matters. Why did you always hang back when we were on missions together?" Her tone carried a hint of reproach, but it was overshadowed by her acknowledgement and respect for Luosha's capabilities. A faint smile curled at the corners of Luosha's lips as he replied, calm and unhurried. The circumstances of the mission were different. It wasn't the time to exert all my strength. Besides, with you around, what do I have to fear? His voice was serene and steady, imbued with a sense of ease, as if the harrowing battle had been a trivial affair. The group couldn't help but chuckle, the tense atmosphere dissipating swiftly. Amidst the laughter, Luosha led the team back toward the artisan hidden village, undeterred by the possibility of the rock-hidden village's relentless pursuit. He had already established numerous flying thunder god seals along the borders of the land of crafts, not to mention the presence of Shunwei. The remarkable power he had just displayed was destined to stir new ripples throughout the ninja world. Meanwhile, on the other side, Huangtu led the remnants of his battered forces, dragging their weary bodies step by step toward the rock-hidden village. Within half a day, they reached the border of the land of Earth. The sight of them was harrowing. Gray-black dust mingled with splotches of blood smeared across their faces and clothing. Many bore varying degrees of wounds, blood seeping through rudimentary bandages, staining their garments a deeper crimson. Some, too grievously injured, leaned on one another for support, each step a Herculean effort, their movements precarious as if they might collapse at any moment. The ninjas stationed at the border caught sight of this forlorn procession from a distance, their eyes widening in shock and confusion, their weapons instinctively tightening in their grips. One rock-hidden village ninja gaped in disbelief, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment, exclaiming, "What on earth happened? How did our team end up like this?" His voice trembled with barely concealed panic and unease, echoing across the desolate border. Before Huangtu and his companions could explain, the ninja hurriedly turned and swiftly transmitted this alarming news back to the rock-hidden village using a specialized ninja communication tool. His hands trembled slightly from anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Upon receiving this urgent message at his residence in the rock-hidden village, Anoki felt as though a colossal stone had been cast into the calm waters of his mind, creating tumultuous waves of emotion. Anger, shock, and confusion engulfed him. His brow furrowed deeply, and he paced anxiously within his chamber, his hands clasped behind his back, occasionally clenching his fists tightly. He pondered to himself, what on earth transpired? What could have reduced Huangtu's team to such a pitiful state? Had they encountered an unprecedented foe, or had they fallen into a treacherous ambush? Despite his internal turmoil of anger and urgency, when Huangtu and his team finally arrived at the rock-hidden village, Anoki, drawing upon years of experience and composure, managed to suppress his surging emotions and greeted them with a calm demeanor, as was customary. He stood at the village entrance, his gaze sweeping over each returning ninja, a mix of concern for their ordeal and a quest for the truth evident in his eyes. With a grave expression, his voice resonant and firm, Anoki swiftly commanded, "Quickly, summon the medical ninjas to provide immediate care for the injured." As his order was issued, a group of medical ninjas, already on standby, rushed over, their bags filled with medical supplies and herbs. They moved with urgency and focus, carefully lifting the injured onto stretchers and proceeding in an orderly fashion toward the medical center while offering words of comfort along the way. Once everything was arranged, Anoki and Huangtu walked side by side toward the office, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken tension. Silence enveloped them, the air feeling almost suffocating, punctuated only by their heavy footsteps. Upon entering the office, Anoki closed the door, turning to Huangtu with an expression filled with inquiry and concern. Though he endeavored to maintain a calm tone, a hint of urgency seeped through as he asked, "Huangtu, what exactly transpired?" Taking a deep breath, Huangtu slowly recounted their harrowing experiences. His voice, low and laden with fatigue and resignation, seemed to carry the weight of their battles. "As soon as we crossed into the borders of the land of crafts, we encountered an unexpected calamity. Sato and his team went ahead to scout, only to meet with utter annihilation, their bodies riddled with innumerable wounds. We had never witnessed such a lethal assault. Before we could regain our bearings, the puppet master from the sand-hidden village launched a surprise attack using puppets equipped with bizarre metallic tubes. Each puppet was humanoid in size, their metallic exteriors glinting coldly in the sunlight. The puppet master concealed in the shadows swiftly performed hand seals, manipulating strings connected to the puppets with fluid grace. The puppet's arms transformed into strange metallic tubes, unleashing a barrage of high-velocity metal projectiles that plunged our team into chaos. Many of our comrades were struck down, falling into pools of blood. Huangtu paused, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes as the memory of their fallen companions resurfaced. Later, we managed to dismantle some of the puppets, intending to collect the wreckage for study, only to discover that they were rigged with self-detonation mechanisms, leading to further losses among our ninjas. As he spoke, Huangtu's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white with guilt and fury. However, during their return journey, Huangtu cautiously retrieved the deadly metal projectiles from the bodies of their fallen comrades. Now, he produced a cloth bag containing these lethal items, presenting them solemnly to Anoki. "Lord Father, these are the items we extracted from our fallen companions. They can penetrate the human body at astonishing speeds with immense force. We must uncover the secrets behind them. Huangta then recounted his encounter with Luosha in meticulous detail. Anoki's expression darkened further as he listened, and he gradually rose, pacing the room with his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing the bullets in his grasp. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Luosha possesses such formidable strength. It seems we must prepare ourselves for what lies ahead. Chapter 48. The leakage of information and various villages' reactions. As Anoki pondered, he suddenly caught a whiff of something. Leaning closer and inhaling gently, his brow nodding into a furrow. The scent of gunpowder from fireworks lingered in the air. Day murmured to himself, his voice low and tinged with a hint of confusion and perplexity, pondering how such immense power could exist. His fingers gently grazed the surface of the metallic object, seeking a clue within its cold, unyielding texture. Suddenly, Day let out a cold snort and returned the metallic item to the cloth bag, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. Regardless of what this object may be, for the sake of precaution, I shall immediately instruct the craftsmen within the village to commence research. Summon the finest artisans in the village, provide them with the best materials and tools, and have them work tirelessly. I demand they uncover the principles behind this object, and at the very least, produce defensive ninja tools against it. Day's voice echoed with increasing authority, reverberating in the room with an undeniable gravitas. Let it be known that this matter concerns the safety of Iwagakure. Every craftsman involved must be utterly vigilant. Any negligence will be met with military discipline. With a flourish of his sleeve, Day clasped his hands behind his back and paced the room, his mind racing with strategies. Additionally, keep a close watch on the movements of Sunagakure and the Land of Crafts. Report to me immediately upon any sign of disturbance. In the Land of Crafts. At the village of the craftsmen, Rasa found himself once again in the presence of the village leader, surrounded by an eager throng. This time, the leader approached with a warm familiarity, embracing Rasa as if they were long-lost friends. As Rasa strode confidently into the council hall of the craft village, he noted the leader's demeanor was markedly different from their last encounter. A broad smile adorned the leader's face, his eyes crinkling with joy, radiating warmth as if capable of melting hearts. Before Rasa could react, the leader stepped forward, enveloping him in a friendly embrace. A camaraderie reminiscent of a reunion between old comrades. It was evident that news of Rasa's effortless triumph over the Iwagakure had reached him. Lord Rasa, you have truly opened our eyes. Thanks to you, those ruffians from Iwagakure have been humbled and dare not act recklessly. The leader exclaimed, slapping Rasa's shoulder with palpable admiration. He then took Rasa's hand, guiding him toward the main seat within the hall, continuously expressing his gratitude. Lord Wind Shadow, your immense benevolence will never be forgotten by our craft village. I must personally forge the finest ninja blade for you. I shall summon the most skilled artisans in the village, utilizing only the highest quality materials to create a unique, unparalleled blade worthy of your prowess. Feeling the warmth of the leader's embrace, Rasa understood all too well that this was a consequence of his displayed strength. In the brutal world of shinobi, power equated to influence, a stepping stone to garner respect and admiration. A subtle smile graced his lips, and he accepted the leader's goodwill without hesitation, replying, "Then I am most grateful. I have heard that the forging techniques of the craft village are unparalleled, and I look forward to this exceptional ninja blade." Upon hearing Rasa's agreement, the leader's smile widened, his eyes sparkling with relief as he eagerly nodded, affirming, "Rest assured, Lord Wind Shadow, I will take care of it." He secretly thought that as long as Rasa accepted this generous gift, it would solidify the alliance between Sunagakure and the craft village, providing a strong support in the impending changes of the situation. Within 3 days, the fierce battle between Rasa and Iwagakure at the border of the Land of Crafts erupted like a sudden tempest, the news swiftly circulating. It remained unclear whether this information was deliberately disseminated or leaked inadvertently. Nevertheless, it undeniably stirred the ninja world, igniting a flurry of speculation among the major villages. In the office of Hokage at Sunagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat before a mountain of documents, reviewing them diligently. Upon encountering the intelligence regarding Rasa's clash with the Iwagakure, he dropped his brush in shock, his eyes widening with disbelief. Rasa can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, he murmured, a wave of confusion crashing over him. This revelation warranted his utmost attention, causing him to selectively bypass the information regarding the weaponized puppets. In his understanding, the Flying Thunder God technique was a forbidden jutsu unique to Konoha, with detailed records confined to the sealed book, which he had meticulously safeguarded in the secret chamber of the Hokage office. Only a select few trusted individuals had ever seen the sealed book, and it had never been stolen. Furrowing his brow, Sarutobi fell into deep contemplation, mentally scrutinizing each individual who had accessed the sealed book, weighing the likelihood of each name against the possibility of a leak. Could someone have disclosed it? That thought was swiftly dismissed. Those permitted to view the sealed book were his most trusted allies, unwaveringly loyal to Konoha, and utterly incapable of betraying the village. However, amidst his intense deliberation, a name flashed across his mind like a bolt of lightning. Sarutobi's body jolted, a complex expression flickering in his eyes as he whispered, "Could it be Danzo?" As he uttered the name, hesitation tinged his voice, yet undeniable suspicion lingered. After all, Danzo's ruthless pursuit of power was no secret within Konoha. If anyone were to divulge a forbidden technique for personal gain, Danzo would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. "Bring Danzo to me at once," Sarutobi commanded, his voice booming. In the land of lightning, at Kumobikure, the council chamber was rife with disdain as the fourth Raikage held the intelligence regarding Rasha's confrontation with Iwagakure. A scornful expression plastered across his face. He scoffed, tossing the report onto the table, declaring loudly, "The notion that Rasha can wield the Flying Thunder God technique and launch metallic projectiles is utterly ludicrous. Those weaklings from the land of Earth are simply concocting tales to excuse their failures." His arms crossed, muscles taut. A's gaze betrayed his contempt for the report. Standing to the side, Mabui furrowed her brow and stepped forward, advising, "Raikage, while this information may sound implausible, Iwagakure has no reason to fabricate such lies. If it happens to be true, we could face dire consequences if we underestimate them." Samui chimed in, "Mabui is correct. Exercising caution is wise, regardless of any exaggerations. There may be elements of truth, and we must not ignore potential threats." A frown, contemplating for a moment before dismissively waving his hand. "All right, I understand. Just keep an eye on it. But I still believe this is likely a farce orchestrated by the land of Earth." Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, the atmosphere remained eerily tranquil, devoid of any disturbance. Chapter 49, The Return, a dish from the past. Kung Pao chicken is truly exquisite. After a brief stay in the craft village, Rasha and his companions hurried back to Sunagakure. By this time, Chiyo and other high-ranking officials had gathered in the conference room, the atmosphere thick with tension and gravity. The recent conflict with Iwagakure has detonated like a bomb, sending ripples throughout the entire ninja world. The subsequent developments have become shrouded in uncertainty, necessitating an urgent discussion on countermeasures. As Rasa entered the office, the previously murmuring crowd fell silent in an instant. Following that, everyone, including Chiyo, rose in unison, their movements crisp and decisive. Their gazes were filled with respect and admiration, not only for Rasa's position as Wind Shadow, but also as a tribute to a formidable warrior. Observing this scene, Rasa's lips curled into a gentle smile as he softly urged, "Please, take your seats." Despite the softness of his voice, it resonated with a reassuring authority. Gradually, they settled down, their attention riveted on Rasa. As always, Rasa exuded composure. Once seated, he listened attentively to the elders' suggestions. They spoke in turn. Some advocated for strengthening Sunagakure's defenses to deter potential retaliation from Iwagakure, while others proposed a proactive stance, exerting diplomatic pressure on Iwagakure to dissuade them from rash actions. There were also those who believed in forging alliances with other ninja villages to prepare for the impending crisis. Rasa listened intently, maintaining an outward calm, though internally he contemplated the discrepancies between their views and his own. When the elders paused, Rasa cleared his throat and spoke, "While I acknowledge the merits in your arguments, I perceive the situation as less dire." He paused, scanning the room before continuing, "After demonstrating our strength at the border of the land of crafts, Iwagakure will hesitate to initiate conflict without assured victory." A flicker of confidence crossed Rasa's eyes as he mentioned Inoki, recognizing the elder's wisdom amidst his fiery temperament. He shifted the focus. "As for the other ninja villages, there is little cause for concern. Kumobikure has always harbored ambitions, seeking to seize a piece of Konoha for themselves. With the Uchiha clan and Sarutobi's internal strife, they are too preoccupied to meddle in our affairs. Rasa's tone was laced with conviction, as if he held a profound understanding of the dynamics at play between these villages. His eyes narrowed slightly at the mention of Kirigakure, a fleeting look of inscrutability passing through him, likely due to Obito's arrival. The internal complexities of Kirigakure would keep them entangled in their own troubles, ensuring they would not readily involve themselves in the disputes with Iwagakure. Leaning back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, Rasa exuded an air of assuredness. Thus, our immediate priority should be to solidify our collaboration with the land of crafts and enhance our own strength, rather than blindly fortifying defenses or launching preemptive strikes. His words, shrouded in metaphor, left the assembly in a state of bewilderment. The subtle implications and astute observations regarding the other villages were not immediately grasped by all. Yet, the confidence radiating from Rasa quelled any further inquiries. After Rasa delineated the general direction for the future, the attendees gradually dispersed from the conference room. As the echoes of their footsteps faded, Rasa found himself alone. He absently glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was the time for Shikamaru and Kankuro to finish school. The thought of not having seen the children for several days softened his expression, a smile unconsciously blooming on his face. Resolute in his decision, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and in an instant, his form shimmered and vanished. Moments later, he appeared at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Shortly thereafter, he spotted Shikamaru and Kankuro amidst a throng of classmates, their laughter and excitement palpable. Surrounded by envious and admiring glances, a smile graced Rasa's lips as he strode towards them, illuminated by the sun. Upon catching sight of their father, the two children's eyes sparkled with delight, and they swiftly bid farewell to their friends, bounding towards Rasa like two joyous fawns. Their laughter rang out as they collided with his legs, their faces alight with happiness. Rasa affectionately ruffled their hair, intertwining his large hand with theirs. The parents arriving to pick up their children immediately recognized Rasa, gathering around him with expressions of respect and greetings. "Good day, Lord Wind Shadow. Thank you for your hard work." Their voices rose in a chorus of admiration. Just then, their teacher, Sagara, hurried over, pride and warmth evident in her demeanor as she engaged Rasa in conversation. "Lord Wind Shadow, your children, Shikamaru and Kankuro, have performed incredibly well in school," she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Recently, we held a writing competition, and Shikamaru's essay was profound and heartfelt, securing first place. Do not inquire about the essay's title. It is simply titled My Village Leader Father." Rasa chuckled, casting a fond glance at Shikamaru, who shyly lowered his head, unable to suppress a smile. Kankuro chimed in proudly, "Dad, I helped sister with plenty of ideas." Rasa tousled Kankuro's hair and replied, "Excellent. You both did wonderfully." In the midst of laughter and joy, Rasa exchanged pleasantries with the parents and teachers, savoring this rare and warm moment, momentarily forgetting the pressures of the ninja world. Soon, Rasa took one child by each hand and embarked on the journey home. Passing through the marketplace, he spotted lively chickens and, on a whim, purchased two. Longing for a taste of home-cooked meals, he resolved to prepare a feast for his wife and children using skills from another world. Upon arriving home, Rasa discovered Karura had not yet returned, leaving only the nanny to care for little Roji. He granted her the night off and then dove into the kitchen. Tying on an apron, he skillfully prepared the ingredients, the flames of the stove reflecting his focused expression. Chopping, seasoning, and cooking, each step unfolded with precision, and soon, the kitchen was suffused with tantalizing aromas. Approximately an hour later, Karura returned. As she opened the door, a rich fragrance wafted toward her, momentarily catching her off guard. Stepping inside, she found Rasa and the two children seated at the table, beaming with smiles. Upon seeing their mother, Shikamaru and Kankuro sprang up, dashing towards her like two jubilant birds, tugging at her hand to lead her to the dining table. Rasa stood with a smile, gently lifting the lid from the dishes. A cloud of steam carrying the delightful scents rose into the air, and Karura gazed at the array of beautifully presented and enticingly colored dishes on the table. Her eyes filled with curiosity. She realized she had never seen any of these dishes before. Rosa gently gazed at Karura, beginning to explain with care. You haven't seen this before, have you? This is kung pao chicken, with tender chicken and crispy peanuts, a delightful blend of sweet and spicy flavors. This is chicken stewed with mushrooms, made with our local specialty mushrooms, simmered with chicken, resulting in a rich broth that pairs beautifully with rice. And then there is the mouth-watering chicken, with succulent chicken complemented by a specially crafted sauce, offering a unique taste. As Rosa spoke, he observed Karura's expressions, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Under Rosa's gaze, Karura slowly extended her chopsticks, picked up a piece of kung pao chicken, and placed it in her mouth to savor. In that instant, her eyes widened in astonishment, her delight evident. The previously furrowed brow relaxed into a blissful smile, the corners of her mouth lifting uncontrollably. She couldn't help but exclaim with a satisfied sigh. The tender chicken enveloped in the distinctive sweet and spicy flavor burst forth on her palate, both invigorating and delightful. As she chewed rapidly, she nodded enthusiastically, mumbling, "This is incredible, what divine flavor." Eagerly, she picked up another piece, hastily bringing it to her lips, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, lost in this unparalleled delicacy. Witnessing Karura's delight filled Rosa with immense satisfaction, and a broader smile graced his face. At that moment, Shumaru and Kenjuro, having tasted the dish, were also captivated by its exquisite flavor, devouring it with fervor, their cheeks puffing out like two gluttonous little hamsters. Rosa, observing this, chuckled and shook his head, suddenly recalling the slumbering Roga upstairs. He quickly rose, hurriedly making his way upstairs, and gently cradled the sleeping Roga in his arms. The little one, bleary-eyed and rubbing her eyes, instantly awakened at the enticing aroma of the food, excitement sparkling in her eyes. The family gathered together, warmly savoring this love-filled dinner. Chapter 50. The Complete Guide to Aircraft Manufacturing. You will regret it. As night fell, Suna Village lay tranquil under the moonlight. Rosa reclined in bed, the space beside him empty, as Karura, wishing not to disturb his rest, had taken Roga to another room. In the profound silence, his thoughts were interrupted by the incessant pinging of the system. Just after dinner, the sound had been relentless, and now, finally free, Rosa checked the system panel. What greeted him was a notification indicating he had completed a task. Confused, he murmured, "When was this task assigned? I have no recollection of it." Furrowing his brow, he inquired of the system, "What is the meaning of this?" As soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical prompt sounded again. Ding. The host performed exceptionally in the battle against IWA Ninja Village, successfully creating a stir, which brought the host's name to prominence in the ninja world. Therefore, you have completed the hidden task renowned in the ninja world. You are rewarded with a lottery opportunity. Rosa was slightly taken aback, then a smile crept onto his face, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Although this task had come unexpectedly, the reward was indeed a pleasant surprise. He fixated on the flashing lottery button on the system panel, contemplating the treasures he might draw, anticipation quietly blossoming within him. "Well then, let us take a gamble." Rosa's eyes sparkled with excitement as he unhesitatingly pressed the lottery button. In an instant, the pointer spun wildly like a runaway horse, dazzling in its speed. Unlike previous times, there was no prolonged wait. The pointer soon stabilized. Following that, the system's signature voice announced, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the complete guide to aircraft manufacturing." Upon hearing this prompt, Rosa's eyes widened, sleep fading away. Incredible! He couldn't help but exclaim softly. At that moment, he was filled with exhilaration, wishing he could immediately awaken Chio and Suna to show them this extraordinary item. The complete guide to aircraft manufacturing did not specify which aircraft, implying it contained blueprints for all modern aircraft. In this ninja world, aside from the mysterious land of Sky, Rosa had never heard of any nation possessing the capability for aerial combat. This reward would undoubtedly become an incredibly formidable card for Suna Village. The more he pondered, the more excited he became, muttering to himself, "With this, who needs cars for travel? We can fly directly, swift, and convenient." How magnificent! Although Rosa was brimming with enthusiasm, he soon forced himself to calm down. He understood that given Suna Village's current technological level and resource availability, manufacturing advanced aircraft was undoubtedly a far-fetched dream. Moreover, revealing the entire manual at once would surely be too shocking. After a moment of contemplation, Rosa resolved, tomorrow, he would casually find a blueprint of a World War II-era aircraft to give to Suna and Chio for study. Such an aircraft would not be overly advanced, yet it could provide Suna Village with a significant technological breakthrough. Contemplating aircraft production, Rosa was also reminded of the need to build an airport. Constructing a large airport capable of accommodating takeoffs and landings would require considerable manpower and resources. However, he felt somewhat relieved. Thankfully, Suna village was not as impoverished as before. And with some grit, they should be able to manage. He couldn't help but snort softly, secretly musing, humph, if things get desperate, I'll just go pan for gold in the desert. In the Hokage office of Sunagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his chair, his brow furrowed, as wisps of smoke rose from his pipe. Reflecting on the intelligence regarding Rose's use of the flying thunder god technique, unease gnawed at him, as various signs led him to suspect that this matter was connected to Danzo. Meanwhile, Danzo was at the root base attending to affairs when he received summons from Hiruzen, causing him to frown in confusion. He secretly mused, Hiruzen usually avoids me. Why does he suddenly wish to summon me with such urgency? With this thought, his expression darkened further, his tone laced with displeasure. Humph, being summoned like this, had it not been for my teacher's legacy. Who knows whose position the Hokage would belong to? Though he harbored grievances, he set aside his tasks and made his way to the Hokage office. Before long, Danzo arrived at the office door. Without knocking, he forcefully pushed the door open, the loud bang echoing as it struck the wall. Entering with a grim demeanor, he exuded an aura of coldness. Upon seeing Danzo enter, Hiruzen immediately stood, hastily approaching with a serious and urgent expression, pointing to the intelligence in his hand, and questioned. Danzo, you are the one who leaked the flying thunder god technique, aren't you? Danzo froze at this accusation, disbelief written across his face, swiftly followed by a surge of anger. He widened his eyes, stepping forward in fury. What did you say? The sealing technique has always been kept under your watch. How could I have leaked it? Do not slander me. Why don't you ask Orochimaru? He has also seen the sealing book. What? Now that you no longer need me, you want to pin a crime on me and silence me? Danzo shouted, his emotions somewhat frayed. Hiruzen, witnessing Danzo's intense reaction, felt regret for his earlier hasty questioning. He sighed softly, attempting to ease the tension, and waved his hand, saying, I was merely inquiring, not asserting it was you. There's no need to be so agitated, Danzo. Upon hearing these words, Danzo's fury intensified, his face flushed crimson, and veins bulged upon his forehead. He stepped forward, nearly pressing his face against Sarutobi Hiruzen's, and bellowed, so what if I was the one who leaked it? With that, he abruptly turned, crossing his arms, refusing even to glance at Sarutobi. Witnessing Danzo's unabashed display of anger, Sarutobi felt a surge of indignation ignite within him. His eyes sharpened, reminiscent of a hawk. All traces of his usual gentleness vanished, emanating an aura of authority befitting a leader. He straightened his back, stepped forward, and locked eyes with Danzo, enunciating each word with gravity. Danzo, do not forget, I am the Hokage. Your insolence before me is utterly unacceptable. Danzo, already blinded by rage, trembled violently upon hearing Sarutobi's words, teetering on the brink of an explosive outburst. The veins on his forehead throbbed like twisted worms, and his eyes bulged like brass bells, filled with resentment and defiance. He lunged forward, nearly invading Sarutobi's personal space, and roared, who is truly being aggressive here? You fear me, suppress me, and yet you unjustly accuse me. You will come to regret this, Sarutobi. You have no idea what I have sacrificed for Konoha. When you finally taste the bitter fruit of your actions, you will realize the magnitude of your error. With a final roar, he pivoted sharply, his cloak billowing behind him as he slammed the door, leaving Sarutobi alone in a darkened office. Chapter 51. The Hidden Sand Village's Voluntary Collaboration. The morning sun, infused with warmth, streamed through the windows of the Wind Shadow's office, casting bright patches of light upon the wooden floor. Rasa sat behind a spacious desk, two meticulously unfolded blueprints before him, the paper gleaming softly in the sunlight, the intricate lines seemingly whispering of the dawn of a new era for the Sand Village. A series of knocks shattered the tranquility of the room. Rasa lifted his gaze, a flicker of amusement in his eyes as he warmly invited, come in. The door creaked open, and Sand Iron and Chio entered side by side. Having often received remarkable items from Rasa, their curiosity piqued. As they stepped inside, their eyes were immediately drawn to the blueprints on the desk, their footsteps quickening as if magnetically compelled. As they approached the desk, Chio's eyes widened in astonishment. Her lips parted slightly, her face a canvas of shock. What is this? Sand Iron was equally taken aback, his gaze fixated on the blueprints, his breath quickening. He instinctively reached out, yearning to touch the marvelous lines, yet hesitated mid-air, fearing that his actions might mar this precious treasure. Rasa stood, arms crossed over his chest, a slight smile gracing his lips as he observed their reactions. Ladies, these blueprints represent the crucial task I am entrusting to you. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the quiet room. Chiyo slowly raised her head, her gaze shifting from the blueprints to Rasa, her brow furrowed, filled with confusion and curiosity. Lord Wind Shadow. What exactly is this? Rasa raised a hand to calm her, replying, these are designs for a revolutionary mode of transportation. One for the P-51 fighter plane and the other for the IL-12 transport aircraft. They will allow us to transcend our previous travel limitations and play a significant role in combat. Unable to contain herself, Sandiron stepped forward, pointing at a critical section of the blueprints, her voice trembling with excitement. Lord Wind Shadow, can this truly be realized? Given the complexity of these structures and the unfamiliar notations, it seems utterly fantastical. Rasa nodded with a knowing smile. I understand your astonishment. The complexity of these blueprints far exceeds anything we have encountered before. However, I firmly believe that with your intellect and experience, you can bring these designs to fruition. This is not a task to be completed in haste. Quality is paramount. The methods and principles are detailed in the blueprints. Chiyo took a deep breath, her gaze returning to the blueprints, the shock in her eyes gradually replaced by excitement and determination. Gripping her cane tightly, she nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Lord Wind Shadow. Sandiron and I will dedicate ourselves fully to this endeavor. Even if it takes considerable time, we will transform the concepts in these blueprints into reality. Sandiron, equally resolute, clenched her fist, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Indeed, such an extraordinary design will be meticulously refined. We shall not disappoint you, Lord Wind Shadow. After the two departed, Rasa watched their retreating figures, filled with trust. He knew they were the pillars of the Sand Village, possessing both capability and experience. They would not let him down. Satisfied, he nodded. Once their footsteps faded down the corridor, Rasa leaned back in his chair, a wave of fatigue washing over him, and he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Time passed, and Rasa slowly awakened, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. In that fleeting moment, a bold idea struck him like lightning. He sat up straight, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. The Land of the Sky in the original theatrical version seemed to have already mastered advanced flying technology, possessing not only aircraft but also flying fortresses and aircraft carriers. If I were to seek them out now, leveraging my strength to persuade them to join the Sand Village, wouldn't that catapult our technological prowess to unprecedented heights? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his hands unconsciously clenching. He understood that this was a plan fraught with challenges. The Land of the Sky would undoubtedly treasure these technologies, making it exceedingly difficult to coax them into surrendering their secrets. Yet, he also recognized that if successful, the Sand Village would gain an undeniable technological advantage within the ninja world, significantly influencing future circumstances. No matter their reluctance, these technologies must belong to me. Eagerly, Rasa briefed the Umbu and then returned home to explain the situation to Karura, vanishing under her concerned gaze. A month later, Rasa trudged through the desolate mountains, the trees looming like monstrous creatures, obstructing his path. After a month of searching, enduring the elements, he appeared somewhat weary. Yet the fire of determination and ambition blazed brightly in his eyes. Where exactly is the Land of the Sky? He murmured, his brow furrowed, impatience washing over him like a tide. He forced himself to remain calm, focusing his energy to communicate with Shikaku, the one-tailed beast within him. Shikaku, please help me sense if there are any large chakra life forms nearby. Drawing upon his memories of the original story, he had been guiding Shikaku to sense potential locations. Knowing that the Zero Tails resided in the Land of the Sky, Shikaku, somewhat exasperated by Rasa's incessant requests, nonetheless began to scan the area. Knowing Rasa could have acted without seeking his input. After a moment, a dull yet somewhat excited voice resonated in Rasa's mind, deep within the Eastern Grove. There is indeed a peculiar and potent chakra presence. It may very well be what you seek. Rasa's spirits soared as he sprinted in the direction indicated by Shikaku. Along the way, he encountered numerous traps, yet he deftly evaded them, further solidifying his convictions. As he drew closer to the source of that chakra, his heartbeat quickened. He knew he was inching ever closer to his goal. When the iron fortress suspended in the air came into view, a gleam of determination flashed in Luasha's eyes. Before he could draw closer, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. A group of specially armored sky ninjas swiftly surrounded him, and the leader, wielding a sharp blade, barked, "Halt! Who are you? Why have you intruded upon our territory?" With arms crossed and a slight upward curl of his lips, Luosha exuded an aura of confidence and authority. Responding steadily, "I am a ninja from Sunagakure. I have heard tales of the Sky Ninja Village and have come in search of you, hoping to establish a partnership." "Partnership? Who would believe your nonsense?" One of the Sky Ninjas, eyes wide with disbelief, gestured with his hand, and the surrounding ninjas immediately launched an attack, unleashing an array of ninjutsu and hidden weapons upon Luosha like a torrential downpour. Unperturbed, Luosha activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and in an instant, the incoming attacks were drawn into an endless void. "Is that all you can do?" He thought it beneath him to feign modesty any longer, and with a disdainful smile, he vanished and reappeared behind the Sky Ninjas, using his magnetic release to bind the surrounding metal tightly. "Take me to your leader, Shinnong, and do not force my hand." His voice was cold and resolute, instilling a chill of fear. The Sky Ninjas, genuinely intimidated by Luosha's display of power, could only acquiesce and lead him to the heart of the Iron Fortress. The heavy steel doors creaked open, and Shinnong emerged with measured strides, his gaze revealing both wariness and authority. Magnetic release. "You are Luosha, the fourth Kazekage of Sunagakure? What brings you to my domain?" "I have long admired the reputation of the Sky Ninja Village and have come to discuss a potential collaboration," Luosha said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with purpose. Should Sunagakure and the Sky Ninja Village unite, they could wield greater influence within the ninja world. "Collaboration? I fear it is not so simple," Shinnong scoffed, swiftly forming hand seals, causing countless mechanical arms to extend from the fortress walls, their blade tips glinting ominously as they lunged at Luosha. Luosha's eyes narrowed, and once more he activated his Sharingan, phasing through the onslaught of arms that passed harmlessly through him. Simultaneously, he invoked the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing before Shinnong and delivering a powerful punch. Shinnong sidestepped with ease, astonished at Luosha's unique ocular prowess. Suddenly, more Sky Ninjas emerged to surround Luosha, hurling another barrage of ninjutsu and weapons. Yet, Luosha remained undaunted. He clapped his hands together, using magnetic release to gather the scattered metal components around him, forming an indomitable shield that absorbed all incoming attacks. "It seems you harbor doubts about our collaboration," Luosha remarked, his expression stern. "If you refuse to stand and listen, then kneel." With that, he unsealed the one-tail, Shikaku. In an instant, the colossal beast materialized behind him, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the fortress. The Sky Ninjas turned pale, some collapsing in terror. The one-tail, Shinnong's expression darkened, yet he feigned composure, determination flickering in his eyes. He bellowed, summoning his inner strength to open the 8th gate's death gate. "Even if you are a jinchūriki of the one-tail, I shall not concede easily." Shinnong held, charging at Luosha like a frenzied beast, his speed creating a whirlwind that tore through the air. Luosha's expression grew grave as he controlled Shikaku, commanding its massive claws to strike at Shinnong. With astonishing agility, Shinnong dodged the attack and appeared before Luosha in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. Luosha deftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique to evade, but Shinnong's strikes followed relentlessly, driven by remarkable speed and force. While evading, Luosha sought an opening. He observed that although Shinnong had gained immense power from the Death Gate, his attacks were rather predictable. Not wishing to linger any longer, Luosha's lips curled into a confident smile. Seizing the moment, he activated his Sharingan to create a powerful spatial rift that devoured one of Shinnong's arms. "Your prowess is commendable. Yet in the face of absolute power, all is futile," Luosha stated coldly. He once more commanded Shikaku, launching a tailed beast bomb toward Shinnong. Just as the bomb was about to strike, Shinnong, leveraging his formidable regenerative abilities, restored his severed arm and evaded the attack. "Humph, this is intriguing," Luosha noted with excitement. Having not encountered such a resilient adversary in quite some time, he resolved to unleash his full strength, rapidly forming hand seals to prepare for a more potent assault. "You think this will defeat me? Naive," Shinnong roared, charging at Luosha again. Unfazed, Luosha, just as Shinnong approached, threw several kunai and executed the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind him. Harnessing magnetic release, he gathered all nearby metallic objects to form an immense metallic cage that ensnared Shinnong, then employed fire release ninjutsu to sear the exterior. Shinnong struggled fiercely, his regenerative abilities attempting to mend his body. Yet within the confines of the sturdy metallic cage, his efforts appeared utterly futile. You have lost, Luosha stated coldly as he retracted Shikaku. Now, you have two choices, serve Sunagakure or die. In this dire circumstance, fully aware of his inability to escape, Shinnong, despair etched across his face, reluctantly acquiesced. All right, I agree. What did you say? No. Before he could complete his words, Luosha delivered a swift flying thunder god strike, ending Shinnong's life and retrieving his body into the realm of the Sharingan. The act performed with fluid grace. The surrounding sky ninjas, witnessing their leader dispatched so effortlessly, stood in stunned silence, trembling in fear, none daring to confront Luosha again. Observing their reaction, Luosha's lips curled into a victorious smile, though to them it appeared anything but pleasing. From this day forth, the Sky Ninja Village shall be allies of Sunagakure. I trust you all are willing participants, yes? Chapter 52. The one-tailed jinchūriki. After dealing with some obstinate hardliners, Luosha stood quietly in a somewhat vacant area of the Sky Ninja Fortress, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the more than 10,000 individuals gathered before him. Their expressions varied, some curious, some anxious, and others tinged with a hint of reverence. Luosha understood that this was a small ninja village, one that had narrowly escaped annihilation before. Thus, its current size was within his expectations. Is there a leader among you? Luosha's voice was deep and commanding, echoing across the square. The crowd exchanged glances, and after a moment, a rather slender man timidly stepped forward from the throng. He lowered his head, unable to meet Luosha's gaze, nervously tugging at the hem of his garment as he cautiously spoke. My lord, I am Yusong. His voice trembled slightly, laced with trepidation. Luosha inclined his head, his gaze settling on Yusong, calm yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Yusong, take me to Lingtail. Upon hearing those words, Yusong's complexion instantly turned ashen, and his body began to tremble slightly, his eyes filled with dread. Instinctively, he took a step back, his lips quivering as he murmured, My lord, that zero tail is truly terrifying. Luosha furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features as he stepped forward, an imposing aura enveloping Yusong. What? Are you unwilling? The weight of this overwhelming pressure nearly rendered Yusong breathless. His legs weakened, and he almost knelt down. He hurriedly waved his hands, stammering, No, no, no. My lord, I will take you there at once. Under Yusong's guidance, Luosha ventured deeper into the fortress. Along the way, Yusong's steps were hurried and frantic, glancing back at Luosha with eyes resembling those of a startled fawn. In contrast, Luosha maintained a calm demeanor, his steps steady, hands clasped behind his back. They traversed dimly lit corridors, unlocking countless secret doors. With each door that opened, Yusong's hands trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Finally, behind a massive stone door, a small figure came into view. It was a little girl, remarkably beautiful, with a fair complexion and large eyes, resembling a delicate porcelain doll. The moment Luosha laid eyes on her, a stirring in his heart occurred. Drawing upon memories of his past life, he recognized this girl as Yulu, the jinchūriki of the Zero Tail. With curiosity, Yulu gazed at the sudden appearance of Luosha, tilting her head as confusion sparkled in her large eyes. Who are you? Why are you here? Her voice was crisp and melodious, akin to a mountain spring. Luosha knelt slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he endeavored to appear less intimidating. Little one, your name is Yulu, is it not? Uncle has come to befriend you. Yulu blinked, seemingly pondering Luosha's words. After a moment, her lips curled into a sweet smile. Really? But no one has ever wanted to be my friend before. They all said I had something terrifying about me. As she spoke, a hint of disappointment flickered in her gaze. Yusong, standing nearby, watched her tremble slightly, whispering to Luosha, My lord, she is truly dangerous. Ignoring Yusong, Luosha continued to gaze at Yulu, softly reassuring her, Do not listen to them. In Uncle's eyes, you are simply a lovely little girl. Upon hearing this, Yulu's smile blossomed even brighter, and she joyfully ran toward Luosha, grasping his hand. Will you play with me forever? Luosha affectionately ruffled Yulu's hair, his mind swirling with plans while his lips assured her, of course. He then focused intently on Yulu, his expression serious as he swiftly formed hand seals. Mysterious symbols emanated from his fingertips, floating toward her. These symbols shimmered with an otherworldly glow, gradually merging with Yulu's skin, like starlight being drawn into the depths of a night sky. Successfully casting a sealing technique akin to that of the Crane Guardian, he suppressed the power within her. At first, Yulu watched the swirling symbols around her with wide, curious eyes, murmuring, "What is this? It's so beautiful." However, as the symbols continued to integrate into her, she felt an unusual force surging within her, her small face growing pale and unease creeping into her eyes. "Uncle, I feel strange." Luo Sha smiled reassuringly. "Little Yulu, do not be afraid. You are simply unwell, and Uncle is here to help you heal. Once the treatment is complete, they will no longer fear you." As the sealing concluded, he let out a long breath, his tense body relaxing. Holding Yulu's hand, he turned to exit the secret chamber. Yulu instinctively struggled for a moment, but was gently restrained by Luo Sha's hold. "Do not worry. Uncle will take you out," he said softly, his voice imbued with an undeniable firmness. Yusong trailed behind, his legs trembling, each step a monumental effort. His eyes were filled with terror as he occasionally cast furtive glances at Yulu, as if she were a lurking monster ready to unleash chaos. In his heart, the fear of the Zero Tail had taken deep root. Even in the face of Luo Sha's formidable power, he remained wary of Yulu, hesitant to approach her. As they emerged from the fortress, the blinding sunlight bathed them. The villagers in the square erupted into an uproar, their gazes fixated on Luo Sha and the little girl beside him. Some younger ninjas, puzzled, whispered among themselves, "Who is this little girl? We have lived in the village for years, yet we have never seen her before." Meanwhile, those older and aware of the Zero Tail's tale trembled involuntarily. Fear etched into their expressions as if sensing impending calamity. Luo Sha paid no heed to their reactions. He turned sharply, his gaze slicing through Yusong like a blade. "Go. Instruct them to gather their belongings. We shall return to the Sand Village tomorrow. Do you understand?" The intensity of his gaze made Yusong shudder, and he quickly nodded, his voice trembling as he replied, "Why yes, my lord, I will do so at once." With that, he dashed toward the crowd, calling out orders as he urged the villagers into action. The following day, as dawn broke, the square of the Sky Ninja Village buzzed with activity. Under Yusong's direction, villagers systematically loaded supplies and belongings onto the flying fortress. Luo Sha, cradling the slumbering Yulu, steadily boarded the impressive technological marvel. Yulu nestled in his arms, deeply asleep, her small body curled up, breaths even and tranquil, a hint of a sweet smile gracing her lips, as if lost in a delightful dream. Luo Sha gazed down at her, a complex expression crossing his face, a mixture of satisfaction for the smooth progression of his plans and pity for the girl. The flying fortress gradually powered up, emitting a deep rumble, the strong gusts of air shattering the morning's tranquility. Seated in the cockpit's main seat, Luo Sha held Yulu, his posture upright and commanding, eyes sharp as he surveyed the array of instruments and devices, resembling a general preparing for battle. Yusong sat to Luo Sha's left, leaning forward slightly, yet maintaining a straight posture, beads of sweat still lingering on his forehead from the previous night's exertion. His eyes reflected a mix of awe and tension, occasionally sneaking glances at Luo Sha before quickly averting his gaze. "Let us begin the introduction." Luo Sha's voice, deep and calm, broke the temporary silence in the cockpit. Yusong nodded eagerly, clearing his throat before speaking. "My lord, this flying fortress represents the pinnacle of our Sky Ninja Village's technological advancements. Its power source is a unique chakra conversion device capable of transforming collected natural energy into flight propulsion." As he spoke, he gestured toward a flickering blue instrument on the control panel. "What is its flying speed?" Luo Sha inquired, his brow furrowing as he fixed his gaze on Yusong. "The maximum speed we can achieve is several times that of an ordinary ninja at full sprint, and it can sustain flight for extended periods as long as energy is replenished regularly." Yusong answered cautiously, fearing a misstep in his words. "And its defensive capabilities?" Luo Sha pressed further. "Its exterior is crafted from a special alloy designed to withstand typical ninjutsu attacks, and it is equipped with several defensive ninjutsu mechanisms that can activate automatically in the face of danger." Yusong meticulously detailed the mechanisms, gesturing to indicate their locations and operational methods. Luo Sha nodded slightly, a glimmer of contemplation evident in his gaze. He gently adjusted his hold on Yulio to ensure her comfort in slumber, his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of returning with such technology. Surely, They could swiftly construct formidable aircraft and artillery. The timing of their venture to the Sky Ninja Village was indeed fortuitous. The flying fortress glided gracefully across the sky, its pace steady and unhurried, drawing ever closer to the sand-hidden village. Inside, the gentle hum of machinery melded into a symphony of sounds. Yusong, with a focused expression and hurried steps, approached Luosha, his shoes clicking against the metal floor in a rapid rhythm. Leaning slightly forward, hands clasped before him, he wore an expression of reverence tinged with anticipation, addressing Luosha with a note of eagerness. Lord Luosha, we are now within arm's reach of the sand-hidden village. Shall we prepare for descent? Upon finishing his query, he slightly tilted his head back, his gaze fixed intently on Luosha's face, holding his breath in hopeful expectation of the leader's response. One hand securely cradled Yuliyo, who slept soundly in his embrace, a sweet smile gracing her lips. With his other hand resting lightly on the window ledge, Luosha peered through the pristine glass at the contours of the sand-hidden village below. At Yusong's inquiry, his brow furrowed imperceptibly. After a moment's contemplation, he gently shook his head, a few strands of hair swaying with the motion. No, he stated, his voice imbued with undeniable authority, resonating softly within the cabin. The village was currently home to numerous ninjas from other villages. The ship's ostentation was ill-timed for their public appearance. Understanding Luosha's intent, Yusong nodded vigorously, expressing his agreement. He then raised his gaze, still filled with questions and curiosity. Then, Lord Luosha, what should be our next course of action? Luosha glanced down at the peacefully sleeping Yuliyo in his arms, then lifted his gaze toward the distance. After a moment of reflection, he raised his hand, resolutely pointing southward. Fly south for a while and find a secluded, uninhabited area to land. Yusong straightened his posture, responding with utmost respect. Yes, Lord Luosha, I shall make the arrangements immediately. With that, he turned and departed hastily, eager to relay Luosha's command. The flying fortress soon descended steadily, stirring up a cloud of dust. Once it landed completely, Luosha began to exit with Yuliyo, followed cautiously by Yusong, who, unbeknownst to him, had left several flying thunder god marks on the fortress walls during his distraction. Upon reaching the outside, Luosha instructed Yusong, you shall lead the Sky Ninja Village's ninjas in establishing a new base here. Ensure everything is properly arranged. Accepting the command, Yusong set off, while Luosha turned his attention to the now-awakened Yuliyo. Do not be afraid, child. I will take you to a safe place. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, a strange light enveloping him as he utilized the flying thunder god technique, transporting them home in the blink of an eye. The interior of the house exuded warmth and tranquility, where Jiloa was seated on a soft cushion, cradling a child and engrossed in her reading. Luosha gazed at Jiloa, his heart swelling with longing. As if sensing his presence, Jiloa suddenly turned her head, their eyes meeting. In that instant, a deep yearning flickered between them, but soon, Jiloa's attention shifted to Yuliyo beside Luosha. With a playful arch of her brow, feigning annoyance yet laced with a hint of jealousy, she remarked, Oh, Lord Luosha, after a month away from home, you return with a child. Quite the accomplishment. At her words, Luosha's heart sank momentarily, realizing her reproach regarding his prolonged absence. He hurriedly stepped closer, a sheepish smile gracing his face. Jiloa, please do not be upset. This past month has been filled with unavoidable matters. As he spoke, he brought Yuliyo before Jiloa. Leaning in closer, Luosha whispered through a jutsu, recounting Yuliyo's lineage and tragic past. Jiloa's initially feigned anger gradually softened, her eyes filled with compassion. She immediately knelt, opening her arms gently to embrace Yuliyo, her face alight with warmth. Child, from now on, this will be your home. Do not hold back. Simply call me sister. As the jinchūriki of the spirit tale, Yuliyo could genuinely sense the kindness within Jiloa's heart, feeling the warmth of her affection. Her initially timid demeanor blossomed into a radiant smile as she chirped, Okay, sister. Luosha observed this scene with a heart full of relief. Alas, it seemed he had saved a child destined for a lifetime of suffering. After ensuring Yuliyo's well-being, Luosha gently patted Jiloa's shoulder, speaking softly. I must seek out Chiyo and Sanda, as there are important matters to discuss with them. Jiloa nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting understanding as she softly urged, return swiftly. Luosha exited the house briskly, making his way toward the residence of Chiyo and Sanda. Upon arrival, he knocked on the door, but no response came from within. Pushing the door open, he found the interior empty, furniture neatly arranged, yet devoid of the two figures he sought. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he murmured, "Where could they have gone?" At that moment, a member of the Umbu appeared silently, kneeling on one knee. Luosha inquired, "Do you know the whereabouts of Chio and Sanda?" The Umbu member respectfully replied, "Lord, they are often engrossed in their experiments in the laboratory, working tirelessly. I frequently see them in a hurry, their clothes disheveled, and strange sounds often emanate from the lab." With a hint of curiosity in his eyes, Luosha understood and did not press further. "Lead me to the laboratory," he instructed. The Umbu member complied, guiding him ahead. Soon, they arrived at the Sand-Hidden Village's laboratory. Originally dedicated to the study of poisons and puppetry, it had been transformed under Luosha's directive into its current state. Upon entering, a sharp, acrid odor assaulted Luosha's senses. Inside, Chio and Sanda were both covered in a black liquid, their faces and hands smeared, as they meticulously manipulated various components, often assembling and disassembling them out of dissatisfaction. Chio, her brow furrowed, focused intently on the piece in her hand, urgently addressing Sanda. "Sanda, quickly hand me that micro-adjustment wrench. I need to adjust the angle at the wing's connection point. It is critical for flight stability." The last few tests showed troubling oscillations during takeoff, likely due to this particular flaw. Sanda swiftly turned, rifling through a selection of tools to retrieve the wrench, and handed it to Chio. "Lady Chio, do you think the materials we chose lack sufficient toughness? I have a feeling the wing's pressure resistance may be inadequate under extreme simulated flight conditions." Chio accepted the wrench, adjusting as she replied, "That is a possibility. Once we finish this angle adjustment, let us try replacing some components with a new alloy material and conduct another test." As she installed the adjusted piece, both Chio and Sanda placed the newly assembled components onto the testing platform. Upon activating the testing apparatus, a low hum filled the air, and their eyes remained glued to the data, expressions grave. When an anomaly appeared in the results, Chio could not suppress a click of her tongue. "Indeed. It seems we have further complications than we anticipated." Shadi scratched his head in confusion and remarked, "Logically speaking, we have optimized the design. So why are we still encountering this issue? Could it be that there is a problem with the compatibility between the power system and the wings?" Chio pondered for a moment and replied slowly, "It's possible. We have been so focused on the design of the wings themselves that we overlooked the impact of power output on them. Next, we need to recalculate the parameters of the power system and see if we can find a more suitable balance." The two then immersed themselves in an animated discussion, completely oblivious to the fact that Rasa was already standing at the door, quietly observing their busy figures. He stood there for a while, watching Chio and Shadi engrossed in their conversation, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Clearing his throat softly, he stepped forward. Upon hearing the sound, Chio and Shadi turned to notice Rasa, their expressions shifting to surprise and delight. "Fengiying, what brings you here?" Chio set down her tools, her face reflecting curiosity and anticipation. For she believed that Rasa's appearances often heralded good news, and this time would surely be no exception. Indeed, Rasa smiled slightly and announced, "I have come to share some good news. I have spent the past month searching for the Sky Ninja Village, and through various means, I have managed to bring them under our influence." At this revelation, Shadi glanced at Chio, as he was not particularly familiar with the Sky Ninja Village. Without waiting for their response, Rasa proceeded to elaborate on the situation of the Sky Ninja Village, emphasizing their advanced technology. The technology of the Sky Ninja Village exceeded our wildest imaginations. They had even constructed flying fortresses, providing them with immense advantages in aerial combat and transport. There was a hint of admiration in Rasa's words. Chio and Shadi listened intently, their eyes growing brighter with intrigue. Shadi could not help but murmur, "A flying fortress? This is simply incredible." Chio concurred, saying, "Indeed. If they can construct flying fortresses, perhaps they can truly help us resolve the challenges we are facing in our aircraft research." Turning to Rasa, Chio expressed her astonishment. "I had no idea the Sky Ninja Village was so advanced. Previously, I only heard that they nearly faced annihilation at the hands of Konoha. I never imagined they could be so formidable. It is indeed a fortunate event for our sand village that you have managed to bring them under your influence." Rasa nodded, pleased with their reactions, and continued, "Thus, I plan to take you to the Sky Ninja base to have a look." Shadi's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly nodded. "That sounds wonderful, Lord Rasa. I have long yearned to engage with more advanced technology." Rasa swiftly formed hand seals, a peculiar radiance enveloping the three of them. With a flash of light, Rasa, Chio, and Shadi found themselves at the Sky Ninja base. Before them lay a scene bustling with order, where the villagers and ninjas of the Sky Ninja village were diligently constructing new living quarters with the aid of advanced machinery. In the expanse, massive mechanical arms swung gracefully, precisely lifting and moving meticulously cut alloy panels to designated locations. The joints of the mechanical arms gleamed with a metallic sheen, emitting a deep humming sound, showcasing their formidable power. The ninjas operating the machines were completely absorbed in their tasks, fixated on the dials and screens of the control panels. Their hands deftly switching between levers and buttons, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads in the sunlight. Nearby, the ninjas were equally industrious, some wielding small energy tools to meticulously polish and weld the joints. The tools emitted sizzling sounds, sending forth brilliant sparks. Others, utilizing their agility, climbed onto the newly erected framework to assist with securing and fine-tuning the details. The tool packs on their backs jingled with the sound of clinking instruments as they moved. A group of villagers busily traversed between the machines and ninjas, transporting various small parts and materials. They hurried along, their faces adorned with genuine smiles, occasionally exchanging remarks. "Be careful, that part is crucial." "All right, I'll deliver it right away." Before long, Rasa guided Chio and Shadi to Matsuki. Rasa smiled as he introduced Matsuki. "These two are Chio and Shadi from the Sand Village, both vital figures in our community." Matsuki greeted them warmly. "I have long admired your names. Welcome to the Sky Ninja base." Chio and Shadi politely responded, and the three youthful individuals quickly fell into a friendly conversation. Observing their camaraderie, Rasa quietly withdrew, wandering through the base alone. As he strolled, he noticed a group of Sky Ninjas laboring together to move a massive energy core, preparing to install it in the newly constructed energy station. Despite their collective effort, the core was exceedingly heavy, causing their progress to lag. Rasa approached, swiftly forming hand seals to activate his magnetic release. The energy core gradually levitated, smoothly gliding towards the energy station under Rasa's control. The Sky Ninjas cast grateful glances in his direction, and Rasa responded with a warm smile and nod. In his heart, he envisioned a future where the Sky Ninja village would be closely intertwined with the Sand Village. Assisting them now would forge a deep bond for their eventual integration. Chapter 55, An Ambush. Do you know how I have spent this past month? Rasa strolled through the Sky Ninja base, his gaze following the busy Sky Ninjas. Observing the scene before him, he sensed something amiss. He furrowed his brow and rubbed his chin, his eyes scanning the attire and headbands of the Sky Ninjas. When suddenly a realization struck him, he mused to himself that since the Sky Ninja village had now become an extension of the Sand Village, a unified style of attire and headbands would not only reinforce the overall image of the Sand Village, but also enhance the sense of belonging among the Sky Ninjas. With this thought, Rasa wasted no time and hurriedly returned to find Matsuki. Upon locating Matsuki, he was directing a few individuals in the installation of large equipment. Rasa approached, and Matsuki quickly paused his work, greeting him respectfully. "Lord Rasa, what brings you back?" Rasa's expression turned serious, his tone calm, yet resolute. "Matsuki, upon reflection, since the Sky Ninja village is now part of the Sand Village, it is time for you to change your headbands and attire to match that of the Sand Village." Matsuki hesitated momentarily, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze, but he quickly bowed his head and replied, "Your words are indeed wise, my lord. However, some individuals may be reluctant to change. What should we do about that?" Rasa had anticipated such a situation. His demeanor remained calm, his eyes steady as he looked at Matsuki, his voice firm yet composed. "I am aware of that. Tomorrow, I will send someone to deliver the headbands and attire. Do your best to persuade everyone to adopt the new styles. For those who absolutely refuse, do not force them. Simply take note of their names and report back to me. I will handle the subsequent matters." Matsuki lifted his head, a hint of reluctance evident in his eyes. But he respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord Rasa, I will certainly comply." Rasa patted Matsuki on the shoulder before turning to leave, leaving Matsuki standing there, contemplating Rasa's words as he considered how to execute this task effectively. After departing from the Sky Ninja base, Rasa returned to the Sand Village, heading straight to Maki's residence. At that moment, Maki was inside organizing recent task reports, and upon hearing the familiar footsteps at the door, he promptly rose to greet Rasa. "Maki, I have an important task for you. Rasa spoke with a serious demeanor, urgency lacing his tone. Maki inclined slightly, responding respectfully, "Please, my lord, instruct me." Taking a deep breath, Rasa declared, "Immediately begin preparations for 10,000 sets of standard Sand Village ninja attire, and also gather a supply of daily necessities." Upon hearing this, Maki's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. The sheer volume of supplies left him perplexed regarding Rasa's intentions. However, he was acutely aware of his responsibilities. Despite his overwhelming curiosity, he merely nodded slightly and maintained his silence. Rasa, well acquainted with Maki's character, chose not to beat around the bush and spoke plainly. "A month ago, I ventured out and subdued the village of the Empty Ninjas. They are now an affiliate of Sunagakure. This village has a population exceeding 10,000, and I intend to provide them with uniforms from our village, along with essential supplies to strengthen their sense of belonging." As he spoke, Rasa detailed the location of the village of the Empty Ninjas to Maki. Upon hearing this, Maki's heart jolted. Though his face remained composed, he was internally astounded. He could scarcely fathom that Rasa, alone and unaccompanied for a month, had managed to bring back a village of such magnitude. After a brief moment of astonishment, Maki quickly regained his composure and responded with unwavering resolve. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall expedite the preparations for the supplies." After Maki's departure, Rasa stood alone in the room, lost in contemplation. He gazed toward the direction of the village of the Empty Ninjas. Although the conquest seemed smooth thus far, the road ahead remained long and fraught with challenges. He pondered that while 10,000 uniforms and supplies were not an unbearable burden for Sunagakure, meticulous coordination would be required. He trusted Maki to handle the arrangements. However, the subsequent distribution of supplies and managing the sentiments of the Empty Ninjas were critical elements. The integration of the village of the Empty Ninjas into Sunagakure was not merely a matter of personnel amalgamation, but rather a fusion of two distinct cultures and operational styles. Those from the village of the Empty Ninjas, accustomed to their own technology and way of life, would undoubtedly encounter friction in embracing the principles and regulations of Sunagakure. Rasa murmured to himself, a faint furrow in his brow. He understood that the challenges ahead were just beginning. The question was how to transform the village of the Empty Ninjas into a steadfast asset for Sunagakure, rather than a potential source of instability. The spirit within him stirred restlessly, seemingly attuned to Rasa's emotional fluctuations. Taking a deep breath, Rasa endeavored to calm himself, resolving to first solidify the logistics of the supplies, then engage in a thorough discussion with Yusung to devise a long-term integration plan. He turned his gaze toward the window. Sunlight bathed the village, and the seemingly tranquil Sunagakure was on the cusp of transformation. Exiting the building, he lifted his eyes to survey the surroundings, observing the bustling villagers and the lively marketplace. Reflecting on the completion of recent affairs, he felt that there was no need for haste in other matters, and it was time to grant himself a moment of relaxation. A subtle smile graced his lips as he softly mused, "I should pay a visit to Master Bunpuku and see what he is up to. After taking the Sarayu away for so long, he must be going a bit stir-crazy." No sooner had he spoken than the irritable voice of Sarayu erupted in his mind. "Who mentioned that stinky monk? I've had enough of him." Rasa shook his head in exasperation, yet a smile lingered on his face. He disregarded Sarayu's outburst and strode toward Bunpuku's abode. The warm spring sunlight enveloped him, and a gentle breeze rustled, carrying the distinctive arid scent of Sunagakure. Stalls lining the streets brimmed with an array of goods, vendors enthusiastically beckoning for business, while children frolicked and laughed amidst the crowd. Rasa strolled leisurely, relishing the familiar, vibrant atmosphere, his heart filled with contentment. In truth, he could have arrived instantly using the Flying Thunder God technique, but amidst the busyness of life, such a leisurely walk allowed him to savor this rare tranquility and relaxation. Each step felt like an intimate dialogue with the land of the village, a sensation he thoroughly cherished. He even took the time to select a few delicacies of wine and dishes that both he and Bunpuku enjoyed. Eventually, he meandered to Bunpuku's doorstep and nonchalantly pushed the door open. The door creaked softly as it swung open, revealing an interior suffused with a faint scent of sandalwood, mingling with the aroma of aged books. Bunpuku, who had been organizing items upstairs, heard the commotion below and, with surprising agility for his age, swiftly descended the stairs. Leaning on his cane, his footsteps were brisk, the wooden cane tapping rhythmically against the floor. Upon spotting Rasa, a complex expression flashed across his face. Joy at their reunion mingled with an unspoken grievance. Without uttering a word, he hastened toward Rasa, cane in hand, his other hand hovering slightly in the air as if to embrace. Seeing this, Rasa's lips curled into a smile. His heart warmed by the thought that Bunpuku was simply excited to see him after a long absence, and he opened his arms wide, beaming with joy as he exclaimed, "You're still around, old man." Yet before he could finish his sentence, Bunpuku unleashed a powerful punch, reminiscent of a massive clay pot, that struck Rasa squarely in the abdomen. The blow was swift and fierce, leaving Rasa no time to evade. A sharp pain coursed through him, as if his very insides had been jolted. The words he had intended to voice were instantly silenced by the impact, followed by a wave of nausea that surged in his throat, prompting him to retch. Ugh! Rasa's face flushed crimson, a mix of shock and anger apparent in his wide eyes as he shouted, "What the hell was that for, you old coot?" Bunpuku, however, merely folded his arms and glared at him, retorting, "So you finally decided to come back? You said you would let me see Sarayu in a few days. Do you have any idea how I've managed this past month?" Chapter 56. The Miniature Sarayu. "My dear, you've worked hard." Rasa clutched his abdomen, returning fire with irritation. "Well, when I said a few days, what were you pretending to do?" Bunpuku, incensed, huffed in indignation. "At my age, do I still need to beg you for anything? Enough of your nonsense. Tell me, what have you been up to all this time?" As he spoke, he caught sight of the food and drink that Rasa had brought, promptly reaching out to take them before striding over to the table, lifting his robe and sitting cross-legged. Rasa chuckled at the sight and followed suit, taking a seat beside Bunpuku. Releasing the miniature Sarayu, Rasa had achieved this feat based on certain principles from the original work, successfully conducting experiments to realize it. Bunpuku's eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with astonishment. His gaze fixated on the miniaturized Sarayu, filled with wonder and delight as he eagerly cradled it in his arms, murmuring, "I never imagined Sarayu could be this adorable." He even nuzzled his face against Sarayu. Sarayu, incensed, trembled with rage, whipping its fluffy tail against Bunpuku twice while loudly protesting. "Hey, stinky monk, can you not be so disgusting?" Yet Bunpuku was unfazed, laughing heartily as he held Sarayu, inspecting it from every angle as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Rasa observed the interaction between the man and the creature, a smile creeping onto his face. "All right, let us not tease Sarayu any further," he said with a laugh, raising his cup to take a sip. "On this outing, I accomplished something significant." At last, Bunpuku reluctantly shifted his gaze away from Sarayu and turned to Rasa, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. "Oh, what significant matter? Do share." Rasa set down his cup and began to narrate the intricate details of subduing the village of the empty ninjas. He vividly described the grandeur and advanced nature of the flying fortress, as well as the unique combat methods employed by the empty ninjas. Bunpuku was captivated, his eyes widening in surprise and intrigue, frequently interjecting with questions for further details. "I had no idea such a remarkable village existed, wielding such advanced technology." Bunpuku sighed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "I have never seen Konoha before. Luosha, you must take me to see it someday." Luosha smiled and readily replied, "No problem. Once I have settled in, I will take you there. The technology of Konoha may provide new insights for our Sunagakure, and you will get to witness those fascinating inventions." Bunpuku smiled contentedly and then turned his attention to the Shoha in his arms, playfully teasing, "Did you hear that, Shoha? In a few days, we will be able to broaden our horizons in Konoha." Shoha scoffed, turning away, feigning indifference, yet could not help but retort, "Humph, I captured Konoha alongside him. How could I not know? Those contraptions they are playing with in the sky are hardly extraordinary. I have seen plenty of bizarre things in my time." Bunpuku raised an eyebrow, a teasing grin on his face. "Oh, you proud creature, you certainly know quite a bit." Shoha, annoyed, swatted Bunpuku's hand with his tail. "Enough of your chatter, you smelly monk. I am merely well informed. I have no interest in your human trivialities." Luosha observed the playful banter between the two, a smile creeping onto his face. He lifted his cup and clinked it with Bunpuku's, saying, "It seems Shoha has many stories yet to tell." As time passed and glasses were raised, midnight quietly descended. Luosha half-supported, half-carried the now-asleep Bunpuku, carefully placing him on the bed and tucking him in gently. After quietly closing the door, he turned to leave. Walking through the streets of Sunagakure, the lively atmosphere of the night enveloped him. Stalls on either side of the street were brightly lit, and throngs of people surrounded various food vendors, who called out enthusiastically. The sizzling of grilled skewers and the popping of oil filled the air, tantalizing the senses. At a stall selling trinkets, colorful items sparkled under the warm light, and children tugged at their parents' hands, curiously eyeing the offerings, occasionally bursting into delighted exclamations. Not far away, in the square, performers showcased ninjutsu tricks, drawing cheers from the audience, creating a bustling and vibrant scene that made Luosha marvel at how Sunagakure felt even more alive at night than during the day. As Luosha strolled through the bustling night market, he was frequently recognized, receiving respectful greetings, to which he smiled and responded warmly. His gaze was inadvertently drawn to a small stall adorned with an array of delightful trinkets, shimmering under the dim lights. Among them, a particular necklace caught his eye. The chain, woven from delicate silver threads, shimmered softly in the light, while the pendant was a smooth, rounded light blue gemstone, seemingly containing a flowing light within, reminiscent of a deep lake, ethereal and enchanting. Luosha instantly felt that this necklace would be a perfect match for Karura. He bent down, gently picking it up to examine it closely, growing more satisfied with every glance. The stall owner, a kindly old man, recognized Luosha immediately, his smile growing warmer as he respectfully said, "Lord Fuin, you truly have an eye for beauty. This gem was sourced from a distant shore, a rarity indeed." The surrounding crowd, now aware of Fuin's presence, cast curious glances and whispered among themselves. Luosha nodded, not hesitating, paid for the necklace, and carefully tucked it away. He envisioned the joy on Karura's face upon receiving this beautiful gift, and a smile unconsciously spread across his lips as he quickened his pace towards home. Upon reaching his doorstep, the aroma of food wafted towards him before he even entered. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, finding Karura seated at the dining table with their 3 children and the nanny, all waiting expectantly. The dishes were arranged neatly, clearly untouched. As soon as Karura saw Luosha, she hurried over, helping him out of his outerwear while playfully scolding, "Who were you drinking with? You smell of alcohol. Everyone is waiting for you to eat." After arriving in this world, Luosha noticed that all women transformed into devoted wives and mothers after marriage, with men holding a high status in the family. Even if women and children were hungry, they waited for the men to return home to eat together. This notion deeply displeased Luosha. He found it exceedingly unequal. He often told Karura not to wait for him, but she always remained steadfast, gently insisting that as the pillar of the family and the Fuin, he had many responsibilities, and she was merely spending a little time waiting. Thus, from that point on, Luosha made it a point to return home early, not wishing to let this deep affection go unappreciated. Suddenly reminded of the necklace in his pocket, he discreetly took it out while Karura's back was turned. As she set aside his clothing, she instinctively turned around, her gaze immediately captured by the shimmering necklace in Luosha's hand. "Ah, is this for me?" Her eyes widened in surprise, her face flushing with a delightful blush. At that moment, Shori and Kankuro also noticed, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they bounded over, bouncing and exclaiming, "Wow, what a beautiful necklace! Daddy is so good to Mommy." The nanny stood by, filled with envy, a smile gracing her lips as she watched this heartwarming scene. Luosha approached Karura, whose shy yet expectant gaze met his, and gently adorned her neck with the necklace. The light blue gemstone pendant rested perfectly against her neck, complementing her gentle aura beautifully. Once secured, Luosha leaned down slightly, gazing at Karura with affection, softly saying, "My dear, you have worked hard." Karura bit her lip gently, tears of emotion shimmering in her eyes as she touched the necklace, looking back at Luosha. Her myriad of words condensed into a sweet and blissful smile. Chapter 57. The delegation in the spacious, yet somewhat oppressive office of the Hokage in Sunagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his slightly worn chair, enveloped in an invisible shroud of gloom. The room was filled with swirling smoke, emanating from the pipe in his hand, mirroring the tangled emotions within his heart. Ever since the heated argument with Danzo, he had not found peace. The unexpected leak of the Flying Thunder God technique pierced him like a sharp thorn, leaving him restless and sleepless. He replayed in his mind the faces of all those who had come into contact with the sealing book, but he could not fathom who had betrayed Konoha. This mystery loomed over him like a dense fog, unyielding and obscure. However, worse was yet to come. Later, when Sarutobi Hiruzen revisited the mysterious document, The description of the peculiar puppet made him instantly alert. The document stated that this puppet could pose a significant threat to Chunin and lower-ranked ninjas, even having a record of successfully ambushing and killing Jonin. Such a description was undeniably alarming, although its authenticity remained uncertain. As the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire, and no one would fabricate such content without reason. Mentioning Sunagakure, a flicker of disdain crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. To him, Sunagakure represented a group of unpredictable individuals, quick to beg for mercy when struck, yet ready to swarm like bothersome flies at the slightest hint of weakness from Konoha. Had it not been for the necessity of maintaining equilibrium among the 5 great shinobi villages, he would have long sought to annihilate the hidden sand village to alleviate the resentment festering in his heart. Yet now, such aspirations had devolved into mere fantasies. The sacrifice of Minato Namikaze had left Konoha bereft of a paramount force. The increasingly acute discord between the Uchiha clan and the village only added to his turmoil and distress. At that moment, a gentle knock on the door shattered the oppressive silence of the room. "Come in," Sarutobi Hiruzen said wearily. Nara Shikaku entered with measured steps. "Lord Third, have you summoned me for something?" he inquired respectfully with a slight bow. Upon seeing Nara Shikaku, Hiruzen's previously sullen expression softened considerably. In his heart, the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans had always been Konoha's most steadfast support, particularly the Nara clan, whose members possessed exceptionally astute minds, always ready to analyze problems and devise strategies at critical moments. Thus, he divulged to Shikaku the troubles that had plagued him of late. After listening quietly and contemplating, Nara Shikaku grasped Hiruzen's intent. The peculiar puppet from the Sand Village indeed leaves its authenticity in question. However, did not the Sand Village enter into an alliance with us? We might consider dispatching a diplomatic envoy to the hidden Sand Village. This would not only allow us to investigate the current developments in the Sand Village, but also provide an opportunity to gauge their stance regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. Truly a twofold advantage. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of approval flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. He nodded slightly and replied, "Shikaku, your suggestion is quite astute. Let us proceed as you propose. I entrust this matter to your preparation. Remember to select suitable individuals. We must not reveal any flaws to avoid arousing suspicion from the Sand Village." After receiving his orders, Nara Shikaku turned and exited the Hokage's office, while Hiruzen reclined once more in his chair, gazing out the window towards the horizon. In the hidden Sand Village, Rasa reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, a warm breeze gently tousling his hair. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment of leisure as if the world's turmoil had no bearing on him. Behind him, Maki stood respectfully, methodically briefing him on the situation of the ninja dispatched to the daimyo's side. Maki's voice was clear and steady. "Lord Kazekage, those we sent have successfully infiltrated the daimyo and his ministers, and after careful observation and learning, they can now mimic the daily speech of those ministers. Now, with your command, they can begin to undermine the daimyo and seize control of the situation." At this, Rasa's previously closed eyes snapped open, a predatory glint flashing within, imbued with a chilling ruthlessness and decisiveness. Without hesitation, he coldly ordered, "Send word for them to act immediately. They have 1 month to eliminate all ministers except the daimyo. Remember, the operation must remain clandestine. Not a single flaw must be revealed." Maki took his leave without uttering another word, swiftly departing to execute Rasa's orders. He understood the significance and urgency of the task at hand. The Kazekage's long-planned scheme had finally reached its critical implementation phase. Once Maki had left, Rasa slowly closed his eyes again, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He murmured softly, "The land of wind. The daimyo. Has the day finally arrived? I have been plotting for quite some time." Though his voice was soft, it resonated with boundless ambition and power, echoing throughout the tranquil courtyard, heralding the dawn of a new era. At this moment, the sun remained warm, and the breeze continued to be gentle, yet beneath the surface of the land of wind, a tempest of power was quietly brewing. Chapter 58, The Mission in the Land of Grass. Bloodied, near the border of the land of wind, Kagevu followed a small shinobi squad from the hidden sand village as they traversed a winding mountain path. Their mission was to escort a sealed box to the land of grass. Although merely a B-rank task, the lucrative reward had drawn many teams to pursue it. This mission demanded a high level of sealing techniques, and fortunately, Kage, skilled in such arts with her teacher being the esteemed Yakura, had secured the task for their team. The accompanying members were Kage's former classmates, led by the Jonin Miyamoto Musashi. Kage, we owe our ability to take on this task to you. Without your expertise, we would have never secured it. Just thinking about the substantial reward makes me wake up smiling in my dreams, exclaimed Sunagakure, the younger brother of Sandfire, his face alight with excitement and a glimmer of avarice in his eyes. Such a fool, consumed by thoughts of wealth. Does he not realize that high rewards often accompany formidable challenges? Interjected Sakura, a member of the team, her brow furrowed as she playfully struck Sunagakure on the head, her tone rife with disdain and irritation. Sakura had harbored special feelings for Sandfire since childhood. Upon learning of his demise due to Kage, she held a grudge against her, maintaining a frosty demeanor towards her throughout the journey, scarcely uttering a word. Hey, Sakura, why did you hit me? You're such a hot-tempered she-tiger. Sunagakure protested, rubbing his head in discontent. His words ignited Sakura's fury, and she rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront him. Just as the tension escalated between them, the Jonin Miyamoto Musashi could no longer remain silent. All right, we're nearing the land of wind. Let us all stay vigilant. Hearing this, although Sunagakure and Sakura still regarded each other with disdain, they suppressed their emotions, focusing on maintaining alertness as they scanned their surroundings. Musashi surveyed the team and the environment, a sense of unease settling in his heart. This mission appeared ordinary, yet it exuded an inexplicable eeriness. The generous reward might conceal a substantial threat. He silently reminded himself to protect his team and ensure the mission's success. Kage tightened the straps of her pack containing the sealed box, her gaze resolute. No matter the obstacles they encountered, she was determined to give her all. However, their concerns seemed unfounded, as the mountain path remained serene and tranquil, accompanied only by the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. Occasionally, they encountered a few unwary bandits, but upon spotting the forehead protectors that signified shinobi, the brigands turned pale and fled in haste. Thus, the small team continued their journey safely for about 2 days. Until that day, Miyamoto Musashi, walking at the front, suddenly raised his hand to signal everyone to halt. Pointing into the distance, he exclaimed, "Look, there it is. We've arrived." Everyone turned to follow his gesture. And in the distance, an ancient structure shimmered under the sun, the very destination of their journey, though their goal was now within sight. The tension of the past few days had left the team fatigued. Sunagakure hung his head, his steps unsteady, each movement appearing laborious. Sakura's eyes appeared somewhat sunken, her usual vivacity replaced by visible exhaustion. Even the typically composed Kage could not suppress a yawn, her spirit waning. Observing his team's condition, Miyamoto Musashi felt a pang of concern, yet he understood that the mission was far from complete. They could not afford to let their guard down. He cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, hold on just a little longer. Once we complete our mission, we can finally rest. Now, let us gather our spirits." The group nodded in agreement, forcing their weary bodies to quicken their pace towards the building ahead. They understood that the closer they approached their destination, the more likely unforeseen events could occur. Only by remaining vigilant could they successfully complete their task and return safely to Sunagakure. At last, they arrived at the entrance of the building, their exhausted forms dragging along. Shakugan could no longer contain his impatience and rushed forward to knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Open up. We are ninjas from Sunagakure, sent to deliver something." His voice echoed in the empty surroundings, yet the only reply was a profound silence. After several more knocks, he still heard no footsteps approaching. Kyo couldn't help but express her doubts, murmuring, could they have just stepped out? She scanned the faces of her companions, searching for answers. However, Miyamoto Musashi wore a grave expression, his brows furrowed in deep concern. With the keen instincts honed over years of battle, he detected a faint scent of blood, so subtle that it mingled with the air, nearly imperceptible if not for his unwavering vigilance. "Everyone, be cautious. Do not let your guard down," Musashi warned in a hushed tone. Slowly, he drew the kunai from his waist, his eyes scanning the surroundings with acute awareness, leaving no corner unexamined. Years of being a ninja had taught him that such an eerily quiet atmosphere, combined with the hint of blood, could very well signal impending danger. Sakurako also sensed something amiss. Her previously fatigued demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she swiftly assumed a combat stance, gripping her kunai tightly. ready to confront any potential adversaries. Observing this, Shakugan reined in his earlier impatience, stepping back into the center of the group to stand alongside his comrades. His palms grew slightly sweaty, a mixture of tension and excitement brewing within him as he anticipated the unknown challenge ahead. Hyo held her pack containing the sealing box close. Acutely aware of its significance, there could be no room for error at this moment. The group remained poised at the door, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if one could wring water from the air. Each minute sound heightened their alertness, with all waiting for what might emerge from beyond the closed door. Musashi's nostrils flared, attempting to capture more signals of danger while contemplating possible scenarios and strategies for what lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, he turned to his comrades, his gaze sweeping over Shakugan, Sakurako, and Kyo, gravely stating, "We all understand that the situation is not right. I smell blood. Something has likely gone awry within this building. Normally, a ninja should not abandon a mission lightly, but we must not act recklessly, especially with your safety at stake. Therefore, I wish to hear your thoughts. Shall we proceed inside to investigate, or shall we retreat and report back to the village for further planning?" Shakugan was the first to speak, his eyes shimmering with excitement and curiosity. "We've come this far. How can we just turn back? There might be secrets inside, and perhaps we could even discover treasures while completing our mission. I think we should go in." Sakurako frowned, countering, "You only think of treasures. What if there is danger within? We did not come here to take risks. While the mission is important, our lives cannot be put at stake. I believe we should return to report and wait for reinforcements." Kyo, who had been silent until now, lifted her head slightly upon hearing their debate. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, "If we simply turn back, not only would we fail our mission, but we could also delay something significant. However, venturing inside certainly bears great risk. How about this? Let us first conduct a thorough reconnaissance around the perimeter and see if we can find any clues before deciding whether to enter." The three exchanged their differing opinions, each holding firm to their stance. Musashi listened quietly, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Noticing that they were unable to reach a consensus, he made a decisive choice. "There is no time to waste. Since all of you are prepared to take the risk, we shall proceed inside. But remember, we must remain vigilant and be ready for any danger." With that, he strode forward and forcefully kicked the door open. As the dilapidated door creaked ajar, a pungent stench of decay and blood rushed forth, overwhelming the group and nearly inducing nausea. They stood frozen in shock at the scene before them. Suspended by ropes were several spherical objects that hurtled towards them with a whistling sound. Upon closer inspection, their stomachs churned in horror. It was 8 bloodied human heads. Shakugan and Sakurako's eyes widened in terror, their faces drained of color, turning pale as paper. Their lips trembled uncontrollably, as if fear had seized their throats, rendering them voiceless. Kyo, equally shocked, displayed a flicker of panic on her face, but she quickly forced herself to regain composure. Though her tightly clenched jaw and trembling hands betrayed her inner dread, Musashi's brow knitted tightly, his expression a mix of vigilance and fury. As a jonin, he reacted swiftly, drawing his kunai with a surge of strength. In a flash, he dashed forward, a specter of determination, wielding his kunai with a fierce swiftness. With a series of dull thuds, the kunai struck the incoming heads, each impact erupting in a spray of blood, the warm droplets scattering across the air. The heads that had once hurtled towards them with relentless force were sent spiraling away, tracing strange arcs before landing with heavy thuds in the distance, creating a scene of utter horror. Chapter 59. The Great Battle Against the Monster. "What are you doing? Don't just stand there at this moment," Musashi bellowed, urgency and authority lacing his voice as he threw his kunai. Shakugan and Sakurako, although shaken by the gruesome sight, fought to suppress their fear upon hearing Musashi's command. Taking a deep breath, Shakugan tightened his grip on his kunai, striving to dispel the gloom in his heart, while Sakurako gritted her teeth, wiping away the tears of terror that had escaped her eyes, readying herself for battle. Kyo, trembling from the horrific scene before her, suddenly recalled the face of Tsunahoshi. It was her past cowardice that had led to his demise, and a surge of guilt and resentment flooded her heart. She silently vowed never to repeat that mistake, resolving that regardless of her fear, she would not take a single step back. Thus, she clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, her gaze solidifying with determination. Seeing that the expressions of his companions had calmed slightly, Musashi declared, Let us swiftly form a battle formation and investigate what has transpired inside. Without a moment's hesitation, they sprang into action. Following Musashi's guidance, Kyo positioned herself in the center, safeguarding the precious sealing box with utmost care, while Shakugan, Sakurako, and Musashi formed a protective semicircle around her, backs pressed together, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Thus, they treaded cautiously into the building, their steps slow and heavy. As they crossed the threshold, a more potent stench of blood and decay assaulted their senses, nearly suffocating them. Gritting their teeth against the discomfort, they pressed onward until they reached the central courtyard of the structure. The sight that met their eyes caused them to gasp in horror. Sprawled across the ground were 8 lifeless bodies. The wounds on the corpses were grotesque, the blood long dried, congealing into dark red patches upon the earth. The surrounding ground and walls were splattered with bloodstains, as if a brutal massacre had transpired here. Their gazes swept over the bodies, searching for clues. Yet everything felt so bizarre, as if invisible eyes lurked in the shadows, coldly observing them. "No, there are others here," Miyamoto Musashi suddenly shouted, his voice echoing eerily in the silent courtyard, sending a chill through the air. His eyes darted around, noting that these individuals had clearly been dead for some time. Yet the 8 severed heads outside the door appeared freshly removed. His words struck like a heavy balm, tightening the nerves of his companions. Shakugo unconsciously gripped his kunai, sweat pooling in his palms, his eyes scanning every corner with vigilance, missing not a whisper of movement. Musashi lowered his stance, his weapon poised, every muscle taut and ready to confront the imminent danger. They were cloaked in an unknown fear, yet they had no choice but to face it. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, each second feeling like an eternity. At that moment, a sinister and morbid laughter erupted. "Ha ha, ha ha ha. Quite impressive. You've discovered me. I had planned to play with you for a while. Such a disappointment." The laughter was sharp and grating, piercing through their ears. As the sound echoed, their nerves tightened, instinctively turning toward the source of the voice. Emerging from the shadows was a figure, moving with deliberate slowness, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. As the figure approached, they could finally discern its features. This individual sported a silver mane, slick and orderly, glinting with an eerie light in the dim surroundings. His pink eyes resembled 2 burning, malevolent flames, radiating a thirst for blood and madness. In his grasp was a massive scythe, its blade gleaming with a frosty sheen, as if it could effortlessly reap lives. Dried blood clung to the scythe's hook, dripping onto the ground with a haunting rhythm, echoing in the stillness. "We are the ninjas of Sunagakure. Who are you, and what do you intend?" Musashi fixed his gaze upon this peculiar individual, his years of combat experience warning him that this person was no benign presence. He introduced himself, hoping to instill a sense of caution in the stranger. "Ha ha ha. Sunagakure? Sunagakure? I'm afraid I know nothing of that. All I know is that I'm sending you to meet the Dark Lord. Ha ha." The man laughed maniacally, his voice reminiscent of a night owl's cry, brimming with insanity and malice, his gaze devoid of respect for life, sending chills down their spines. Musashi realized that this individual dismissed Sunagakure entirely, a sense of dread creeping into his heart as he discreetly signaled his companions behind him. In that very instant, the grotesque figure lunged, swinging the enormous scythe with a forceful gust, the blade slicing through the air like a black lightning bolt aimed directly at Musashi. Reacting swiftly, Musashi tapped his toes against the ground, sidestepping just in time to evade the lethal strike. Meanwhile, he quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Wind release. Gale palm." A furious whirlwind surged forth, carrying sand and debris, charging toward the assailant like an enraged beast. The figure remained unfazed, effortlessly sidestepping the wind attack, and with a nimble leap, he swung his scythe once more. At that moment, Shakugo deftly maneuvered his puppet into the fray. The puppet's arms elongated into sharp blades, aiming for the back of the antagonist. Sensing the impending attack, the figure spun around, his scythe crossing paths with the puppet's blades, resulting in a thunderous clash that sent sparks flying. Sakura, not to be outdone, swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. The ground beneath the figure heaved upward, creating a formidable earthen barrier, momentarily trapping him. However, the figure erupted into maniacal laughter, effortlessly cleaving through the wall with a powerful sweep of his scythe. Seizing the opportunity, Sakura shouted, "Fire release. Fireball technique." A colossal fireball surged forth, enveloped in intense heat, hurtling toward the figure. While he was preoccupied with Sakura, Jun quickly formed hand seals. His hands shimmering with light, sealing technique, four corners seal. For beams of light shot from his palms, aiming to confine the figure within a constrained space. Musashi, taking advantage of the distraction, lunged forward, his blade gleaming as he executed his techniques with precision, the clash of steel creating numerous sparks against the scythe. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, both sides exchanging blows without yielding. Just as they believed victory was within their grasp, the figure suddenly emitted a strange cry, sweeping his scythe at an unusual angle with blinding speed, leaving them no time to evade. With a sickening sound, the blade grazed Musashi's arm, blood gushing forth. Gritting his teeth, Musashi suppressed the pain, bellowing, "Stay calm, everyone. Continue the assault." His words reignited their spirits, and they launched a renewed offensive. Shikugo maneuvered his puppet from the side, while Sakura unleashed her ninjutsu to disrupt, and Jun sustained the sealing technique's power. Under their combined assault, the figure began to show signs of fatigue. Musashi seized the moment, shouting, "Wind release, vacuum wave." A wave of energy, imbued with a tearing sensation, shot forth toward the figure. Caught off guard, he was struck by the vacuum wave. Simultaneously, Shikugo commanded his puppet to leap, its blade plunging directly into the figure's heart. As the blade pierced, the figure stiffened, slowly collapsing to the ground. Chapter 60. The eerie figure, Musashi bathed in blood. The group, believing the battle concluded, slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, convinced the ordeal had finally come to an end. Just then, a voice, sharp and reminiscent of a demon's whisper, pierced the silence. "Gagaga, little ones, did you think this was over?" The sound jolted their nerves like a current, their eyes widening in terror, forcing them to spring to their feet. Their gazes fixated on the spot where the figure's body lay. To their horror, the once fallen corpse began to rise. But its appearance was transformed, enveloped in a thick darkness, now an abyssal black, radiating an unsettling aura. Only the pentagonal area of its face and the ribcage remained a blinding white, starkly contrasting against the darkness. As if it were a malevolent spirit clawing its way from the depths of hell. "Is this a ghost?" they murmured, their voices trembling with fear as they beheld the uncanny figure. Shikugo's legs trembled uncontrollably, nearly losing grip of the puppet strings, while the others fared little better. Bracing themselves to mask their trepidation, fear surged like an overwhelming tide, engulfing everyone present. They exchanged glances, unable to ponder the true nature of the monstrous being before them, consumed only by the urgent desire to flee this terrifying place. Shagwang was the first to turn, stumbling towards the exit, while Sakura hurriedly followed. Casting anxious glances over her shoulder, Wan dared not delay, clutching the sealed box tightly as she fled, the wind howling in her ears. Yet the devilish laughter of the creature trailed closely behind. As they desperately fled, the rear guard, Miyamoto Musashi, suddenly faltered, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. The crimson stain stood out starkly against the gloomy sky, and soon, blood gushed forth from his chest, as if a dam had burst. "How could this be?" he murmured incredulously, his voice weak and trembling. Hearing the commotion, Shagwang, Sakura, and Wan hurriedly turned back, freezing in shock at the sight before them. Miyamoto Musashi's face was ashen, his hands weakly clutching his chest, blood seeping through his fingers and saturating his clothing. "Teacher!" Wan cried out in anguish, tears welling in her eyes as she yearned to rush to his side. "Stay back!" Miyamoto Musashi roared with his last ounce of strength, his gaze filled with resolute determination. "Run! Do not look back!" His voice seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul, imbued with undeniable authority. Wan and the others felt as though their legs were nailed to the ground, their hearts heavy with anguish and conflict. Yet, gazing into Miyamoto Musashi's defiant eyes, they ultimately gritted their teeth, tears streaming down their faces, and turned to flee. Meanwhile, Miyamoto Musashi watched their retreating figures, slowly closing his eyes, his body gradually collapsing, breath fading away on this blood-soaked and eerie ground. In the office of the Wind Shadow, warm yellow light gently illuminated the ancient wooden desk, where Rasa was methodically attending to daily affairs. In times past, when buried beneath a mountain of paperwork, he had longed for ease, yet now, with much of the clutter cleared, he found himself feeling rather unfulfilled, often soliciting tasks from various departments to occupy his time. Suddenly, the tranquility of the office was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps in the corridor, chaotic and rushed, tinged with urgency and unease. Before long, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Come in," Rasa replied, not lifting his gaze, maintaining an air of composure. Maki entered, breathless, and reported, "Lord Wind Shadow. There has been an incident. Juan's escort team encountered an exceedingly terrifying ninja. The leading jonin, Miyamoto Musashi, has tragically fallen, and the others barely managed to escape." Rasa halted his pen abruptly, slowly raising his head to fix his gaze upon Maki. "Elaborate. What transpired?" His voice was deep and commanding, imbued with an undeniable authority. Maki, visibly troubled, replied, "I am unclear on the specifics. Juan and her team are waiting downstairs." Upon hearing this, Rasa immediately ordered the summoning of several individuals. Before long, Juan, Shaguang, and Sakura entered the office, dragging their weary bodies with heavy steps. They appeared utterly disheveled, their hair matted with dirt and blood, eyes sunken and bloodshot. Reflecting exhaustion and terror, their clothing was tattered, riddled with battle scars and dried blood, exuding a potent scent of iron. Rasa's heart surged with anger at their pitiful state. He suppressed his fury and spoke in a low voice. "What in the world happened? Please recount the details." Shaguang, his legs trembling slightly, stood forth, his voice quaking as he narrated the harrowing encounter with the monstrous figure during their mission. As he spoke, Rasa's expression grew increasingly grim. Drawing upon memories from his previous life of watching anime, he deduced the identity of the creature, the immortal Haiden, a harbinger of death through blood. Clenching his fists, he mused, how could Haiden be here in the land of grass at this time? Regardless of whether Rasa initially intended to confront an important character from the original tale, the audacity of the enemy to assault Sunagakure and slay a jonin was an affront he could not tolerate. "Juan, you stay. The others should return. For the time being, refrain from undertaking any missions. You will receive double compensation," Rasa declared, his gaze resolute, his voice unwavering. However, upon hearing of the doubled reward, Shaguang and Sakura could find no joy in the news. Shaguang, usually obsessed with wealth, bore a sorrowful countenance, his head bowed, as the pain of losing their teacher overwhelmed any previous enthusiasm for riches. Miyamoto Musashi was not merely their leading jonin, but a figure akin to a mentor and father. His sacrifice weighed heavily upon them all. Sakura's eyes were red, her teeth clenched, radiating an air of righteous fury as she addressed Rasa, "Lord Wind Shadow. If you capture him, do not let him die so swiftly. Bring him back. I must avenge our teacher." Her voice trembled with emotion, each word laden with deep-seated hatred. Rasa regarded Sakura, nodding solemnly, his tone steady and powerful. "I promise you, I will bring the murderer back, providing you and everyone else with the justice you deserve." Chapter 61. The Battle of the New Puppets against Haiden. Once Shaguang and Sakura departed, Rasa approached Juan with a concerned expression, inquiring, "For this escort mission, you were tasked with a sealed box, correct? Do you know what lies within?" Juan shook her head slightly, uncertainty and anxiety evident in her eyes. "I am not sure. I only remember the client repeatedly cautioning us to be extremely careful, stating that what lay inside was perilously dangerous." Rasa nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon the box behind Juan. "Bring it here, let me see." Juan quickly turned, cautiously presenting the box she had been carrying to Rasa. The box, with its ancient design and wooden texture, exuded an aura of age, covered in mysterious runes, with intertwining sealing incantations. Rasa raised his hand, a faint chakra glow emanating from his palm, and as he manipulated it, the sealing incantations began to unravel one by one. In the instant that the seals dissipated entirely, a blinding light erupted from within the box, illuminating the entire room, compelling everyone to instinctively shield their eyes. Moments later, two objects soared from the box, expanding in the air. The anticipated danger did not materialize. Instead, an eerie silence enveloped the room as the group exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. Rasa gazed at the artifacts hovering in midair. A flash of memory from his previous life flooded his mind as he exclaimed, "It is the Yada mirror and the Tatsuka blade." So that is why the original story never mentioned how Uchiha Itachi obtained these two artifacts. They were waiting here all along. A glimmer of understanding crossed his eyes. The immediate task was to capture Haiden and avenge Miyamoto Musashi. Rasa gently patted Juan on the head, his eyes filled with compassion, softly saying, "Child, you have suffered. Go home and rest well." Juan nodded slightly. a hint of gratitude crossing her weary visage. Rasa turned, his expression hardening as he fixed a steely gaze upon Maki, instructing in a low voice. "Select a team of Jonin to accompany me. I will be waiting at the village entrance." Maki accepted the order and swiftly departed, striding purposefully to execute the task. As Rasa gazed at the retreating figure of Maki, his eyes flickered with a crimson light, causing the two divine artifacts, the Yata mirror and the Tenkaken, to vanish into thin air. In a concealed valley within the land of grass, a pungent stench of blood and decay permeated the air. Fadewan hummed an eerie tune as he flitted among a pile of corpses, his hands drenched in blood, utterly indifferent to the grim surroundings. He meticulously arranged the bodies into grotesque and terrifying poses, intent on crafting a perfect altar for a dark deity. Over the past few days, Fadewan had descended upon the realm like a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell, leaving a trail of innocent victims in his wake. Now, new prey had been dragged to this forsaken place. Fadewan stacked the corpses high, forming a dais upon which he proudly ascended, seating himself with abandon. Leaning against the mound of bodies, his legs dangled carelessly, and soon, the sound of his snoring filled the eerie silence. Drool spilled uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth, staining his blood-soaked garments, creating a scene both bizarre and horrifying. The surroundings were shrouded in deathly silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects, as if they were playing a mournful requiem for the bloody carnage that had transpired. Not far from Fadewan's slumber, atop a lush mountain peak, Rasa led an elite squad that had quietly emerged. Their figures were concealed among the dense foliage, yet their gazes were firmly fixed upon the ghastly scene unfolding in the valley below. Some members could not help but cover their mouths and noses, their stomachs churning in revulsion. However, Rasa maintained a stoic demeanor, his eyes unwavering, as if the bloodshed and horror before him held no sway over his resolve. His focus remained solely on Fadewan, never wavering for a moment. The reason for his intense scrutiny was simple. He dared not divert his gaze elsewhere. Rasa slightly turned his body, lowering his voice to address the newly minted puppet masters from Sunagakure behind him. "I have already detailed his weaknesses to you. This man possesses immortality, yet his blood techniques require the blood of his opponents. As long as we avoid his attacks, we stand a chance. Follow my lead, adhere to the plan, and ensure we subdue him." Upon hearing this, the puppet masters nodded in agreement, their eyes betraying a mix of tension and determination. They skillfully maneuvered their puppets, the strings quivering in the wind like poised serpents ready to strike. They approached Fadewan stealthily, and at the opportune moment, the puppets brandished their AK-47s. Instantly, the valley was pierced by a cacophony of gunfire, bullets hurtling toward Fadewan like meteors. Yet, it seemed as if Fadewan had eyes in the back of his head. He sprang to his feet before the gunfire erupted. As the bullets rained down upon him, his hands moved with lightning speed, grasping his scythe and swinging it with a dazzling ferocity. The scythe transformed into an impenetrable barrier in his hands, deflecting each bullet effortlessly. The astonishing speed of his movements left the puppet masters from Sunagakure in stunned disbelief. However, they did not falter. Within a second, they commanded their puppets to encircle Fadewan from all sides. Several puppets rapidly formed a tight circle, spinning at high velocity while unleashing a torrent of fire, increasing the angles of attack and gradually overwhelming Fadewan. Yet, he was no ordinary foe. After a brief adjustment, he began to spin like a top, his scythe creating a colossal metallic whirlwind that sent the incoming bullets hurtling back at their origin. "Is this even humanly possible?" one of the puppet masters gasped in astonishment. "Patience," Rasa replied coolly. "Though he possesses immortality, his stamina is not infinite." Upon hearing this, the group found his reasoning sound, and they immediately directed their puppets to maintain a safe distance while continuing their relentless barrage, attempting to wear Fadewan down through attrition. Fadewan quickly discerned their strategy, a flicker of disdain crossing his face. With a powerful leap, he soared through the air like a bolt of black lightning, landing before one of the puppets. With a mighty swing of his scythe, he shattered the puppet to pieces. A triumphant grin spread across his face, but before he could fully revel in his victory, a deafening explosion erupted as the puppet's self-destruct mechanism activated. The force of the blast sent Fadewan hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. Before he could land, the remaining puppets rushed at him like famished wolves. Chains gleaming with cold light shot forth from the puppets, expertly ensnaring Fadewan's limbs and binding him tightly, rendering him immobile. Enraged, Fadewan thrashed violently, cursing furiously. "You wretched scum from Sunagakure, come out. You despicable lot. I shall offer you all to the Dark Lord." Seeing that the situation had unfolded as planned, Rasa, wary of unforeseen events, refrained from allowing others to accompany him and darted toward Fadewan like an arrow released from its bow. Fadewan's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible glimmer of hope as Rasa approached, yet he feigned composure, continuing to hurl insults, his words growing increasingly vile. Rasa, appearing as a naive youth lacking experience, remained unfazed by Fadewan's vitriol as he advanced steadily. As Rasa drew nearer, Fadewan's curses intensified, his contorted visage resembling that of a demon from the abyss. When Rasa finally stood before him, Fadewan's eyes glinted with fury, and he pulled against the chains with all his might. Opening his mouth wide, he lunged at Rasa like a rabid dog. But just as his teeth were about to sink into flesh, a crisp cracking sound echoed in the air. Fadewan felt a sharp pain radiate from his mouth, staring in disbelief as several of his teeth shattered. Why? I could have bitten you." He bellowed in anguish, glaring furiously at Rasa, who stood mockingly before him. It turned out that at the moment Fadewan lunged, Rasa had swiftly activated his intangibility, causing Fadewan to bite only air. Observing Fadewan's dismay, Rasa felt no pity. His eyes widened with resolve as he raised his hand and, channeling all his strength, delivered a resounding slap to Fadewan's face, exclaiming, "Is this all you've got? Have you never heard of Sunagakure?" The force of the blow sent Fadewan's head snapping to the side, a vivid red handprint blooming upon his cheek. Stunned by the sudden assault, Fadewan's head buzzed, and before he could regain his bearings, Rasa unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Given Fadewan's immortality, Rasa held nothing back, striking mercilessly. His fists fell like rain upon Fadewan, causing blood to flow from his mouth and nose, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Fadewan attempted to curse, but only incoherent whimpers escaped his lips. After an extended bout of punishment, Rasa began to tire, panting heavily as he paused his relentless assault. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing the swirling patterns of the Sharingan, and forcefully trapped the barely conscious Fadewan within its grasp. In the distance, the sand-hidden village ninjas who witnessed the entire scene of Rasa brutally assaulting Haydn felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Had it not been for Rasa's explicit prohibition, they would have rushed in to personally relish the thrill of punishing Haydn. Subsequently, Rasa and the puppeteers returned to the building permeated with the stench of decay and blood, where they discovered the lifeless body of Miyamoto Musashi. The gruesome sight was heart-wrenching. The body had been grotesquely tormented by Haydn, yet even in such a state, he remained a fallen hero for the sand-hidden village. Rasa bore the solemn duty of bringing him back to his homeland for burial. Soon, they returned to the village. Rasa had previously instructed Maki to take Kana, Shikaku, and Sakura to the training grounds. Upon their arrival, the trio's gaze was fixated on Haydn, bound and resembling a caterpillar. A surge of hatred erupted from the depths of their eyes as they gripped their kunai tightly, resembling wolves pouncing on their prey. Kana was the first to strike, thrusting her kunai fiercely at Haydn while declaring, "Master Musashi was pierced through the heart by you. Today, I shall make you taste that same torment." Shikaku, with red eyes, yelled while stabbing, "You enjoy tormenting others, don't you? Well, I relish tormenting you." Sakura, equally infuriated, unleashed her kunai relentlessly. Haydn, silenced and unable to voice his agony, endured the excruciating pain while glaring at the trio with murderous intent. Yet, at this moment, he had no power to retaliate, and his glare lacked the previous intimidation. The trio continued their assault until they were breathless and physically drained. Observing their state, Rasa informed them that they had retrieved Miyamoto Musashi's body and instructed Maki to lead them to the resting place. Meanwhile, he escorted Haydn directly to the Sky Ninja base. "Summon Yusukure for me," Rasa commanded within the confines of the flying fortress, exuding an air of authority as he addressed his subordinate. The subordinate, apprehensive, hastened to comply without delay. Before long, Yusukure arrived, jogging with a sycophantic smile plastered across his face, bowing slightly as he inquired, "My lord, what is your command?" His eyes betrayed a cautiousness, as if fearful of incurring Rasa's displeasure. Emotionless, Rasa unceremoniously tossed Haydn to the ground, fixing a cold gaze on Yusukure as he queried, "Does your Sky Ninja have any research on the human body?" This man is a cultist of the evil god and possesses an immortal body. Yusukure, following Rasa's indication, gazed at Haiden, his eyes gleaming with excitement as if he had encountered a rare treasure. He promptly assured Rasa, while our research on human anatomy is not extensive, if you entrust him to us, we will certainly devote ourselves wholeheartedly to meet your expectations. Rasa scrutinized Yusukure with the keen gaze of a hawk. Very well. I shall hand him over to you. However, you must understand that all of this is granted by me. Pausing for emphasis, Rasa added, in a few days, I will send approximately 100 individuals to learn from you. You must not withhold any knowledge. Do you understand? Yusukure perceived the warning embedded in Rasa's words, lowering his head further as he respectfully replied, Yes, my lord, I understand. He further noted, Moreover, I have observed that many have yet to don the sand-hidden village uniform. Rasa's voice turned icy. I hope this is the last time. With that, Rasa's figure flickered and vanished, leaving behind a pensive Yusukure and a struggling, furious Haiden on the ground. Yusukure composed himself, glanced at Haiden once more, and then beckoned a group of researchers clad in white lab coats who promptly approached. They skillfully lifted Haiden and proceeded deeper into the base as the heavy doors slowly closed behind them. Back in his office, Rasa immediately noticed several documents laid out on his desk. He swiftly approached and began to read them attentively. The documents detailed the situation concerning the feudal lord of the Wind Country, revealing that he had been successfully controlled under the covert operations of the sand-hidden village, with all ministers quietly replaced by ninjas dispatched from the village. The current situation was stable, progressing silently without anyone detecting anomalies. Upon finishing, Rasa's brow relaxed slightly as he gently set the documents back on the desk. The control over the feudal lord was a significant step for the sand-hidden village towards greater strength, and with progress unfolding smoothly, it lifted a considerable weight from his heart. Chapter 63. Time flies. The plot unfolds due to adverse climatic conditions. The Wind Country boasts the smallest population among the 5 great nations, and similarly, the population of the sand-hidden village is restricted. In light of this, Rasa conceived a long-term plan to expand the sand-hidden village, gradually relocating the citizens of the Wind Country to its vicinity, transforming it into a city. He understood that this endeavor could not be accomplished overnight and required meticulous planning. Previously, Rasa had carefully orchestrated the undermining of the feudal lord, paving the way for this very plan. He intended to enforce the relocation of Wind Country residents under the feudal lord's name, thereby advancing the initiative while shifting the burden of this contentious issue onto the feudal lord, effectively achieving 2 objectives in one stroke. With the timing ripe, Rasa promptly dispatched a messenger to notify Maki. Before long, Maki arrived in haste. Rasa, with an expression of indifference, directed him, Maki, you must personally travel to the feudal lord and oversee the command to ensure the issuance of the mandatory relocation order. This matter is of utmost importance and cannot afford any mistakes. Maki, upon hearing this, nodded solemnly and took his leave. Rasa understood well that even with control over the feudal lord, the implementation of forced relocation would create a considerable stir, inevitably attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. If word got out, other great nations would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Thus, the feudal lord could not overtly appear to be under control. A more discreet approach through subtle guidance would be prudent. Proposing suggestions to the feudal lord through his ministers would be an excellent method, as it would appear to outsiders as a normal decision-making process of the Wind Country, thereby concealing the sand-hidden village's influence. At present, the sand-hidden village, under a series of strategic plans, was gradually finding its footing. In a world where ninjutsu was the predominant force, Rasa was determined to propel the technological advancement of the sand-hidden village to unprecedented heights. While he could not foresee the ultimate level they would achieve, he firmly believed that with his grasp of the situation and the execution capabilities of his team, the outcome would not disappoint him. All these efforts were aimed at laying a solid foundation for the sand-hidden village before the plot commenced, ensuring that it could secure a place amidst the tumultuous changes of the future, no longer subservient to others. 12 years swiftly passed, and the narrative began anew. On the streets of the sand-hidden village, several figures darted rapidly through the thoroughfare. Leading the group was a boy with vibrant red hair flowing freely, each strand seemingly narrating his unruly spirit and vitality. His eyes, large and bright, like shimmering stars in the night sky, radiated both liveliness and determination. The forehead protector of the sand-hidden village around his neck gleamed sharply in the sunlight, proclaiming his identity and mission. The boy's physique was agile, exuding youthful energy and vigor in every movement, akin to a drawn blade, sharp and revealing. "Hey, Roga, slow down. Be careful not to bump into anyone," his companions called out with frequent reminders. However, Roga seemed oblivious, even accelerating the power of his electric skateboard. Leaning slightly forward, his body melded with the skateboard as he sped down the street like a swift cheetah. Indeed, 12 years later, the sand-hidden village had transformed into an entirely different entity compared to its former self. The population has surged dramatically, transforming once quiet streets into bustling thoroughfares. Streetlights stand in neat rows, illuminating the entire village as night falls. Occasionally, one can spot ninjas patrolling in off-road vehicles, their engines rumbling as they glide over the smooth asphalt. Many individuals gather at the bus stops, awaiting their rides to work. The scope of the village has expanded exponentially, far beyond the days when one could traverse the entirety of Sunagakure on foot. At the heart of the village stands the imposing Kazekage Tower, the tallest and grandest structure. At this moment, Rasa reclines in a newly designed electric massage chair, seemingly untouched by the passage of time, yet exuding an even greater aura of authority. His gaze is deeper, akin to an unfathomable abyss, each sweep of his eyes seeming to pierce through all pretense. His presence is increasingly formidable, every gesture imbued with the dignity of a leader, invoking an instinctive reverence in those around him. His office has transformed from a mere collection of desks and shelves into a fully equipped suite, surpassing even the comforts of home. Adjacent to his office lies a dedicated secretary's room, ensuring that Maki is readily available at Rasa's beck and call. On this floor alone, there are 10 offices. Aside from Rasa and Maki, the other 8 are occupied by pivotal figures within the village, such as Chio and others, who typically only frequent the office during work hours. As the elderly often prefer the comforts of home, the entire Kazekage Tower comprises 12 floors, each designated for specific departments. Over the past decade, as the population has surged, the number of administrative offices in Sunagakure has also proliferated, necessitating the expansion of management personnel to handle the burgeoning workload. The erstwhile Suna Ninja Village has fully integrated into Sunagakure. With its essence now a part of the latter, Suna Ninja Village no longer exists in the world. Off-road vehicles, airplanes, electric skateboards, and a myriad of other transportation modes have become commonplace in Sunagakure, with many semi-finished products being sold at a premium to neighboring villages. The development of Sunagakure cannot be concealed from other villages, nor is there any desire to do so. It stands unafraid of any rival factions. Meanwhile, Lord Roga, though the son of the Kazekage, has just been pulled over for speeding, and the fines must be paid in full. Several officials clad in traffic management uniforms surround him, their expressions stern and unwavering, showing no leniency due to his lineage. At this moment, Roga's previously brash demeanor has vanished, replaced by a flushed face, embarrassment causing beads of sweat to form. He scratches his head, sheepishly explaining, "I apologize, Ghana. I was in a hurry to reach the airport to meet my sister returning from Konoha, and I lost track of my speed. I will certainly pay the fine." As he speaks, Roga takes the citation and slips it into his pocket. Behind him, Haru and Ueno stand side by side. They graduated alongside Roga and are now teammates. Their class is often dubbed the Golden Generation, producing a multitude of exceptionally gifted youths, rivaling even Konoha's legendary 12. You were called, yet you chose to ignore it. Too busy showing off, and now you've been fined. I truly don't understand how the stoic and charismatic Kazekage could have such a reckless son. Ueno scoffs, his tone dripping with sarcasm. As Rasa's disciple, he holds deep admiration for Rasa, imitating his every word and deed, yet he finds Roga particularly irksome, believing himself far more deserving of the title of Rasa's son. Enough, enough. Roga was simply anxious to see his sister. Let us not be too hard on him, Ueno. Haru interjects with a sigh, attempting to mediate. She has often pondered how these two, who seem to despise one another, ended up in the same class. Roga, however, pays no heed to Ueno's jibes, his thoughts consumed by the anticipation of seeing his sister after such a long time. As he secures the citation, he hastily hops back onto his skateboard, racing towards the airport in a frenzy, his urgency palpable as he seems to be racing against time. Chapter 64, Temari arrives. Chinese cuisine abounds since their graduation from the Ninja Academy. Rasa has provided Temari and Kankuro with elite education. They have learned the intricate art of puppetry from Chiyo, grasped the secrets of wind-style ninjutsu under Maki's guidance, and absorbed political wisdom and life skills while by Rasa's side, their studies spanning a vast array of subjects. Although Rasa offers them premier learning conditions, he imposes no undue pressure, assuring them of his unwavering support regardless of their future choices. After a period of reflection and growth, Temari resolutely chose to follow Ailu on the path of diplomacy, leveraging her exceptional eloquence and keen insight to secure greater benefits for Sunagakure. Kankuro, on the other hand, devoted himself to mastering puppetry, training diligently under Chiyo before joining the military, where he quickly rose to the rank of captain due to his outstanding skills, making a name for himself in the military realm. As time passes swiftly, Ailu grows older, and the knowledge he can impart to Temari becomes increasingly limited, leading him to gradually transfer diplomatic authority to her. This trip marks Temari's first official visit to another country as the core member of her delegation. At the negotiation table, she exudes confidence, articulating Sunagakure's positions and demands with clarity and conviction, ultimately yielding remarkably favorable outcomes, affirming her growth into a capable and distinguished diplomat. At this moment, Temari sits aboard the return flight, her gaze instinctively drawn to the airport below, where a familiar figure dances with exuberance. The distance is great, prompting her to quickly don her observation glasses, and upon recognizing her brother Roga, she cannot help but laugh. Ha, that mischievous little rascal. Her smile radiates warmth, her eyes brimming with tender affection. Temari, known for her fiery temperament, has always been indulgent towards Roga, resulting in a particularly deep bond between the siblings. In contrast, Kankuro has endured his fair share of misfortune, often on the receiving end of Temari's wrath after annoying her or bullying Roga. As the plane lands smoothly and the cabin door opens, Temari immediately spots Roga peering through the crowd. Roga, too, catches sight of his sister, his eyes sparkling with joy as he bounds towards her like a jubilant fawn. Temari greets him with a smile, arms wide open, enveloping her rushing brother in a warm embrace. Roga, wrapped in a soft cocoon of affection, feels nothing but elation at his sister's return, his mind devoid of any distractions. Sister, did anything exciting happen in Konoha? Hurry and tell me. I've been so bored in the village. And Father won't let me go out. Roga eagerly inquires, his eyes filled with curiosity about the world beyond. Having been coddled by both Rasa and Karura throughout his life, he has faced little adversity. Even in challenging times, help has always been readily available. With a gentle ruffle of his hair, Temari playfully teases. Oh, there were indeed some thrilling events, and they are about you. Would you like to know? Ah, about me? Roga exclaims, confusion washing over his face as he struggles to comprehend how the happenings in Konoha could possibly relate to him. Sister, please tell me, what is it? He urgently shook Shuju's arm. Haha, there's no need to rush. This matter requires a discussion with both father and mother. Let us head home and talk. Shuju replied with a smile to calm him down. All right, Roha said, feeling somewhat dejected, but he obediently complied. Turning to Shuja's two companions, Shuju added, Haruno and Weno, you should join us as well. Upon hearing the invitation from her idol, Haruno's face flushed with excitement as she quickly exclaimed, Thank you, Shuju-sama. Weno, although appearing calm on the surface, was equally pleased internally. The group boarded the car that had come to pick up Shuju and drove towards home. As the central figure of the village, Roha's residence was naturally located in the heart of the village. The vehicle glided smoothly along the spacious street, with the scenery outside whizzing by. In no time, the car came to a gentle stop in front of a 3-story villa. Though only 3 stories high, the villa exuded an air of opulence. It sprawled over a considerable area, with the first floor alone exceeding 1,000 square meters, offering ample space. The villa was accompanied by a small garden, lush with a variety of flowers swaying gently in the breeze, emitting a subtle fragrance. Just as the group exited the car, 2 covert ENBU ninjas stealthily emerged from the shadows. Dressed in black, form-fitting attire with mysterious masks obscuring their faces, only their sharp eyes were visible. The 2 ANBU ninjas meticulously scrutinized each person getting out of the car, confirming their identities before disappearing into the darkness as if they had never been there. Shuju and her companions seemed accustomed to the presence of the ENBU ninjas, chatting casually as they walked into the house. Karura, already aware of Shuju's return, had instructed the housekeeper early in the day to procure a plethora of fresh ingredients, and was currently bustling about in the kitchen, the warmth of home enveloping the atmosphere amidst the rising steam. As soon as Shuju and her party stepped inside, the news quickly reached Karura's ears. She promptly set down her tasks and hurried out of the kitchen. Spotting Shuju holding Roha's hand, her face broke into a radiant smile as she teasingly remarked, "Oh, my eldest daughter has finally returned. I hope you didn't cause any trouble this time." Shuju feigned indignation, pouting as she playfully retorted, "Mother, I'm no longer that little girl I used to be. I've grown quite formidable." All right, as long as you're formidable," Karura laughed, her eyes brimming with affection, quickly ushering everyone to sit down. "The meal will be ready shortly. We just need to wait for your father and brother to return." With that, she turned back to the kitchen, continuing her preparations for the family reunion. Observing Karura's busy figure re-entering the kitchen, Shuju settled Haruno and Winno at the table before promptly following her inside. In the kitchen, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of cooking. Pots on the stove emitted steam, and the delightful scent of various ingredients wafted through the air. Before long, the mother and daughter, along with the housekeepers, brought out plates of delectable dishes to the table. The table was laden with an array of Chinese cuisine. Sweet and sour carp glistened with a vibrant sheen, its tender flesh enveloped in a tangy sauce. Kung Pao chicken shone with a rich glaze, the succulent chicken paired with crunchy peanuts, mingling with the fragrant scents of scallions. Garlic and chili, Mapo tofu radiated a bright red hue, with soft tofu exuding an enticing spicy aroma. Over the years, Roha had imparted the exquisite culinary skills from his past life to Karura. Upon tasting the dishes, she was astounded by their flavor and decided that such delectable food should be shared with more people, leading her to open a restaurant. Who would have thought that the restaurant would become an instant sensation upon opening, with patrons spreading the word, and even many from afar traveling great distances to experience it. Today, the restaurant has grown into a chain, with its sign visible in every sizable town within the ninja world, becoming a gastronomic emblem of Sunagakure. Chapter 65. Chunin exams. Once all the dishes were served, the family gathered around the table, the mouth-watering aroma enticing them, yet no one made the first move to eat. Moments later, the crisp sound of the door opening echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Roha entered, brimming with vitality, accompanied by Kankuro, who was pushing the electric wheelchair of Fuku. Now in his 90s, Fuku remained spirited. Although walking was somewhat challenging for him, Roha had thoughtfully prepared the electric wheelchair to ease his daily mobility. Moreover, he had arranged for 2 caretakers to look after Fuku at home, allowing him to live comfortably. For today's family banquet, Roha had invited Fuku to join them, sending Kankuro to fetch him. "Father, brother, grandpa, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for ages, but mother and sister wouldn't let me eat first," Roha complained, clutching his stomach with a look of grievance. Upon hearing his son's words, Roha's expression turned serious. A single glance silenced Roha, who quickly zipped his mouth and obediently sat beside Karura. Satisfied that Roha was settled, Roha beamed as he guided Fuku to his seat at the table. With the entire family finally assembled, Roha took his place at the head of the table, and only then did everyone begin to eat. Unable to contain himself, Roha dove in first, devouring the food voraciously, his mouth glistening with oil, displaying a rather boisterous demeanor. Winno, sitting beside him, frowned in distaste and shifted away, creating some distance between them. Roha had noticed the 2 companions accompanying his son as soon as he entered. He had meticulously selected these children. They were exceptionally talented and of impeccable character. Winno was even taken under his wing as a disciple, and now Winno's skills ranked among the best for his age group. Reflecting on this, Roha turned to Shuju, who was gnawing on a bone, and inquired, "How did your mission in Konoha go? That old coot Saratobi, didn't he give you a hard time, did he?" Setting down the bone, Shuju wiped her hands with a napkin and responded earnestly, "Not at all. Saratobi Hiruzen treated me very well, and he even entrusted me with a special task." "Oh, what task?" Roha feigned ignorance, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. This revelation piqued Roha's interest. He abruptly halted his ravenous eating, eyes wide open, recalling that Shuju had mentioned this task was related to him. The table fell silent. All eyes now focused on Shuju, eagerly awaiting her revelation. "The Chunin exams in Konoha will be held in just a few days. He invited our village to send participants." As she spoke, Shuju subtly glanced at Roha and his companions. Is it finally beginning? Roha silently pondered, though on the surface, he maintained a smirk as he commented. It seems that old Sarutobi wishes to gauge the strength of Sunagakure's younger generation. Fuku could not contain himself any longer, interjecting with a tone of pride and anticipation. Sunagakure is not what it used to be. Roha, you must show those Konoha ninjas the prowess of our young generation. Upon hearing this, Roha and his companions felt a surge of excitement. Their spirits ignited, eager to showcase their skills. They had long awaited an opportunity to compete against ninjas from other villages, and the prospect of expanding their horizons was exhilarating. Indeed, it is time for these young ones to gain some experience. Rohan nodded slightly, clearly in favor of this endeavor. He understood that this Chunin exam was far more than just a mere test. Kankuro, this Chunin exam is extraordinary. Go to Amatsuki tomorrow and procure some advanced life-saving equipment for the participants. Luo Sha's tone was grave and resolute. He understood better than anyone the concealed crises and undercurrents lurking behind this examination. Equipping their personnel with the advanced life-saving gear developed by Yusong Research served as a robust shield he could raise for the younger generation of the village. Upon hearing Luo Sha's command, Kinjiolang's face flickered with a hint of doubt. In his view, while the Chunin exam posed challenges, it hardly warranted such a grand mobilization. However, years of respect and obedience towards his father compelled him to nod in acquiescence, replying steadily, I understand, father. I will go first thing tomorrow. Once arrangements were made, the group resumed their meal. The restaurant was momentarily filled only with the soft clinking of cutlery. Suddenly, Kururo let out a heavy sigh, and the smile that once graced his face was instantly overshadowed by a cloud of sorrow. Luo Sha, keenly perceptive, paused in his actions and looked at Kururo with concern, gently inquiring, what troubles you? Is the food to your disliking, or are you feeling unwell? Hanju and the others also shifted their gazes from their plates to Kururo, their eyes brimming with curiosity and empathy. It's been a long time since Yulu has returned. I wonder how she is faring, whether she is eating well or facing hardships. Kururo's voice trembled slightly, her expression heavy with concern. Each word was imbued with a mother's deep longing for her child. Luo Sha then realized that Yulu had been brought here as a child and had been meticulously cared for by Kururo. The bond they shared had grown so profound over time that it resembled that of a biological mother and daughter. Hanju, Kinjiolang, and Luo Jia exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a sense of nostalgia. Memories of playing and laughing together in the courtyard, sharing secrets beneath the moonlight, surged forth like a tide, as they had all grown up as siblings. Do not worry, Kururo. Yulu has matured and possesses the capability to face any challenges. I have sent her on a covert mission. Though it is significant, I have arranged for trustworthy individuals to protect her from the shadows. She will return safely before you know it. Luo Sha gently patted Kururo's shoulder, softening his tone to soothe her anxiety. Please, keep a vigilant watch over her safety. She has endured so much suffering since childhood. I cannot help but worry. Kururo's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her grip on Luo Sha's hand tightening as she earnestly implored him. Luo Sha, witnessing Kururo's distress, felt a tumult of emotions within yet maintained a composed facade. His expression serious as he replied, Rest assured, she is also my daughter. Upon uttering those words, a pang of guilt gripped his heart, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. In truth, he had lied. He had not dispatched anyone to covertly protect Yulu, and the mission she undertook was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Yet, these thoughts remained buried deep within him, forbidden to reach Kururo's ears. Nearby, Ueno Tsurugi and Haruta nigh turned pale upon hearing Yulu's name, an involuntary flicker of fear crossing their faces. For them, that name stirred haunting memories from their youth. Chapter 66. Orochimaru's scheme, Luo Sha's pride after dinner. They exchanged pleasantries until the sun's fading light bathed Suna village in a golden hue. Luo Sha instructed Kinjiolang to escort Fanfu back home before hastily making his way to the desolate wilderness near Suna village. Previously, the Umbu had urgently reported that a mysterious powerful figure attempted to infiltrate the village secretly. The patrolling police department had engaged, but regrettably, they were unable to stop him. However, the individual left a message revealing his whereabouts and invited Luo Sha to discuss important matters. Luo Sha hurried forward, already guessing who this person might be. This wilderness was seldom visited, and under the setting sun, it exuded an air of mystery and silence. As Luo stepped into the area, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a faint hissing sound emanated from behind him. Without needing to turn, Luo understood the situation. Before him, dozens of venomous snakes, striking like black lightning, lunged towards his back, their triangular heads and icy gazes sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, he remained remarkably composed, showing no intention of evasion. Just as the snakes were about to make contact with his body, an extraordinary sight unfolded. The surrounding scenery seemed to twist as if manipulated by an unseen hand. And in an instant, Luo had teleported behind Orochimaru. Moving with astonishing speed, he materialized, his shuriken poised against Orochimaru's neck, the sharp blade pressed against the skin, ready to pierce with the slightest force. Luo narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with scrutiny and caution as he calmly addressed Orochimaru. "It seems you are well, Orochimaru." His voice echoed in the still wilderness, imbued with an imperceptible chill. Orochimaru slowly turned, an enigmatic smile lingering on his face. As though the lethal shuriken at his throat posed no threat, his eyes sparkled with inscrutable light, seemingly unfazed by the dire situation. Indeed, Lord Fourth Kazekage has truly mastered the flying thunder god technique of Konoha. Orochimaru's voice, laced with a sinister rasp, slithered into Luo's ears. "Speak. What brings you to Suna village?" Luo, aware of Orochimaru's intentions, inquired while keeping the kunai firmly at his throat, showing no signs of relaxation. Luo, "There is no need for such hostility. I have come to discuss a potential collaboration with Suna village." Orochimaru wore a smile that straddled the line between sincerity and mockery. "Collaboration? Huh. What could Suna possibly have to discuss with you?" Luo unabashedly laughed, his face a mask of derision. Orochimaru appeared unfazed by Luo's scorn. However, a subtle chill flickered within his elongated eyes. "Luo, your village is situated in a barren land, surrounded by desert. Have you never considered a change?" Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly, attempting to cast a tempting bait. Upon hearing this, Luo's expression turned even more disdainful. "Orochimaru, have you been coiled up in your snake den for too long, completely oblivious? Suna village, for all its faults, lacks neither money nor resources, so whatever your intentions, seek out someone else." Luo's tone was resolute, unyieldingly dismissive. Suna village had undergone a transformation beyond recognition, and he was not easily swayed by Orochimaru's words. Luo's unhesitating refusal sharpened the glint of coldness in Orochimaru's eyes, his aura plummeting to an icy depth. Yet, he quickly realized that now was not the time for confrontation, suppressing the rising murderous intent within. He forced a sinister smile onto his face, continuing to persuade despite Luo's frigid demeanor. "Hee, Luo, you jest. I am well aware that Suna village is flourishing. However, does the vast territory of Konoha and its countless resources not tempt you even a little?" He narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of greed and calculation flashing within, attempting to stir Luo's latent desires. Although Suna village is thriving now, who can predict the future? Should other ninja villages unite and cease exchanging resources with Suna, what then? By that time, it seems we may have no choice but to wage war. Orochimaru spoke leisurely, his tone rising and falling as if narrating a meticulously crafted tale. "Here, I happen to have a flawless plan. If we collaborate, we can seize Konoha without shedding a drop of blood. Lord Rasa, can you truly remain indifferent to such an enticing prospect?" As he said this, he leaned in slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Rasa, attempting to discern any flicker of doubt on his face. Rasa calculated that the moment was ripe. Pressing Orochimaru further could jeopardize his own schemes if the latter's plans were to change. Thus, he instantaneously shifted his expression, a glimmer of just the right amount of greed flashing in his eyes, and inquired, "Is what you said true? What if, in the end, we find ourselves empty-handed?" Orochimaru observed Rasa's demeanor with a concealed smirk, maintaining an impassive facade akin to a cunning merchant, and replied with a hint of flattery, "Of course it is true. I am preparing to execute a plan for the destruction of Konoha, and I can share the details with you without reservation. However, prior to its fruition, I require Sunagakure to help divert some attention to facilitate my endeavors." "Oh, how do you intend to carry out this plan?" Rasa feigned curiosity, pressing for more information. Orochimaru seemed to have anticipated Rasa's reaction, showing no concern about the plan being disclosed, and eagerly began to elaborate. "I have heard that Konoha is to hold the Chunin exams in a few days, inviting both Sunagakure and Lord Gaara. Thus, Orochimaru unveiled his seemingly impeccable scheme to Rasa without reservation. He spoke with fervor, his eyes gleaming with madness and confidence, as if the downfall of Konoha were already a foregone conclusion. Rasa listened intently, a meaningful smile gracing his lips, and when Orochimaru finished, he slowly nodded, commending, "Excellent, Orochimaru. You truly live up to being one of the legendary Sannin, even crafting a scheme to eliminate your master so meticulously." While this statement appeared as praise, it concealed a layer of sarcasm, akin to a sharp needle piercing Orochimaru's heart. Upon hearing this, a surge of murderous intent flooded Orochimaru's mind, akin to a tumultuous black tide threatening to engulf his reason. Inwardly, he thought grimly, "Humph, once you leave Sunagakure, I will ensure you regret your attitude towards me today." No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than Orochimaru was unwilling to remain with Rasa for another moment. He vanished in an instant, employing the body flicker technique, leaving only a gust of wind in his wake. Alas, he departed in haste, oblivious to the triumphant smile that adorned Rasa's face. This confrontation with Orochimaru was merely a cog in his grand design, all well within his control, while Orochimaru was but a self-important pawn in his game. Chapter 67. Orochimaru's inability to resist. A few days later, the candidates for the Chunin exams in Konoha were finalized. Besides Roga, Haruno Sakura, and Ueno Tsuru, there were 3 additional teams. Each member of these teams was among the finest of Sunagakure's younger generation, and Rasa had deliberately arranged for them to correspond with Konoha's Elite 12, creating a sense of rivalry. Considering the significance and risks of this journey, Rasa instructed Maki to meticulously select over 20 well-equipped jonin to accompany them to Konoha. These jonin, seasoned by countless battles, were armed with Sunagakure's most advanced ninja tools and gear, their primary mission being to ensure the safety of the young ninjas, including Roga. Upon learning of their impending journey to Konoha, Roga and his companions were filled with excitement. Driven by a strong curiosity about the outside world, they fervently requested to travel by bus instead of by plane. After all, as newly minted genin, their opportunities for missions were limited, and they yearned for more time to appreciate the landscapes beyond Sunagakure, immersing themselves in the customs of different locales. With just a few days remaining before the Chunin exams, and with a relatively relaxed itinerary, Rasa contemplated and decided to honor the children's wishes, allowing them to proceed as they desired. On the day of departure, sunlight bathed the plaza of Sunagakure as the bus slowly pulled away. Roga and his companions sat inside, their eyes sparkling as they waved goodbye to their family and friends outside. Several years prior, the road connecting Sunagakure and Konoha had been completed, a smooth and broad thoroughfare that tightly bound the 2 ninja villages together, facilitating their interactions immensely. At this moment, a bus was traveling steadily along this road. With the scenery outside evolving continuously, the vast, arid desert gradually gave way to scattered vegetation, and the undulating outlines of mountains became increasingly distinct. Inside the bus, the atmosphere was lively and vibrant. Although Roga no longer found himself overly astonished like a novice, the gleam in his eyes still betrayed his anticipation for the unknown. His gaze fixed intently on the window, missing not a single novel sight. Haruno Sakura sat beside him, animatedly chatting with her companions about their hopes for the journey to Konoha. Ueno Tsuru, however, sat quietly in her seat, arms crossed, appearing calm and composed. Yet the flicker in her eyes revealed the turmoil within. The members of the 3 teams gathered together, eagerly discussing the upcoming Chunin exams. Maki, the team leader, noticed this and cleared his throat to address them. "Children, during this Chunin exam, you will encounter many formidable opponents. Uchiha Sasuke from Konoha possesses the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, making him a significant threat. Hyuga Neji, hailing from the Hyuga clan, wields the powerful Gentle Fist and Byakugan, allowing him to perceive every movement of his adversaries during combat. Additionally, the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans form the formidable Inoshikacho trio, known for their seamless coordination and versatile strategies, capable of unleashing astonishing power in battle through their family jutsu. Therefore, you must remain vigilant and prepared." The team members listened attentively, occasionally posing questions, which Maki patiently addressed. After hearing this, Roga clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes as he declared, "They all sound impressive, but Sunagakure is no slouch either. I will give it my all and show them our strength." Ueno Tsuru smirked slightly, a hint of disdain flickering across her face as she coldly replied, Sharingan? Byakugan? They hold no fear for me. I will crush them all and make those from Konoha realize that the ninjas of Sunagakure are the strongest. Her words dripped with youthful arrogance and confidence. As the bus continued its journey, the scenery outside became increasingly lush. Rivers meandered by, and dense forests stretched endlessly, eliciting waves of admiration from within the bus. Just as everyone was absorbed in the joy of their journey, Rasa received a secret transmission from Orochimaru. Finally unable to resist taking action, he had anticipated this moment. His expression remaining as calm as still water, devoid of any hint of panic. Turning to Maki, he said, I need to leave midway to attend to something. You should continue leading the team to Konoha as planned. Take good care of the children and ensure their safety and readiness during the exam. That is of utmost importance. Although Maki felt puzzled by this sudden arrangement, he promptly nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Lord Gaara, I will do my utmost to fulfill the task. After briefly providing a few more instructions, Rasa swiftly opened the bus door, his chakra surging as he leaped away, vanishing from view, leaving only a cloud of dust in his wake. The children in the vehicle were still processing the sudden turn of events, peering curiously out of the windows. Roga, with a look of confusion, inquired, Why did father leave so abruptly? What is happening? Maki reassured them. Do not worry. Lord Kazekage has pressing matters to attend to. We must continue our journey. There is much to be done upon our arrival in Konoha. Upon receiving a transmission from Orochimaru, Rasa, utilizing his acute senses, darted through the air like a black comet towards Orochimaru's location. In an instant, he arrived at the scene. As he descended, a smirk of derision graced his lips, and he coldly addressed Orochimaru, You summoned me in such haste. Has something gone amiss with your plans? Orochimaru immediately suppressed his aura, his shoulders sagging slightly as a facade of submission washed over his features. He lowered his head and replied, Lord Kazekage, I realized my prior considerations were lacking. I sought your presence to refine our plans. It appears that Konoha has grown wary recently, and I fear it may jeopardize our grand designs. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Rosa's reaction, his hands subtly shifting within his wide sleeves, appearing humble yet secretly poised for action. Rosa's gaze, imbued with scrutiny, remained fixed upon Orochimaru, his aura as steadfast as a mountain, his chakra subtly radiating like an ephemeral whisper. Meanwhile, as Maki led the children towards Konoha, a vehicle laden with supplies suddenly erupted in a violent explosion. Flames soared into the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar, as thick smoke billowed forth. Maki reacted instantly, shouting for the Jonin to protect the children amidst the ensuing chaos. The sound of the explosion echoed in the distance, prompting Rasa to instinctively turn his head towards the origin of the noise, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. In that critical moment, a flash of ruthlessness flickered in Orochimaru's gaze, and with an almost imperceptible speed, he formed hand seals concealed within his sleeves, before suddenly bending low and exclaiming, Hidden shadow snake hands. In an instant, a multitude of thick pythons shot forth from his sleeves, exuding a pungent odor as they lunged toward Rasa with gaping maws like black lightning. However, contrary to Orochimaru's expectation of Rasa being pierced through, the serpents merely passed through him, as if he were but an illusion. Ah, Orochimaru, are you so eager to engage? Rosa's voice emerged from behind, laced with mockery. Orochimaru, taken aback, spun around. Upon locking eyes with Rasa, his pupils dilated in disbelief. Within Rosa's gaze swirled a crimson luminescence, 3 tomos spinning rapidly, transforming into the dreaded Mangekyo Sharingan. What? How do you possess those eyes? Orochimaru gasped, a familiar sense of impending doom flooding his senses. Observing Rosa's silence, despair gripped Orochimaru's heart, plunging him into a frenzied state of panic. The blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan emanated a chilling pressure, akin to the gaze of a demon from the abyss, threatening to pierce through his very soul, unearthing his deepest fears without mercy. In that moment, his thoughts spiraled into chaos, his mind blank, unable to discern reality from illusion, as the world around him morphed into an ethereal mirage. As time elapsed, Orochimaru felt as if an invisible hand was tightening around his soul, rendering his breaths labored. His complexion pale as a ghost, beads of sweat cascading from his brow while his body trembled involuntarily. Rasa, observing his state, approached him with a calm demeanor. each step resonating upon Orochimaru's taut nerves. He raised a hand and gently patted Orochimaru's shoulder, an ostensibly tender gesture that sent a jolt through Orochimaru's entire being. Complete what you must. I shall assist you. However, should you attempt to flee, I will appear before you in an instant. As his words lingered, Rasa quickly manifested a crystalline sand blade in his palm, the blade radiating a chilling glimmer, as if it could effortlessly cleave through the very fabric of existence. Orochimaru watched, paralyzed with fear, as the sand blade approached, devoid of the courage to resist. His body stiffened as if under a binding jutsu. The blade grazed his back, precision carving through his skin as blood seeped forth, while Rasa inscribed the flying thunder god seal upon him with remarkable speed. Throughout the entire ordeal, Orochimaru gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain without uttering a sound, fearful that any movement would provoke Rosa's lethal wrath. Once the seal was complete, Rasa retracted the sand blade, and Orochimaru's rigid form momentarily relaxed, but his eyes reflected not only fear but also a deep-seated resentment. On the surface, he appeared to cower, yet within him, an insatiable desire for the Sharingan surged, a fervent flame consuming him from within. As he gazed at Rasa, his jaw clenched. He vowed silently, if he could obtain Uchiha Sasuke's body and harness the power of the Sharingan, he would ensure Rasa suffered a fate worse than death for this humiliation. Unperturbed by Orochimaru's thoughts, Rasa regarded him merely as a pawn to be utilized. Earlier, he had already inscribed the flying thunder god seal on Maki and the others. In a swift thought, the space around him warped, and in an instant, he found himself within the swaying bus. Inside, Maki and the others were still in shock. Upon seeing Rasa, Maki hurriedly approached, his expression laced with urgency as he reported, Lord Kazekage, an explosion just occurred, but thankfully, there were no casualties. Only a supply vehicle was destroyed. Rasa nodded slightly, his anxious heart calming somewhat. He understood that Orochimaru's plot was not aimed at slaughtering the people of Sunagakure, but rather directed at him. The intention was to eliminate him and then impersonate him using transformation jutsu to stealthily attack the third Hokage, thereby obliterating Konoha. As long as no one is harmed, Rasa replied, his expression serene as he fell silent once more, his gaze drifting through the bus window, lost in contemplation, emanating an aura that made it difficult for others to approach. Observing this, Maki wisely refrained from further conversation, swiftly returning to the rear of the bus to continue discussions with Roga and the others, informing them of Rosa's return. Upon hearing this, the children's previously tense expressions softened, and the atmosphere within the vehicle gradually warmed. Before long, the outline of Konoha village appeared on the horizon. At the village entrance, several ANBU ninjas donned in animal masks stood vigilantly around Sarutobi Hiruzen, their stances upright and their gazes sharp, ever watchful of their surroundings. Upon spotting the Sand Village's vehicle approaching, Sarutobi nodded slightly and stepped forward with a steady gait. Rasa opened the bus door, and as he disembarked, his eyes met Sarutobi's. The two esteemed figures exchanged glances, a complex array of emotions flickering between them, an amalgamation of respect and subtle calculations. Sarutobi spoke first, his voice steady yet infused with warmth. Kazekage, thank you for your arduous journey. Konoha welcomes the esteemed members of Sunagakure to participate in the Chunin exams. Rasa inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, responding, Hokage, your kindness is appreciated. Our purpose here is to foster growth among the young ninjas of both villages through friendly competition. Their exchange, devoid of superfluous pleasantries, was succinct yet laden with significance. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped aside to lead the way, remarking, Lord Kazekage, please accompany me to the Hokage office. There are matters regarding the upcoming exams that require our discussion. Rasa nodded in acknowledgement, and the two walked side by side towards the Hokage office. Along the way, Rasa observed the transformations within Sunagakure. The village had been collaborating frequently with Sunagakure, and although the technologies and items introduced were primarily those deemed obsolete by Sunagakure, the talent within Konoha was abundant. Many individuals showcased remarkable aptitude while researching these innovations. The technological prowess of Konoha had indeed seen a significant enhancement, subtly reminiscent of the early days of Boruto's era. Along the streets, numerous intriguing gadgets and improved ninja tools were visible. As they strolled, Rasa's gaze swept across the bustling streets of Konoha, and he couldn't help but smile slightly, commenting, It appears that Konoha has been thriving of late. A flicker of pride crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, yet he humbly replied, "This is largely thanks to our collaboration with Sunagakure. Their technologies have injected new vitality into Konoha. We hope that Lord Kazekage will continue to bring us more cutting-edge innovations in our future cooperation, aiding Konoha's further advancement." As he spoke, a trace of barely perceptible greed glimmered in his eyes. Rasa detected this subtle expression, yet maintained his calm demeanor, responding with a serene countenance. "Indeed, our collaboration is mutually beneficial, a partnership where we progress hand in hand." What seemed to be a casual exchange was laden with undertones of strategic maneuvering. Both parties engaged in a careful dance of dialogue, probing each other's limits and expectations regarding cooperation, all in pursuit of greater advantages for their respective villages. For instance, while discussing new technologies, Rasa contemplated how to share advancements that would allow Sunagakure to retain its edge while ensuring Konoha's progress did not surge too rapidly. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen calculated how to acquire more pivotal technologies to bolster Konoha's strength. Before long, they arrived at the Hokage office. Chapter 69. Testing the waters. The streets of Konoha were bustling with activity. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke walked together, with Naruto brimming with excitement, glancing around, and occasionally standing on tiptoe to peer about. Kakashi-sensei mentioned that many ninjas from other villages have come to the village recently. Who knows? We might see some exceptionally powerful individuals, Naruto exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. I must seize the opportunity to showcase my prowess and let them know just how formidable I, Naruto, truly am. Sakura shot him a disapproving glance, admonishing, Naruto, you only think about fighting. Can't you be a bit more composed? Despite her words, her thoughts were far from Naruto, as her eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixed on Sasuke, her cheeks slightly flushed. But Sasuke, being out here with you, we might just encounter some strong ninjas. I can't help but feel excited. Sasuke, with his hands in his pockets and a cool demeanor, glanced at Sakura, stating indifferently, boring. I just came out for some fresh air. Don't drag me into your childish notions. Hearing this, Sakura felt a twinge of disappointment, but couldn't resist inching closer to Sasuke, trying to find a topic for conversation. As they continued walking, not far ahead, they spotted Roga, Ueno-tsuru, and Haruno now. Ueno-tsuru, with keen eyes, quickly noticed them, a peculiar smile creeping onto her lips as she strode directly towards them, prompting Roga and Haruno now to hastily follow. Naruto was the first to notice the trio clad in Sunagakure attire, waving enthusiastically and calling out, Hey, you all are here from Sunagakure for the Chunin exams, right? Ueno-tsuru approached, tilting her head slightly with an air of provocation, stating, Indeed. I've heard that Konoha's ninjas are formidable, but to me, they seem rather average. As soon as the words left her lips, Naruto's smile froze, his expression darkening. Sakura furrowed her brow, softly urging, How can you say that? Ueno-tsuru dismissed Sakura's words, retorting, What, did I say something wrong? You lot think you can shine in the Chunin exams. At this, Naruto's temper flared, his face turning crimson as he shouted, Don't be so arrogant. Our Konoha ninjas will never lose to you. Ueno-tsuru, incensed by Naruto's outburst, felt a surge of anger welling up, her eyes widening in fury as she swiftly formed a hand seal, exclaiming, Wind release, vacuum wave. A sharp wind blade, accompanied by a piercing whistle, surged towards Naruto like a flash of blue lightning. The force of the wind was formidable, slicing through the air and leaving a visible ripple in its wake. Caught off guard by Ueno-tsuru's sudden attack, Naruto stood frozen, wide-eyed with fear as the wind blade hurtled towards him. In that critical moment, Sasuke's gaze sharpened, reacting swiftly. He drew a kunai from his waist, and with a powerful flick of his wrist, sent the kunai hurtling towards the wind blade. With a resounding clang, the kunai struck the wind blade directly, halting it in its tracks, causing it to dissipate into a gentle breeze that tousled the hair of those around. Witnessing this, Roga's heart raced, and he quickly stepped forward, seizing Ueno-tsuru's arm, sternly admonishing, Have you lost your mind? This is the street of Konoha, not a battlefield. Ueno-tsuru, however, remained unfazed, scoffing as she shook off Roga's grip. Naruto, regaining his composure, trembled with rage, wanting to confront Ueno-tsuru, but was firmly held back by Sakura. At this juncture, Sasuke coolly regarded Roga and his companions, stating, Is it typical for Sunagakure ninjas to attack others so recklessly within the village? Roga, filled with remorse, was about to explain when he realized that Sasuke's attention had already shifted back to Ueno-tsuru. Sasuke fixed his gaze upon Ueno-tsuru, inquiring, "What is your name?" "I will remember you, and in the exam, you will pay for your actions just now." Ueno-tsuru smirked, a hint of arrogance in her smile, replying, "I am Ueno-tsuru. Just don't be too frightened to step onto the stage when the time comes." Roga, feeling slightly irked that Sasuke had only asked Ueno-tsuru's name and not his own, attempted to lighten the mood with a jest, addressing Naruto. "Hey, that blonde one. He only asked Ueno-tsuru's name. No one asked me. I'm a bit curious. With your exuberance, I still don't even know your name." Naruto, initially fuming, was taken aback by Roga's comment, but soon a wide smile spread across his face as he scratched his head, cheerfully declaring, "I'm Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Finally, someone asked me. It feels nice to be acknowledged. So what is your name?" Roga chuckled at Naruto's innocent demeanor, responding, "I'm Roga." Naruto nodded emphatically, repeating, "Roga, I'll remember you." Haruno now watched the exchange with a detached expression, her demeanor consistently aloof. Earlier, she had briefly admired Sasuke's striking defense against the wind blade, but her expression quickly returned to its customary coldness. Observing Naruto's enthusiastic response to Roga, she frowned slightly, finding Naruto excessively boisterous. Leaning in towards Roga, she whispered, "Roga, there's no need to waste words with them, but Sasuke's strength is worth noting." Her voice was frigid, devoid of any unnecessary emotion. With that, she crossed her arms, her gaze distant, standing apart as if disconnected from the dialogue, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance, always vigilant against the Konoha ninjas. "Humph. Enough with the chatter. Let us go," Ueno-tsuru declared impatiently, her eyes filled with disdain. At this moment, she understood that continuing to engage in a verbal sparring match here was utterly pointless. In truth, her earlier actions were not born of impulse. Long before embarking on the bus to Sunagakure, Maki had meticulously described the appearances of Naruto and his companions, which he secretly committed to memory. The moment Ueno-taka caught sight of Naruto and the others, a potent desire to test them surged within him. Now that his objective had been accomplished, he instantly reverted to his indifferent demeanor, harboring no inclination to linger further. With a slight bend of his legs and a sudden burst of power, he executed a nimble leap and dashed off into the distance. Roga and Haruta now exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation as they followed suit. In just a few bounds, their figures vanished at the end of the street. Sasuke gazed in the direction Ueno-taka had departed, his eyes ablaze with fury. The hand he had used to block the wind release, vacuum wave, still trembled slightly. A sense of unwillingness consumed him, his teeth clenched together. He berated himself internally. How could I barely fend off an attack from a mere Chunin from Sunagakure with such meager strength? How can I even contemplate vanquishing that man or reviving the Uchiha clan? Anger and frustration engulfed him like a tidal wave. Sakura, ever observant of Sasuke's state, noticed his ominous expression and was filled with concern. Cautiously, she reached out her hand and asked, "Sasuke, are you all right?" Before she could finish her sentence, Sasuke, resembling a lit powder keg, violently shook off her hand with such force that she stumbled. Without uttering a word, he turned and strode away, his silhouette exuding a sense of resolution and desolation. Witnessing Sakura being treated so roughly ignited a fierce anger within Naruto. His face flushed crimson as he shouted after Sasuke's retreating form, "Sasuke, what are you doing? Sakura is just trying to help you." Yet Sasuke seemed oblivious, not pausing even for a moment as he quickly disappeared around the street corner. Sakura stood there, dazed, staring in the direction Sasuke had gone, her eyes reddening as a tear rolled slowly down her cheek. The street remained bustling with life and activity, yet in this moment, her heart was heavy with bitterness and disappointment. Chapter 70. The battle begins. Sound Ninja. Days later, the Chunin exams commenced as scheduled. In the first round's written test, none of the 12 participants from Sunagakure were eliminated, not because they persevered until the end, but because they all excelled. Thanks to Roga's emphasis on education, the ninjas of Sunagakure received a superior education during their schooling, with a curriculum far more rigorous than that of Sunagakure, emphasizing cultural studies to an extraordinary degree even within the entire ninja world. At this moment, Roga and his companions found themselves deep within the forest of death. Towering ancient trees obscured the sky, their thick trunks and lush branches intertwining to form a formidable canopy. An eerie mist lingered in the woods, resembling a dense shroud that refused to dissipate, exuding an air of mystery and danger. They were participating in the second round of the Chunin exam, the scroll capture battle. However, in stark contrast to the frantic search for scrolls by the other candidates, Roga and his companions moved leisurely, as if enjoying a casual stroll through the forest. They exhibited no intention of actively seeking out opponents or seizing scrolls, instead making their way directly to the tower at the heart of the forest. Roga, with a blade of foxtail grass held between his teeth and his hands comfortably clasped behind his back, observed Wenotaka, who led the way. He remarked, "Isn't this a bit excessive? Don't forget there's still a third round." His tone carried a hint of jest, albeit tinged with concern. "Oh, rest assured, Roga," Wenotaka replied coldly, not breaking stride or glancing back. "Aside from those from Konoha, the other small ninja villages are not even qualified to enter the third round. I merely wish to hone my skills on them." Hearing this, Roga shook his head in resignation but refrained from further argument. Harutana, who had been notably quiet and uncharacteristically reticent in Sunagakure, silently trailed behind, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. In truth, they had originally planned to leverage Sunagakure's advanced scientific ninja tools to tackle this exam with ease. Before their departure, they had each been equipped with formidable scientific ninja tools. However, they discovered just before entering the Forest of Death that the use of such tools was strictly prohibited in this exam, leaving them with no choice but to stow them away. Nevertheless, they remained confident, planning to wait at the tower's entrance to seize the scrolls of other candidates one by one as they arrived. This seemingly audacious, yet somewhat arrogant strategy was steadily taking shape in their minds. Meanwhile, not far away, within the underbrush, the Sound Ninja trio, Doyu, Zoken, and Jirubu, were gathered, quietly discussing Orochimaru's plans. Doyu's face was shrouded in malice as she repeatedly rubbed the flute in her hands, her eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity as she lowered her voice, saying, "Kido has already gone to track down Uchiha Sasuke's team. We must execute Lord Orochimaru's orders flawlessly. This Chunin exam presents a prime opportunity to demonstrate our strength." Zoken and Jirubu, sharing a single body, exchanged furtive glances, their eyes glimmering with cunning as they chimed in. "Indeed, we cannot afford any mistakes. Once Kido signals, we will capture them all, otherwise we'll have no explanation to provide." Jirubu patted his rotund belly, his massive frame quaking slightly as he grumbled, "Humph, fear not, with me here. Those little pawns won't stir up any trouble." At that moment, a faint rustling of footsteps approached. The Sound Ninja trio immediately heightened their vigilance, resembling a pack of beasts scenting prey, swiftly concealing their presence. Unbeknownst to Roga and his companions, Wenotaka's keen eyes caught the unusual movement in the underbrush first. He furrowed his brow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he whispered, "Be cautious, something's amiss." Upon realizing they had been discovered, the Sound Ninjas ceased their concealment and revealed themselves. Doyu let out a sharp, chilling laugh that echoed through the woods, sending shivers down the spine. "Well, look at the little ones from Sunagakure. What? Are you hoping to share a piece of the action in this forest of death?" Roga and his companions exchanged glances, initially considering letting the Sound Ninjas pass before ultimately confronting them later. Thus, Roga shrugged, adopting a nonchalant expression as he turned to leave, stating, "We don't wish to cause any trouble, we'll be on our way." However, the Sound Trio had no intention of letting them go easily. Doyu's expression darkened, her already sinister visage becoming even more menacing as she scoffed. "Want to leave? It won't be that easy. Encountering us here is your misfortune." Jirubu flexed his robust arms, which resembled thick tree trunks, his massive form blocking their path as the ground trembled slightly beneath his weight, resembling a mountain looming over them. "Today, none of you shall leave alive." Zoken, meanwhile, stood to the side, a twisted smile plastered across his face, brimming with malice, ready to strike at any moment. Wenotaka sighed in exasperation upon witnessing this, a glimmer of cold resolve flickering in his eyes, akin to an icy blade in the winter sun. "Since they seek death, let us oblige them." With that, he swiftly formed hand seals with such rapidity that only an afterimage could be perceived, then shouted, "Fire release. Phoenix fire technique." In an instant, he unleashed a barrage of fireballs that soared toward the Sound Ninjas like meteors, their scorching trails cutting through the mist, instantly dispersing it. Wherever they passed, the air warped from the intense heat, as if the very fabric of space was about to be torn asunder by the flames. Humph, is that all you've got? Doyu reacted swiftly, retreating rapidly while placing the flute to her lips, producing eerie notes as she mocked. Allow me to show you the might of the sound ninja. The musical notes transformed into intangible sound waves, colliding head-on with the fiery projectiles. The sound waves sliced through the fireballs like sharp blades, producing explosive bursts that illuminated the battlefield with brilliant flames. Simultaneously, the notes conjured by Moya were laced with a nauseating aura, a palpable presence that withered the surrounding flora, releasing a putrid stench as if tainted by a malevolent curse. Seizing the moment of chaos, Rojas swiftly formed hand seals, causing the earth beneath to tremble violently. Earth release, earth hold technique. He bellowed. Do not be so arrogant, you scoundrels. In an instant, the ground beneath the three sound ninjas collapsed, forming deep earthen pits. Cairo, caught off guard, plunged one foot into the ground, stumbling forward as his massive frame swayed perilously, nearly toppling over. Damn it! Zoken and Yoken, witnessing this, instinctively split apart, one grasping Cairo's arm and pulling him free from the pit. Cursing, these Suna ninjas are tougher than they appear. Without delay, Zoken began chanting incantations, his hands weaving seals as grotesque white worms erupted from his arm, writhing as they secreted a viscous fluid, inching towards Roja, leaving a trail of slime in their wake and emitting a foul odor. Meanwhile, Haruka was not idle. She deftly maneuvered the puppets hidden behind her, exclaiming, Roja, allow me to deal with these worms. The mechanisms of the puppets sprang to life, launching a barrage of sharp projectiles like a torrential downpour towards Zoken and Yoken. The two agile ninjas evaded the onslaught with ease, all the while chanting, Twin Demon Assault. Suddenly, a peculiar layer of dark chakra enveloped their bodies, swirling ominously like turbulent clouds, exuding an aura of malevolence. They charged towards Haruka with astonishing speed, a gust of wind trailing behind them, sending leaves swirling into the air. At that moment, Cairo regained his composure, inhaling deeply as his massive form began to swell. He opened his mouth wide and expelled a viscous substance that rapidly expanded, forming a colossal sticky net that descended upon Haruka and her puppets, emitting a noxious odor that seemed capable of corroding anything it touched. Humph, is that all you have? Haruka's gaze remained resolute as she commanded her puppets to retreat swiftly, her hands forming seals once more. Lightning release. Lightning cutter. A brilliant blue lightning coalesced in her hands, crackling with energy reminiscent of a furious lightning dragon. This is a technique taught to me by Lord Rasa. Witness its power. She hurled the lightning towards Zoken and Yoken. The lightning struck them like a bolt from the heavens, causing their bodies to quiver as anguished cries escaped their lips. Yet, driven by a fierce determination, they endured the onslaught and pressed on towards Haruka. The worms struck by the lightning paused momentarily, their glowing bodies flickering before resuming their relentless advance towards Roja, seemingly unfazed by the electric assault. Seeing Haruka in peril, Roja swiftly altered his strategy. He formed hand seals anew, gathering wind chakra that swirled in his grasp, coalescing into a powerful gust, wind release, vacuum bullets. He unleashed compressed air projectiles that tore through the air towards Zoken and Yoken, shouting, Haruka, hold on. I'll take care of them. The air bullets soared with tremendous force, piercing through trees and leaving gaping holes, splintering bark and scattering wood shavings. Zoken and Yoken, unable to evade in time, were struck, their bodies launched like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily into a tree that shook under the impact, shedding leaves as they coughed up blood that stained the ground beneath. Yet, even in their battered state, Zoken and Yoken struggled to rise, their forms undergoing a grotesque transformation. Their skin thickened, arms bulged with muscle, and a frenzied light flickered in their eyes as if possessed by demons. Meanwhile, Cairo had extricated himself from the pit, roaring with a voice like thunder as he charged at Roja, his massive frame creating deep imprints in the earth with each step, akin to a wrathful beast. Roja regarded the advancing Cairo with a cold smile. Taste my magnetic release. He swiftly formed hand seals, and the metallic objects around him were drawn towards him, coalescing into a colossal magnetic spear, gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen, surrounded by a faint aura of magnetism. Behold the power of Suna's magnetic release. With the spear in hand, he lunged at Cairo, the magnetic force carving a deep trench in the earth as it passed, uprooting soil and creating waves of dirt. Cairo, realizing the danger, raised his arms to defend himself. The spear struck his arm, the overwhelming magnetic force ensnaring him as he strained against it, veins bulging as he shouted. How is this possible? What jutsu is this? Roha swung forcefully, sending Cairo sprawling across the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. However, Cairo was far from defeated. He struggled to his feet, charging at Roha once more, spewing forth the repulsive liquid that formed barriers in midair, attempting to thwart Roha's assault. The liquid splattered onto the ground, corroding the earth with a sizzling sound. Moya, witnessing her comrade's injuries, felt a surge of fury. She played her flute with renewed fervor, amplifying the power of her sound waves. The air trembled with visible ripples as the waves surged towards Roha's trio, accompanied by her shrill declaration, "You shall all perish." Roha's team swiftly dodged the onslaught, as Winnow Crane formed seals once more. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon erupted from his hands, its scales glistening as it clashed with the sound waves head-on. "You are not worthy to challenge me," Winnow Crane proclaimed, as the water dragon twisted under the impact, yet valiantly surged towards Moya. Moya's sound waves grew increasingly bizarre, disrupting the air around them and inflicting sharp pains in Roha's ears, as if countless needles were piercing them, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Moya's expression shifted dramatically as she retreated, realizing the shift in power. In that moment, Roha discerned Moya's vulnerability. Her concentration was crucial for her flute playing, and any disturbance would significantly weaken her sound waves. He exchanged glances with Winnow Crane and Harukita, and together they launched a coordinated assault. Roha unleashed his wind release, vacuum bullets once more, the air projectiles hurtling towards Moya. Winnow Crane followed suit with fire release, Phoenix Fire technique, fiery orbs trailing closely behind, while Harukita commanded her puppets to release their deadly projectiles, glinting menacingly like a swarm of lethal bees. "How will you continue to play now?" Roha shouted. Under the relentless barrage, Moya flailed, her rhythm faltering as her focus shattered, the sound waves' potency diminishing. Seizing the opportunity, the water dragon broke through the weakened sound waves, charging directly at Moya. Doyu's eyes widened in terror, desperately trying to evade the impending danger, but it was too late. The water dragon ensnared her tightly, flinging her violently to the ground, rendering her unconscious, while her flute slipped from her grasp, rolling into the nearby grass. At that moment, the figures of Zwijin and Eugene struggled to rise, their eyes ablaze with hatred, as if the flames of their enmity threatened to engulf the entire world, charging towards Kamiyama Tsuru. Having endured a series of battles, Tsuru was nearly depleted of chakra. His complexion was pale, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his breathing had grown rapid. Yet he persisted, summoning his remaining strength for the final confrontation. Zwijin and Eugene closed in on him, launching a simultaneous assault. Tsuru dodged left and right, sustaining several wounds that stained his garments crimson, blooming like grotesque flowers upon his white attire. The onslaught from Zwijin and Eugene became increasingly frenzied, their forms shifting unpredictably, at times splitting apart, at others merging, making it nearly impossible to defend against their attacks that howled like the wind, seemingly intent on tearing Tsuru asunder. Just as Zwijin and Eugene prepared to deliver a fatal strike, Tsuru's gaze sharpened with resolve. "If it must be so, then I shall resort to this technique." In an instant, his form vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Zwijin and Eugene. Startled, they turned. But before they could react, the kunai in Tsuru's hand pierced through their bodies. Their forms collapsed slowly to the ground, while Tsuru, having exhausted his chakra, succumbed to darkness. Kamiyama Tsuru. Roga and Haru Tana rushed to Tsuru's side, assessing his condition. Upon confirming that he was merely unconscious and unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 71. Just a trial. The fierce battle against the three sound ninja left all of them injured. Roga bore deep lacerations on his arm from Zwijin and Eugene's blades, blood soaking through his sleeves, rendering his complexion pale, yet he held on. Haru Tana's shoulder was corroded by the viscous substance expelled by Jirobo, her clothing torn, revealing inflamed skin beneath. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with anxiety. "Haru Tana, Kamiyama Tsuru is merely exhausted of chakra. He is not gravely harmed. We must hasten to tend to our wounds," Roga stated, rummaging through his ninja tool pouch for bandages to dress his own injuries. Haru Tana nodded gently, tearing a piece from her garment to address her shoulder, then joined Roga in bandaging Tsuru. Once they had tended to their injuries, Roga gazed at Tsuru and then around their surroundings, sighing in resignation. It seems our plans have been thwarted. In our current state, we cannot defend the tower entrance. After a moment of silence, Haru Tana suggested quietly, "Let us first submit the scroll at the tower's center, then take him away from here." Roga took a deep breath, helped Tsuru to his feet, and with Haru Tana's assistance, they staggered toward the tower in the heart of the forest. Throughout their journey, they remained vigilant, wary of any further dangers. With every step, their initial composure had dissipated, making each movement arduous. At last, they reached the foot of the tower. Roga stared at the tower entrance, a tumult of emotions surging within him. He had intended to showcase his prowess here, to claim the scrolls of other examinees one by one, yet now, a mere encounter with a small ninja village team had left him in this state. Upon entering the tower, they found the examiner responsible for collecting scrolls and successfully submitted theirs. Noticing their poor condition, the examiner refrained from further inquiry, simply recording their submission before gesturing for them to leave. The following day, the results of the second round of the Chunin exams were announced as scheduled. After intense competition, a total of 25 candidates advanced. Sunagakure performed exceptionally, with all 12 of their candidates succeeding. Sunagakure also showcased formidable strength, with another 12 emerging victorious. While from the Sound Village, only one individual progressed. Upon witnessing this outcome, the members of Sunagakure felt a stir of emotions, yet it was within their expectations, as they had unwavering confidence in their abilities. However, this result infuriated Orochimaru immensely. With the one-on-one battles approaching in 2 days, an atmosphere of tension enveloped the entirety of Sunagakure. On that night, under the silvery moonlight that bathed the streets of the village, Orochimaru stealthily infiltrated Roga's temporary quarters. Roga, meditating within, sensed an intruder and immediately opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the entrance. Orochimaru entered, cloaked in a black trench coat, his expression betraying an unmistakable ire. "Roga, do you have any idea what your subordinates have done?" Orochimaru's voice was laced with fury, echoing within the room. Unfazed, Roga rose and coldly regarded Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, your late-night intrusion and accusatory tone are quite unreasonable." Orochimaru stepped forward, fists clenched tightly. "My Sound Ninja team was ambushed by your Sunagakure villagers in the Forest of Death, suffering significant losses." Roga scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. "You never mentioned that you would send participants to the exam. How was I to know they were your people? Moreover, if you had properly informed your subordinates, they wouldn't have clashed with mine." As Roga advanced toward Orochimaru, his gaze unwavering, he continued, "My people were also gravely injured in that skirmish. I have yet to hold you accountable. And tell me, are your individuals truly mere genin? Why have I heard reports of bizarre beings with 2 heads among them?" Orochimaru's expression darkened further, his teeth clenched as he retorted, "Those were my carefully cultivated elites, and it was your Sunagakure people who failed to recognize their worth, disrupting my plans." Your plans?" Roga countered defiantly. "In this Chunin exam, everyone relies on their own merits. If your people are inept, don't blame others." Orochimaru was momentarily speechless, his fury boiling within, yet he recognized that he was no match for Roga. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he coldly declared, "This matter will not be left unresolved. You shall await the consequences, Roga." With that, Orochimaru turned and vanished into the night like a shadow. In the ensuing 2 days, within the Hokage's office of Sunagakure, the atmosphere was both lively and solemn. Roga and Sarutobi Hiruzen sat across from one another, the table before them piled high with documents and blueprints, as they immersed themselves in discussions regarding future cooperation between their villages. Their dialogue flowed seamlessly, from resource exchanges to technological collaborations, from talent exchanges to joint missions, addressing every detail meticulously. They also summoned their respective advisors to explore the feasibility of their plans, continuously refining their cooperative strategies. Meanwhile, in a training ground within Sunagakure, Sasuke was wholly engrossed in his training. In his hands, blue electricity danced like a nimble serpent, crackling with sound, as he practiced the Chidori, a technique he had recently mastered. With each execution, he felt the surge of power and pain coursing through his arm, gritting his teeth with determination and resolve, as he persistently adjusted the flow of chakra, striving to maximize the technique's potency. At the temporary quarters of the Sunagakure examinees, Roga had not focused much on the progress of the Chunin exams. He was well aware of the strength of his own candidates. Individuals like Haru Tana, who could wield Raikiri, posed little concern compared to Sasuke's Chidori, which, while formidable, did not warrant his anxiety. In his view, this Chunin exam serves as a trial for the young ninjas of Sunagakure. The essence lies in their ability to accumulate experience and enhance their strength through the exchanges with ninjas from various countries. Thus, even if the candidates from Sunagakure were to face defeat in the ensuing one-on-one battles, he deemed it entirely justifiable. After all, on the path of growth, setbacks and failures are invaluable treasures. Chapter 72. Overwhelming Akimichi Choji, Gentle Roga. At long last, the much-anticipated day of the third round of the Chunin exam has arrived. Under the radiance of the sun, the arena in Sunagakure glimmers brightly. The audience stands, extending in layers from the edge of the arena, are already filled to capacity, resonating with the buzz of excitement. People from Sunagakure and its surrounding regions flock to the venue, their faces glowing with anticipation for the thrilling ninjutsu confrontations, exchanging whispers about the talented ninjas who are about to take the stage. Outside the arena, the 25 candidates have completed the drawing of lots. Clutching their respective number tags, they return to their designated spots with their ninja teams to await their turn. The 12 candidates from Sunagakure gather, exchanging glances and brief words of encouragement. Roga, with a calm demeanor, surveys his surroundings and inadvertently locks eyes with the sole surviving ninja from Otogakure, Kadamaru. Kadamaru, slender and pale, with disheveled purple hair, gazes at Roga and his companions with intense animosity, his eyes resembling daggers, wishing to exact revenge for the defeat of his comrades, including the likes of Dojitsu, Jirobo, and others, at the hands of Roga's team in the Forest of Death. Kadamaru squints slightly, a flicker of malice crossing his gaze as he silently plots how to make Roga and his allies pay on the battlefield. The candidates from Sunagakure display varied dispositions. Sasuke, with a stern countenance, sits quietly in a corner, eyes closed in meditation, seemingly gathering strength. Beside him, Naruto is brimming with energy, chatting animatedly with Sakura and occasionally bouncing up and down, exuding an inexhaustible vitality. As time progresses, the referee's platform in the center of the arena gradually rises, and a ninja clad in referee attire steps forward, microphone in hand, announcing loudly, "The third round of the Chunin exam is about to commence. First, may the two contestants for the initial match enter the arena." With this proclamation, the large screen above the arena instantly displays the images of Roga and Akimichi Choji. The arena erupts into a thunderous cheer, as everyone eagerly anticipates the fierce clash between these prodigies. Roga hails from Sunagakure. I wonder what his abilities are like. But Choji is undoubtedly the most gifted ninja of the Akimichi clan. He surely won't lose. At the entrance of the arena, Roga strides confidently forward, his posture upright and expression serene, his Sunagakure attire billowing gently in the breeze. In contrast, Choji steps onto the stage with a steady gait, his somewhat rotund figure and round face exuding determination, unperturbed by the unknown strength of his opponent. "Roga, be careful," Haruno Sakura calls from the sidelines, her eyes filled with trust. Although Ueno typically does not see eye to eye with Roga, she stands beside Sakura, nodding in encouragement. The crowd from Sunagakure is filled with confidence in Roga's capabilities, believing he is more than capable of handling this battle. From Sunagakure, Nara Shikaku stands at the forefront of the crowd, his expression one of concern as he calls out, "Choji, showcase your strength. Do not disappoint everyone." Naruto leaps high, waving his arms enthusiastically. "Choji, go for it. You must win." The other members of the 12 Ninja Guardians, including Sakura and Ino, join in unison to cheer for Choji. Amidst the arena, the swift figure of Tsukigami stands tall, raising his hand high. Let the match begin. Without a moment's hesitation, Choji swiftly initiates his action. Multi-size technique. He bellows, and his body begins to swell dramatically, muscles bulging, transforming him into a giant before their eyes, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. In response, Roga remains composed, unfazed as he forms hand seals, magnet release, sand iron rain. He murmurs softly. The surrounding metallic particles are instantly drawn together, coalescing above his head to form a massive cloud of sand iron. The cloud churns and roils, resembling a colossal beast poised to strike. With a gesture, countless sand iron needles shoot forth toward Choji like a torrential downpour. Seeing this, Choji immediately halts, crossing his arms defensively in front of him to form a robust barrier. The sand iron needles collide against his sturdy arms, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs and sparking embers. Though Choji successfully deflects this barrage, tiny cuts appear on his arms, blood seeping slowly from the wounds. Such impressive defense. Roga can't help but admire, acknowledging the prowess of a Sunagakure ninja. With a muffled grunt, Choji gathers his resolve and charges at Roga once more. Roga, skillfully evading Choji's assaults, continues to wield his magnet release ninjutsu. He manipulates the sand iron, conjuring a solid shield before him to withstand Choji's relentless onslaught. Each clash reverberates with a deep thud, the sheer force creating ripples in the air around them. Choji, do not give up. Keep pressing the attack. Nara Shikamaru urges anxiously. Choji grits his teeth, sweat cascading down his forehead. Yet his gaze remains resolute as he increases his efforts, striving to breach Roga's defenses. Observing Choji's indomitable spirit, Roga feels a surge of respect. He furrows his brow, contemplating how to demonstrate his own strength without inflicting excessive harm on his opponent. After a moment of reflection, he swiftly forms hand seals, altering the shape of the sand iron. The once dense sand iron needles morph into elongated chains, writhing like serpents as they ensnare Choji. Attempting to evade, Choji finds the chain's speed and magnetic properties formidable, wrapping tightly around his limbs and body. Straining against the bindings, Choji's muscles tense as he endeavors to break free. But the grip of the sand iron chains only tightens. You have exerted yourself admirably. Your tenacity is commendable, Roga states sincerely, gazing at Choji. At this moment, the audience outside the arena holds their breath, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. The spectators from Sunagakure wear expressions of concern, while those from Sunagakure silently applaud Roga's remarkable display. Is this the magnet release of Sunagakure? Truly impressive, remarks Sarutobi Hiruzen from the VIP section, turning to Roga's father. Roga's adeptness at such a young age foretells a boundless future. Roga's father smiles in acknowledgement, yet a hint of concealed apprehension flickers in Hiruzen's eyes. After all, the potential of inheriting bloodline limits may pose a latent threat to Sunagakure. Choji continues to struggle, his face etched with defiance. Sensing Choji's resilience, Roga loosens the grip of the sand iron chains slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Choji exerts himself forcefully, breaking free from part of the chains and charging toward Roga. Roga does not evade. Instead, he forms seals once more, conjuring a colossal sand iron sphere before him. Choji's fist strikes the sand iron sphere with a resounding crash, the impact causing his arm to tremble slightly, yet he remains undeterred. Well done, Choji, Naruto shouted excitedly, his eyes brimming with admiration for his companions. Roga gazed at Choji, his eyes reflecting appreciation. Your courage and perseverance deserve commendation. Though you have lost this battle, you do so with honor. As he spoke, he once again manipulated the iron sand, binding Choji tightly. Exhausted and breathless, Choji looked at Roga, unable to break free. The referee, witnessing the scene, immediately announced, "The winner of this match is Roga." The arena erupted in enthusiastic applause, the audience cheering for the impressive performances of both competitors. Roga stepped forward, unbinding Choji from the iron chains, and extended a hand to help him up. "You are a worthy adversary." Choji nodded slightly, feeling no bitterness despite his defeat. Instead, he sensed respect emanating from Roga. This battle not only showcased Roga's formidable magnetic ninjutsu, but also highlighted Choji's indomitable spirit, leaving a lasting impression of Roga's gentle and kind nature on everyone present. Chapter 73, Sunagakure's Karasu vs. Uchiha Sasuke. The echoes of the first battle still resonated in the arena, igniting the spectators' emotions. Cheers and discussions intertwined, excitement and anticipation radiating from every face as they focused intently on the large screen above, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the next match. Soon, the screen flickered to life, clearly displaying the contestants, Karasu versus Uchiha Sasuke. In an instant, the entire arena erupted once more. It's Sasuke, the last scion of the Uchiha clan, with the Sharingan. His prowess is undoubtedly formidable. This match promises to be thrilling. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, for the Uchiha's reputation was renowned, and the Sharingan possessed a mysterious and powerful allure. Standing at the entrance of the arena, Sasuke wore a stoic expression, his gaze sweeping over Karasu with a hint of provocation. ever since the day Karasu had attacked Naruto on the street. Sasuke had vowed to make him pay on this stage. Karasu, equally stern, strode confidently into the arena, his posture upright and his eyes sharp as an eagle, unflinchingly meeting Sasuke's gaze. He had long been aware of Sasuke, and now, in this arena filled with spectators, he yearned to prove the strength of the Sunagakure ninja. Humph. Today shall mark your defeat, Sunagakure scoundrel, Sasuke declared, his voice icy, laced with undeniable confidence. You think you can challenge me? Don't be so arrogant, little Uchiha. Karasu retorted, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. You should have known from our last encounter that you are no match for me. Let's talk. You will pay for your arrogance today. Sasuke's eyes glimmered with cold resolve as he swiftly formed hand seals. Bring it on. Karasu replied defiantly, gathering his chakra in preparation. The referee raised his hand high and announced, the match begins. Sasuke acted swiftly, completing his hand seals in an instant, shouting, fire release, great fireball technique. He expelled a massive fireball, engulfed in searing heat, like a roaring beast, surging towards Karasu. The air distorted as the fireball raced by, stirring up dust from the ground. Karasu's eyes sharpened. He quickly sidestepped while forming his own hand seals. Water release, water barrier technique. A vast water barrier materialized before him, solidly blocking Sasuke's fireball. The impact produced a hissing sound as steam enveloped the area, momentarily obscuring both combatants. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke darted through the steam like a bolt of black lightning, kunai glinting in his hand. Karasu detected Sasuke's assault, leaping backward and drawing two kunai from his waist, charging towards Sasuke. The two met midair, engaging in a fierce exchange of taijutsu. Sasuke, utilizing the inside of his Sharingan, anticipated Karasu's movements, each of his strikes precise and rapid. Meanwhile, Karasu, relying on his extensive battle experience and agility, deftly evaded Sasuke's attacks while seeking openings to counter. Their figures danced across the arena, fists and feet colliding, kunai clashing, creating a symphony of sharp sounds. The audience followed their movements closely, gasping in awe. Go, Sasuke! Karasu, don't lose to that brat! Supporters from both Sunagakure and Sunagakure shouted encouragement, their voices echoing throughout the arena. In the heat of battle, Sasuke seized on a flaw in Karasu's defense, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Caught off guard, Karasu staggered back a few steps. Seizing the moment, Sasuke formed hand seals once more. Blue electricity crackling in his hands. Chidori, he shouted, the electrical current surging like an enraged serpent, lunging towards Karasu. As Chidori approached, the air seemed to tear apart, emitting a sharp wail. Karasu's expression turned grave. He recognized the formidable power of Chidori and dared not to take it head-on. He crouched slightly, expertly sidestepping as Chidori grazed past him, singeing the edge of his clothing. Karasu capitalized on the moment with an elbow strike aimed at Sasuke's head. Sasuke reacted swiftly, blocking with his arm, yet the impact sent shockwaves through him, leaving his arm numb. As they separated, Sasuke was inwardly astonished. Karasu's strength far exceeded his expectations. Despite unleashing powerful jutsu, he had yet to gain the upper hand. Conversely, while Karasu appeared somewhat disheveled, his breath remained steady, indicating he still had reserves of energy. I absolutely cannot lose here. Sasuke gritted his teeth, realizing that without resorting to stronger measures, he would undoubtedly face defeat. As he contemplated this, his body began to tremble slightly, the curse seal gradually manifesting on his neck, a strange chakra surging within him. The seal's power began to erode his rationality, his gaze growing increasingly ferocious, veins bulging on his skin. Prepare to die? Sasuke roared, gathering Chidori once more. Now, empowered by the cursed seal, it swelled in size, the crackling sound echoing like thunder. He charged at Karasu recklessly, his speed multiplied, carving a shallow trench in the ground with the force of his passage. Karasu's expression turned serious. He recognized that Sasuke's current state resembled that of the Sound Ninja Trio, and the power behind this strike would surpass imagination. Yet he felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, his eyes ignited with determination. Just as Sasuke reached him, the Chidori poised to strike, Karasu vanished from sight. Sasuke's Chidori once again found nothing but air. Overwhelmed by his momentum, Sasuke stumbled forward, struggling to regain his balance. Before he could steady himself, Karasu appeared behind him. Fist clenched, harnessing the tremendous speed granted by the flying Raijin technique to deliver a crushing blow to Sasuke's back. This strike was a culmination of Karasu's strength, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind as it landed solidly on Sasuke. Sasuke grunted, his body propelled forward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Tsuru gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet his eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. He gazed down at Sasuke, who lay on the ground, and slowly declared, "You have wielded a power not your own, Uchiha Sasuke, yet the triumph still belongs to me." Sasuke, despite being prone on the ground, yearned to rise, but his body refused to comply. The arena fell into a hushed silence, stunned by the unexpected turn of events. "Sasuke!" Sakura cried out, pacing anxiously above, while Naruto rushed down from the stands to assist the nearly unconscious Sasuke off the field. Moments later, the audience from Konoha sighed in disappointment, while the supporters from Sunagakure erupted in rapturous applause. Chapter 74. The first day of the competition concludes on the stands. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Tsuru's technique, his brow furrowing in surprise. As the Hokage, he possessed profound knowledge of ninjutsu and instantly recognized the Flying Thunder God technique. This child has mastered the Flying Thunder God at such a young age. He pondered, his expression growing increasingly grave. The technique's ability to teleport made it nearly unbeatable in combat, and with its young practitioner, the potential for the future was immeasurable. A flicker of murderous intent surged within him. If such talent were not harnessed by Konoha, it could one day become a grave threat. However, he quickly cast a glance at the man beside him, Rasa, suppressing his inner turmoil while maintaining a facade of composure, though his grip on the armrest betrayed his unrest. In the arena, the judges, Kakashi and other accompanying ninjas, were equally astounded by Tsuru's display. Kakashi widened his eyes, staring at Tsuru in disbelief, muttering, "How could he possibly utilize the Flying Thunder God technique?" In their understanding, this technique was immensely complex, mastered only by the prodigious Minato Namikaze. Yet now, this young ninja from Sunagakure had executed it, leaving them in utter disbelief. This is a technique that requires the combined effort of four of us to barely perform. How could he achieve it alone at such a young age? Kakashi exclaimed. Their conversations filled with confusion and astonishment as they regarded Tsuru as if he were an entity from another realm. Unaware of the spectators' reactions, Tsuru swayed after employing the Flying Thunder God technique, the excessive chakra consumption causing his vision to blur. In truth, he had been on the brink of collapse before the battle's conclusion, persevering solely through sheer willpower to defeat Sasuke. At that moment, his legs weakened, nearly unable to support him. Roga, who had been watching from the sidelines, noticed Tsuru's dire state and quickly sprang into action, rushing onto the field. With the eyes of the crowd upon him, Roga reached Tsuru, steadying his faltering form. "Rest well, it is over," Roga urged anxiously. Tsuru managed a faint smile, his voice barely audible. "I am fine." With Roga half supporting, half carrying him, they slowly descended from the arena. Upon returning to the seating area designated for Sunagakure, Roga gently helped Tsuru into a seat, retrieving a chakra-restoring pill from his ninja pouch and administering it to him. Haruno Sakura hurried over with a water bottle, her eyes brimming with concern. Tsuru leaned back against the chair, closing his eyes to recuperate, striving to restore his strength. This match had thrust Sunagakure into the spotlight, but had inadvertently rendered Tsuru a target. Rasa, seated in the VIP section, beamed with pride and satisfaction as he witnessed Tsuru's remarkable performance. He nodded slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, his gaze reflecting approval and admiration for his apprentice. To him, Tsuru's display of prowess in such a significant event was the ultimate affirmation of his diligent guidance. However, he was acutely aware that behind this Chunin exam lay a more intricate situation. While Sunagakure and Konoha appeared to maintain peace, undercurrents of tension stirred beneath the surface, eliciting a cold smirk from him. He understood well the thoughts swirling in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, yet he paid them no mind. In his plans, everything progressed with meticulous precision. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you need not worry for long, Rasa mused internally, knowing that come tomorrow, everything would transform. He recognized that this Chunin exam was merely a prelude. The true storm was on the horizon. He was already prepared, waiting for the opportune moment to elevate Sunagakure to a more significant position on the stage of the ninja world. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he regarded him merely as a symbol of a soon-to-be finished era. The battles of the Chunin exam unfolded with fervor. Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino faced off against the ninjas from Sunagakure. Nara Shikamaru, with his astute intellect, adeptly utilized his surroundings and strategy, ultimately defeating his opponent after a protracted struggle. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Ino, despite exerting her utmost and employing her signature techniques to disrupt her foe mentally, found herself outmaneuvered by the Sunagakure ninja and regrettably succumbed to defeat. In subsequent matches, the ninjas from Sunagakure exhibited formidable strength, as the scales of victory frequently tipped in their favor. Tintin unleashed her weapons like a torrential downpour upon her opponent, yet they were skillfully dodged and countered by the Sunagakure ninjas, leading to her inevitable defeat. Hinata Hyuga's battle with Kidamaru was nothing short of thrilling. Kidamaru's sinister techniques and brutal assaults trapped Hinata in a dire predicament, binding her with threads and relentlessly targeting her with sharp chakra needles. Although Hinata fought valiantly, activating her Byakugan to seek out Kidamaru's weaknesses, the disparity in strength began to overwhelm her. Just as Kidamaru prepared to deliver a fatal blow, the head of the Hyuga clan arrived, utilizing swift gentle fist techniques to repel Kidamaru and rescue Hinata. Pale and weak, Hinata lay on the ground as her clan members gathered around her, their expressions filled with fury and animosity directed at Kidamaru, as if they wished to consume him alive. Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru charged in unison across the arena, employing their techniques to stir up clouds of dust, yet the Sunagakure ninja skillfully maneuvered the terrain, using earth release techniques to neutralize their assault, ultimately leading to their elimination. In the 11th match, Shino Aburame commanded the insects within him, attempting to deliver a decisive strike to his opponent, but the Sunagakure ninja, with keen perception and targeted techniques, dismantled his strategy, resulting in Shino's regrettable exit from the arena. Just when it seemed that the following matches would lose their excitement, an unexpected clash arrived. Naruto versus Neji Hyuga. As the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Neji possessed exceptional gentle fist skills, and before the match, nearly everyone was certain he would easily triumph over Naruto. However, as the battle commenced, Naruto, fueled by tenacity and agility, evaded Neji's assaults time and again. In the final moments of combat, Naruto continuously awakened the chakra within him, his momentum surging. His eyes radiated determination as he shouted, "Neji, I will shatter your destiny." Ultimately, with a sudden and unexpected strike, he succeeded in overcoming him. After witnessing this match, the spectators found it hard to believe their eyes. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence, which was soon shattered by a cacophony of gasps and discussions. Everyone was incredulous that Naruto, who usually lagged behind, had triumphed over Hyuga Neji, the most gifted member of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 75, Barbecue. The first day of the competition concluded amidst fervor and excitement, as the night quietly enveloped Konoha village. After a day of bustling activity, Roga gathered his companions from Sunagakure and led them to the famous barbecue restaurant of the Akimichi clan. Along the way, the streets were aglow with lights. The shops on either side remained lively, with villagers discussing the thrilling moments of today's matches in small groups or hurrying home. As they passed a convenience store, Roga caught sight of Naruto inside, selecting instant noodles. Dressed in his signature orange jacket and with slightly tousled hair, Naruto was engrossed in choosing from the shelves. Roga felt a pang of fondness remembering Naruto's performance in the arena. He approached with a smile, saying, "Naruto, eating instant noodles alone isn't enough fun. Would you like to join us for some barbecue?" Upon hearing the voice, Naruto turned, surprised to see Roga, and shyly scratched his head. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Noticing Naruto's hesitation, Roga sincerely encouraged, "Don't be shy. We'd like to befriend you. Come along." Hearing the word friend made Naruto's eyes light up. He had longed for companionship, and Roga's invitation warmed his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded enthusiastically and agreed. Upon arriving at the Akimichi barbecue restaurant, the inviting aroma of grilled meat filled the air, with the charcoal flames crackling and diners enjoying raucous laughter. As they entered, Roga spotted his opponent, Akimichi Choji, sitting in a corner, surrounded by an array of grilled meats and snacks, munching heartily with his cheeks puffed out. Roga approached him, clapping Choji on the shoulder. "Choji, mind if we join you? Today's match was thrilling. Let's chat while we eat." Choji looked up, momentarily taken aback, then grinned warmly. "Sure. Eating together is always more fun." Thus, the group gathered around, and the waiter promptly served fresh grilled meats and various delicacies. Roga adeptly picked up a skewer and placed the meat on the grill, which sizzled delightfully, the fat dripping onto the coals and sparking little flames. As they enjoyed the barbecue, laughter and conversation flowed freely. Somehow, the topic shifted to Ginkaku. At the mention of his name, both Choji and Naruto's smiles vanished, replaced by expressions of anger. Choji bit down hard on a piece of meat, speaking through clenched teeth. That Ginkaku is despicable. He was so ruthless against Hinata. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the Hyuga clan leader, she could have been in serious danger. Naruto set down his utensils, fists clenched, his eyes blazing with fury. Exactly. If I ever encounter Ginkaku, I'll make sure he knows the consequences of bullying a Konoha ninja. As he spoke, Naruto waved his arms dramatically, mimicking a fighter. Observing the indignation on Naruto and Choji's faces, Roga smiled and reassured them, "Don't worry. People like Ginkaku will inevitably pay for their actions. For now, let's savor our meal and recharge. More exciting matches await us." The group nodded in agreement and resumed their jovial eating. In this lively atmosphere, the young ninjas from different villages drew closer through food and shared interests, their laughter echoing throughout the barbecue restaurant. Meanwhile, in the room where Roga's father, Rasa, resided, the flickering candlelight illuminated his serious expression. Sitting at the table, steam rose from the teacup in his hands. A knock on the door interrupted the silence, and Rasa's voice, low and authoritative, commanded, "Come in." Roga and Maki entered, immediately sensing the unusual atmosphere in the room. Roga instinctively glanced at Maki, their eyes exchanging a hint of concern. "Roga," Rasa began, his tone grave and unyielding. "As soon as tomorrow's match concludes, you are to accompany Maki back to Sunagakure without delay." Roga furrowed his brow in confusion, stepping forward to ask, "Father, why the urgency? Is something amiss in the village?" Maki, equally puzzled, fixed his gaze on Rasa, awaiting an explanation. However, Rasa merely turned his back on them, his voice cold. "Do not ask what should not be questioned. Simply follow my orders." Roga was about to protest when Rasa abruptly turned, his piercing gaze silencing him. "What? Are you now disregarding my words? Leave." Taken aback by the sudden sternness, Roga and Maki exchanged bewildered glances, but could only bow in resignation as they slowly exited the room. As the door closed behind them, Roga couldn't help but glance back at the now-closed door, a tangle of confusion swirling in his mind. Maki placed a reassuring hand on Roga's shoulder and whispered, "Don't overthink it. Lord Kazekage must have his reasons." With a soft sigh, Roga nodded, their figures elongated in the dim corridor light before gradually disappearing into the night. Inside, Rasa stared in the direction of their departure, his brow furrowed, yet his eyes gleamed with ambition. Chapter 76, Haruno Sakura vs. Nara Shikamaru. Raikiri. The following day, the sky over Konoha village was exceptionally clear, with sunlight pouring down unabashedly, illuminating the arena brilliantly. Following the fervent battles of the first day, the audience's enthusiasm soared, and the stands were packed to capacity. Those unable to secure seats brought their own stools or stood in the aisles, even climbing the low walls surrounding the arena, all eager to catch every thrilling duel. The drawing ceremony concluded smoothly, with Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in Hokage attire, standing solemnly on the platform, passionately articulating the will of fire. "Everyone, the will of fire is the soul of Konoha village, embodying the dreams and hopes of our predecessors. On this stage of the Chunin exams, let the will of fire burn brightly, showcasing the glory and responsibility of Konoha ninjas." His powerful voice resonated above the arena, inspiring every listener, prompting waves of applause from the crowd. As Sarutobi concluded his speech, the matches were set to commence. The large screen above the arena rapidly cycled through images before finally settling on the competitors for the first match, Haruno Sakura vs. Nara Shikamaru. On the field, Sakura, donned in Sunagakure attire, exhibited a composed and sharp demeanor, her hands deftly gripping the strings controlling her puppets, standing tall with confidence. Nara Shikamaru ambled onto the field with his hands in his pockets, a reluctant sigh escaping him as he saw his opponent was a girl. "Ugh, why does it have to be a girl? I really don't want to fight," he muttered under his breath, lacking any desire for battle. He simply plopped down on the grassy center of the arena, resting his hands behind his head, his legs crossed, appearing utterly disinclined to rise. Sakura furrowed her brow slightly. While she found Shikamaru's demeanor peculiar, she remained vigilant, maneuvering her puppets closer to him, She kept a watchful eye on his movements, the metallic components of her puppets glinting ominously in the sunlight. "Hey, are you really not going to get up?" Haruta Nai inquired, her voice crisp and tinged with a hint of caution. Nara Shikamaru, showing no sign of movement, lazily replied, "Fighting with a girl is too troublesome. You can just win." Spectators at the sidelines buzzed with speculation, some finding Nara Shikamaru's behavior odd, while others speculated it might be part of a strategy. Haruta Nai remained skeptical. The puppet drew closer to Nara Shikamaru, its blade aimed directly at him. He continued to recline, and just as the crowd thought he was about to concede, Nara Shikamaru suddenly sprang into action. With swift hand signs, his movements were fluid as he quietly declared, "Shadow Binding Jutsu." A shadow erupted from beneath him, slithering toward Haruta Nai like a dark serpent, attempting to ensnare her. It turned out that he appeared disinterested in combat, but had been patiently waiting for the opportune moment. Wherever the shadow traveled, the grass beneath it was pressed down flat. Haruta Nai, however, was prepared. She had heard of the Nara family's secret techniques. Just as the shadow was about to make contact, she swiftly sidestepped and concealed herself within the shadows cast by a nearby structure. The darkness enveloped her like a pool of ink, swallowing her whole. Nara Shikamaru's shadow-binding jutsu missed its target, and he frowned, taken aback by Haruta Nai's vigilance, causing him to regard her with increased respect. In the depths of darkness, Haruta Nai maneuvered her puppet, which charged forth, its blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as it bore down on Nara Shikamaru. He quickly sprang to his feet, evading with agile movements, the dust swirling in the sunlight around him. His mind raced, strategizing how to counter her relentless assault. He attempted to execute the shadow-binding jutsu once more, but Haruta Nai remained concealed in the shadows, making it difficult for him to find the right angle and timing. The darkness had become her natural shield. "Oh, this girl is quite formidable," Nara Shikamaru thought to himself, his gaze fixed on the shadow, trying to discern Haruta Nai's movements. She unleashed a series of rapid attacks with her puppet, each strike executed with precision and power. Nara Shikamaru adeptly dodged, narrowly escaping the puppet's blades, which had already torn several rips into his clothing. However, as time wore on, he realized that mere evasion would not suffice. He needed to take the initiative. Feigning exhaustion, he staggered, his body trembling slightly, a fatigued expression crossing his face, attempting to lure Haruta Nai from her cover. He swayed while secretly gauging the distance and timing from the shadows. Unmoved, Haruta Nai continued her assault, her puppet maintaining a relentless rhythm. While she meticulously observed Nara Shikamaru's every move, her demeanor calm and focused, not missing a single subtle action. Seeing his ruse ineffective, Nara Shikamaru decided to take a risk. He seized the moment between the puppet's attacks, darting towards the darkness where Haruta Nai was hidden, moving with blinding speed, a gust of wind trailing behind him. Simultaneously, he formed hand signs, preparing to unleash the shadow-binding jutsu as he approached, determination and resolve gleaming in his eyes. Noticing Nara Shikamaru's advance, Haruta Nai's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. She suddenly burst forth from the shadows, her hands moving swiftly to form seals, lightning chakra coalescing in her palms, the blue light crackling with energy. "Lightning cutter," she shouted, thrusting the lightning-infused strike toward Nara Shikamaru, the surrounding air scorching and warping from its intensity. Nara Shikamaru, caught off guard, felt a surge of panic as the lightning cutter bore down on him, just as it was about to pierce his chest. Haruta Nai deftly controlled her power, halting the attack a mere inch from him, the lightning illuminating Nara Shikamaru's pale face. "I win," she stated, her tone steady and devoid of emotion, as the brilliance of the lightning cutter gradually faded from her grasp. Nara Shikamaru, gazing at the flickering lightning before him, sighed in resignation. "All right, you are impressive." The arena erupted into fervent applause, the audience celebrating the thrilling match. Meanwhile, from the stands, Kakashi watched in shock as Haruta Nai executed the lightning cutter, his eyes widening in disbelief, leaning slightly forward. Those around him, familiar with the technique as Kakashi's original ninjutsu, cast questioning glances in his direction, their expressions filled with intrigue. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face grew serious, arms crossed, contemplating how this lightning cutter had been learned by a ninja from Sunagakure, an unsettling feeling creeping into his mind. Chapter 77, Roga vs. Lee. As the spectacular showdown between Haruta Nai and Nara Shikamaru concluded, The atmosphere in the arena surged to new heights. The audience, still exhilarated, erupted into cheers and applause. Their eyes eagerly fixed on the large screen above, filled with anticipation for the next matchup. Soon, the screen flickered to life, clearly displaying the next duel, Roga from Sunagakure against Lee from Sunagakure. Instantly, the arena buzzed once more with excitement. It's Lee, the taijutsu fanatic. Roga from Sunagakure was no ordinary competitor, and this match promised to be spectacular. Roga stood tall, clad in the garb of Sunagakure, exuding calm confidence. Lee, donned in his signature green jumpsuit and headband, dashed energetically to the center of the arena, fists clenched and trembling with barely contained excitement. Eager for this long-awaited confrontation with a ninja from another village. Roga gave a slight nod and spoke first, his voice gentle. Lee, I've heard much of your reputation. It's an honor to battle you today, and I hope to witness your prowess. Lee beamed, revealing a bright smile. Roga, I've long wished to spar with you. Let us fight with all our might. The referee stepped forward, raising a hand high and announcing loudly, the match begins. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lee surged forward like a green lightning bolt, his speed kicking up a cloud of dust beneath him. His legs moved like pistons in rapid succession, each step leaving heavy imprints on the ground, causing it to tremble. Roga's eyes sharpened, quickly sidestepping with keen perception, inwardly marveling at Lee's velocity. Lee, having missed his first strike, spun around, his right fist roaring through the air like a cannonball aimed at Roga. Roga swiftly leaned back, his body nearly parallel to the ground as Lee's fist grazed past his nose. In a seamless motion, Lee executed a whip kick, his left leg sweeping toward Roga with the sharpness of a battle axe. Roga deftly tapped his toes, leaping back several meters to evade the fierce blow. Such incredible speed and strength. Roga thought, impressed. At this rate, I will surely be struck. Determined to adapt, Roga resolved to change tactics. Seizing the interval during Lee's assault, he jumped back to create distance, swiftly forming hand signs. Magnet release, iron sand rain. Roga called out. The metallic particles in the surrounding air were instantly drawn toward him, coalescing above his head to form a massive cloud of iron sand. The cloud swirled ominously, resembling a beast poised to pounce. With a flick of his hands, countless iron needles rained down upon Lee. Unfazed, Lee shouted defiantly, his hands moving rapidly, striking each needle with astonishing speed, sending sparks flying as they clashed against his fists. Despite Xiaoli successfully fending off this wave of attacks, his arm bore several small wounds from which blood gradually seeped. Is this all you've got, Luo Jiajun? Xiaoli shouted while deflecting the iron sand needles. I will not be so easily defeated. With that, he charged toward Luo Jia once more, his speed surpassing his previous efforts. Luo Jia continuously manipulated the iron sand, attempting to thwart Xiaoli's approach. He transformed the iron sand needles into chains, forming a defensive barrier before him, while simultaneously dispatching some of the iron sand to attack Xiaoli from the sides and rear. Xiaoli skillfully navigated through the onslaught of chains and needles, relying on his keen observation and exceptional reflexes to evade the strikes time and again. However, as time wore on, he began to feel the strain of fatigue. His breath grew rapid, and sweat soaked through his clothes. Yet, the fighting spirit in his eyes blazed ever more fiercely. He understood that if he did not close the distance to Luo Jia quickly, he would surely succumb to exhaustion and defeat. I cannot give up now, Xiaoli silently urged himself. Suddenly, he halted, grasped the weighted bands tied to his limbs, and with a powerful tug, he freed himself from their restraint. As the weights fell away, Xiaoli's aura surged, significantly enhancing his speed and strength. Luo Jia was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiaoli had been burdened during such a contest. Once more, Xiaoli charged at Luo Jia, this time moving with such velocity that his figure became nearly indistinguishable. Luo Jia could not mount an effective defense in time and was struck by Xiaoli's fist on the shoulder, sending him flying backward. Now's my chance. Xiaoli seized the opportunity, leaping high into the air and executing a rapid flip, his legs spinning like propellers as he descended toward the fallen Luo Jia. Unleashing his signature technique, the Lotus Blossom, Luo Jia swiftly adjusted his posture midair, forming hand seals with great urgency. Just as Xiaoli's attack was about to connect, a transparent chakra shield materialized around Luo Jia, absorbing the full force of the blow. What is this? Xiaoli pondered, astonished by Luo Jia's unexpected defensive prowess. Capitalizing on Xiao Li's moment of surprise, Luo Jia sprang up from the ground, creating distance between them once more. He realized that to triumph over this formidable opponent, he would need to employ a more potent strategy. It seems I must resort to that technique, Luo Jia resolved inwardly. In an instant, his body transformed into a blue flash, moving at sonic speed to Xiao Li's rear. Xiao Li had no time to react and was kicked in the back by Luo Jia, propelling him forward. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Gasped the spectators outside the arena. They had never witnessed such a powerful speed-based technique. Luo Jia's sudden burst of speed left them awestruck. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. This does not appear to be a space-time ninjutsu. Struggling to rise from the ground, Xiao Li bore a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes shone with indomitable spirit. Luo Jia-jun, you are strong, but I have not lost yet, Xiao Li shouted, his body beginning to tremble as a formidable chakra surged forth from within him. Eighth gate, the door of death, open, he bellowed. As his voice rang out, the chakra surrounding him intensified, his skin taking on a deeper hue, with veins protruding like serpents beneath the surface. His speed and strength received another qualitative boost, transforming him into a veritable combat machine. Xiao Li propelled himself off the ground, creating fissures in the earth as he rocketed toward Luo Jia. As he neared, Xiao Li spun rapidly, generating a mini tornado that whipped the air around him, his limbs slicing through the air like blades, each strike carrying immense force. A culmination of his enhanced martial arts empowered by the eighth gate. Luo Jia's expression grew serious as he activated the instantaneous technique with all his might, his body becoming a series of blue afterimages, narrowly evading Xiao Li's torrential barrage. Seizing a fleeting opening, Xiao Li delivered a powerful elbow strike towards Luo Jia. Luo Jia sidestepped, and Xiao Li's elbow grazed past him, the force of the impact kicking up a cloud of dust. Following this, Xiao Li twisted his body, raising his left leg high and sweeping it in an arc toward Luo Jia's neck. Luo Jia quickly crouched, forming hand seals, conjuring a sturdy shield of iron sand before him. Xiao Li's kick struck the shield with a thunderous sound, causing it to crack, forcing Luo Jia to slide back several meters from the sheer power. Yet, Xiao Li did not grant Luo Jia a moment's respite. He leapt high once more, spinning in midair, his legs resembling two massive scissors as they clamped down upon Luo Jia, a further evolution of his technique, the variant Lotus Blossom. Luo Jia's complexion shifted. With no time to ponder, he unleashed the instantaneous technique at full power, vanishing just as Xiao Li's attack was about to land. Xiao Li's strike crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater and sending dust flying. After several fierce exchanges, Luo Jia realized that without resorting to a finishing move, victory would elude him. Taking a deep breath, sweat beaded on his forehead as he frantically formed hand seals, chakra pouring forth like a surging tide. The surrounding iron sand was drawn toward him by an invisible force, rapidly enveloping Xiao Li in a colossal iron sand cage. Xiao Li struggled within, pounding the iron sand with his fists and kicking fiercely, each act of defiance sending shards of iron sand scattering. Yet, the iron sand continued to flow in relentlessly, solidifying the cage's structure. As time passed, Xiao Li's movement slowed. His breaths grew heavy in the confined space, and his hands bled from the constant assault on the iron sand. Ultimately, his resistance waned, and his body slumped against the interior of the cage, utterly exhausted. However, he refused to concede defeat. Luo Jia, recognizing the situation, moderated the strength of his control to avoid inflicting serious harm on Xiao Li. At that moment, a voice rang out, "I concede for him." The speaker was Might Guy, who flashed a self-assured smile toward Luo Jia. Upon hearing this, Luo Jia hastily retracted the iron sand encasing Xiao Li. "Teacher Guy, I'm sorry to disappoint you," Xiao Li exclaimed. "Ah, Xiao Li, this is youth. A true man never gives up after a momentary setback." Feeling somewhat despondent, Xiao Li's spirits were instantly lifted upon hearing Guy's words. He called out to the retreating Luo Jia, "Next time, I will not lose." Though Luo Jia did not turn back, he waved his hand in response. "I await you." The referee, witnessing the scene, promptly announced, "The winner of this match is Luo Jia." Chapter 78, Naruto vs. Gaitamaru. The audience's emotions reached a fever pitch following the intense battle between Luo Jia and Xiao Li, with everyone eagerly anticipating the third match. The large screen above the arena seemed to encapsulate their fervent hopes, flickering before settling on the combatants for the third match. Uzumaki Naruto versus Gaeta Maru. That Gaeta Maru from the Sound Ninja Village is no pushover. Naruto must proceed with caution, Nara Shikamaru advised, his concern evident. Understood, I'll show him. I'm certain I can defeat him. The audience buzzed with fervent discussions, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. At the entrance of the arena, Naruto burst forth. His spirit invigorated, eyes gleaming with excitement. He had long awaited the opportunity to confront Gaetong and avenge Hinata, now, with his opponent before him. His fighting spirit blazed fiercely. In contrast, Gaetong sauntered out languidly, his gaunt frame draped in a sinister black robe, a disdainful expression etched on his face. As if he regarded Naruto with utter contempt. Humph, you think a mere underachiever like you can challenge me? Gaetong sneered, his voice sharp and frigid, as if proclaiming the most ludicrous of jokes. You scoundrel, today marks your end. Naruto retorted, fists clenched. Determination radiating from his gaze, as if he intended to hammer his resolve into Gaetong. The referee stepped forward, raising his hand high, and declared loudly, the match begins. Gaetong wasted no time, swiftly forming hand seals, incanting, Spider's golden thread. In an instant, a torrent of golden threads erupted from his palms, accompanied by a howling wind, surging towards Naruto like a relentless tsunami. Wherever the threads passed, the air seemed to solidify, and the ground was instantly scarred with deep ravines. Naruto's eye sharpened. He summoned his strength and dodged like a nimble cheetah, the threads narrowly missing his clothes, tearing them with swift precision. Is this all you've got? He shouted, attempting to dispel the tension within him with his voice. Gaetong scoffed, his figure vanishing like a specter. Alarmed, Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. Relying on his honed instincts, he spun around, only to find Gaetong materializing behind him, a chakra needle glinting ominously in his hand, poised to pierce his back. With no time to think, Naruto lunged forward like an arrow. The needle grazed his back, leaving a crimson trail as blood seeped through his torn garments. Damn it! Naruto seethed, fury igniting his gaze. He swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, Shadow Clone Jutsu. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Narutos emerged, encircling Gaetong. Their collective shouts reverberating as if to upheave the arena. Unfazed, Gaetong frantically manipulated the threads, unleashing them like a torrential rain, ensnaring the clones one by one, pulling them apart into smoke, leaving only his maniacal laughter echoing through the arena. After a fierce exchange, Naruto found himself gradually losing ground. Gaetong's onslaught was relentless and uncanny, leaving Naruto battered and bruised, his clothes in tatters, blood seeping from multiple wounds. He collapsed to the ground, his face marred with bruises and blood, yet the fire in his eyes remained unextinguished. In the audience, some began to jeer. Naruto is nothing but a burden. A disgrace to Konoha. How could he possibly defeat him? Exactly. He should know his own limitations. This is embarrassing. Their taunts pierced through the arena like daggers aimed at Naruto's heart. However, Nara Shikamaru, from the stands, furrowed his brow and shouted, Naruto, don't give up. You can do it. Sakura, equally anxious, clenched her fists, her voice quivering. Naruto, hang in there. Yet their encouragement was swiftly drowned out by the mockery surrounding them. Witnessing Naruto rise time and again despite being knocked down ignited Gaetong's fury. You annoying pest, you truly are insufferable. He roared, his aura shifting dramatically as cursed seals began to surface upon his skin, resembling twisted black vines, exuding an eerie presence that distorted the air around him. The elite shinobi from Konoha immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. That's Orochimaru's cursed seal. What connection does he have with Orochimaru? Whispers of alarm surged through the crowd, their vigilance heightened. Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes. Orochimaru, what schemes are you concocting now? But Naruto remained oblivious to the unfolding tension. His eyes glowed crimson with rage as he executed the multi-shadow clone jutsu once more. Hundreds of Narutos surged forward like a torrential flood, their footfalls resonating like the thunder of an army. Gaetong sneered, rapidly forming hand seals, the power of the cursed seal transforming his eyes blood red, heightening his strength. Manipulating the threads and chakra needles with ease, he scattered the clones like wisps of smoke. Naruto's original form was again knocked down, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. This time, the impact was severe, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle, a gash opening on his forehead as blood streamed down his cheeks. his clothing nearly shredded to pieces. Haha, look at you, so weak and yet so deluded. You are just as pathetic as Hinata. Gaetong-wan began to taunt, each word dripping with disdain, piercing Naruto's heart like a sharpened dagger. The moment he insulted Hinata, Naruto's rage surged, obliterating the dam of reason within him. His body trembled violently as the chakra of the Nine Tails began to spill forth, enveloping him in a crimson cloak that shimmered with a sinister glow, echoing its fury. How dare you insult Hinata? Naruto gritted his teeth, his voice laced with unbridled anger, as if it emerged from the depths of the abyss. So what? What can a worthless fool like you do to me? Gaetong-wan continued to provoke, a smug grin plastered on his face, as if heralding his victory. Unable to contain his wrath any longer, Naruto unleashed the chakra of the Nine Tails, which surged forth like a raging flood, two fiery red tails sprouting from his back, dancing with unrestrained ferocity. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled beneath him as he lunged towards Gaetong-wan, moving with the speed of an ancient beast. A violent gust of wind swirling around him, lifting dust into the air. Gaetong-wan, witnessing Naruto's transformation, felt a twinge of fear, but he did not waver. Suppressing his trepidation, he continued to wield the power of the cursed seal, attempting to withstand Naruto's assault. Yet, Naruto was lost in a tempest of fury, the chakra of the Nine Tails amplifying his strength exponentially. He swung a fist at Gaetong-wan, the force of his strike cutting through the air with a deafening crack. Gaetong-wan hastily defended with threads and needles, but against Naruto's overwhelming might, these defenses crumbled like fragile bubbles. Naruto's punch sent Gaetong-wan hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. Struggling to rise, Gaetong-wan found his body shattered, bones fractured, blood staining the earth around him. Naruto approached, each step causing the ground to tremble, radiating a chilling aura, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if intent on consuming Gaetong-wan entirely. "Don't come any closer." As Kidomaru began to feel a surge of fear, his voice trembled, overwhelmed by terror like a rising tide. However, Naruto had lost his rationality and could not heed his words. Kidomaru, watching Naruto approach menacingly, was filled with dread. Yet, in a sudden twist, he erupted into a maniacal laugh, proclaiming, "Lord Orochimaru, surely this will make you proud." Before he could finish, Naruto was upon him, unleashing a furious punch. With a thunderous crash, the ground was shattered, creating a massive crater, dust swirling into the air. The arena fell silent, all present stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 79. The Third's Demise. The Nine Tails emerge under the weight of Naruto's wrathful blow. Kidomaru breathed his last, his body collapsing like a broken puppet onto the cracked arena floor. Yet, consumed by madness, Naruto did not cease his onslaught, enveloped in the chaotic chakra of the Nine Tails. His eyes glowed crimson, his reason fully devoured by rage. He howled, his voice a primal roar reminiscent of ancient beasts, and then turned toward the audience. Panic erupted among the spectators, their faces draining of color as those in the front rows screamed in terror. "It's the Nine Tails. It's gone berserk, run." The crowd surged like a nest of disturbed ants, pushing and screaming as they rushed toward the exits, chaos engulfing the scene. Many were knocked to the ground, too frantic to help one another, struggling to rise and flee amidst the turmoil. Sarutobi Hiruzen, witnessing this chaos, felt a sense of dread. He had anticipated that if Naruto were pushed too far, the situation could spiral out of control, but he had not foreseen the rapidity or severity of it. His expression grave, he stood up and shouted, "Sealing team, move immediately. We must contain the Nine Tails. It cannot be allowed to ravage Konoha." Just as he prepared to take action, a figure beside him, Rasa, suddenly turned and blocked his path. Hiruzen paused, looking up at the person before him, a strange feeling swelling within him. Rasa spoke, yet the voice was entirely different, laced with a sinister mirth. "Third Hokage, where do you think you're going?" Hearing that familiar yet alien voice, Hiruzen's pupils constricted, and he demanded, "You are not Rasa. Who are you?" Slowly, Rasa raised a hand, removing the mask to reveal Orochimaru's iconic serpent-like eyes and a malevolent grin. "It's you, Orochimaru." Hiruzen's gaze sharpened, realization dawning upon him. This was all orchestrated by him. "Ha ha ha, Sensei, I came specifically for this moment." Orochimaru's laughter grew increasingly deranged, echoing with a chilling resonance that could pierce the soul. He swiftly formed hand seals. And in an instant, the ground trembled violently, fissures spreading like gaping maws of a monstrous beast throughout the arena and its surroundings. Accompanied by this earth-shattering force, two ancient and powerful figures emerged from the depths. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, summoned forth by Edo Tensei. Surrounded by a faint gray mist, their eyes hollow yet exuding an oppressive aura, they appeared as demonic entities returned from the abyss. Hiruzen gazed upon his former mentors, a torrent of emotions flooding his heart, yet there was no room for hesitation. He inhaled deeply, calming his racing thoughts, as chakra surged around him, his Hokage cloak billowing in the wind. With swift hand movements, he formed a series of intricate seals and declared, Earth Style, Earth Barrier. The ground rose rapidly, a formidable and towering earthen wall emerging as an impenetrable barrier, separating the rampaging Naruto from the audience and buying precious time for the Konoha ninjas to evacuate the civilians. Observing this, Orochimaru smirked coldly. Do you think this will stop me, sensei? With that, he commanded the first and second Hokages to attack. Tobarama vanished in a flash, reappearing behind Hiruzen. He formed hand seals and intoned, Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A powerful torrent coalesced into a ferocious water dragon, surging toward Hiruzen with overwhelming force. Sensing the impending assault, Hiruzen remained unperturbed, pivoting to counter with his own hand seals. Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, colliding violently with the water dragon. The clash of fire and water produced a thunderous roar, steam swirling and obscuring the view of the spectators. Amidst the steaming fog, the first Hokage swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring numerous thick vines that writhed like green serpents, ensnaring Hiruzen. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly spun, using centrifugal force to fling the encroaching vines aside. Seizing the moment, he retrieved several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru sidestepped with ease, maintaining that eerie smile. Sensei, you're still the same. But these attacks are of no consequence to me, he taunted. Hiruzen disregarded Orochimaru's mockery, fully aware of the battle's gravity. He formed seals once more, summoning a colossal monkey spirit. The Monkey King, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang, stood majestically beside him. Monkey King, lend me your strength, Hiruzen commanded. The Monkey King charged forward, striking at the first and second Hokages. The first remained composed, forming hand seals to summon a massive wooden golem, engaging the Monkey King in fierce combat. Tobarama, meanwhile, sought opportunities, continuously unleashing water-style ninjutsu to complement the first wood-style, attempting to suppress Hiruzen and the Monkey King. Taking advantage of the chaos, Hiruzen unleashed his fire-style jutsu once more, this time employing a more potent technique, fire-style, Dance of the Fire. Countless fireballs shot forth like meteors toward Orochimaru and the two Edo Tensei Hokages. Orochimaru quickly directed the first and second to defend. The first created a massive wooden shield, while the second extinguished the incoming fireballs with water techniques. The battle escalated into a fierce stalemate, both sides exchanging blows without yielding. Although Hiruzen was advanced in years, his wealth of combat experience and formidable ninjutsu allowed him to contend fiercely with Orochimaru and the resurrected Hokages. Yet, Hiruzen knew this could not continue. The Edo Tensei Hokages were immortal, and his strength was waning. After intense contemplation, Hiruzen resolved to unleash his final gambit, Shiki Fujin. He formed seals with a slow, deliberate grace, his chakra flowing in an eerie manner. Orochimaru sensed Hiruzen's intent, his expression shifting slightly. Sensei, do you really intend to? But Hiruzen cut him off. Orochimaru, your ambitions end here. With unwavering determination, Hiruzen shouted. As he completed the seals, a colossal specter of the Shinigami materialized in the sky, its gaping maw radiating a terrifying aura. Hiruzen commanded the Shinigami to lunge toward the first Hokage. The first attempted to resist, yet against the overwhelming force of Shiki Fujin, his wood-style jutsu proved futile. The Grim Reaper instantaneously consumed the first Hokage, whose body gradually became transparent, ultimately vanishing into the air. Immediately thereafter, Sarutobi Hiruzen directed the Grim Reaper towards the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. The second Hokage likewise resisted with all his might, employing various water-release jutsu in an attempt to thwart the Grim Reaper's advance. However, the Reaper's strength proved too formidable, and the second Hokage ultimately succumbed to the fate of being devoured. After sealing away the two Hokages, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his attention to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, taken aback, sought to flee, but his hands were suddenly ensnared by a mysterious force. It turned out that the dead demon consuming seal, while sealing the enemy, also inflicted tremendous harm upon the caster and bound the body parts that came into contact with the enemy. Seizing the moment of Orochimaru's shock after sealing the two Hokages, Sarutobi Hiruzen touched Orochimaru's hands with his own, transferring the power of the dead demon consuming seal to him. No! Orochimaru cried out in terror. As the power of the seal took effect, Orochimaru's hands gradually became transparent, as if being drawn into another dimension by an invisible force. A pained expression emerged on his face, and his body began to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, as Orochimaru battled fiercely with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ninjas of Konoha were also exerting themselves to confront the Nine-Tails transformation of Naruto. Kakashi, Guy, and other Jonin swiftly assembled, acutely aware of Naruto's unique identity. Even though he was currently under the control of Nine-Tails chakra, they dared not strike him with lethal force. They cautiously encircled Naruto, attempting to restrain him. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, his gaze intensely focused on Naruto, utilizing the ocular prowess to discern Naruto's patterns of movement. As he observed, he directed his comrades, "Everyone be careful. Do not approach Naruto. Focus on containment." Guy, on the other hand, unleashed part of the Eight Gates power, a faint green chakra enveloping his body. His muscles slightly bulging with strength. He shouted, "Naruto, wake up." Gaia's speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of green lightning, as he swiftly reached Naruto's side. He swung his fist at Naruto. Instinctively, Naruto raised his arm to defend himself. Guy's fist struck Naruto's arm with a dull thud. Naruto roared, and a powerful surge of Nine-Tails chakra erupted from him, sending Guy staggering back several meters. Such strength! Guy steadied himself, secretly astonished. Meanwhile, other Jonin also launched their attacks. Asuma drew his chakra blade, its edge ablaze with green flames, and slashed towards Naruto. Naruto dodged to the side, and Asuma's blade struck the ground, sparking a flurry of flames. In contrast, Ino cast a Jinjutsu, attempting to ensnare Naruto in an illusion to control him. However, Naruto, entirely under the sway of Nine-Tails chakra, exhibited immense resistance to Jinjutsu, rendering Ino's efforts largely ineffective. Just as the Konoha ninjas were fatigued from their efforts, a familiar figure swiftly darted into the arena. It was Jiraiya, who had just returned from an external mission and had been lurking within the village. His gaze locked onto the Nine-Tails affected Naruto, his expression grave. Fully aware of the dire situation, he quickly formed hand seals, executing a unique sealing technique, a wave of mysterious energy rippling forth, slowly enveloping Naruto. Sensing the threat, Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra surged violently, struggling fiercely. Yet, Jiraiya's sealing technique was immensely powerful, the force acting like an invisible net, gradually suppressing the rampaging Nine-Tails chakra surrounding Naruto. The tremors of Naruto's body began to diminish, and the blood-red hue in his eyes slowly faded. At last, Naruto regained his composure, collapsing softly onto the ground. Slipping into unconsciousness, the Konoha ninjas collectively exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing this. Kakashi, Asuma, and others approached Jiraiya, their faces marked by fatigue and relief. Jiraiya looked down at the unconscious Naruto, shaking his head slightly, his eyes filled with concern. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, a group from Sunagakure, led by Maki, seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to flee from Konoha. They recognized that Konoha was in crisis, with the situation turning against them, and they needed to evacuate swiftly. Roga, among the group, couldn't help but glance back at Naruto. Seeing Naruto enveloped in Nine-Tails chakra, thrashing desperately, stirred a twinge of compassion within him. He recalled the moments spent with Naruto, the boy always brimming with vitality and enthusiasm, now trapped in such a predicament, prompting a whirlwind of emotions within Roga. Yet, he understood that he was powerless at that moment, only able to sigh silently in his heart as he quickened his pace, disappearing into the chaotic streets of Konoha. Chapter 80. Acquiring Hashirama's cells, educating Roga as Konoha descended into chaos. If Orochimaru was seated alongside Sarutobi Hiruzen to watch the match, where could Roga be? Correct. He was, of course, elsewhere. At that moment, Roga lurked like a ghost concealed in darkness, weaving through the corners of Konoha. Outside the Hokage building, two Yinbyu ninjas remained as statues, hidden in the shadows, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Clad in black bodysuits and wearing fearsome masks, they emanated an aura of lethal intent. Roga lay in wait in a nearby shadow, his eyes fixed intently on the movements of the Yinbyu ninjas, the Sharingan in his eyes glimmering with a crimson glow. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing behind one of the Yinbyu ninjas before they sensed any danger. As the ninja's eyes widened in alarm, Roga brandished a poisoned kunai, the blade glimmering coldly as it accurately pierced the ninja's neck. The ninja's eyes widened in shock, attempting to issue a warning, but instead coughed up a mouthful of blood. Slowly crumpling to the ground, Roga withdrew the kunai, gently laying the body down, and set his sights on the remaining Yinbyu ninja. Activating Kamui, ripples spread through the space surrounding him, rendering his form indistinct. Seizing the moment as the other Yinbyu ninja was distracted by the disappearance of his comrade, Roga approached like a specter. Just as the ninja sensed something amiss and turned, Roga's hand shot out like lightning, covering the ninja's mouth, while simultaneously plunging the kunai into his back. After a brief struggle, the ninja fell silent, having dispatched both Yinbyu ninjas. Roga swiftly made his way to the Hokage building. Standing within the office, his gaze flickered with resolve and greed as he swiftly appeared in the Hokage's office. He activated his Sharingan, the three tomos spinning rapidly within his blood-red eyes, as the power of Kamui surged around him, warping the surrounding space slightly and adding an element of mystery to his movements. Inside the office, Roga moved like a flash of black lightning, swiftly searching every corner. Documents were tossed aside haphazardly, drawers wrenched open violently, papers scattering across the floor. At last, he halted before a hidden compartment behind a bookshelf. The compartment was inscribed with intricate sealing runes, radiating an ancient and mysterious aura. A cold smile crept across Roga's lips as he deftly maneuvered his hands over the sealing runes, employing his mastery of ninjutsu and the insight of his Sharingan to skillfully unravel the seals. With a click, the compartment slowly opened, revealing an ancient, hefty tome lying quietly within. Roga's eyes gleamed, the Book of Forbidden Techniques. He seized the book and began to peruse it rapidly. This tome encompassed all of Konoha's forbidden jutsu, each page seemingly narrating the tales of forbidden power. However, Rasa was acutely aware that this hidden compartment contained a contingency plan devised by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should it be opened, Sarutobi would immediately be informed. At this moment, however, the village of Konoha was in chaos, and Sarutobi was preoccupied with dealing with Orochimaru. Even if he were to learn of it, he would be too stretched to respond. Rasa activated his Sharingan, the brilliance in his eyes intensifying as he swiftly transcribed the contents of the forbidden book into his mind, page by page. Once completed, he meticulously returned the book to its hiding place, restoring it to its original state as if it had never been disturbed. Yet, Rasa's ambitions extended far beyond this. He resumed his thorough search within the office, leaving no corner unchecked. He examined the walls and floors one by one, but the crucial item for Sunagakure eluded him. In desperation, he resolved to start anew from the first floor. As he reached the end of the corridor, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. Such an important object might be concealed in a profoundly dark and secretive location. His gaze swept toward the depths of the building, and as he approached, he indeed discovered a dust-laden iron door. With hands forming seals, Rasa became ethereal and slipped through the iron door. The space beyond was dim and foreboding, an ancient aura enveloping him. He surveyed the surroundings, spotting numerous experimental apparatuses, all covered with a thick layer of dust, clearly untouched for years. Without hesitation, he relied on his keen instincts to navigate the chaotic space. Finally, in the deepest recesses of the basement, Rasa laid eyes upon the object of his fervent desire, a specially crafted laboratory vessel containing mysterious flesh and blood, alongside a vial filled with a luminescent liquid, each droplet seemingly infused with boundless life force. He had found it. Rasa whispered in exhilaration, his eyes brimming with joy. These were the very cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama. In the world of Hokage, Hashirama's cells symbolized immense chakra and power. If he could return them to Sunagakure, the village would have a chance for resurgence. He carefully secured the vessel and vial containing Hashirama cells in a specially designed ninja tool pouch, sealing it tightly to ensure its safety. He was acutely aware of the urgency of the moment. Should the Konoha ninjas discover him, escaping would be a Herculean task. However, he had previously laid down a flying thunder god technique as a coordinate outside Konoha. With a surge of light, Rasa's figure began to dissolve in the basement, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Simultaneously, within the encampment of Sunagakure, a flash of blue light illuminated the area as Rasa materialized out of thin air. He landed firmly, clutching the pouch containing Hashirama's cells. Upon witnessing Rasa's sudden appearance, Maki and the others were both startled and overjoyed. Maki rushed forward and eagerly inquired, "Lord Rasa, you have finally returned." Rasa, in high spirits, replied with a smile, "All right, let us depart. Konoha cannot assist us now." Just then, Roga stepped forward, grasping Rasa's arm. Rasa looked at his usually composed son with astonishment, unsure of the reason for this sudden action. Roga's expression was grave as he lowered his voice, saying, "Father, when you returned, you were holding something very important, weren't you?" Confused, Rasa nodded for him to continue. Roga continued, "If I am not mistaken, it must have been stolen from Konoha. You see, although Konoha is in disarray now, once they regain their composure, they will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. If we leave at this moment, it could easily arouse suspicion. And what of suspicion? As long as I do not admit to it, what can they do?" Rasa's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Roga's face, silently marveling at his son's perceptiveness. Intrigued, he decided to gauge Roga's perspective on the matter. Indeed, it may seem inconsequential, but Konoha is rich in resources, and we must continue our collaboration without jeopardizing our position. He then pointed toward a direction within Konoha where flames were soaring, adding, "Let us investigate that area and lend our assistance. Konoha is in dire need of manpower, and by participating, we can alleviate their suspicions to some extent." Roga paused, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "I have faced Naruto. He is a worthy opponent. I do not wish to see his village suffer too greatly." Rasa remained silent for a moment, his gaze softening as he looked at Roga, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. He understood his son's innate kindness, which had always served as a warm light illuminating Roga's path. As a father, he and his wife had taken immense pride in Roga's benevolence. Yet now, his expression grew cold and resolute. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly, "Roga, I recognize your kind heart. It is a rare and commendable quality. And your mother and I have always been proud of you. However, this time, it is simply not feasible, absolutely impossible." Rasa's voice was deep yet powerful, resonating with an undeniable authority. "Do you understand the pain that Konoha has inflicted upon Sunagakure?" His gaze drifted beyond Roga, lost in memories of the tumultuous years of war, where countless Sunagakure ninjas fell beneath the blades of Konoha's warriors, fighting valiantly to protect their village. They were young warriors, filled with dreams for the future, as well as seasoned veterans bearing the weight of legacy. Yet, these lives were extinguished in the conflicts ignited by Konoha. A flicker of anguish and anger flashed in Rasa's eyes. "Chio, do you remember her? She was such a strong elder. Yet her son also perished at the hands of Konoha's ninjas, and the one who killed him was none other than Naruto's teacher." Rasa's voice trembled slightly. "Just think. If Chio were to hear you suggest helping Konoha now, what would she feel? She dedicated her life to Sunagakure, sacrificing so much for revenge and to uphold the village's dignity. And you, her descendant, at this moment, wish to aid the very village that has caused us endless suffering out of fleeting compassion." Roga's lips quivered as he struggled to respond, tears welling in his eyes. But he found himself at a loss for words. Rasa stepped closer, placing his hands firmly on Roga's shoulders, gripping tightly. "There is nothing wrong with kindness, but it must be directed appropriately. As members of Sunagakure, we bear the heavy responsibility of protecting our village and carrying forth the will of our predecessors. We cannot forget the pain of our past, nor the sacrifices made by those who perished for our home. The chaos enveloping Konoha is a consequence of their own making. We must think of Sunagakure's future, seek justice for those lost in war, rather than extending sympathy at this juncture." Roga's tears finally spilled over, cascading down his cheeks. He bit his lip, his body trembling slightly. He understood that every word his father spoke was true. Yet his compassion for Naruto and the innocent villagers surged like a tide within him. He wrestled with the conflict between emotion and reason, painfully shutting his eyes. After a long pause, he slowly opened his eyes, determination now evident within them, his voice thick with emotion. "Father, I understand. Chapter 81. System Resurrection. Mission issued returning to Sunagakure. Rasa hurriedly made his way, his demeanor urgent. He understood the profound significance of the Hashirama cells he had acquired. And without delay, he proceeded directly toward the heavily fortified secret laboratory deep within the village. In the laboratory, Yusung was wholly engrossed in manipulating the experimental apparatus. His gaze so intent that it seemed as if the entire world had been reduced to the array of vials and containers before him. At that moment, Rasa entered. His footsteps steady, firmly clutching a meticulously sealed special container, which held within it a third of the precious columnar cells, crucial for the future development of Sunagakure. Yusung, Rasa spoke, his voice low yet resonant. Yusung, startled, swiftly turned his head, the remnants of his interrupted experiment still evident in his eyes. Rasa approached, extending the container towards Yusung, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. Inside this, you will find 1/3 of the columnar cells. Take it, and I urge you to dedicate yourself fully to your research. Upon hearing this, Yusung's previously focused eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance, akin to the most radiant star in the night sky. The cells of the god of ninjas. His hands trembled uncontrollably as he gingerly accepted the container, his gaze brimming with excitement and reverence, as though cradling the most precious treasure in existence. Rest assured, my lord, I will strive to yield results promptly, and I shall not let your expectations down. Yusung's voice quivered with emotion, yet it conveyed an unwavering determination. Rasa nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting anticipation and trust, before meticulously outlining several critical considerations and stringent confidentiality requirements pertaining to the experiment. He then turned and walked away from the laboratory, his steps slightly weary as a whirlwind of concerns swirled in his mind, leading him back to his office. As he entered, Rasa eagerly activated the long-unused system. A faint glow flickered, and the system panel gradually materialized. Hostname, Rasa. Identity, 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure. Strength, Super Shadow level. Affiliation, Sunagakure Ninja Village. Population 2.5 million. Territory, entire Wind Country, entire Artisan Country. Unity of power, 95. Ninja count, 420 jonin, others not counted unless special jonin. Total wealth, 2 billion ryo. Operational funds, 900 million ryo. As Rasa gazed upon this data, an uncontrollable smile spread across his face, a tide of accomplishment inundating him. Leaning back in his chair, he crossed his hands over his chest, reflecting on the arduous journey he had traversed, the countless days and nights of relentless toil and intricate strategizing, each step fraught with challenges and hardships. Yet now, witnessing the flourishing prosperity of Sunagakure, he felt that every sacrifice had been worthwhile. Ding! The system detected that the overall strength of the host's allied forces had surpassed that of all other ninja villages. Long-term mission issued. Unify the ninja world. Mission duration, 10 years. Mission reward. Unlock all technologies. Render oneself invincible. Short-term mission. Establish 3 cities within the Wind Country. Mission duration, 2 years. Mission reward. Would release. The sudden appearance of the task prompt caught Rasa momentarily off guard. However, he quickly regained his composure, swiftly clarifying his forthcoming direction. This mission arrived as a timely boon, especially as he had been somewhat uncertain about future development plans. Notably, the rewards this time were no longer in the form of random draws, but were explicitly defined, indicative of the system's recent updates and upgrades. Nevertheless, constructing cities was no trivial matter. The selection of locations was of paramount importance, and Rasa currently lacked mature ideas. He pressed the red button at the corner of his desk, and 2 crisp beeps sounded, prompting hurried footsteps in the corridor. Shortly thereafter, Maki entered, his demeanor respectful. Kazekage-sama, how may I assist you? Gather all the ministers. I have pressing matters that require discussion and decision. Rasa commanded succinctly. Understood, Maki replied, swiftly departing with decisive action. Known for his efficiency, Maki returned in less than half an hour to inform Rasa that everyone had assembled in the conference room. Rasa entered the room with measured steps, scanning the assembly before directly presenting the proposal to construct 2 cities. The announcement elicited puzzled glances among the attendees. They found it perplexing that, given Sunagakure's current positive trajectory, there would be an impulsive move to establish 2 cities. Recognizing their confusion, Rasa candidly addressed it. If Sunagakure wishes to sustain its growth, the existing village structure can no longer support it. I propose a new framework, with Sunagakure as the core and the 2 additional cities as extensions, collectively safeguarding the entirety of the Wind Country. Chiyo and Izo exchanged knowing nods, clearly grasping the underlying significance, while the others remained somewhat baffled. They held back from further questioning, acknowledging Rasha's track record of sound decisions. Sensing no dissent, Rasha felt a sense of satisfaction. However, I am still uncertain about the precise locations for these 2 cities, which is why I have called upon you all to deliberate together. As the group fell into contemplation, Maki stood, his expression serious. Constructing cities is a significant undertaking. Any misstep could result in substantial economic losses, jeopardizing the recently flourishing Sunagakure. Therefore, the chosen locations must possess strategic significance, as the magnitude of this significance will dictate the value of the construction. Rasha nodded thoughtfully at Maki's insight. Indeed, I believe both cities should be established along the borders. This arrangement would not only create a triangular formation with Sunagakure, providing comprehensive protection for the village, but it would also facilitate trade with neighboring nations, thereby promoting economic development. Yakimaru rose, methodically articulating his perspective. Well said, Yakimaru, Rasha responded, his gaze filled with approval. It was evident that Yakimaru had matured significantly over the years. Building cities on the borders would greatly benefit Sunagakure's future, both strategically and economically. It is merely a modest observation, Yakimaru replied, slightly bashful under Rasha's praise. I concur with Yakimaru's assessment. A clear, melodic voice chimed in the conference room. It was Teru Kaiohana, the young minister of urban development management. She was not a ninja by birth, but had moved to Sunagakure after its expansion. By chance, she had met Yakimaru, who was astonished to discover her remarkable insight and wisdom. Consequently, he recommended her to Rasha, who, ever eager for talent, entrusted her with significant responsibilities after thorough evaluation. Teru Kaiohana did not disappoint, exhibiting exceptional management skills in her role. With a smile that radiated encouragement towards Yakimaru, she contributed to the discussion. Observing the diverse opinions shared, Rasha seized the moment to suggest, let us take a vote by raising our hands. In truth, he had already formed a strong endorsement for Yakimaru's plan, recognizing its strategic layout and long-term economic viability. As soon as he finished speaking, the attendees unanimously raised their hands, collectively endorsing Yakimaru's proposal for city construction along the borders. Rasha gazed upon the sea of raised hands, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, let us proceed as such. I shall delegate the specific tasks to Maki. Chapter 82. The discovery of Konoha in the square of Konoha village. The atmosphere was stifling, nearly suffocating. The funeral of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was underway, enveloping the village in profound sorrow. Black flags hung low, gently swaying in the breeze, as if paying homage to the Hokage who had safeguarded Konoha for many years. The ninjas, clad in dark attire, stood in solemn formation, their faces grave. The villagers wore expressions of deep anguish, silently shedding tears. As the mourners were consumed by their grief, an Umbu ninja dashed in like a shadowy bolt of lightning, rushing towards Jiraiya, who presided over the ceremony. Kneeling on one knee, his voice was low and urgent. Lord Jiraiya, there has been a significant incident at the Hokage Tower. Jiraiya's previously sorrowful gaze sharpened instantly. He furrowed his brow, gesturing for the Umbu to rise and report, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. The Umbu continued. In the basement of the Hokage Tower, we discovered that the container housing the cells of Hashirama had been opened, and the cells have been stolen. Additionally, there are signs that the sealing book's compartment has been tampered with, indicating that the book has been perused. Upon hearing this, the surrounding ninjas erupted in astonishment. The previously heavy atmosphere instantly replaced by tension and shock. Jiraiya's expression darkened considerably. He bit his lip, his inner fury igniting like a raging inferno. The theft of the Hashirama cells signified that Konoha's most precious resource had fallen into the hands of others. While the examination of the sealing book posed a grave risk of leaking the village's forbidden jutsu, he understood that mishandling either situation could spell disaster for Konoha. Do we know who is responsible? Jiraiya inquired, suppressing his anger as he spoke in a low tone. The Umbu shook his head, a look of guilt on his face. We currently have no leads, but we found some peculiar footprints and scratches on the walls around the Hokage Tower, and we are investigating further. Jiraiya waved the Umbu off. Falling into deep contemplation, his gaze swept across the square, finally landing on the distant Hokage tower. His mind raced through potential suspects, and the first to emerge was Sunagakure and Orochimaru. Orochimaru had long coveted Konoha's forbidden techniques and various valuable resources. He would undoubtedly seize this opportunity amidst Konoha's turmoil. However, upon recalling Orochimaru's actions after his confrontation with the third Hokage, Jiraiya noted that he had been severely injured, his hands sealed by the dead demon-consuming seal, rendering him incapable of freely moving, let alone infiltrating the Hokage tower to steal the Hashirama cells and peruse the sealing book. With Orochimaru ruled out, suspicion shifted heavily onto Sunagakure. During the Chunin exams, after Naruto's rampage, Sunagakure had withdrawn with remarkable alacrity, as if they had been prepared. In hindsight, it seemed likely they had taken advantage of Konoha's chaos to send skilled operatives into the Hokage tower to execute their theft. As these thoughts crystallized, Jiraiya's expression hardened. He clenched his fists, vowing silently, "Sunagakure, if it is indeed you behind this, I shall not let you escape unscathed. You will pay dearly for your actions." He understood that this matter concerned the future of Konoha, and it was imperative to uncover the truth swiftly, retrieve the stolen Hashirama cells, and prevent any leakage of the sealing book's contents. Determined, he resolved to summon Konoha's elite ninjas to launch a comprehensive investigation while bolstering the village's defenses to thwart any further incursions by adversaries. Meanwhile, not far from the square, in a secluded alley, Naruto stood silently in the shadows. His gaze was fixed upon the funeral, his eyes filled with sorrow and self-reproach. Ever since he had transformed and lost control during the match, he had acutely felt the villagers' disdain towards him intensifying. What had once been unfriendly glances had now transformed into expressions of disgust and fear. Amidst the funeral, whispers among the villagers surfaced, "It's all that Ninetales' fault." If he hadn't lost control during the match, the third Hokage wouldn't have been distracted, and perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Indeed, he is a harbinger of disaster, bringing misfortune wherever he goes. These remarks pierced Naruto's heart like daggers. He could only watch from afar, fearful that his presence would deepen the villagers' sorrow. Memories of the third Hokage's care and guidance flooded his mind, tears welling in his eyes. He understood that his loss of control might have indirectly led to the third Hokage's demise, a burden of guilt that tormented him. Now, the villagers' rejection made him feel as though he had been forsaken by the entire world. Leaning against the wall, he slowly crouched down, cradling his head in his hands, inwardly lamenting, "What must I do to make everyone stop hating me?" Naruto's solitary figure in the alley appeared particularly desolate, while Konoha, reeling from the loss of its third Hokage and the theft of vital resources, found itself in unprecedented turmoil. The funeral concluded amidst pervasive grief and oppression, the crowd gradually dispersing, yet the ominous cloud hovering over the village grew ever heavier. Just as the villagers thought the tension might ease, a long-absent figure emerged, the enigmatic Danzo. Clad in his signature black robe, half of his face shrouded in shadow, only one cold and ambitious eye was visible. He strode purposefully toward the Hokage's office, where several high-ranking officials of Konoha had gathered, including Mito Kazama and Toketsu Koharu. "I believe I should assume the role of acting Hokage," Danzo declared in a low yet undeniable tone, surveying the assembly with an air of determined ambition. In his view, Konoha, having endured such calamity, required a strong hand to steer the situation, and he considered himself the only suitable candidate. Mito Kazama furrowed her brow, visibly displeased, and retorted, "Danzo, you have long operated from the shadows. Konoha has just suffered a grievous blow and needs a leader capable of soothing the hearts of the people and guiding the village back on course. You are not the right choice." Toketsu Koharu chimed in agreement. "Indeed, Jiraiya is the optimal candidate. He possesses immense strength and is beloved by the villagers. His leadership would surely restore Konoha's confidence." At the mention of Jiraiya, Danzo's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping him. "Jiraiya? He spends his days idly wandering. How can he possibly have the fortitude to manage the village?" At that moment, Jiraiya entered, overhearing the debate, and sighed in resignation. "Everyone, I have no intention of taking on the role of Hokage." The room fell silent, taken aback by his words. "In these tumultuous times, Tsunade is the most suitable leader for the village. I intend to seek her out and persuade her to return as Hokage." With unwavering determination in his gaze and sincerity in his tone, Jiraiya expressed his belief that Tsunade, As the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage and possessing a resilient character, was the ideal successor. Danzo stood aside, observing the unfolding events with growing jealousy and resentment. His long-held desire for the Hokage position had always symbolized power to him, the key to realizing his vision for the reform of Konoha. Yet now, as Jiraiya showed no interest in competing and focused instead on bringing Tsunade back, the support he received from others crushed Danzo's ambitions further. Humph. You are all blinded by appearances. Jiraiya, you are merely evading responsibility, Danzo mused to himself, the shadows on his face deepening. He was acutely aware that if Tsunade returned, his aspirations of ascending to the position of Hokage would grow increasingly dim. Clenching his fists, his nails dug deeply into his palms as the dark power within him seemed poised to engulf him. A more sinister plan quietly taking shape in the recesses of his mind. Chapter 83. Guiding Ninjutsu as dawn broke and sunlight spilled over Sunagakure. Roha rushed into his father's room with fervor, pulling open the curtains, instantly flooding the space with light. Roswa awoke from his slumber, bleary-eyed, shielding himself from the brightness with a hand, looking exasperated. Roha, what are you doing up so early? With excitement radiating from his face and his eyes sparkling, Roha exclaimed, Father, you promised to guide us in our ninjutsu training at dinner last night. You mustn't forget. Haruna and Ueno are already waiting at the training ground. Only then did Roswa recall the casual promise he had made the previous evening. He sighed in resignation and proceeded to get dressed. Upon arriving at the training ground, Haruna and Ueno had been waiting for quite some time. Haruna, with her athletic build, donned in a fitted outfit, exuded anticipation. Ueno, standing tall with a slightly raised chin, displayed a hint of pride. Upon seeing Roswa, the two greeted him respectfully, Lord Kazekage. Roswa nodded slightly, his expression turning serious as he surveyed the trio. Now that we are all present, let us commence. I promised Roha last night that today we would thoroughly review the shortcomings from the Chunin exams. Roha's face lit up with joy at this revelation, secretly delighted at the prospect of receiving personal guidance from his father. He eagerly rubbed his hands together, brimming with anticipation. Roswa first directed his gaze towards Roha, his demeanor focused. Roha, while you possess some foundational understanding of magnet release, I observed your battles last night and noted that your control over magnetic forces is not sufficiently refined. Do you recall during the Chunin exams when you attempted to attract your opponent's metal weapons? Your magnetic force fluctuated, making it easy for a quick-witted adversary to escape your grasp. As he spoke, Roswa picked up several metallic shards and swiftly formed hand seals. The shards danced in the air under the magnetic pull, swirling like agile hummingbirds, sometimes converging, sometimes dispersing, creating intricate patterns. Do you see? The crux of magnet release lies in the delicate mastery of magnetic force, akin to controlling your own limbs with precision. Roha gazed at the swirling shards, his eyes wide with admiration and longing, resolutely vowing to practice diligently and not squander his father's teachings. Moreover, your benevolence has its place, but on the battlefield, mercy towards your enemies is cruelty to yourself. In true combat, a soft heart may cost you and your comrades their lives. Rashua's penetrating gaze bore into Roha, laden with both expectation and caution. Turning to Haruna, Rashua's expression grew stern. Haruna, your use of lightning cutter is powerful. Yet there are significant issues regarding chakra compression and transformation. At dinner last night, I contemplated your performance during the Chunin exams. Your lightning cutter leaked chakra excessively, wasting energy and revealing your intent. He extended his palm, gathering a sphere of blue-white lightning that flickered yet remained securely contained, not a trace escaping. True lightning cutter demands highly compressed chakra, concentrating power to a single point to unleash its full might. You must return to the fundamentals and enhance your chakra control. Haruna listened intently, slightly furrowing her brow as she pondered methods of improvement, her resolve intensifying. Finally, Roswa turned his attention to Ueno, his countenance grave. Ueno, your performance in battle has its commendable aspects, yet glaring issues persist. Your arrogance led you to underestimate your opponents during the Chunin exams, putting you in precarious situations on multiple occasions. Roswa shook his head slightly, concern etched in his features. Furthermore, you often fail to leave room for contingencies, unleashing all your techniques without considering the evolving dynamics of the battle. Encounters that could have been easily won may instead devolve into a stalemate due to your premature exhaustion of stamina and chakra. Ueno instinctively lowered his previously elevated chin, a flicker of shame crossing his face as he reflected, Lord Kazekage is right. I have indeed been overly self-assured and must change. He clenched his fists, determination glinting in his eyes as he resolved to improve. Roswa regarded the trio once more, his expression solemn, speaking earnestly. There are no shortcuts in ninjutsu training. Only through relentless study and practice can one progress. You are the hope of Sunagakure. Strive diligently. In unison, the three responded, their voices resonating through the training ground, infused with vigor and determination as the new day of training commenced. In the rain village, leaden clouds hung heavily in the sky, incessant raindrops falling in a steady drizzle, casting an oppressive atmosphere over the entire village. Within a concealed stronghold, members of the Akatsuki assembled. Beside Kakazu stood a girl with a stern expression. Her pale skin radiated an icy aura, and her elongated, dark eyes resembled a deep, chilling pool, instilling fear in those who met her gaze. Below her prominent nose, her lips were pressed into a firm line. Her black hair hung loosely behind her, a few damp strands clinging to her cheek, enhancing her cold beauty. Clad in the signature black and red cloud robes of the Akatsuki, she emanated a distinct presence. Pain stood before the gathered members, Yahiko's expression calm and unperturbed, while the eyes of the six paths glimmered with a mysterious and formidable light. He began, the purpose of today's gathering is to discuss the capture of the tailed beasts. Itachi Uchiha, you previously went to Sunagakure. What is the current situation there following the death of the third Hokage? Itachi Uchiha lifted his gaze slightly, the crimson of his Sharingan flickering ominously in the dim light as he replied at a measured pace. Though the third has perished, Konoha remains intact. They are currently in the process of selecting a new Hokage, and the village's ninja are on high alert. Many formidable ninjas, such as Kakashi and Guy, still remain and should not be underestimated. Pain nodded slightly before shifting the conversation. We can no longer afford to wait. We must capture the tailed beasts in advance. Starting with the one tail. Deidara, Sasori, this mission is entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, Deidara's lips curled into a rebellious smile, excitement radiating from him as he animatedly declared, finally, it's my turn to shine. The one tail? Watch me obliterate it with my clay bombs. His golden hair danced with his movements, his eyes glimmering with fervor for battle. Sasori, seated nearby and manipulating his Hiriko puppet, interjected with a mechanical rasp, humph, with your little bombs? The one tail is a formidable foe. It will require my puppet techniques to subdue it. Deidara, incensed, jumped to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Sasori. What did you say? You puppet master think you can compare to my art? No way. Sasori, controlling his puppet, raised an arm in a threatening posture, unyieldingly retorting. Your so-called art is merely child's play. I will not allow you to ruin this mission. Pain observed the escalating argument with a flicker of displeasure, his voice cutting through the tension with an icy authority. Enough. Both of you are vital members of the Akatsuki. This mission must succeed. The one tail is crucial to our plans, and failure will bear dire consequences. Pain's tone was deep and commanding, imbued with an undeniable gravitas. Instantly, Deidara and Sasori fell silent. Deidara pouting slightly as he muttered, understood, boss. Scorpion retracted his aggressive stance and replied, rest assured, the one tail will not escape. The atmosphere in the conference room remained heavy, as the members of the Akatsuki organization harbored their own thoughts, preparing for the imminent capture of the one tail. Yet, one individual displayed a markedly different emotion. Scorpion, did you not claim to have informants in Sunagakure? Why are you still hesitating now that we are right here? Deidara crossed his arms, impatience etched on his face, his lips curled downwards, eyes filled with disdain for Scorpion. In his view, Scorpion's hesitation was utterly incomprehensible. Such a grand opportunity for artistic creation should not be squandered. After receiving Pain's orders, they had hastened towards Sunagakure without delay. Along the way, Scorpion calculated that with his embedded spies in the village and his own prowess, sneaking in to capture Rashi would be a trivial matter. However, upon entering Sunagakure, his repeated attempts to manipulate the sand yielded no response. Damn it, where could that fool, Ryo, have gone? Scorpion's expression darkened, his eyes brimming with anger and confusion. He could not fathom why his meticulously arranged informant had suddenly gone silent, leaving their plan in a state of paralysis. Forget it. I shall reclaim the one tail with my art, Deidara proclaimed, his head held high, exuding confidence as if the one tail were already within his grasp. Scorpion shook his head, internally lamenting, when will this guy learn to think critically and not simplify matters so? Suppressing his rising irritation, Scorpion took a deep breath and cautioned, Sunagakure is teeming with formidable foes. Do you truly believe you can succeed effortlessly? I have heard that the fourth Kazekage wields the Flying Thunder God technique, which should not be underestimated. What should we do then? We cannot return empty-handed after accepting the mission. Deidara scratched his head, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Despite his arrogance, he understood that Scorpion's caution was not without merit. Furrowing his brows, Scorpion pondered for a moment and weighed the pros and cons before stating, returning empty-handed is preferable to losing our lives. We are ill-prepared this time. Next time, we shall bring more reinforcements. Deidara sighed in resignation, a look of regret on his face. It seems I won't have the chance to showcase my art in Sunagakure. As the two turned to depart, a chilling voice suddenly echoed, since you have come, do not think of leaving. In an instant, several figures appeared as if conjured from thin air. Encircling them, none other than Rashi, Chiyo, and a host of elite jonin from Sunagakure. Chiyo's gaze had been fixed on Scorpion from the beginning. At the moment of recognition, her expression froze, her pupils dilating, lips trembling slightly, as if 1,000 words were stuck in her throat, yet she could not voice them. She never imagined that the boy who had once stood beside her, filled with a passion for puppet techniques and possessing pure eyes, had now become a traitor opposing the village. Scorpion. Chiyo's voice quivered, laden with shock and sorrow. Turning to Rashi, she asserted with unwavering conviction, Lord Kazekage, allow me to handle this child. Rashi nodded slightly, an understanding glint in his eyes. Had these two finally met again? Scorpion gazed at Chiyo, a long-buried string in his heart vibrating ever so slightly, as fragments of their childhood together flashed through his mind like a fleeting film reel. Yet, he quickly forced those emotions down, restoring his mask of indifference. As a member of the Akatsuki, he had strayed too far down a dark path to turn back. If that is the case, then let us begin. Scorpion scoffed, swiftly forming hand seals. The Hiriko puppet behind him sprang to life, emitting a cacophony of metallic friction, as if proclaiming its majesty to the adversary. Chiyo took a deep breath, her hands dancing like agile butterflies, manipulating her puppets. Scorpion, today I shall make you aware of the consequences of betraying your village. Chiyo's voice trembled, yet resonated with resolute determination. Scorpion's eyes narrowed as the Hiriko puppet's back unfurled a scorpion tail of steel, lunging toward Chiyo like a streak of black lightning. Chiyo remained calm, deftly maneuvering her puppet to evade the fierce assault with graceful agility. Simultaneously, she chanted, White's secret technique, Laser Vanguard. As she summoned, a Nara puppet erupted from the ground. Its arms modified into high-energy laser cannons, glowing with blue energy. The moment the puppet appeared, the cannons charged instantly, unleashing two robust laser beams like enraged dragons towards Scorpion's Hiriko. Scorpion sneered, as from the mouth of Hiriko erupted a barrage of ultra-high-density, poison needles and spikes. Needle barrage. The toxic projectiles rained down upon Chiyo and her puppets. In response, Chiyo swiftly maneuvered another puppet, deploying a shield matrix. The puppet enveloped itself in a shimmering energy barrier, deflecting the poison needles while some energy nodes flickered, sending a portion of the needles back towards Hiriko, igniting sparks upon impact. Is that all you can do? Scorpion derided, producing another scroll to summon yet another puppet. Magnet release, Sand Iron Storm. The third Kazekage puppet began to move its arms, conjuring countless grains of sand and iron that surged like a tumultuous wave, transforming into serrated, sharp discs that spun toward Chiyo and the Nara puppets at blinding speed. How could the third Kazekage be in your possession? What have you done? Chiyo questioned in disbelief, her expression grave, unable to fathom that her own grandchild had slain the third Kazekage. But there was no time to uncover the truth now. Her hands flew rapidly, commanding the Nara puppets. Triad Turbine Cannon. With her command, 3 Nara puppets formed a triangular formation, their chests opening to reveal 3 massive turbine energy cannons. All 3 cannons fired simultaneously, gathering immense energy to create a colossal torrent that collided with Scorpion's sand iron discs. In an instant, energy surged forth, the explosion deafening, as smoke filled the air. Scorpion watched in astonishment as Chiyo displayed her puppet techniques, The technological modifications of her puppets utterly subverted his understanding of traditional puppet artistry. However, he quickly regained his composure, battling fiercely with Hiriko and the third Kazekage puppet. Red's secret technique, 100 Machine Massacre. Scorpion unfurled a scroll, and a cloud of black smoke enveloped the battlefield, revealing hundreds of red-robed puppets that surrounded Chiyo. These puppets wielded various weapons, some brandishing long swords that glimmered with an eerie blue light, while others were equipped with Scorpion's specially crafted traps capable of launching poisoned arrows, launching a frenzied assault upon Chiyo. Yet, Chiyo faced the swarm of puppets without a hint of fear in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly maneuvered her Nara puppets to unleash their full potential. Some puppets rained fire from Gatling-style energy guns, suppressing the surrounding puppets. Others shot out energy-binding nets, ensnaring nearby adversaries, while others utilized ninjutsu, engaging in fierce resistance against Scorpion's 100 machine manipulation. In that moment, the battlefield erupted with explosions and the clashing of metal, illuminating the sky with flames. In the heat of battle, Chiyo seized the opportune moment, commanding a puppet with deft precision. The modified energy blade in her grasp sliced through the air with a fierce momentum, aimed directly at Sasori's Hiriko. Cutting gale. The razor-sharp blade effortlessly cleaved through the exterior of Hiriko, sending sparks flying, and Sasori's body shuddered slightly within the puppet. "Sasori, there is no escape for you," Chiyo proclaimed, her eyes brimming with anguish and resolve. With haste, she formed hand seals, invoking a binding seal. A massive, luminous seal materialized on the ground, swiftly extending towards Sasori. Alarmed, Sasori attempted to manipulate his puppet to defend, only to realize that his chakra was gradually being drained under the seal's potent influence. At that moment, in a shocking twist, Sasori extricated himself from the confines of Hiriko, revealing his own transformed body. Chiyo's eyes widened in disbelief as she momentarily halted her movements, unable to fathom that Sasori had altered his very form in such a manner. However, she quickly regained her composure. She could not allow shock to weaken her resolve. Commanding the Chikamatsu puppets, she launched an even more ferocious assault against Sasori. The puppets encircled him, unleashing a barrage of energy weapons that enveloped Sasori in a tempest of power. Struggling amidst the energy storm, Sasori relied on his indomitable will to narrowly evade lethal strikes, retaliating at intervals and causing Chiyo's attacks to miss their mark. Fully aware of Sasori's tenacity, Chiyo gritted her teeth and resolved to unleash her trump card. Controlling a puppet, she charged her energy device, sending forth a potent stunning pulse aimed at Sasori. Caught off guard, he was struck by the pulse, his body stiffening as his consciousness began to fade. Ultimately, he collapsed slowly, succumbing to unconsciousness. Observing the fallen Sasori, tears cascaded down Chiyo's cheeks as she could no longer contain her sorrow. She approached him gently, cradling him in her arms, whispering, "Sasori, it is all over." This heart-stopping battle concluded with Chiyo's victory, leaving Deidara in a state of disbelief, his eyes wide as he fixed his gaze upon the unconscious Sasori in Chiyo's embrace. To him, Sasori was powerful and enigmatic, a force difficult to comprehend. How could he have been so easily defeated? His hands clenched involuntarily, body trembling slightly as waves of shock surged within him. He stepped forward impulsively, intent on rushing to save Sasori, but in an instant, several elite Sand Village ninjas materialized before him, blocking his path with an ominous presence. Their expressions were stark, weapons glinting with a menacing light, poised for confrontation. Simultaneously, Rasa's gaze pierced through the air like a hawk's, locking onto Deidara with an intensity that felt almost tangible, enveloping him in an invisible pressure. Deidara understood that he had fallen into a desperate situation. Snatching Sasori from Chiyo was utterly impossible. Yet, he was not one to abandon his comrades. In his artistic philosophy, loyalty to his allies was paramount, and betraying them was antithetical to the art he revered. "Then let you all witness my most magnificent art," Deidara exclaimed fervently, his voice rising to a near roar. He tore open his clothing, revealing a colossal mouth upon his chest, contorted and exuding a strange aura. With swift hands, he rifled through his clay pouch, seizing explosive clay to thrust into the gaping maw, preparing to unleash a devastating self-destruct attack, determined to take everyone with him. "Deidara, I admire your art." Just as he was about to detonate, Rasa's voice resonated like a thunderclap. The words seemed to possess a mesmerizing power upon hearing them. Deidara's body stiffened, his frenzied actions abruptly halting. He involuntarily turned toward the source of the voice, locking eyes with Rasa. In that fleeting moment, Deidara felt dizzy, the world around him blurring. Rasa stood there, his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, radiating a strange, yet formidable ocular power. Chapter 85. The Akatsuki's plan. In the interrogation room of the Sand Village, the atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. Dim lighting flickered against the walls, casting shadows over the figures of Sasori and Deidara, both unconscious and slumped in iron chairs. Outside the room, Chiyo and Rasa stood side by side, peering intently through one-way glass at the two captives. Chiyo's gaze was fixated on Sasori, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, anguish, reluctance, and a flicker of unspoken hope. "Lord Kazekage, might you grant Sasori a chance?" She spoke softly, her voice trembling with emotion, tears welling in her eyes as she pleaded. She understood fully that Sasori, as a rogue ninja, had committed unforgivable crimes, including the assassination of the third Kazekage. Yet, blood ties ran deep, and the bond of kinship was a thread she found difficult to sever. Rasa turned his head to meet her gaze. In that instant, he felt a jolt within. The once vibrant and commanding elder before him now appeared frail, her spirit seemingly drained, as if the weight of years had borne down upon her, reducing her to a shadow of her former self. "Do not worry, Chiyo. I will not take his life. He shall use the remainder of his days to atone for his past transgressions." Rasa's voice was deep and resolute. He had plans for Sasori. His strength and talent were undeniable. With proper guidance, he could be of use to the Sand Village. However, Rasa would not easily forgive Sasori, for many Sand Village ninjas had perished due to his actions, and he must pay for his sins. Upon hearing Rasa's firm assurance, Chiyo's heart, which had been tightly wound like a twisted rope, gradually began to relax. She nodded slightly, her tone softening. "As long as you do not kill him, do as you see fit." Chiyo recognized Sasori's grave crimes, and should he be let off lightly, it would be difficult to quell dissent. Rasa's decision was the most prudent outcome for the greater good. "Go awaken them," Rasa instructed an awaiting Umbu ninja. The Umbu obeyed, swiftly entering the interrogation room, dousing Sasori and Deidara's faces with cold water without hesitation. Coughing and sputtering, both men jolted awake, instinctively struggling against their bonds, only to realize they were securely restrained in their chairs. They gasped for air, their vision clearing, yet they could only see the one-way glass before them, oblivious to the fact that Rasa and Chiyo were watching from the other side. "Let them remain here for a few days. There is little to be gained from questioning them now," Rasa remarked, turning to leave. Chiyo followed closely behind, glancing back repeatedly, her gaze lingering on Sasori until they rounded the corner and he vanished from sight. Only then did she retract her gaze, her heart heavy with worry as she departed with Rasa. In the interrogation room, Sasori and Deidara gradually acclimated to the dark surroundings, awaiting the uncertain fate and judgment that the Sand Village had in store for them. Rasa returned to his office, his expression grave, and as soon as he settled into his chair, he summoned Maki. Maki hurried in, kneeling on one knee, awaiting orders. "Gather all the ninjas from the Land of Wind who are currently on missions or travels, and instruct them to return to the Sand Village at once," Rasa commanded with unwavering determination. Startled, Maki sensed the gravity of the situation from Rasa's serious demeanor and quickly inquired, "Lord Kazekage, what has transpired that is so urgent?" Rasa furrowed his brow slightly, rising from his seat to pace towards the window, gazing into the distance as he solemnly replied. "An organization known as Akatsuki has begun its operations, targeting the tailed beasts. Those ninjas out in the field may encounter peril at any moment. Furthermore, to bolster the village's internal defenses against the impending crisis, they must return." Upon hearing this, Maki's expression turned one of confusion. He was unfamiliar with Akatsuki and could not comprehend why such an organization would provoke such anxiety in Rasa. Nevertheless, he understood that as a subordinate, his duty was to obey. He nodded earnestly, responding, "Yes, Lord Kazekage, I shall take care of it immediately." Maki swiftly rose and exited the office with purpose. He promptly gathered the elite members of the Umbu, relaying Rasa's directives in detail and insisting they disseminate the information to every ninja in the field with utmost urgency. The Umbu ninjas, upon receiving their orders, scattered like bolts of black lightning, each hastening towards different directions, some employing body flicker technique, others piloting specially designed Suna village aircraft. Racing across the ninja world, Simultaneously, Maki arranged for personnel to establish emergency communication devices at various key locations within Sunagakure, such as intelligence stations and border outposts, ensuring unimpeded contact with the ninjas outside. He stationed himself at the communication hub, closely monitoring the progress of information transmission and the feedback from ninjas across the land. In a short period, countless ninjas converged upon Sunagakure. Thus, a month passed quietly, within the dimly lit confines of the Rain Village's secret Akatsuki stronghold. Flickering lights cast shadows upon the stern faces of Pain and his associates. They reconvened to report on their respective tasks. What has become of Sasori and Deidara? A month has elapsed without a word. Could they have encountered significant trouble while attempting to capture the One-Tail? Kakuzu's brow furrowed as he scanned the faces of his comrades, his voice heavy with concern. He looked around, noting the absence of the two members. Upon hearing this, Pain's gaze darkened momentarily as he instinctively glanced at Black Zetsu beside him. Black Zetsu felt a chill run down his spine under that scrutinizing gaze, mentally lamenting. How could I know? Sunagakure is a vast desert with scarce trees. I cannot hide among them to gather intelligence. Helpless, he simply shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Pain was acutely aware that the plan to capture the tailed beasts was urgent. With each passing day, the risk of exposure increased, and the power of the tailed beasts was vital to their goals. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Enough. I shall personally venture to Sunagakure." Upon hearing this, a woman standing beside Kakuzu immediately interjected, her expression anxious and her tone earnest. "Leader, you cannot expose yourself so soon. The power of the Rinnegan is too extraordinary. Once you appear, it will undoubtedly create a stir. The Akatsuki must operate in secrecy for now. Premature exposure will alert the other major hidden villages, making future actions exceedingly difficult." Itachi Uchiha nodded subtly, adding his agreement. "Indeed, our plans are inherently clandestine. Bringing this matter to light would compel the major hidden villages to unite against us, which would be exceedingly detrimental." Pain narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying the faces of those present, lost in thought. After a moment, he slowly asked the two, "Based on your insights, what course of action should we take?" Exchanging knowing glances, the woman stepped forward and, clearing her throat, articulated methodically. "We could first dispatch some capable yet relatively low-profile members to infiltrate Sunagakure and ascertain the whereabouts of Sasori and Deidara, while also gathering intelligence on the One-Tail's jinchūriki. If we can execute the capture without causing a significant stir, it would be ideal. Should conflict be unavoidable, we can devise a more comprehensive strategy to minimize the impact on the Akatsuki." Itachi supplemented. "Moreover, we can use this time to further infiltrate the other hidden villages, collect intelligence, and sow discord among their ranks, preparing for the comprehensive confrontation that may lie ahead." Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into contemplation, the room enveloped in silence, broken only by the sound of breathing. Pain reclined against his chair, his gaze profound, rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. "Very well. We shall proceed according to your plan. Yuryu and Kakuzu will secretly infiltrate Sunagakure to investigate the whereabouts of Deidara and Sasori, while Itachi and Kisame will move to capture the Two Tails and Three Tails," Pain stated with undeniable authority. He then rose slowly, his expansive black cloak billowing behind him as he departed the meeting room with measured steps. As Pain exited, the previously tense atmosphere in the room began to ease slightly. Kakuzu furrowed his brow, a hint of doubt flickering in his gaze as he regarded his longtime partner, Yuryu. In his recollection, Yuryu was often cold and solitary, indifferent to the organization's disputes and task arrangements. Yet, moments ago, she had not only been vocal, but had also proposed such a comprehensive plan, leaving Kakuzu utterly astonished. "Yuryu, you seem different today." Kakuzu broke the silence, his voice deep and gravelly, laced with an undertone of inquiry. He fixed his gaze intently upon her, searching for clues in her expression. Yuryu lifted her head slightly to meet Kakuzu's gaze, her eyes calm as still water, betraying no emotion. "What is different? I am merely addressing the matter at hand. Our objective is to collect the tailed beasts. Any factors that may jeopardize the plan must be handled with caution." Her tone was flat, devoid of sentiment, as if the eloquent speaker moments ago was not her at all. Kakuzu scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest, a shadow of distrust crossing his features. "After years of partnership, do you think I do not know you? You have always been disinterested in these matters. Yet today you are suddenly so proactive. Tell me, Do you harbor some ulterior motive? His voice carried a hint of menace, a latent aura of danger emanating from him. Yuryu sighed gently, a flicker of resignation in her eyes. Kakuzu, you are overthinking this. I simply believe that the leader's personal involvement is too perilous. As members of the organization, we have a duty to alleviate the organization's burdens. Moreover, the disappearance of Sasori and Deidara will indeed impact our plans. We must uncover the truth swiftly. Her tone was sincere, her gaze resolute, as if striving to prove her innocence to Kakuzu. Kakuzu scrutinized Yuryu for a long while before slowly nodding, retracting his menacing aura. I hope you speak the truth. This mission is of utmost importance. We cannot afford any errors. His voice remained deep, yet the earlier suspicion had dissipated. Rest assured, I shall give my all, Yuryu affirmed, nodding slightly before turning towards the door of the meeting room. Kakuzu watched her retreating figure, yet his doubts had not fully vanished. He clenched his fist, deciding to keep a close watch on Yuryu's every move during the mission, just in case. Meanwhile, Itachi and Kisame were diligently preparing for the imminent task of capturing the two tails and three tails. Upon overhearing the conversation between Kakuzu and Yuri, Kisame, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes slightly. After lingering on Yuri's departing figure for a moment, he slowly turned his gaze toward Itachi, a hint of complexity flickering in his expression. You seem somewhat different today, Kisame remarked in a low, gravelly voice, laced with a touch of teasing, breaking the otherwise somber atmosphere. In his memory, Itachi and Yuri bore striking similarities, often remaining silent unless prompted by others. Yet today, Itachi not only initiated a conversation but also agreed with Yuri's proposal, igniting Kisame's curiosity. Itachi tilted his head slightly, his calm gaze fixed on Kisame, his deep eyes betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. What is different? It is merely to ensure the organization's plans proceed smoothly, he replied in a flat tone, his voice cold and deep, as if everything were simply a matter of course. Kisame raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. Ah, Itachi-kun, you usually remain silent on such matters. Speak up, do you have other intentions? He crossed his arms over his chest, keenly watching Itachi, seemingly searching for clues in his demeanor. Itachi sighed softly, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if contemplating how to respond. After a moment, he spoke slowly. Kisame, each of us has our own purpose for joining the Akatsuki. However, it is undeniable that the organization's plans are closely interwoven with our goals. Should the leader take action and expose us, it would significantly impact our plans. I simply do not wish to see our efforts thwarted for such reasons. His voice remained steady, yet his words conveyed a resolute determination. Listening to Itachi's explanation, Kisame furrowed his brow slightly, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his eyes. He understood that Itachi was often inscrutable, making it challenging to fully discern his thoughts. Yet, he also recognized that within the Akatsuki, a realm rife with intrigue and self-interest, everyone harbored their own considerations. Let us hope so. Kisame finally nodded, a hint of resignation in his tone. Regardless, our task is to capture the two tails and three tails, which is no easy feat. We must prepare thoroughly to avoid any mishaps during the mission. Itachi nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. The two turned and exited the conference room, each setting out to prepare for the impending task. Within the heavily guarded secret research facility of Sunagakure, the lights burned bright throughout the night, illuminating the weary yet exhilarated faces of Yusu and Chiyo. After years of arduous study, countless failures and attempts, they had finally brought forth the puppet armor, a remarkable achievement. Yusu delicately cradled a sample of the puppet armor, its surface glinting with a cold, hard metallic sheen under the light. Its design was exquisite, each piece meticulously forged and polished, the lines smooth and contoured to the human form, ensuring both the flexibility of the ninja's movements and formidable protective capability. Chiyo stood beside him, her eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction as she gently caressed the armor, as if tending to her own child. Chiyo, we did it. Yusu's voice trembled with excitement, the burdens of the past 2 years momentarily washed away. Chiyo nodded slightly, her eyes shining with joy. Indeed, our efforts over these 2 years have not been in vain. This puppet armor represented the perfect fusion of Sunagakure's technology and puppet mastery. Though the exterior appeared unremarkable, it concealed intricate mechanisms within, equipped with various advanced weaponry. A ninja could unleash an array of concealed weapons, such as poison needles, shuriken, and even execute small-scale ninjutsu attacks like wind release, cutting blade, and fire release, fireball, all at the flick of their chakra. Moreover, its defensive capabilities were astonishing, crafted from a special alloy. The armor could withstand not only ordinary weapon strikes, but also powerful ninjutsu attacks with ease. During testing, when faced with the formidable wind release, great breakthrough. The armor sustained only minor scratches, while the ninja within remained unscathed. Most significantly, this armor greatly enhanced a ninja's individual combat capabilities. Previously, ninjas often had to balance offense and defense during combat, dividing their focus. Now, with the puppet armor, the defensive role was taken over by the armor, allowing ninjas to concentrate more on offense and tactical maneuvers. Yusu and Chiyo understood the profound significance of this armor. Eagerly anticipating the moment they could present their achievement to Rasa. Chapter 87. Sand Tiger Armor Soon. News of the successful development of the puppet armor reached Rasa like a swift gale. In truth, Rasa had long been aware of Yusu and Chiyo's dedicated research direction over the years. However, even with expectations in his heart, the reality of their achievement left him astonished and elated. He could not help but ponder whether Sunagakure was indeed on the verge of possessing its own armored warriors, destined to shine brightly in the ninja world. Under the vigilant watch of the Umbu, Rasa hurriedly made his way to the laboratory of Yusu and Chiyo. Even before entering, he could hear the lively chatter emanating from within. As he approached and pushed open the door, he found a multitude of ninjas gathered around a large table, fervently discussing something. The sounds of laughter and joy flowed like a babbling brook from the crowd, and just listening to them conveyed the unmistakable thrill of their shared excitement. Indeed, the birth of this puppet armor held monumental significance, greatly enhancing the safety of ninjas during missions. In the past, facing formidable foes and perilous tasks, even the slightest misstep could lead to a deadly outcome. Yet now, with this armor, even in the face of unexpected dangers, its robust defensive capabilities could afford them a precious chance at survival, preventing instant demise. Chiyo, Yusu, you two are truly remarkable. At your age, you can still make such contributions to the village. That's truly impressive, exclaimed an elderly man with a white beard, his eyes glinting with admiration as he looked at Chiyo and Yusu, his excitement causing him to stumble over his words. He too longed to shine for the village at such an age, but the passage of time had taken its toll. Now, even walking was a challenge, each step fraught with difficulty, leaving him to silently lament, filled only with envy. Hee, Sandiron, you have already accomplished so much for the village. Chiyo quickly offered gentle words of comfort upon noticing the flicker of melancholy in Sandiron's eyes. She understood well that Sandiron had devoted his life to Sunagakure, and his past achievements were forever etched in the hearts of the village and its people. Rasa, noticing the exchange, also stepped forward to join in comforting Sandiron. He gently patted Sandiron's shoulder, his tone warm as he said, Sandiron, after all these years, it is time for you to enjoy life. You have given so much to the village, and its current progress is a testament to your contributions. At nearly 90 years old, Sandiron had dedicated his entire life to Sunagakure, and it was now his time to relish in the fruits of his labor. As they spoke, Rasa's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the table, and instantly, he found himself captivated by the armor displayed there, as if drawn by an invisible force, unable to look away. Awe and wonder filled his eyes as he murmured, Sand Tiger armor? As the words escaped his lips, the once boisterous laboratory fell into an immediate hush, with all present frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances filled with confusion. Yusong reacted swiftly, his face breaking into a broad grin as he respectfully expressed his gratitude to Lord Kazekage, saying, Thank you for bestowing a name upon us. We have been pondering what to call this set of armor. Yusong understood that this was an exceptional opportunity. A name granted by the Kazekage would undoubtedly imbue the armor with a unique significance within Sunagakure. It was only then that Luo Sha regained his composure. Recognizing his earlier lapse in decorum, he nodded slightly, casting a satisfied glance at Yusong, silently admiring his cleverness. It was not entirely Luo Sha's fault. The design of the puppet armor bore a striking resemblance to a suit of armor he had once seen in a television series from his previous life, which had momentarily distracted him, causing his unguarded exclamation. Indeed, this armor shall surely gain renown in the world of shinobi, and our name shall be immortalized alongside it. Chiyo's eyes sparkled with excitement, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Her voice resonated with strength and confidence, as though she could already envision Sunagakure shining brightly in the shinobi world. Thanks to this armor. In that moment, she was enveloped in the joy of success, completely forgetting about Scorpion, who remained confined in the interrogation room. The crowd was swept up in Chiyo's enthusiasm, echoing her sentiments in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the laboratory, filled with dreams and aspirations for the future. For a brief moment, the atmosphere within the laboratory was as fervent as a blazing fire. Let us expedite mass production, ideally. Each Chunin and above should be equipped with a set. At that moment, Luo Sha's steady and powerful voice resonated. He fixed his gaze on the Sand Tiger armor, fully aware that such formidable equipment could only realize its true value if swiftly deployed. Otherwise, even the mightiest power would be rendered futile if left idle and unused. As for the Genin, Luo Sha was reluctant to expose these tender shoots to danger unless absolutely necessary, given Sunagakure's current strength. Providing a safe haven for the Genin to grow was well within reach. Upon hearing Luo Sha's words, the initially exhilarated expressions of the crowd shifted to a serious demeanor, their faces tightening. They understood that the Kazekage's orders carried significant weight, and they straightened their spines, responding in unison, yes. Their voices were harmonious and resounding, reflecting the disciplined nature of Sunagakure's shinobi and their profound sense of responsibility towards their mission. In the days that followed, the workshops and laboratories of Sunagakure operated tirelessly. Craftsmen toiled day and night, the fires roaring as they forged exquisite components of armor from raw metal. Meanwhile, the shinobi assisted in calibrating and testing, ensuring that each set of armor could seamlessly adapt to its user. Chiyo and Yusong worked ceaselessly, traversing various workstations, providing technical guidance, and resolving numerous challenges. Through their collective efforts, production progressed methodically. One set after another of the Sand Tiger armor gradually took shape, neatly arranged within the workshop, exuding an aura of chilling authority. Each piece of armor bore the weight of Sunagakure's hopes and future, as if quietly awaiting its moment to shine on the stage of the shinobi world, showcasing the strength and resurgence of Sunagakure. Chapter 88. Infiltration. Meanwhile, Yu Lu and Kakuzu had been stealthily lurking within Sunagakure for nearly a week. During this time, they resembled two phantoms hidden in darkness, cautiously navigating the streets and alleys of the village, probing every corner in search of traces of Scorpion and Deidara. However, contrary to their hopes, they found nothing. It was as if Scorpion and Deidara had truly vanished without a trace, leaving no clues to pursue. Hey, Yu Lu. Ever since we arrived in Sunagakure, I feel like we're being watched every day. Just when we think we've found a lead, it gets cut off. Kakuzu's brow furrowed, his face etched with fatigue and impatience. Despite possessing 5 hearts and a vitality far exceeding that of ordinary beings, he was still over 100 years old, and the relentless search without results had left him utterly exhausted. He glanced at Yu Lu beside him, his tone betraying a hint of complaint. With her back turned to Kakuzu, Yu Lu paused momentarily, yet surprisingly a faint smile graced her lips. This smile flickered in the dim corner, imbued with an air of mystery. Without turning around, she softly replied, "Don't worry, Kakuzu. I have found clues about the two of them." Her voice was calm and steady, as if everything were well within her control. "What? You found clues?" Kakuzu's fatigued and impatient expression transformed into one of astonishment, his eyes fixed intently on Yu Lu, filled with urgency and anticipation. "Quick, tell me what is going on." Yu Lu tilted her head slightly, her gaze cool and focused as she vigilantly observed the surrounding movements while she explained methodically, "My chakra can sense malice. During my investigations in the village over the past few days, I've been monitoring the fluctuations in chakra around me. Just a moment ago, I detected 2 clusters of malicious chakra deep underground in Sunagakure. The intensity and characteristics of that malice closely resemble those of Scorpion and Deidara." Kakuzu's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment, weighing the reliability of the clues Yu Lu had provided. He understood the uniqueness of Yu Lu's ability. This talent for sensing malice could indeed prove invaluable in locating their targets. However, given Sunagakure's profound depths, it was possible that other shinobi with similarly potent malicious chakra could be present, which warranted caution. "Are you certain those are Scorpion and Deidara? It could be other shinobi from Sunagakure?" Kakuzu raised his gaze, locking eyes with Yu Lu, seeking answers in her expression. Yu Lu gently shook her head, her tone resolute as she stated, I cannot say with absolute certainty, but the likelihood is quite high. The distinct malice of those two chakra clusters bears a resemblance to the chakra of Scorpion and Deidara that I encountered previously. Moreover, Sunagakure has suddenly heightened security around that underground area, which deepens my suspicions. Kakuzu nodded slightly, agreeing with Yulu's analysis. He understood that in the perilous environment of Sunagakure, every clue could be pivotal to their mission, leaving no room for negligence. Then let us first investigate the security around that underground area and assess the situation before devising a plan to infiltrate. Kakuzu spoke in a low tone, his eyes revealing a hint of caution. Yulu nodded, and the two moved in unison toward the underground location, stealthily approaching their target like two leopards concealed in the shadows, carefully evading the patrolling shinobi of Sunagakure while utilizing the cover of darkness and buildings to draw near. As they approached the underground area, they found, as Yulu had indicated, that the security was indeed formidable. Numerous shinobi patrolled the area, their movements synchronized, eyes vigilant, with weapons glinting in the moonlight. In the shadows, sentinels were concealed, ready to respond to any unexpected situations. Kakuzu and Yulu hid within a shadow, meticulously observing the defensive layout. They knew that infiltrating this heavily guarded underground area would not be an easy task. A meticulous plan was imperative, for if they were exposed, not only would their mission fail, but they could also find themselves surrounded by the shinobi of Sunagakure. Suddenly, Yulu darted forward like a wraith, swiftly closing in on several Sunagakure shinobi. Her movements were silent, swift as lightning, and before one could notice, a slender needle had appeared in her hand, precisely striking the acupoints of the ninjas. Several of them barely had time to utter a cry before their eyes rolled back, collapsing limply to the ground. Kakuzu watched closely, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Yulio's methods were clean and efficient, making him secretly grateful to have such a capable partner. She nodded slightly at Kaku, signaling that it was safe. Subsequently, the two cautiously made their way toward the entrance of the basement. The passage leading to the basement was dim and narrow, permeated with a damp and decaying odor. The flickering torches on the walls cast weak light, elongating their shadows. Yulio and Kakuzu moved with light steps, each footfall taken with utmost care to avoid alerting the other guards. Along the way, they silently dispatched several patrols of ninjas, successfully delving deeper into the recesses of the basement. After a thorough search, they finally arrived at a heavy iron door, behind which faint sounds could be heard. Yulio and Kakuzu exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of tension and anticipation in the other's eyes. They understood that the other side of the door likely housed Scorpion and Deidara. Kakuzu gently pushed the iron door, only to find it securely locked. Yulio crouched down, retrieving a set of delicate tools from her pocket, and began to carefully pick the lock. As time slipped away, beads of sweat formed on Yulio's forehead. Finally, with a soft click, the lock was opened. Holding their breath, Yulio and Kakuzu slowly pushed the iron door open. Inside the interrogation room, the light was even dimmer, illuminated only by a flickering oil lamp in the corner. In the center of the room, Scorpion and Deidara were bound to chairs, looking somewhat listless. Upon hearing the door creak open, both lifted their heads, surprise flickering in their eyes. Scorpion, Deidara, we have come to rescue you, Kakuzu whispered, striding forward. Scorpion furrowed his brow slightly, a complex expression crossing his face, while Deidara broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "You finally made it. I thought I would be stuck here for a lifetime." Yulio quickly stepped forward and untied the ropes binding them. "Don't speak yet. We must leave here at once," she urged, her gaze warily fixed on the door. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from outside, evidently indicating that ninjas had sensed something amiss. Yulio and Kakuzu exchanged alarmed glances, their hearts sinking. When Rasa arrived with the Umbu ninjas, the atmosphere in the basement became charged with tension. Yulio, Kakuzu, Scorpion, and Deidara stood ready, while Rasa and his team surrounded them. With sharp eyes, Rasa scanned the group, mentally calculating their next move. "You dare infiltrate Sunagakure and attempt to take them away? You shall not leave here today," Rasa bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the basement. With that, he swiftly formed hand seals, manipulating sand and iron to attack Yulio and Kakuzu, while the Umbu ninjas launched their own offensive, plunging the scene into chaos. Yulio and Kakuzu exchanged a knowing look and engaged in the fray. Yulio's agile form evaded the sand and iron assaults while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Kakuzu, unafraid, unleashed his ninjutsu in fierce battles against the Umbu ninjas. Scorpion and Deidara joined the fray, striving to create an opportunity for their escape. Although Rasa and Yuliyo appeared to be locked in a fierce confrontation, he was secretly holding back, deliberately leaving an opening. Yuliyo seized the moment and signaled Kakuzu and the others to break through. Taking advantage of the opening, they dashed towards the basement exit. Just as they were about to escape, Rasa suddenly used a method of communication only audible to him and Yuliyo, saying, "Be safe. The mission is less important than you." Yuliyo felt a tremor run through her body at his words, warmth flooding her heart. She turned to Rasa, a faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Then, with Kakuzu, Scorpion, and Deidara in tow, she swiftly vanished into the darkness. Watching their retreating figures, Rasa felt a tumult of emotions. He understood the perilous nature of Yuliyo's mission and recognized that his decision might plunge her into even greater danger, yet for the future of Sunagakure. He had no choice but to act. "Do not pursue," Rasa commanded softly, halting the Umbu ninjas. "Do not press too closely, and do not let them detect any vulnerabilities. Create a diversion." He then instructed, "Inform Maki to implement a village-wide lockdown for 1 month." The Umbu ninjas complied, and Rasa stood alone in the basement, lost in thought. He did not wish for others to perceive this as his and Yuliyo's plan. He aimed to make the Akatsuki believe that Sunagakure took their incursion seriously, thus elevating Yuliyo's standing within the organization. In truth, Yuliyo had not returned home for years because Rasa had sent her to replace the captured Haiden, becoming an infiltrator within the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, Deidara had long been controlled by Sunagakure through special means. Although he appeared to be a member of the Akatsuki, he would act on behalf of Sunagakure at critical moments. As for Scorpion, after several discussions with Chiyo over the past few days, Rasa believed there remained a flicker of attachment to Sunagakure within him, confident that he would make the right choice to atone for his past mistakes. Chapter 89. Purpose at last. After a day and night of relentless travel, Yuliyo and Kakuzu successfully led Scorpion and Deidara out of the Land of Wind's territory. They pressed on without pause, daring not to show any signs of slackening, for the pursuers from Sunagakure were relentless in their pursuit. Those chasing them unleashed widespread ninjutsu, bombarding them repeatedly in an effort to intercept their escape. In such a tense situation, the group had no time for conversation and focused solely on fleeing forward. When they finally shook off their pursuers and reached a relatively safe location, their taut nerves began to relax, allowing them a moment of respite. However, it was then that Kakuzu shattered the brief silence. "Something feels off. Isn't this too easy?" he remarked, a frown creasing his brow, suspicion evident in his gaze. His eyes scanned Yuliyo, Scorpion, and Deidara, as if seeking some clue in their expressions. Yuliyo had anticipated this doubt from Kakuzu and feigned confusion, retorting, "What seems off? The sand ninjas pursued us relentlessly, unleashing waves of ninjutsu bombardment, and you think it was simple? Perhaps you should go back and try again?" Her tone carried a hint of jest, aiming to divert Kakuzu's attention. Deidara, having just escaped the interrogation room in Sunagakure and weary from the long trek, could barely muster the energy to speak. He chimed in, Yeah, they chased us so hard. Could it be that they let us go on purpose?" At that moment, all he desired was a good rest, completely oblivious to the origins of Kakuzu's suspicions and speculations. Kakuzu disregarded Deidara's comments, his gaze firmly fixed on Yuliyo, filled with skepticism. Despite his inner doubts about the seemingly uncomplicated escape and the possibility of some hidden scheme, he lacked concrete evidence against Yuliyo and found himself at a loss. In a moment of resignation, he could only temporarily set aside his doubts. "Very well, let us return to the organization," Kakuzu sighed, speaking with a sense of helplessness. He understood that this was not the time for in-depth inquiry. The immediate priority was to escort Scorpion and Deidara back to the Akatsuki organization to report to Pain regarding the recent mission. After a brief rest, the group resumed their journey back to the Akatsuki. Throughout the trip, although Kakuzu refrained from voicing his suspicions, his vigilance remained palpable, as he constantly monitored the surroundings and the movements of Yuliyo and others. Yuliyo, on the surface unfazed, continued to travel alongside the group, yet internally, she remained on high alert. Within Sunagakure, a scene of bustling order unfolded. The ninjas dispatched to pursue Yuliyo, and her companions returned in succession, their steps synchronized and expressions grave as they approached Rasa to report their findings. "Kazekage-sama, we followed your orders, feigning a relentless pursuit and employing large-scale ninjutsu bombardments, ensuring they did not detect any flaws. After they crossed the borders of the Wind Country, we returned as instructed. The leading ninja knelt on one knee, speaking with respectful deference. Rasa nodded slightly, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Well done, he acknowledged, gesturing for them to withdraw. Once dismissed, they promptly exited, leaving Rasa and Maki alone in the room. After a moment of hesitation, Maki finally spoke. Kazekage-sama, was the female among the intruders Yuliyo? A flicker of anticipation and concern danced in his eyes. Having watched Yuliyo grow, he possessed a profound memory of her appearance and aura, making her instantly recognizable upon sight. Indeed, Rasa answered without hesitation. Hearing Rasa's confirmation stirred a complex array of emotions within Maki. Since Yuliyo's arrival in Sunagakure, he had taken it upon himself to mentor her, and their bond was akin to that of a father and daughter. After so many years apart, their reunion was overshadowed by the fact that Yuliyo had infiltrated the enemy ranks of the Akatsuki. Nevertheless, Maki's loyalty to Yuliyo remained unwavering. He knew she regarded Sunagakure as her home and would never betray them. Is it not exceedingly dangerous? Maki inquired, his voice tinged with worry. Typically calm and decisive, he seldom exhibited such emotions, but at that moment, he could not suppress his concern for Yuliyo. Rasa regarded Maki, noting the worry etched on his face, and understood the depth of his feelings for Yuliyo. After a brief contemplation, he decided to speak candidly. It is indeed perilous, despite having harbored a premonition. Hearing Rasa affirm this caused Maki discomfort, and he frowned slightly, his eyes betraying his anxiety. But rest assured, I have inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique on her. Should she encounter danger, I will arrive immediately, Rasa reassured Maki, recognizing the gravity of Yuliyo's mission. This decision was essential for the future of Sunagakure and to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki. Moreover, inscribing the technique on Yuliyo was a measure to safeguard her in critical moments. Maki felt a modicum of relief from Rasa's words and nodded slightly, expressing, I hope all goes well for her, and that she can complete her mission and return safely. Meanwhile, in a clandestine fortress shrouded in secrecy within the Land of Lightning, the atmosphere was particularly oppressive. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki were restraining a figure, taking a moment to rest. Itachi's complexion appeared pale, a trickle of crimson blood seeping from the corner of his eye, stark against his fair skin. Itachi-kun, I can handle this alone from now on. You should focus on preserving your health, Kisame urged, concern evident in his voice as he observed the bloodshot eyes of his partner. He was acutely aware of Itachi's deteriorating health, the prolonged battles and use of the Mangekyo Sharingan having taken a significant toll on him. Itachi shook his head slightly, wiping away the blood with a gentle touch, his voice faint yet resolute. Kisame, this mission to capture the Two Tails Jinchūriki is of great importance. It is too perilous for you to undertake alone. We are partners and should share the burden. Indeed, the figure beneath them was the Two Tails Jinchūriki, Yujito ni. Firmly restrained and struggling against their grip, her face a mask of defiance and anger. Despite her efforts to break free, she could not escape the iron-like hold. Who are you? What do you want? Yujito gritted her teeth, her eyes glinting with hatred. Kisame scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. What we intend to do, you shall soon discover. Comply, or do not expect us to be merciful. Itachi remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed, weariness evident in his gaze. Kisame, let us rest briefly before we return to the organization, lest we prolong this unnecessarily, Itachi suggested softly. During this brief respite, Itachi closed his eyes, silently recuperating his strength. Memories of past experiences flooded his mind, painful recollections surging like a tide. Yet he understood that he must not be shackled by the past to fulfill his objectives. He had to press onward, even if the path ahead was fraught with thorns and peril. Chapter 90. Shifting blame. Yuliyo, Kakazu, Scorpion, and Deidara trudged back to Amigakure. Finally reaching the Akatsuki's stronghold, Pain sat in a high position within the hall, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the returning members. Upon seeing Deidara and Scorpion brought back safely, he nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction crossing his face. Well done, his voice resonated in the hall. However, in an instant, Pain's expression shifted dramatically, an icy glint appearing in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Now, tell me, how were you two captured so easily by Sunagakure? Scorpion and Deidara exchanged glances, their faces reflecting resignation. Deidara was the first to break the silence, his emotions flaring as he exclaimed, "Leader, Sunagakure is incredibly formidable. Especially Rasa. His strength is unfathomable, and we were no match for him. Moreover, they possess some strange weapons that caused us considerable trouble." Deidara's mind forcibly erased the image of Rasa wielding the Sharingan. Scorpion frowned slightly, adding, "Indeed, the weapons from Sunagakure are astonishingly powerful. We were caught off guard without any defenses." Deidara's fervent declarations only served to aggravate Pain's headache. He waved his hand dismissively, exclaiming, "Enough, enough." Subsequently, Pain's demeanor grew increasingly grave, a hint of murderous intent seeping into his gaze as he scrutinized Scorpion and Deidara. "You haven't disclosed anything, have you?" he inquired, each word deliberate and laden with weight. Scorpion and Deidara's hearts raced, and they both vehemently denied, no. They were well aware of the organization's rules. Any breach of secrecy would result in severe punishment. Pain narrowed his eyes, meticulously observing their expressions, searching for any sign of deceit. After a moment, he nodded slightly, stating, "I hope that is the case. If I discover any concealment on your part, you shall understand the consequences." Scorpion and Deidara lowered their heads in unison, quietly exhaling a sigh of relief. Rainryu and Kakuzu stood aside, observing the scene, each lost in their own thoughts. On the surface, Rainryu maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally, he was on high alert, fearful of his true identity being revealed. Kakuzu, on the other hand, wore a mask of indifference, seemingly unconcerned with the unfolding events, preoccupied with contemplating the forthcoming mission. "Very well, you may retire for now. More significant tasks await you." Pain gestured for everyone to withdraw. The group complied, turning to exit the hall. Rainryu trailed behind Kakuzu, contemplating how to relay the intelligence to Rasa, as well as how to continue his covert operations within the Akatsuki, gathering more vital information for Sunagakure. Rasa sat in his office, having concluded the matters concerning the Akatsuki, yet his brow remained furrowed. A sudden thought flashing through his mind like a bolt of lightning in the dark, illuminating his thoughts. He recalled that the sealing of the Outer Path's golem must follow a strict sequence, proceeding from the One Tail to the Nine Tails. Thus, it was evident that the Akatsuki's most pressing desire was to obtain Shikaku, the One Tail, from Sunagakure. Rasa murmured to himself, a hint of worry flickering in his gaze. He understood that the Akatsuki would not easily abandon their plan to capture the One Tail. This operation was merely a temporary compromise, and such a delay could not last long. Realizing the urgency of action, Rasa knew he could not remain passive. He needed to divert the Akatsuki's attention away from Sunagakure and redirect it toward other ninja villages. It was not fear of the Akatsuki that motivated him, but rather the timing was not yet right to reveal his hand. Yes, it was indeed Konoha. A glimmer of determination flashed in Rasa's eyes as he formulated a preliminary plan. He recalled the last evacuation of Sunagakure from Konoha, which had seemingly occurred without prior notice. Such a sudden move would likely have raised suspicions in Konoha. Perhaps he could orchestrate some incident to draw the Akatsuki's focus toward Konoha. In a moment of inspiration, a bolder and more targeted plan began to take shape in his mind. He abruptly turned to Maki and said, "Maki, we must send an envoy to Konoha at once, informing them that I, Rasa, intend to personally pay my respects to the late third Hokage and request their presence to welcome me." Maki paused in surprise, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, but quickly grasped Rasa's intent and nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Lord Kazekage, this plan is indeed brilliant." The Akatsuki had numerous informants. Once this news spread, they would surely catch wind of it. Given their modus operandi, they would not pass up such an opportune moment to seize an advantage amidst the chaos. Rasa's lips curled into a confident smile. Precisely. With the third Hokage having recently passed, Konoha is in mourning and turmoil. My arrival under the pretext of paying respects would be entirely reasonable. The Akatsuki will undoubtedly perceive this as a golden opportunity to capture the One Tail. Subsequently, Rasa swiftly began making arrangements for the envoy. He selected a seasoned, articulate, and astute ninja, solemnly instructing him, "As you travel to Konoha, be sure to express my heartfelt respect and condolences for the third Hokage. Additionally, provide detailed information about my itinerary to Konoha's high-ranking officials, ensuring they are prepared for my arrival." Once the envoy was dispatched, Rasa instructed Maki to disseminate the news throughout the Land of Wind, announcing that the Kazekage would soon be traveling to Konoha to pay tribute to the third Hokage, further amplifying the message's reach to ensure the Akatsuki would receive this intelligence. Indeed, within 3 days, the Akatsuki's base was abuzz with reports of this development. Upon hearing the news, Pain furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Nearby, Conan observed and softly inquired, "Leader, how should we respond to Sunagakure's actions?" Pain's gaze deepened as he replied slowly, "Rasa's personal journey to Konoha may harbor hidden motives. However, this also presents an opportunity for us. Konoha is currently in a tumultuous period. If we can eliminate him before he arrives, we might seize the one-tail." Conan nodded slightly and asked, "Should we take action?" A glint of cold determination flashed in Pain's eyes. "We must closely monitor Rasa's movements. All members of the Akatsuki will infiltrate the Land of Fire in advance. Should an opportunity arise, we will act immediately." The Akatsuki commenced preparations for their operation with great urgency, while Rasa meticulously arranged for his trip to Konoha. He understood that this journey was fraught with unknowns and dangers, but to divert the Akatsuki's gaze from Sunagakure to Konoha, he had to tread cautiously. Everything was in service of preventing Sunagakure from being embroiled in conflict. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a desk piled high with documents. The newly appointed Hokage, Tsunade, with her golden hair cascading loosely, lay dejectedly on the table, her gaze fixed on Nara Shikaku. Since assuming the mantle of Hokage, she had not enjoyed a moment of respite. Even her once-beloved gambling had become a distant memory, overshadowed by the mountain of paperwork that left her dizzy. Dressed in his signature ninja attire, Nara Shikaku wore a serious expression as he analyzed an intelligence scroll, stating, "Hokage-sama. Sunagakure's recent actions likely extend beyond mere homage to the third Hokage. They may conceal motives yet undiscovered." His brow furrowed, his eyes filled with concern. Tsunade muttered, barely lifting her eyelids, her voice languid and lacking energy. Shikaku raised his voice slightly, continuing, "The hasty evacuation from Sunagakure was abrupt and unannounced. If they genuinely respected the third Hokage, such behavior would be uncharacteristic." Tsunade remained indifferent, her slender fingers idly toying with a brush on the desk. "Hokage-sama, are you even listening?" Shikaku could no longer contain himself, running a hand through his hair in frustration, raising his voice. Only then did Tsunade sit up straight, arms crossed. A hint of defiance in her expression. "Of course I'm listening. If Rasa dares to harm the village, I can easily take him down with a single punch." As she spoke, Tsunade swung her fist,